Lok Sabha party leader PV Midhun Reddy has said that all 4 YSRCP MPs will be voting in favour of the Constitution Amendment Bill when it is taken up for voting at 4 p.m.
It's a crucial day for the Lok Sabha today and also for the government to ensure that women reservation quota is implemented in the country, and for that the voting in the Lok Sabha will happen today. But many of the MPs who have become even more important today is because of the 2/3 majority required by the government. I'm being joined by YSRCP MP PV Midhun Reddy. Sir, your party initially said that you are with the women reservation quota to be implemented. Today is the voting day. Yeah. What's the perspective now?
See, we've always advocated for empowerment of women. Our leader, Y.S. Jagannath Reddy, is always for women empowerment. So we've already supported this bill when it was first introduced, and we are going to support it today also. It's not about the women reservation. We had some reservations about the delimitation process, so which the Honorable Home Minister clarified yesterday that the seats will be increased proportionately. So I don't think by and large everything seems to be good. So we will support this bill.
There will be a lot of word from the opposition benches about delimitation process, how they have a fear, mistrust, distrust on the entire process, and that in name of women reservation, it's the delimitation exercise which is being pushed by the government.
Exactly, because women reservation can only happen when delimitation happens. So there are bound to be some issues for the opposition. I mean, even we have our concerns which we'll raise in the House. But by and large, keeping in mind the advantage the women will get, our party is going to support this bill.
Final question, you're joining.
In fact, another piece of breaking news coming in now. The opposition has upped the ante against the government over delimitation. In fact, Karti Chidambaram, who is a Congress MP, has said that delimitation is like insurance sales pitch. Karti Chidambaram is saying that the government version contradicts the fine print. He has just put out a tweet on X. His words are, the delimitation sales pitch by the government is like that of an insurance salesman. They say on one thing and the fine print says something else. Today is the D-Day on this important piece of legislation. Remember, it was first introduced in 1996, and ever since, it has never seen the light of the day. It was only in 2023, when the first session of the new Parliament building was held, that Nari Shakti Vandan Abhiniyan was passed, and then it has become an act already. Now it is about the process of implementation. Prime Minister Modi yesterday hailed Nari Shakti ahead of the voting, which will take place today. And in his post, he has said that Nari Shakti is a hallmark of a strong India and is enhancing Bharatvarsh's pride in every sector. Prime Minister Modi also called Nari Shakti the pride of India. On Thursday, the Prime Minister had defended the government's approach in the Lok Sabha, stating that the decision on delimitation would be fair, inclusive and free from regional bias, while warning against politically motivated misinformation. Home Minister Amit Shah also came down heavily on the opposition over the bills, accusing them of spreading rumours. Let's listen in to all the reactions.
अगर हम सब साथ में जाते हैं तो इतिहास गवाह है कि किसी एक के राजनीतिक पक्ष में नहीं जाएगा। ये देश के लोकतंत्र के पक्ष में जाएगा, देश के सामूहिक निर्णय शक्ति के पक्ष में जाएगा, और हम सब उसके यश के हकदार होंगे। न ट्रेजरी बैंक उसका हकदार रहेगा, न मोदी उसका हकदार रहेगा, यहां बैठे हुए सब हकदार रहेंगे। और इसलिए जिन लोगों को इसमें राजनीति की बू आ रही है, मैं चाहूंगा कि वो खुद के परिणामों को पिछले 30 साल में देख ले। फायदा उनका भी इसी में रास्ता दिखाता हूं। इसी में फायदा है कि जो नुकसान हो रहा है उससे बच जाओगे। और इसलिए मैं समझता हूं कि इसको राजनीतिक रंग देने की जरूरत नहीं है कि जब हम अकेले मिलते हैं तब मानते हैं हाँ यार, लेकिन जब सामूहिक रूप से मिलते हैं, मुझे याद है कि जिस इसकी प्रक्रिया चली थी सभी दलों से मिलना हुआ है, एक दल को छोड़ करके जिन जिन से मिलना हुआ है हर एक ने सैद्धांतिक विरोध नहीं किया है। बाद में जाकर के जो कुछ भी हुआ होगा राजनीतिक दिशा पकड़ी जा रही है, लेकिन जो राजनीतिक दिशा में ही सोचते हैं मैं उनको भी एडवाइज करना चाहूंगा, एक मित्र के रूप में एडवाइज करता हूं और सबको काम आएगी। हमारे देश में जब से विमेन रिजर्वेशन को लेकर के चर्चा हुई है और उसके बाद जब जब चुनाव आया है, हर चुनाव में महिलाओं को मिलने वाले इस अधिकार का जिसने विरोध किया है, जिसने विरोध किया है, देश की महिलाओं ने उन्हें माफ नहीं किया है।
ये बिल पारित होने के बाद, संविधान संशोधन होने के बाद कर्नाटक की संख्या हो जाएगी 28 से बढ़कर 42 और प्रतिशत लोकसभा में 816 में हो जाएगा 5.14। तो जरा भी नुकसान कर्नाटक को नहीं है। दूसरा राज्य है आंध्र प्रदेश, इनकी अभी 25 सीटें हैं आंध्र प्रदेश की, अब इसमें भी 50% लगभग वृद्धि होगी, तो सीटें हो जाएगी 38 और 4.60 की जगह 4.65% उनकी शक्ति हो जाएगी। तेलंगाना में 17 सीटें हैं अभी और उनकी शक्ति 543 के सदन में प्रतिशत 3.13 है। अब उसमें 50% की वृद्धि होगी और सीटें हो जाएगी 26 और 3.13 की जगह 3.18% उनकी क्षमता। तमिलनाडु की जनता को भी आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूं कि आपकी शक्ति कम नहीं होगी, बढ़ रही है।
मुख्य बात यह है कि आज आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने एक ब्रॉड अपील किया है। मुझे लगता है कि उस अपील के बाद कोई भी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी को किसी चीज का कंफ्यूजन में नहीं होना चाहिए और जो भ्रम फैलाया जा रहा था उसका भी प्रधानमंत्री जी ने बहुत साफ शब्दों में कहा है, किसी राज्य को, किसी रीजन को कोई नुकसान नहीं होने वाला है। और इतना अच्छा प्रधानमंत्री ने अपील करने के बाद कंफ्यूजन का कोई जगह नहीं है। उसके बाद गृह मंत्री अमित शाह जी ने आंकड़े दे करके दक्षिण भारत में जो भ्रम फैलाया था उसको फिर साफ किया। इसके बाद भी अगर कोई पार्टी विरोध करता है तो राजनीति के अलावा वो कुछ नहीं कर रहा है।
अब भारतीय जनता पार्टी नारी को नारा बनाने की कोशिश कर रही है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी इस आरक्षण को लेकर के भाजपा अपना नारी का नारा बनाना चाहती है और बदलने की कोशिश कर रही है। जिन्होंने नारी को अपने संगठन में नहीं रखा, उनके मान सम्मान के लिए कैसे रखेंगे?
इन्हीं 543 लोकसभा क्षेत्रों में से महिलाओं को 33% आरक्षण क्यों नहीं दिया? अगर पद खोने का डर नहीं है तो कुछ लोग अपना पद खो लें। इसी में से SC ST का जो दर्जा है, SC ST में महिलाओं का आरक्षण 33% हो जाए, 1/3 आरक्षण हो जाए, OBC का भी उचित आरक्षण हो जाए, आज पारित हो सकता है। शुभ काम भी हो जाएगा, बेवजह प्रक्रियाहीन परसीमन से देश का नुकसान भी नहीं होगा और काला टीका भी काम आ जाएगा।
आप अपने ही बिल में कह रहे हैं कि अगला जनगणना, अगला डिलिमिटेशन एक्सरसाइज में काफी समय लगेगा, तो इसका हम क्या समझे? इसका हम ये समझ सकते हैं कि कहीं ना कहीं आप वास्तविक रूप से महिला आरक्षण के पक्ष में नहीं हो। आप बार बार महिला आरक्षण में विभिन्न प्रकार के अटकलें ला रहे हो ताकि महिला आरक्षण को और पीछे किया जाए। और बाद में हो जो बात आसानी से हो सकती है, जो बात सरलता से हो सकती है, उसमें आप बार बार पेचीदा अटकलें लाके उसमें आप विलंब ला रहे हो। तभी आप 2023 में अगर आप हमारी बात सुनते तो 2024 में महिला आरक्षण आ जाता।
So you heard the best of parliamentary debates yesterday. Of course, that's keeping in mind the tradition of healthy debates that we have seen in Parliament. That's what was on display yesterday. Several good speakers, all parties trying to make their point rather effectively. We have Amit Bhardwaj joining us. Amit Bhardwaj, the government and its strategy on the floor of the House, what is likely to be in terms of the numbers?
Maria, already the numbers for the government is increasing. The YSRCP has extended their support to the government, which means that the number that we see 293 is swelling by 4 already 297, and you have other parties as well with whom there is consultation which is being held. There are independents, 7 independents, out of which at least 5 if the government is able to convince them, they could come in the support, because 2 at least of the independents are Congress supported MPs or Congress ideological, they share Congress ideology. But as far as the opposition benches are concerned, they have a straight formula. India bloc sources have told me the strategy for the day is no disruption, discipline, no walkout, and press the button. That's a 4-step strategy that India bloc leaders have been asked and appealed to follow today. So they would not indulge in disruption until unless there's a provocation from the other side. Yesterday we saw some kind of conversation happening between Arvind Sawant and BJP MP Nishikant Dubey. So otherwise, the plan is to keep the House, function to the House should function smoothly. They want to be disciplined. They are not going to come into the well or disrupt the proceeding, and eventually make their voice registered through pressing the button against the constitutional amendment bill. But it is very interesting, Maria. I had spoken to the ally of the Bharatiya Janata Party, one of the prominent ally of the Bharatiya Janata Party. I did ask them that where are you getting those numbers from, because 2/3 majority seems to be almost impossible the way the numbers are stacked up on both sides. They are hoping that at least 2 very important India bloc parties could actually stage a walkout or abstain the voting when it happens in the Lok Sabha around 4 p.m. today.
Which are these India bloc parties?
Is there any concrete conversation about it?
Yes.
Amit,
which are these India bloc parties?
Well, Maria, you are left with only 3 options to speculate on. Be it Samajwadi Party, be it DMK or the Trinamool Congress. But as far as DMK is concerned, they have made their message pretty clear. They are up against it. M.K. Stalin, the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, who is facing an election in the state right now, actually has tried to yield as much as possible benefit out of this delimitation debate or the row that has been triggered because of the Women Reservation bill and the Constitutional Amendment bill, which is tabled in the Parliament. So as far as DMK is concerned, I believe that cannot be on the list. So you are left to wonder whether it could be Samajwadi Party, whether it could be the Trinamool Congress, but both of these parties have their own issues rigged up as well, because Trinamool Congress is in straight battle with the Bharatiya Janata Party in the state of West Bengal.
Yes.
Samajwadi Party chief Akhilesh Yadav yesterday, yes.
And it's unlikely. I mean, it remains to be seen whether Akhilesh Yadav is the one and his Samajwadi Party MPs, whether they'll stage the walkout. And if that happens, let's look at it hypothetically. The Samajwadi Party, Amit, in the Lok Sabha has 37 MPs. If they stage a walkout, will the number come down to ensure the passage? Will it be enough?
Well, the arithmetic would be down. So let's assume that right now you have 540 members, and if Samajwadi Party stages a walkout, hypothetically, because their party supporters and sympathizers might be watching this broadcast as well. So hypothetically, those numbers would be coming down to 503. And in that case, the government would still need the number of 335 or 36 approximately. These are rough numbers that we are talking about. So even in that case, where do you get those extra 30? That is a big question, because I'm assuming again 293 plus you stack up 4 MPs from the YSRCP, that makes it 297, and then there are independent MPs as well. So overall the number for the government could go around 303 or 304 or maybe 306 as well. But how do you manage those extra 30 MPs? That's again a question, and that brings us back to the essential question whether there could be one party. The hope that is from the government side and the allies of the government is, only Samajwadi Party staging that walkout is not going to help the government's cause much, because even in that case they would need another roughly 30 to 34 votes more to ensure that the constitutional amendment bill is passed in the parliament, because other two bills are in connection with this particular bill. So it is very necessary to ensure that the first bill gets passed, the nod of the Lok Sabha, and that's where the India bloc has focused themselves as well, because I was pretty much also tracking the meeting of the India bloc. They said that we want to press that button in the Lok Sabha to block that first bill itself. Back to you.
Okay, Amit, thank you. So a lot of permutation combinations being worked out. So an important party which has over 30 MPs have to stage a walkout for the government to ensure the passage of this bill. Among these parties are the Samajwadi Party at 37, the DMK at 27 and Trinamool Congress at 28. DMK and TMC, both of them are taking on the BJP and in their respective states. These are two poll-bound states in the middle of elections, so they may not. Will Akhilesh Yadav-led Samajwadi Party stage a walkout? If that happens, will the numbers come down? And if that happens, will it be enough for the government to ensure the passage? We will be joined by Karti Chidambaram, Member of Parliament of the Congress Party, shortly. But before that, let me bring in the guests. Salim Dharnidharan is the spokesperson of the DMK. Girija Shetkar is the spokesperson of the Congress Party. Jyotsna is the spokesperson of the TDP. Nija Chaudhary, senior journalist, is joining us. I want to understand from you, Jyotsna, first, because you're the spokesperson of the TDP. The concerns of the southern parties may not be misplaced. Because even if it is proportionally increasing based on the current strength of the parliament, it is still being seen as disproportionate, or should I say they are disadvantaged because of the manner in which they have implemented the family planning methods. Then the TDP's stand is in complete contrast to all the parties in southern states. Of course, you are the alliance partner. We expect you to be backing the government, and that's what it appears to be.
Maria, I think even if we are a part of the government or if not, the point is for us, the first and foremost thing remains our state interests and our state's benefit, first and foremost. That's what is Telugu Desam Party, took its birth for, to be very honest. We have been born for the benefit and good of the Telugu people, and we'll just keep doing that work all through our life. Now, Maria, time and again, I think it's a false propaganda. It's a fake narrative that's been built. I'll tell you why here, because when the point of delimitation was got, Maria, the first and foremost thing they said was it would be done on population basis. If you remember, almost some months back. Then we actually, from Telugu Desam Party also, we spoke against it. We said, see, we are the ones, not only Andhra Pradesh, but
Ma'am, just hold on to your
states.
thoughts. I'm going to cut across to our newsmaker who's joining us, whose tweet just 30 seconds ago has created quite a news. We are being joined by Congress MP Karti Chidambaram. Mr. Chidambaram, appreciate your time this morning. You have just put out a tweet in which you are saying that the delimitation is a sales pitch by the government. Is like that of an insurance salesman. They say one thing and the fine print says something else. What is in it? What have you read in the fine print is what the government is not saying, according to you?
First of all, we have to, de-link the two issues. One is women's reservation, the other is delimitation. But the government is now mixing up both, exactly like insurance salesmen who sell you a mutual fund investment plan along with an insurance policy. So that's what they do. And further, what they say on the floor of the House or through their, press leaks and through their press statements is one thing, and what is there in the fine print is something else. Our position is that, yes, we are for women's reservation. Let's do it right away within the strength of the House of 543. We have serious objections to increasing the strength of the House. When they say that, we are only going to increase the strength of the House proportionately for everybody, but that's not what the bill says. The bill says that there's going to be a delimitation and a reorganization of seats even among states based on the 2011 population. Means the population of India at that time was 121 crores. If you are going to allot 850 parliamentary seats, it's about 14 lakhs per parliamentary seat. And if you redraw that, there are certain states who will have a big spike. Some states will remain flat. Some states will have a very marginal increase. So that's not fair. We believe that's not fair and even the equal proportionate increase is also not fair because while the ratios remain the same, the absolute numbers become different. And we are in the first past the post or a halfway mark majority government. So that delta becomes even greater to reach the halfway mark.
Then how will it be implemented, Mr. Chidambaram? My question is...
Just implement it as it is. Just have 543 members. See, the United States Congress has remained at 400 odd for almost centuries now, maybe more than 100 years, even though the population of America has increased. You see, increasing the number of MPs doesn't make governance better. People are confusing. MPs are not administrative heads of their constituencies. We are only here, only in the legislature. And if you make a house of 850 people, there will hardly be any meaningful debate. I mean, the speaker hardly gives us time with the house of 543. I mean, he can't remember most people's names. With 850 people, it'll just become a big, like a big convention hall. There won't be any meaningful debate. There won't be any time. A larger house does not mean a more effective house. More MPs does not mean better governance. I think we are fine with 543. We need to cap it at that. And we are absolutely fine in allocating 1/3 of the seats as it stands today to women. I mean, on whatever, maybe on a three-term rotational basis or whatever formula they want to come up with. I'm fine with that. But increasing the seats will be tremendously unfair to many, many states, particularly to Tamil Nadu.
So you are saying that it should not be on the basis of 2011 census, wait till 2026 and then implement it. After the 2026 census...
But I am personally opposed to a pure population-linked parliamentary house. I'm not accepting that because I think we are... First, yes, I believe that everybody's vote is equal, but I also believe states have rights. So you have to balance both. And so increasing the number of seats purely on the metrics of population is unacceptable to me.
So what will be the metrics then? What are you proposing?
I don't know. We can debate about it. Let's send it to an expert committee. Let's talk about various metrics. We don't have to sort it out right now in this conversation you and I are having. We can put many thinking heads. We can look at international models, but we can do women's reservation right away. Let's reserve 1/3 of the seats for women in the 543. I'm not at all against that at all. I'm batting for it very, very strongly. Let's do it within this 543 right away. How to increase the size of the house, what should be the formula, or should we increase the size of the house itself is a separate debate. Why are we mixing up women's reservation with delimitation? They are two separate things. Delimitation need not be mixed up with the women's reservation at all.
Okay, my last question, because in 2023, when the Parliament passed the women's reservation, the fact is that it's an act. We are mistaking women's reservation as a bill. It's not a bill, it's an act already of Parliament. Now it is about implementation. We have to specify that, Karti, because there seems to be a lot of confusion around it. It's already an act of Parliament. It's about implementation, and that's why that linking process is being opposed by opposition parties such as the Congress Party. The government says that there were these fears with regards to the Delimitation Commission. The composition of the Delimitation Commission is similar to what was there during the Congress Party's regime. So there should not be any doubt with regards to it. They are ensuring continuity only. So all those concerns that the Congress, the Trinamool and other parties had was that the CEC would be part of the Delimitation Commission, and you have raised concerns with regards to that office.
As I said, delimitation is a completely separate debate. We can have a separate debate about delimitation, how we are going to do it, whether the population is only going to be the metrics, which population base are we going to take, is it going to be a new census or the old census? That's a completely separate issue. But the government has thrown deviously has summoned parliament in the middle of an election which is happening in Tamil Nadu and in Bengal. And what is the haste? What is the hurry? I mean, they are not allotting women seats now. The next election is in 2029. Unless the government, what is the hurry of summoning parliament, trying to force us to vote, and by linking it to delimitation? So, as I said, this is a googly and a Chinaman. I mean, there's some devious agenda is here, some underhand agenda is here. I can't believe this government at all. I mean, this government's intentions are not clean. There is obviously some agenda. Otherwise, why do you want to summon parliament 1 week before polling in Bengal and in Tamil Nadu? Were you hoping that members from Parliament from Bengal and Tamil Nadu won't show up? Yes, this requires a serious discussion. It requires maybe special hearings. We should open it out to public hearings as well. Look at other models. Yes, we'll do it. I'm not saying I have a perfect formula, but there's no reason to link the women's reservation with delimitation. Women's reservation can happen immediately. I mean, all the assemblies which are going forward the next year onwards, the next election, next cycle of elections can have 1/3 right away. Why link it to delimitation? Delimitation is has got serious consequences. And that's not something which we can just agree to just because the government gives an assurance on the floor of the House, says something in an interview, writes something else in the bill. We can't agree to all those things.
All right, Karti Chidambaram, I appreciate your time. Thank you for joining us. You'll be heading to the Lok Sabha. So thank you. Let me go back to Jyotsna, who continues to be with us, national spokesperson of the TDP. You heard the concerns that the opposition has, Jyotsna. Why link the two processes?
Maria, I am, as a women politician, I'm actually not looking at the linking or delinking. I'm just, praying God that at least now this happens.
Yes.
And even after 27 to 30 years of waiting, we are still debating, we are still fighting, we are still, talking about the pros and cons of a women reservation bill, which is the, I think, the right of a women. Here, it's not, we are not talking about roles and things like that, Maria. Honestly, yes. One thing is very sure that the bill is already passed. There is nothing like it needs to be passed again. It's just the implementation part, which all of us wanted it to happen ASAP. In fact, if you ask me on a personal note, Maria, I would say that it should have happened in 24 itself. Right? Then we should have had more people
Absolutely.
As women parliamentarians there. So, but abhi nahi to kabhi nahi, Maria. That's what I feel. That's what I feel personally.
Okay. And abhi nahi to kabhi nahi, Girija Shetkar is the concern of a woman leader here. What are your thoughts, Girija? Shouldn't all women leaders across parties come together and put pressure on their leaders to come on board for the implementation? Come up with a formula, ensure that it is implemented from 2029. Let there be disagreements, but let there be a timeline as well.
No, Myra, the way the bill comes into act is very important, because if the number of seats are going to be increased around 300, the 200 seats are going to be increased in the north, and the south is going to get around 65 seats. So there is already a discrimination between the north and the south women. So, and there's also reservation part of the OBC which has been linked to the caste census. So either give women reservation in the 33% that is already present now in 543, or wait till the new census, then the delimitation, then give OBC reservation with the women reservation. The way how it is done is very important, not just sidelining the important issues like OBCs and all. If they want to implement, I wish like it would have been implemented in 2023 itself. But I was surprised to see last night that the act came into action from 16th April. That is surprising. When the bill is passed like a couple of years ago, but how can it come into action now? And then the amendments of the bill are being discussed in a hurry. And that's why it is linked to delimitation. Because there is 49 to 50% of women. Everybody knows that. Why it has to be linked to the census or the delimitation? The only advantage that it can have is the OBC women also can be included here. So I think doing the Women Reservation Bill in the right way and delinking it from the delimitation.
Let me
is
take the
right
opening comment also from Salim Dharnidharan, and then I'm coming to you, ma'am. Jyotsna. Just a word. Salim Dharnidharan, go ahead.
It's preposterous. Why couldn't have the government done in the last 12 years? Both are not related, women reservation and delimitation. In fact, even the delimitation commission has two functions. One is to redraw based on, one is to increase the number of constituencies or decrease the number of constituencies based on the population. And number two is the redraw boundaries and assign reserved seats and non-reserved seats, which means based on the 1976 freeze, only the first function, that is to increase or decrease the number of constituencies based on population, has been frozen, and the delimitation commission still meets, and the second function has been happening. So only based on that itself, which women reservation could be given without no change whatsoever in the constitution, if you get what I mean. But why is that they have to link both and then just announce it 48 hours before and then pass a bill that is far reaching as altering the way in which the parliament is going to work? For example, Tamil Nadu and Pondicherry has 40 seats, UP has about 80 seats. So then, even if it's proportion, Tamil Nadu seats becomes 60, Tamil Nadu Pondicherry becomes 60, and UP and BR UP becomes 120, which means the difference in seats of 40 becomes 60. But more importantly, even if it's proportional increase, that is not mentioned in the bill. So why is it not mentioned in the bill? So we know the reputation of the BJP. We've known how they've tried to stifle democracy, and you're coupling both, which is not needed to be done. And second, what they are saying is not mentioned in the bill.
Okay.
So then how am I supposed to trust them as an opposition? Should I just say, no, I trust the BJP? No.
It's essentially trust deficit. And about the method.
Not just
Jyotsna?
No, I have a valid question. Why is it not in the bill that is going to be a proportional increase? Why are you coupling both? Those are two questions. Increase in number of seats in parliament is a different matter. Women reservation, different matter. Why are these both linked together?
Okay.
And secondly and foremost, why is it that it's not mentioned in the bill that the seats will be proportionately increased? Because delimitation as such is in the constitution, and the freeze is already over. So which means whatever happens, the delimitation council will happen, and number of seats will increase as per the population of each state until and unless something is done about it.
Okay. Jyotsna?
Maria, my concern was, see, in 2010 when the bill was presented, they had an objection regarding quota in quota, that is the OBC quota. If you remember, Maria. Now they are coming up with one more objection. So my point is, first and foremost, these are very, very basic and primitive, and I think I would say very, very primary steps, baby steps, what we call, Maria, baby steps. Aaj ke tarik mein, we are at least trying to get on more women on board, isn't it? So let's assume, if I take everything else of, forget about that I'm a TDP spokesperson and everybody else is not a politician. Let's take it on a very, that note, Maria. If we take like that, if I go with 543, I'll have only 170 odd women parliamentarians. If I go with 800 and odd, I'll have 270, 280 women parliamentarians there. Okay, and again, my another problem is, please do not make an attempt to, bring in the South-North divide here. Nothing is of that sort.
Okay. So there is
I'm from a party which belongs to the southern part of India, and we have in fact been one of the most. Sir, 1 second. We have in fact been the single largest party, and we were the opposition party also back then. So we are here to protect the rights and, as I said, the benefits of our people. Yes, obviously. Now, why am I saying this is, if it happens on population basis, definitely we'll lose because we were the most, efficient ones in terms of population control. Now, now each state, when it gets its 50% share, increase in the number of seats, it's absolutely seats. So there is a delinking that has happened between population and seats. So we should at least understand that.
Can I comment quickly?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Why is it that nowhere written in the bill that seats are going to proportionately increase per seat? How is that you prepare a bill without the without the important aspect of the bill which you claim to be? Right. So that is the whole point here. Why is it not mentioned in the bill? Is it inefficiency, or is it a sinister plan that is behind, or oversight? What it is?
Okay.
And
Jyotsna, because of the inherent trust deficit that we are seeing, between the treasury benches and opposition. That's what is playing out. So what is being
Maria, it's
spoken
not-
is also, and if the opposition says that it's not part of the bill, mention it in the bill, they'll come on board, it'll be passed, we'll be seeing more women in the 2029 Lok Sabha.
Maria, it's not trust issues, Maria. It's they don't want anything good happen to the country. That's
No,
the
it's a
entire
simple question.
problem.
Why isn't the
I'm
proportion
sorry.
the presentation
I'm
bring?
sorry, sir. It has
So
been
it
very
is not
clearly mentioned yesterday on the floor of the House by the honorable, ministers also. We have to see that. And again, today they said they are open for discussions. Again, now it is the same thing that's going to happen. So definitely, I think this is something that can be taken in a concern that is from the opposition. We can probably go and speak about it. There's nothing wrong. But my point is, based on that, do not stop the Women Reservation Bill. That's my sincere and humble request to you. Don't, at least now, don't deny the women of India their right.
Okay.
If you have a concern, definitely raise it. If you have a concern, as you rightly said, Selamji, raise it.
Our concern is that in the fine print,
No, Maria.
it is not-
Maria, can I come here quickly? I want to add one more important point. Maria,
Yes.
Go ahead. The point I want to add is, Maria, very simple. Today, the parliament can only say that we want to bring about women reservation. All the parties will say yes. So 181 seats for women are reserved, 33%. And then later, before the election also, what they could do is they could increase the seats after discussing with the states and then bringing in a proper bill, not a haphazard bill. Then when the seats are anyways going to increase by 50%, women's seats are also going to increase. What they're going to do now will be happening. So right now, the union government, if the woman is the only...
Let me bring in Neerja Chaudhary now.
But my
Neerja
point is,
Chaudhary.
last line.
Yes.
If you're going to a bank, right, and the manager says, I'm going to give you a loan at interest of 7%, but the document in which you're going to sign on the percentage of loan does not have interest rate mentioned at all. Will you take such a loan based on the word of the bank?
Okay, that's what Karti Chidambaram just now said. It's about a pitch of an insurance salesman. Neerja Chaudhary, the real, the devil is in the details.
That's right. That's absolutely right. But it's a clear divide between the government side and the opposition this time. And the sense of the opposition is de-link the D word from women's reservation. That's a very clear sense coming. Now that is very different from the stand in 2010, when the bill was passed in the upper house. Now, but we moved forward in that. That means the women's constituency has put pressure on all these parties to take a different stand. Because whatever they said, they paid lip sympathy, but what we have seen, those of us who tracked this bill from 1997, that whatever they said, internally within every party, there was a powerful group opposed to the bill. So you can talk about OBCs not getting enough of a due. You talked about Parkati, lipsticated women taking over, having a run of the place instead of the OBC and Dalit women. How can in Ottawa and Mainpuri a woman, a lipsticated urban woman, win an election, an upper caste woman win an election when there is a dominance of OBCs? You'll have to field OBC women. But the fact that all opposition parties today are united saying that go back to 543, give 1/3 reservation, that seems the simplest way out. But the reason why the government may have linked it to delimitation at that time was this inherent fear in male MPs. And let me say this, that the male MPs are not against women. They've passed many pro-women laws in parliament. It is the fear of losing their seat in this guillotine of 1/3. So today they are prepared to lose those 1/3 seats. So that I think, can that be a solution? I don't know. You'll have to have a...
We don't know what really is the solution now. Because the opposition doesn't seem to be coming on board. Have there been some back channel communication? The government is counting on some abstentions to ensure the bill is passed. Of course, the real test will happen on the floor of the House sometime from now. Thank you for joining us this morning. Thank you to all the guests. Let's listen in to some fresh political reactions which have come in now.
அதுக்கு ஜால்ரா போடக்கூடிய அதிமுகவும் ஏற்படுத்தி இருக்கக்கூடிய பேராபத்து தமிழ்நாட்டோட குரலை ஒடுக்க பாஜக போடக்கூடிய சதி திட்டம்தான் தொகுதி மறு சீரமைப்பு. அதனை வெளிப்படையாக எதிர்க்கிறதுக்கு கூட முதுகெலும் பெற்ற கூட்டம்தான் அதிமுக. தமிழ்நாட்டில் எலெக்ஷன் தேர்தல் நடக்கிற நேரத்தில் திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகத்தினுடைய எம்பிக்கள் எல்லாரும் பிரச்சாரத்தில் இருப்பாங்க. இந்த கேப்ல ஸ்பெஷல் செக்ஷனை சிறப்பு கூட்டத்தை கூட்டி இந்த சட்டத்தை நிறைவேற்றிடலாம் என்று பாஜக நினைச்சது. மகளிர் இடஒதுக்கீடுன்னு அவங்க சொல்றது பொம்மாத்து வேலை. உண்மையிலே அதுதான் நோக்கம்னா 2023 மகளிர் இடஒதுக்கீடு மசோதாவை நிறைவேற்றின போது 2029க்கு பிறகு அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க. ஏன் அப்படி சொன்னாங்க? ஏன்னா மகளிர் முன்னேற்றம் இவங்க நோக்கம் இல்லை. இவங்க நோக்கம் RSS விரும்புகிற ஒரே நாடு ஒரே அரசு. அதுக்காகத்தான் அரசியல் சட்டத்தை காலில் மிதிச்சு இவ்வளவு அட்டுழியங்களையும் செய்கிறாங்க. இதை எப்படி தமிழ்நாடு பொறுத்துக்கொள்ள முடியும்? தமிழ்நாட்டில் இருக்கிற கடைகோடி மனிதர்களும் இன்னைக்கு எதிர்த்து பேசிக்கிட்டு இருக்கிறோம். இந்த அநீதிக்கும் ஆதரவாக பேசுகிற ஒரு மனிதர் இருக்கிறார்னா அவர்தான் அரசியலில் அவமானமாக பார்க்கப்படுகிற அடிமை சாமி. புரியுதா? அடிமை சாமி யாரும் சொல்றேன்னு.
Now we are again requesting the government to withdraw the bill and call an all-party meeting and have a consensus on all these things. We are ready for that consensus. Think about it. If we are not moving, then we will take ours.
Sir, Home Minister,
they could have called a all-party meeting before this legislation. They can speak all these things at that all-party meeting, which they never done. Now they are talking all these things. Let us see.
Telugudesam Party had always been in the forefront when it comes to women's rights and women's empowerment. In fact, Andhra Pradesh is the first state in the country under the leadership of the then Chief Minister Sri N.T. Ramarao Garu, our founding leader, our party founder. Andhra Pradesh is the first state to give equal share in property to women. That is our commitment to women empowerment. So we will wholeheartedly support this Women Reservation Bill. All our women MLAs, MLCs and honorable ministers have already reached Delhi to celebrate this momentous occasion.
इन लोगों के लिए शब्दों का चयन जाने कहां से क्या इतिहास बनने जा रहा है भाई? इतिहास तो पहले ही बन चुका था. ये कानून पास हो चुका है कि नहीं हो चुका है सर्वसम्मति से? तब इतिहास नहीं बना था. उस इतिहास को मिटाने का काम क्यों कर रहे हैं ये लोग? इस सरकार से ज्यादा अनएथिकल और बेईमान कोई सरकार हो ही नहीं सकती है. जिस पर चर्चा चल रही हो उस दौरान आप नोटिफिकेशन करें. दुनिया में कहीं ऐसा नहीं हुआ कभी भी, और सो भी डेमोक्रेटिक कंट्री में. We are ashamed of it.
Let me bring in Charu Pragya of the BJP now, who joins me here in the studio. Charu, the question will be asked, how will the bill be passed?
Good morning. Maria, in spite of all the conversation that is going around in a negative way from the opposition, I'm still hopeful that at the end of the day, they will come together and press the correct button, because women need to be in parliament. And this is a necessity not just for women. This is important for our country to prosper, to progress, and for us to become Viksit Bharat with the aim that we have set out. So any political party today that refrains from voting for this particular bill, I am going to declare this are anti-women, are anti-progress.
Charu, the opposition is saying that why link delimitation to this entire exercise of implementation? If you're indeed sincere, follow 33% reservation in the current strength of the parliament.
Correct. And they keep shifting the goalpost, of course, but if this is also their question, let me tell you this. One, we are not displacing anybody who's already in parliament, and that's an important thing. Two, there are small regional parties in our country, 17 political parties with 1 seat, 8 political parties with just 2 seats. What's going to happen to them? And look at the population of India, 140 crore plus. And what is the strength of our Lok Sabha? It's only 543. The only country that can compete with this kind of a population is China. And how many MPs do they have? They have nearly 3,000 MPs, 2,977 to be exact. So for better administration, for faster, more rapid progress, for people to have a better connect with their local leader, I think this is the necessity of the hour. And Maria, when the current Lok Sabha was made, when the new parliament was made, the Lok Sabha chamber was made keeping in mind that the strength of our parliament is going to increase.
So let's
come
to the numbers.
And the new
what is the
entrants will be
government's
women.
calculation for ensuring the passage today?
So, like I said, I'm hoping that they will come together and vote. I'm at least appealing to all the women to vote for the right side and stay on the right side of history. Because today, it is not PM Modi who's seeking credit. It is you who is going to get credit if you vote and if you pass this bill. And Modi ji said this in Parliament yesterday beautifully. He said he's not looking for credit at all. Today, you want to talk about the Panchayat bill, you want to talk about Rajiv Gandhi ji, talk about this also in the same way, in the same manner.
All right, Charu, thank you. In fact, a piece of breaking news coming in now that Rahul Gandhi, the leader of opposition in the Lok Sabha, will be speaking on the women's reservation issue at 3 p.m. Rahul Gandhi will speak in the Lok Sabha at 3 p.m. Yesterday, it was Priyanka Gandhi Vadra who was leading the Congress's charge. Today, it is Rahul Gandhi who will be speaking in Parliament, which will be followed by the final reply of Home Minister Amit Shah, because these bills, one of them have been tabled by Home Minister Amit Shah, and at 4 p.m. or 4:30, 5 p.m. is when we can expect the bill will be put to vote. This remains our top focus here on India Today. A quick break and then we return.
करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री यूपीआई क्यूआर ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
जिंदगी में आगे बढ़ना है तो खुद से आगे निकलना होगा। जब दिल में हो जज्बा तो रास्तों की क्या जुर्रत जो हमारी उड़ान को रोक सके। बीकेटी टायर्स, दे लॉन्ग टायर लाइफ, एक्सेप्शनल रोड ग्रिप और अनमैच्ड कंफर्ट। बीकेटी टायर्स, elevate your drive.
Character, the taste of success.
Like I said before, we better own the sins. Like I said before, we better own the sins.
Across Bengal, from winding lanes to sweeping landscapes, from the voices that echo to the ones that remain unheard. On the ground, there's never just one story. This is Election Dispatch.
As West Bengal takes the field, this isn't just a match, it's a high-stakes showdown. Different teams, different formations. Who's controlling the midfield? Who's making the decisive pass? From the ground, reading every move, decoding the game that decides it all. Election News Track, only on India Today.
character, the taste of success.
जिंदगी में आगे बढ़ना है तो खुद से आगे निकलना होगा। जब दिल में हो जज्बा तो रास्तों की क्या जुर्रत जो हमारी उड़ान को रोक सके। BKT टायर्स, their long tire life, exceptional road grip और unmatched comfort. BKT टायर्स, elevate your drive.
Well, how many times have you simply picked up an eye drop over the counter without even thinking twice about what could possibly be going into it? So why am I asking you this question? Well, there is a reason. The government has issued a warning. Unapproved eye drops for dry eyes could be putting your eyes at risk instead of giving you relief. Well, the government, through Delhi's All India Institute of Medical Sciences, has asked states to stop selling certain eye drops that contain sodium hyaluronate. The government says it may not have the correct regulatory approval. So what exactly is sodium hyaluronate? And what then is the problem here? Officials say these drops, eye drops, fall under the category of a new drug, which means they must be cleared before being sold. Without approval, their safety and effectiveness remain unverified. Experts are advising people to use only doctor-prescribed eye drops and to buy medicines only from trusted sources. The fact is, even simple dry eye drops can be risky if unapproved. They may worsen irritation, increase dryness and raise infection risk. Doctors are advising that one must check a label. Consult your doctor before use.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Watching India Today.
All right, it's a decision day for the Delimitation Bill in Parliament. We've seen marathon debates on the House, and today it's an important vote that's going to take place. The voting at 4 this evening. We're getting you the very latest in Parliament House on the passage of the possible package of the Women's Reservation Bill. What is expected? What is the opposition now saying? I'm Sneha Mordani. As always, let's begin with the headlines first. Opposition is unconvinced on the bill in spite of government assurances. Opposition says bill reeks of politics. Amit Shah has rejected fear-mongering by the opposition. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's big Nari Shakti message amid the Parliament session says Nari Shakti is hallmark of a strong India, claims mothers and sisters are pride of India. TCS conversion case explodes. Complainant releases disturbing video. Forced to wear skull cap in video. Says forced to offer namaz. Trump claims US struck nuke deal with Iran. Says Iran gave strong statement that they don't have nuke weapons even beyond 20 years. Says may travel to Pakistan for Iran truce.
We have a statement, very powerful statement, that they will not have beyond 20 years, that they will not have nuclear weapons. That's beyond. There's no 20-year limit.
Trump declares another ceasefire. Israel, Lebanon all set for truce. Hezbollah confirms 1-week truce. Now all eyes on US-Iran peace talks 2.0. And we have some news just coming in. The opposition is in a huddle ahead of the Parliament session. Big opposition meeting happening as we speak over the Delimitation Bill in Parliament. Here's what our sources are telling us. The opposition party's stand remains the same, that they will continue to oppose this bill is what we're learning at this point in time. Even as they sit in a huddle on your screens at this point in time, the opposition meeting. Remember, voting on the bills in Lok Sabha to amend the women's quota law and setting up of the Delimitation Commission is going to be held at 4. Before that, the opposition is meeting. Rahul has more on that. Rahul, what else are you picking up as far as the opposition's position vis-a-vis these bills are concerned? I think the stand really is clear that they will continue to oppose the delimitation. They've said we are not upset with the exercise per se, but the manner in which it is being done, where states have not been taken into account, our voices have not been taken into account, is what they say.
Well, the adverse stance of opposition bloc, against the delimitation bill that has been brought in by the government has become a sort of a rallying point for bringing all the political parties, at least that are part of opposition camp, to go against the government. And therefore, you saw, these visuals at around 10 a.m. All the prominent parties of India bloc, they met at LOP Mallikarjun Kharge's chamber, and in fact, they have decided how to go ahead with the floor coordination. Remember, at 4 p.m. there's going to be a vote on these, on this important bill, and we have to understand that the opposition has been decrying that the current government is actually trying to, politically weaken the southern states. At the same time, they are trying to take away say from many communities. In fact, if you remember, Rahul Gandhi in fact tweeted saying that this is not actually a bill to empower women, but this is actually hissa chori, wherein he said that the rights or the political say of communities like ST minorities, it will be taken away in the name of delimitation. So therefore, we are seeing a very aggressive opposition bloc. They are saying that they're not going to allow this to happen on the floor of the House. Yesterday also, when Priyanka Gandhi Vadra spoke for almost 21 minutes. In fact, she listed out, all the parameters which she believed or the opposition bloc believe is actually going to be harmful for our democracy in the longer run. So clearly, in a way, you can say that daggers are out between Treasury and opposition benches. And we are also learning from our sources that around 3 p.m., Rahul...
आज महिलाओं का दिन है, तो महिलाओं के बारे में बोलो। सभा पटल पर रखे जाने वाले पत्र आइटम नंबर 1 श्री पद यशो नाइक।
आदरणीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं आपकी अनुमति से आज की संशोधित कार्यसूची की क्रम संख्या 1 पर मेरे नाम के सामने सूचीबद्ध दस्तावेजों को सदन के पटल पर रखता हूं।
आइटम नंबर 2 श्रीमती अनुप्रिया पटेल।
प्रिया पटेल।
संसदीय कार्य मंत्री जी,
धन्यवाद।
व्यवस्था बनाए रखो।
धन्यवाद अध्यक्ष महोदय। मैं आपकी अनुमति से लोकसभा की संशोधित कार्यसूची के क्रम संख्या 2 पर अंकित दस्तावेज जो श्रीमती अनुप्रिया पटेल स्वास्थ्य और परिवार कल्याण मंत्रालय से संबंधित है, आपकी इजाजत से सदन के पटल पर रखता हूं। थैंक यू सर।
आइटम नंबर 3 श्री केसी वेणुगोपाल।
Thank you, Speaker sir. Sir, I wish to present the Hindi and English version of the 45th, 46th and 47th report of the Public Accounts Committee as listed against my name in today's list of business at serial number 3.
Item number 4, Sri Anurag Singh Thakur.
Proceedings of the House begin. In fact, we're seeing these images coming in from Lok Sabha at this point in time. What we also are learning is that the leader of the opposition, Rahul Gandhi, would be speaking in the House at about 3, and there would be voting at 4 today. Remember, this discussion, the special session, viewers, has been called with regard to the possible passage of the Women's Reservation Bill. and the 33% reservation linked to the 106th constitutional amendment, and it has been linked to the delimitation process also, designed to be effective for the 2029 Lok Sabha elections. The Prime Minister and this government has been emphasizing on the importance.
वो एक प्रोसेस है, प्रोसेस को कोई विषय ना बने। मैं अभी
Reactions also coming in. Voting happens today at 4. This aimed at amending the Women's Reservation Law.
अब बिल तो वो पास है ना, 2023 का बिल है जिसको कांग्रेस ने, डीएमके ने, टीएमसी ने सबने पास किया है, सभी विपक्षी दल ने पास किया, वो तो पास बिल है। 2/3 बहुमत, 2/3 सीटें जो है उसमें आरक्षित होंगी। कल प्रियंका जी ने भी बहुत अच्छा प्रपोजल दिया कि 543 में ही आप कर लीजिए। तो वो एक्ट कहता है कि पॉपुलेशन के आधार पर अभी जो बिल है वो कह रहा है कि प्रोपोर्शन के हिसाब से करेंगे, और जिसमें साउथ इंडिया की कुछ सीटें बढ़ेंगी, जो कल माननीय गृह मंत्री जी ने कहा। लेकिन वो जो एक्ट हमने पास किया और जो संविधान कहता है, एक्ट मतलब हमने पास किया जो बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर जी का संविधान है, जिसके ऊपर की 525 से 550 सीटें हुई थी 1973-74 में, उसके हिसाब से क्या होने वाला है, डिलिमिटेशन तो होगा ही होगा, वो तो सिंपल मेजोरिटी से होगा। उत्तर प्रदेश को 87 सीट मिलेगी और तमिलनाडु की सीट हो जाएगी केवल 29। आज जो 39 सीट है वो केवल हो जाएगी 29, और राजस्थान की सीट जो 25 है वो हो जाएगी 32, और केरल की सीट जो 19 है वो हो जाएगी 14। अब ये तय करना है इनको कि साउथ इंडिया के साथ कांग्रेस को अन्याय करना है कि हमारे बिल को पास करना। अब सारा चीज उनके माथे पर है।
A series of reactions coming in even as the House convenes at this point in time, viewers, with the possible, what we're learning is that there would be voting on this bill today, and that's happening at 4, and the leader of the opposition, Rahul Gandhi, would be speaking at 3. He's leading the charge in Lok Sabha today. He is going to be speaking at 3 is what we're learning. So voting on 3 bills in Lok Sabha aimed at amending the Women's Reservation Law, establishing a delimitation commission is scheduled to take place today. I'm going straight across to Rahul Gautam for more details on that story at this point in time. I hear that Rahul Gandhi would be leading the opposition's charge at 3 p.m. but also the position of the opposition remains the same, Rahul, vis-a-vis this bill. What are you learning on what is expected as far as the opposition stand before the voting takes place? Also talk to us about the numbers. How do they look like?
Sneha, the opposition is insisting, again and again that they are not against Women Reservation Bill, as they had supported it back in 2023 when the government had bring in, Nari Vandan, Women Reservation Bill. In fact, they are saying that the manner in which they are delinking this with census, the latest census that is of 2026, this only shows that how the very intent of the government is not to empower women, but to politically weaken southern states wherein, where the BJP has low presence. So clearly, this is what they are alleging. Now, we have to understand that the numbers are not just in favor of government. The government would need at least 364 Lok Sabha MPs to pass these constitutional amendments. Now, as we speak, NDA has around 293 Lok Sabha MPs, while the opposition camp has around 240 MPs. There are other MPs also who are not aligned with NDA or with India Bloc, then their number is around 12. So clearly, without breaking the opposition unity, it is very unlikely that these bills are going to see the light. And one thing is very important here, that the government, this is what the government sources are telling us, the government is pretty hopeful that they're going to get these bills passed today when the voting will take place around 4 p.m. So, as you rightly mentioned that yesterday it was Priyanka Gandhi.
The Prime Minister has arrived in the upper house is what we're learning at this point in time. Also, images on your screen of the leader of the house, in fact, the leader of the upper house, JP Nada, along with the Congress President, senior leader of the opposition, in the house, Mallikarjun Kharge. Pictures are from Raj Sabha at this point in time, where you saw both JP Nada and Mallikarjun Kharge. And images on your screen are from the upper house, the House of Elders. The Prime Minister is also in the House, is what we're learning at this point in time. These are details emerging even as the session is set to begin.
Felicitations to the Deputy Chairman, Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
सर, आपको धन्यवाद देता हूं कि मुझे इस सदन में हमारे डिप्टी चेयरमैन का जो चुनाव हुआ उनका अभिनंदन करने के लिए मौका मिला। उपसभापति महोदय, इस प्रतिष्ठित पद पर आपको तीसरे काल के लिए मैं बधाई और शुभकामना देना चाहता हूं। मुझे फिर से राज्यसभा कक्ष में आपके साथ बैठने का और एक अवसर मिले। अच्छा पड़ोसी है। इस संदर्भ में मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि उपसभापति का पद वास्तव में आपके चुनाव द्वारा सीख बल्कि पहले ही उपलब्ध अवसर पर भर दिया गया है। ये फॉर्चुनेट है कि इतना क्विक इलेक्शन कौन सा भी नहीं हुआ और ये भाग्यशाली है।
श्रीमती के कनिमोजी, आगे बुलाएं। आप नहीं बोलना है, बोलना शुरू करें। मैं देता हूँ इस पे व्यवस्था। अभी मैं व्यवस्था की व्यवस्था करता हूँ। प्लीज बैठे। अभी बेनू जी प्लीज, अभी मैं दे रहा हूँ। हाँ अभी करते हैं प्लीज। अरे आप मत करो डिबेट, माननीय सदस्य प्लीज। मैं अभी करता हूँ व्यवस्था इसकी, प्लीज बैठिए। श्रीमती अभी करते हैं।
What is it? The point is government
श्रीमती के
previous bill. So why are we discussing amendment?
Yes, thank you, sir. Sir, the colleagues here have raised a very important point. The government has passed the bill, notified it, and what is the point? Last night at nearly at around 10 o'clock. And what is the point in the discussion over here after you've notified it?
Yes.
This is what we want. We want a clarification on that, sir.
Most important.
And I stand before this house, not just as a member of Parliament, not as a member of the Dravid.
When the Parliament debated this bill,
exactly how can
Parliament Supreme Court. Yes.
They are not Supreme Court.
What is the logic of this bill? Sir, how can we debate it when it's gazetted?
ओबीसी साहब, मैंने हाँ पर रखी ना आपसे, इस पे कर रहा हूँ मैं। अभी कराते हैं, अभी करते हैं, अभी करते हैं, सब करा देंगे। अभी ओबीसी जी अभी करते हैं, अभी करते हैं प्लीज। कनिमोजी के बाद व्यवस्था देता हूं मैं, अभी कुछ व्यवस्था कनिमोजी को बोलने दें, अभी उनका विषय बोलने दें। नो ओबीसी जी, ओके। कनिमोजी को बोलने दें। गौरव जी अभी करते हैं, अभी।
I stand before this house today not just as a member of Parliament or as a representative of the Dravida Munnetra Kazhagam, but as a voice of the 8 crore people of Tamil Nadu who've been told in the midst of our state elections that their votes will count less and their voice in this Parliament will be diminished. And furthermore, it's really shocking that yesterday we are discussing the bill here. You've taken your own time to notify. And yesterday, when we discussed, you've called us here, we are discussing the bill here, and then what is the need and what is the necessity to notify it yesterday? What is the meaning? What is the respect you have for this House? Sir, the government has introduced 3 bills in this special session, called in haste and time to disrupt the ongoing elections in my state and many states. And I raised to oppose these bills on the behalf of my party and my state. Let me start by saying that these 3 bills, disguised as if they are in support of the reservation of women, constitute the single greatest assault on Indian federal structure. Let me begin at the beginning, because this government always counts on the public not knowing the history. The history of the delimitation in India is at its heart the history of a promise made by the Parliament to the people of the southern states, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. 5 states which have resisted the onslaught of the Bharatiya Janata Party and have stood out as role models for inclusive development. The delimitation process began in 1952. Soon after the Republic was founded. It was a constitutional solution to a demographic problem. How to balance the population growth with fair representation. All of us abided by the constitutional suggestions in Article 82 and 170. By 1973, when the 3rd Delimitation Commission had completed its work, there was a push for population control also. This national population policy was brought across the country to contain the growing demographic population, and it was exploding actually. So the first freeze on delimitation took place in 1976. This was fixed for a period of 25 years based on the 1971 census. Let us not forget that it was the Congress government, Madam Indira Gandhi's government, that recognized this issue and brought the bill. In the 1976 42nd Amendment, Parliament froze the total number of Lok Sabha seats to 543. This freeze was not a technical detail. It was a constitutional compact, a promise made to every family in India and South India that compliance with objectives of the national policy would not cost them their political voice. Over time, Southern India, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Karnataka and Andhra had begun to invest in schools, hospitals, women's health. We listened to the union government's repeated call to control our population. We complied. Our fertility rates fell. Our families became smaller. In 2001, understanding that some states, especially southern states and other states like Punjab, had done a better job at these indicators, and some other states had to catch up. That time, there was a government, a union government, which listened to the voices of the people from the south. Yes, I have to give you credit when you deserve it. We are unlike you, always finding fault with us. When there is something to appreciate you, we always appreciate. So under the Vajpayee government, the Parliament extended that freeze through the 84th Amendment until after the first census following 2026. 24 more years of protection, because then the Parliament, in its collective wisdom, understood that this injustice had to be addressed. Why do we have to increase the seats now to 850? On what basis? The statement of the objective says that there is a change in demographic profile. Yet you are...
पूरी कार्यवाही को, संचालन को और सदन के माहौल को और अधिक परिपक्व बनाता है। मुझे विश्वास है उपसभापति जी का नया कार्यकाल उसी भावना, संतुलन और समर्पण के साथ आगे बढ़ेगा और हम सबके प्रयासों से सदन की गरिमा को नई ऊंचाई प्राप्त होगी।
आदरणीय सभापति जी, हरिवंश जी का जन्म जेपी के गांव में हुआ और सहज रूप से ग्रामीण पृष्ठभूमि के कारण उन्होंने अपने गांव के विकास में विद्यार्थी काल से भी कुछ न कुछ करते रहे। उनकी शिक्षा दीक्षा काशी में हुई और इन सारे विषयों पर मुझे भूतकाल में बोलने का अवसर मिला तो मैं काफी कुछ कह चुका हूं, इसमें से आज उसको दोहराता नहीं हूं। एक बात का उल्लेख आज जरूर मैं करूंगा। आज 17 अप्रैल है और 17 अप्रैल 1927 हमारे पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री चंद्रशेखर जी की जन्म जयंती भी है। और विशेषता ये है कि आज 17 अप्रैल को आप जब तीसरी बार इस दायित्व को संभालने जा रहे हैं और वो भी चंद्रशेखर जी की जन्म जयंती पर, और चंद्रशेखर जी के साथ आपका जुड़ाव, उनके प्रति आपका लगाव और एक प्रकार से आप उनके सहयात्री रहे उनके पूरे कार्यकाल में, तो ये एक अपने आप में एक बहुत ही बड़ा सुयोग है। आपने चंद्रशेखर जी के जीवन पर किताबें भी लिखी हैं और चंद्रशेखर जी के एक बृहद जीवन को नई पीढ़ी तक पहुंचाने का एक बहुत बड़ा काम भी आपने किया है और इसलिए आपके लिए एक बहुत बड़ा विशेष अवसर बन जाता है कि चंद्रशेखर जी की जन्म जयंती पर आपका तीसरा कार्यकाल का हरिवंश जी का सार्वजनिक जीवन केवल संसदीय कामों तक सीमित नहीं रहा है। पत्रकारिता के उच्च मानदंड आज भी आदर्श के रूप में रेखांकित किए जाते हैं। लंबा जीवन पत्रकारिता का रहा, लेकिन पत्रकारिता में भी उन्होंने उच्च मानदंड को हमेशा आधार माना। हम सब जानते हैं उनकी लेखनी में धार है, लेकिन उनकी वाणी में और व्यवहार में सौम्यता और शिष्टता भरी भरी रहती है। ये अपने आप में, और मैं जब गुजरात में था तब भी मैं उनकी लेखों को पढ़ने की मेरी आदत रही थी और मैं देखता था कि वे अपना पक्ष बड़ी दृढ़ता के साथ रखते थे और मैं अनुभव करता था कि उसमें काफी अध्ययन के बाद उसका निचोड़ उस पर प्रकट होता था। पत्रकारिता में भी अंतिम व्यक्ति तक पहुंचने का उनका निरंतर प्रयास रहा और एक सफल प्रयास भी रहा। और हम देखते हैं सदन में भी, चाहे पॉलिसी हो या प्रोसेस हो, उन बातों का कहीं न कहीं छाया हमें हमेशा नजर आती है और ये हम सबके लिए सुखद अनुभव है। वे समाज की वास्तविकताओं के साथ गहरे जुड़ाव के साथ काम करने वाले रखते रहे। मैं तो कहूंगा जो चाहे लोकसभा हो या राज्यसभा हो, जो नए सांसद आते हैं वे हरिवंश जी से बहुत कुछ सीख सकते हैं, बहुत कुछ बातें करके उनसे जान सकते हैं। क्योंकि जब वो पत्रकारिता में थे तो उनकी एक कॉलम चलती थी, हमारा सांसद कैसा हो, हमारा पार्लियामेंट मेंबर कैसा हो। तब उनको शायद पता नहीं होगा, कभी उनको भी बैठना पड़ेगा, लेकिन वो लिखते थे और वो बातों में बहुत ही व्यापकता रहती थी। सदन की गरिमा और बैठने वाले सदस्य का दायित्व और उसके आचार विचार को लेकर भी बहुत गहरा उनका अध्ययन रहता था और उन बातों का उपयोग आज हमारे सदन के साथी उनके साथ बैठ करके बहुत कुछ जान सकते हैं, सीख सकते हैं। समय की पाबंदी, एक डिसिप्लिन लाइफ में और अपने कर्तव्यों के प्रति गंभीरता, ये आपकी विशेषता रही है और शायद इसी के कारण आप सर्वस्वीकृत व्यक्तित्व आपका विकसित हुआ है। हमने देखा होगा जब से वो राज्यसभा के सदस्य बने हैं, मैं कह सकता हूं कि पूर्ण समय वो सदन में होते हैं। सभापति जी की अनुपस्थिति में सदन को संभालने का काम तो करते ही हैं, लेकिन बाकी समय भी यहाँ कमेटी का कोई भी व्यक्ति बैठा हो तो भी वे सदन में हमेशा अपनी मौजूदगी रहती है, हर बात को सुनते हैं, उस समय सदन का जो संचालन करते हैं उनके कार्य को भी देखते हैं और ये इसके पीछे उनको अपना जो दायित्व है उसके प्रति उनकी जो प्रतिबद्धता है उसके कारण ये संभव होता है और ये हम सब के लिए सीखने जैसा है। और मैंने देखा है कि वो पूरा समय इन चीजों के लिए वो खपा देते हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, उपसभापति के तौर पर सदन को कैसे चलाया, सदन में सदस्य के तौर पर क्या योगदान दिया, इस बारे में हम स्वाभाविक रूप से एक सकारात्मक चर्चा करते रहते हैं, लेकिन सदन के बाहर जनता के बीच वो कैसे अपने लोकतांत्रिक और सामाजिक दायित्वों को निभाते हैं, ये भी हम सार्वजनिक जीवन में जो लोग हैं उनके लिए सचमुच में ध्यान आकर्षित करने वाले विषय हैं और हमने उसको देखना चाहिए। मैं अपने अनुभव से कह सकता हूं उनके काम सराहनीय तो है ही, अनुकरणीय भी है। हमारा देश युवा देश है और मैंने देखा है कि हरिवंश जी ने अपने समय का उपयोग सबसे ज्यादा युवाओं के बीच में बिताना पसंद किया है। युवाओं को में लगातार गंभीर विषयों पर जागरूकता बने, एक प्रकार से लोक शिक्षा का काम निरंतर चलता रहे, ये अपने आप में वो लगातार करते रहते हैं। वो देश भर में उनका भ्रमण रहता है, वे मीडिया के नजरों में बहुत ज्यादा रहने का उनका शौक नहीं है, लेकिन भ्रमण और कार्यक्रमों की श्रृंखला उनकी लगातार चलती रहती है। 2018 में जब उन्होंने राज्यसभा के उपसभापति की भूमिका निभानी शुरू की, उसके बाद जो मेरी जानकारी है कॉलेजेस और यूनिवर्सिटीज में 350 कार्यक्रम किए हैं। ये बहुत बड़ा काम है। देश की यूनिवर्सिटीज और कॉलेजेस में 350 से अधिक कार्यक्रम, जाना आना, उनके साथ बैठना, बातें करना, उसके लिए विषयों की तैयारी करना, ये अपने आप में बहुत बड़ा एक प्रकार से आपने व्रतस्थ के रूप में इस काम को किया और युवाओं से ही जुड़ने के लक्ष्य को आपने जरा भी ओझल नहीं होने दिया है। और विकसित भारत का सपना युवाओं के लिए भी क्यों होना चाहिए, इस मूल विषय को अलग अलग तरीके से जिस प्रकार से विद्यार्थियों का मूड हो वो बताते रहते हैं। विद्यार्थियों में, युवा पीढ़ी में एक आत्मविश्वास कैसे पैदा हो, निराशा से वो हमेशा हमेशा बाहर रहे, इन सारे विषयों की चर्चा वो करते हैं। उनके कुछ ऐतिहासिक रेफरेंस के साथ बात करते हैं कि हम ऐसे क्या कारण है कि हम जितनी तेजी से जाना चाहिए था आगे नहीं जा पाए, अब अवसर क्या आया है, सारी बातें वो और देश कितनी बड़ी छलांग लगा सकता है, ऐसे का आत्मविश्वास भरने का काम उनके द्वारा होता है। आजकल देश में लिटरेचर फेस्टिवल एक बड़ा सिलसिला चला है और अब तो वो टियर 2, टियर 3 सिटी तक भी वो सिलसिला चला है। लिटरेचर फेस्टिवल्स में भी हरिवंश जी का अक्सर जाना होता है और उस समाज का उस तबके को भी वो अपने विचारों से प्रभावित करते रहते हैं, प्रेरित करते रहते हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, मैंने उनके जीवन का एक प्रसंग जो सुना है, शायद हो सकता है साल वगैरह में मैं बहुत मेरी जानकारी सटीक न भी हो, मैंने सुना है कि 1994 में हरिवंश जी पहली बार विदेश यात्रा की और वो अमेरिका गए। जब अमेरिका गए तो अपने तय कार्यक्रमों के अलावा जब उनसे पूछा गया कि आप कहीं और जाना चाहते हैं, कुछ करना चाहते हैं, तो उन्होंने आग्रह से कहा कि मैं जरूर, ये विकसित देश है तो मैं उसकी यूनिवर्सिटीज को देखना समझना चाहता हूँ, वहाँ की ऐसी कौन सी शिक्षा और कल्चर है जिसके कारण ये देश इतना आगे बढ़ रहा है। और उन्होंने काफी समय अपने निर्धारित कार्यक्रमों के सिवाय पहली अमेरिका की यात्रा में सिर्फ और सिर्फ यूनिवर्सिटीज में बिताया, उसका अध्ययन करने का काम किया। यानी ये जो ललक थी उनके मन में कि अगर एक विकसित देश की यूनिवर्सिटी से जो निकलता है तो हिंदुस्तान की यूनिवर्सिटीज भी ऐसी हो ताकि विकसित भारत का सपना वहीं से रेखांकित किया जा सके। आदरणीय सभापति जी, एमपीज को एमपी लेड फंड के संबंध में तो काफी चर्चा रहती है और एक बड़ा पसंदगी का विषय भी रहता है एमपीज में, और कभी कभी तो ये भी संघर्ष रहता है कि एमपी लेड फंड इतना है और वहाँ उधर एमएलए फंड ज्यादा है, उसकी चर्चा रहती है। लेकिन एमपी फंड का उपयोग कैसे हो, एमपी लेड जो फंड की बातें, उसमें हरिवंश जी के विचारों को मैंने स्वयं भी सुना है, मैं प्रभावित हूँ इससे, लेकिन हमारी भी कुछ मजबूरी रही है, शायद हम उनकी अपेक्षा के अनुसार उसको कर नहीं पाए हैं, क्योंकि सबको ऐसे विषय में साथ लेना जरा कठिन होता है। लेकिन उन्होंने खुद के उस जिम्मेवारी को कैसे निभाया है, मैं समझता हूँ वो भी हम लोगों ने, उन्होंने ये एम्पीलेट फंड था जो अपने जो विचार हैं उसको विचार को ही नीचे धरातल पर उतारने के लिए उपयोग किया। शिक्षा क्षेत्र और युवा पीढ़ी ये उसके सारे केंद्र में रहा। एम्पीलेट फंड उन्होंने इस्तेमाल करने के लिए एक मिसाल पेश की है। उन्होंने विश्वविद्यालय शिक्षण संस्थानों में ऐसे अध्ययन केंद्र स्थापित किए और उसका प्रभाव लंबे अरसे तक रहने वाला है, और उसमें भी उन्होंने प्रोजेक्ट ओरिएंटेड समस्या के समाधान को केंद्र में रखा। जैसे लुप्त होती जा रही भारतीय भाषाओं, उनके संरक्षण के लिए उन्होंने आईआईटी पटना में एक अध्ययन केंद्र के लिए एमपी लेड फंड का उपयोग किया, तो उस काम को वो लगातार वहां हो रहा है। एक और उन्होंने काम दिया, जो बिहार में कुछ क्षेत्र है जहां भयावह भूकंप की घटनाएं घटती रहती है, नेपाल में भी छोटा सा भूकंप आ जाए तो भी इस क्षेत्र को प्रभावित करता है। इस काम को ध्यान में रखते हुए उन्होंने एमपी लेड फंड से सेंटर फॉर अर्थक्वेक इंजीनियरिंग के रूप में एक स्टडी सेंटर रिसर्च के लिए खुलवाया है। यानी वो स्टडी का काम करना, रिसर्च करना, उस पर लगातार काम कर रहा है। हम जानते हैं कि जैसा मैंने कहा, जयप्रकाश जी का गांव सिताब दियारा, हरिवंश जी वही है, और वहाँ गंगा और घाघरा दो नदी के बीच में एक गांव है, तो हमेशा ही जल के कारण जो कटाव की समस्या रहती है वो गांव परेशान रहता है, और नदी धारा भी बदलती रहती है तो विनाश भी बहुत होता रहता है। उसको भी ध्यान में रखते हुए उन्होंने एमपी-लेड फंड से इसके वैज्ञानिक अध्ययन के लिए उन्होंने पटना की आर्यभट्ट नॉलेज यूनिवर्सिटी में एक नदी अध्ययन केंद्र खुलवाया है। पटना के ही चंद्रगुप्त प्रबंधन संस्था में वो बिजनेस इंक्यूबेशन एंड इनोवेशन सेंटर बनवा रहे हैं। एआई के उस दौर में मगध विश्वविद्यालय में आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस सेंटर बनाया है। यानी एमपी-लेड फंड का एक निर्धारित दिशा में काम कैसे किया जा सकता है, इसका एक उदाहरण आपने प्रस्तुत किया है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, हम सभी ने अनुभव किया है कि लोग जब अपने गांव से स्थानांतरण करते हैं, दूसरे शहर में जाते हैं, तो जीवन में एक प्रकार से गांव से कट जाते हैं। हरिवंश जी का जीवन आज भी गांव से जुड़ा रहता है। अपने गांव से जो जुड़ा रहता है वो लगातार वहाँ के सुख दुख के साथी बन करके वो अपना जो भी कंट्रीब्यूशन कर सकते हैं वो करते रहते हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जिस संसद की नई इमारत में बैठे हैं उसका जब निर्माण कार्य चल रहा था तब मुझे उनके साथ निकट से काम करने का अवसर आया और मैं अनुभव कर रहा था कि जो विचार मेरे मन में आते थे मैं हरिवंश को कहता था मैं ऐसा करें तो कैसा होगा। 2 दिन में वो बराबर परफेक्ट उसके लेके आते थे। कहीं नामकरण करना है, उसके पहचान इस सदन की कैसे बने, तो काफी कुछ कंट्रीब्यूशन सदन के निर्माण में, उसकी आर्ट गैलरी में, विभिन्न द्वार के नाम रखने हो, यानी हर प्रकार से मेरे एक साथी के रूप में हम दोनों को, और मुझे बड़ा आनंददायक रहा वो अनुभव काम का। आदरणीय सभापति, हरिवंश जी के सदन को चलाने की कुशलता को तो हम भली भांति देखे हैं, लेकिन साथ साथ उन्होंने राज्यों की विधानसभाएं, विधान परिषदें और वहां जो प्रिसाइडिंग ऑफिसर्स हैं उनको भी कैसे मददरूप होना, उनके लिए किस प्रकार से आवश्यक उनके ट्रेनिंग के लिए काम किया जाना, उसके लिए भी काफी समय दिया और उन्होंने लगातार उनके लिए समय दिखाया। कॉमनवेल्थ पार्लियामेंट्री एसोसिएशन में भी उन्होंने भारत की डेमोक्रेटिक व्यवस्था की छाप छोड़ने में बहुत बड़ी सक्रिय भूमिका निभाई है। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि 21वीं सदी का ये दूसरा क्वार्टर ये सदन को बहुत कुछ कंट्रीब्यूट करना है, देश को प्रगति के पथ पर ले जाने में, विकास के लक्ष्य को प्राप्त करने में। मुझे विश्वास है कि सदन के द्वारा बहुत कुछ होगा और उसके कारण पीठाधीश सबका दायित्व बहुत बड़ा होता है। हम सबका बड़े विश्वास से मैं कह सकता हूं कि सभी साथी आप जो चाहते होंगे उसको पूरा करने के लिए सहयोग करते रहेंगे और आपके काम को कठिनाइयों में न परिवर्तित करें, इसके लिए ताकि आप ज्यादा आउटकम दे सकते हैं। और मुझे विश्वास है सब लोग इसको करेंगे। और मैंने पहले भी कहा था कि हरि कृपा पर है सब कुछ और हरि तो यहाँ के भी है, हरि वहाँ के भी है और हरि यहीं बैठेंगे, तो हरि कृपा बनी रहे। इसी एक अपेक्षा के साथ मेरी आपको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं हैं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Honorable members, now I call upon leaders of parties to offer felicitations to the Honorable Deputy Chairman. I request that all speeches be kept brief and completed within 3 minutes each, please.
Yes. A sign to say we will stand up and fight and we shall not give up. Yes. And I like to remind you that a blue flag, sir, is the color Dr. Baba Sahib Ambedkar chose for his party flag. It is the same blue color which you dismiss, that the man who taught us that we should educate, agitate and organize, the man who wrote the Constitution chose for his flag this very constitution you are trying to dilute, and we here are trying to protect. And sir, and the Prime Minister yesterday, when he saw us in black, he said that he was reminded of a black dot or tika, yeah, and it is there to drive away evil forces, evil eye or evil forces or whatever. Yeah. Sir, I am surprised that people here who are there to protect Hindutva were not reminded of Kali, the goddess, the dark goddess who wears black. Yes. The feminine power, the woman, the goddess who is supposed to drive away ego, arrogance and ignorance. And the same black color we have chosen to protest is the color of Periyar. Our intellectual leader. He taught us self-respect. He taught us never to bow. He taught us fight till the end. And we will fight till the end. Sir, we oppose these bills in the name of our leaders, Aringer Anna, Kalingar Karunanidhi, who said, states are not a unit of the unitary state, but equal partners of a federation. In the name of our Chief Minister, M.K. Muthuvel Karunanidhi Stalin, who even in an article today has said that this bill should be withdrawn. A fresh bill should be introduced and placed in public domain at least for 3 months for wider consultation. He says, the moment calls for reflection, not expediency, deliberation, not haste. If the Constitution is to endure as a charter of trust, its amendment must be guided by principle, anchored by fairness, restraint and fidelity to the Republic's enduring integrity. Tamil Nadu போராடும், Tamil Nadu வெல்லும். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
Dr. Shashi Tharoor. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I must say that we all strongly endorse the very impressive presentation by the Speaker before me, sir, because this is a matter that touches the very soul of our democracy, the representation of half of our population in the hallowed halls of our Parliament. And for decades, the Women's Reservation Bill has been long promised, frequently discussed, perpetually delayed, like waiting for Godot of our political system. Today, we stand at a threshold where there is remarkably a near unanimous political consensus in favor of women's reservation. Every major party in this House recognizes that the time for tokenism is over and the era of equal partnership must begin. And yet I'm finding myself deeply perturbed by the legislative exercise before us. The Prime Minister says the government has brought Nari Shakti, a gift of justice, but he has wrapped it in barbed wire, tethering the implementation of women's reservation to the expansion of Parliament, to numbers from the 2011 census, and an exercise of delimitation. Why, Mr. Speaker, why must we entangle a moral imperative with a demographic minefield? Women's reservation is ready for harvest. खेत की फसल काटने के लिए तैयार है दोस्तों. It can and should be implemented immediately based on our existing parliamentary strength. To link it to delimitation is to hold the aspirations of Indian women hostage to one of the most contentious and complex administrative exercises in our nation's history. Sir, delimitation is not a mere bureaucratic rearranging of maps. It is a profound shift in political power that is intended. Linking women's reservation to it effectively holds the aspirations of Indian women hostage to one of the most contentious political exercises in our history. Such an exercise, sir, carries risks that could strain the very fabric of our federalism, as you heard from the previous speaker. Any delimitation exercise is fraught with complications that could tear at the very fabric of our federalism. We must be candid about what is at stake when constituencies are redrawn based on either current population figures or even the 2011 census. Let's face it, sir, delimitation requires serious discussion. We face a profound demographic divergence. There are at least 3 major fault lines in our country, sir. First, the balance between small states and big states. Second, the balance between states, particularly in the south like Tamil Nadu or Kerala, which have diligently implemented national goals of population control and invested in inclusive human development, and those states, mainly in the north, who have not. Yet in future delimitations, states that have failed to curb population growth would be rewarded with greater political weight, and we must ask if this is the message we wish to send, that governance excellence leads to political irrelevance. Third factor, sir, the balance between the states that are the engines of our economy, contributing more to the national exchequer than they receive, and those that are net recipients of central funds. A delimitation based purely on population would further marginalize the voices of those states that provide the lion's share of resources that keeps our union afloat. We risk creating a tyranny of the demographic majority, where a handful of large, poor states could theoretically determine the fate of the entire country, leaving smaller states and those with distinct linguistic and cultural identities and economic contributions feeling like bystanders in their own country. Conversely, states with high population growth but lower economic productivity could gain outsized political power without corresponding fiscal responsibility. What happens, sir, to cooperative federalism? You have proposed delimitation with such haste, the same haste that you showed on demonetization. And unfortunately, we all know what damage that did to the country. Delimitation, sir, will turn out to be political demonetization. Don't do it, sir. Now, I want to say the 50% formula that suddenly the Home Minister came and presented to us yesterday regarding the delimitation exercise, promising that no state will lose its current number of seats, total House strength will increase by 50%. This remains a precarious political assurance and not a legislative certainty, because the pledge is fundamentally contradicted by the existing text of the legislation itself, which gives total freedom to the Delimitation Commission appointed by the government, whose decisions cannot be challenged in a court of law. Since this formula, what Shri Amit Shah said, is not codified as an immutable constitutional or legislative safeguard, it could be easily discarded or altered by a simple parliamentary majority, offering no guarantee that it will survive beyond the very short term. Furthermore, expanding the Lok Sabha to an 850-member House would create the legislature that is by far the largest in any democracy in the world, resulting in a body that will be unwieldy and unworkable. This is especially true, sir, in an era where the government has been systematically reducing the duration of parliament sittings. Whereas the first and second Lok Sabhas met for an average of 125 days a year, the 16th and 17th Lok Sabhas saw that figure plummet to just below 60 days, sir. In such a constrained schedule, what will your job be, sir? An 850-member chamber would require at least a doubling of the time currently allotted to question hour, 0 hour for a majority of MPs.
मेरे कार्यकाल में होगा तो सबको मौका दे दूंगा.
Sir, for a majority.
देर रात कल भी इसी महिला संशोधन बिल पर रात को 1:25 तक सभी महिला सदस्यों को मौका दिया, सबको.
देखिए, लेकिन ये भी आपके बारे में भी चिंता है, सर. और for a majority of MPs to have any chance of meaningful participation, you'll have to double the time allotted to question hour and 0 hour, failing which a majority of representatives would be effectively silenced, sir. How will you manage to give 850 MPs a chance to speak? As it is with 543, many of us don't get questions.
देखो,
You are saying no whenever we ask for the floor.
शशि थरूर जी, मैं रोकना नहीं चाहता, लेकिन इस सदन में कोई माननीय सदस्य नहीं बोल सकता कि मैं किसी को बोलने का मौका नहीं देता, चाहे शून्यकाल हो चाहे विधेयक हो. जितनी देर बोलने देना चाहता सबको बोलने देता. और अंतिम रात को अंतिम रूप से मैं लास्ट में रहता हूँ कि कोई बाकी रह गया हो तो भी और बुला देता हूँ.
850 होते हैं 850 होते हैं, आपका हाल क्या होगा मुझे पता नहीं. Anyway, another concern, sir.
नहीं राजा जी फर्स्ट टाइमर को विशेष रूप से बोलने का मौका देता हूं. कोई फर्स्ट टाइमर ऐसा नहीं बोल सकता कि मुझे बोलने का मौका नहीं.
Sir, let me continue, sir. Another concern is while the size of the Lok Sabha is being expanded in the government's proposal, there is no corresponding proposal to increase the strength of the Rajya Sabha. Raises a serious structural concern, sir. This alters the relative balance between the two houses. In the event of a joint sitting, the significantly larger Lok Sabha would dominate the voting process, and the imbalance would also extend to the elections of president and vice president, where each MP casts an equal vote. So we are amplifying our own house and our own weight without, unfortunately, giving any heed to our colleagues in the upper house. And you can imagine, if the upper house is the chamber of states, then you can understand the concern of states that their weightage is not being respected, sir. Now, these are all problems, Mr. Speaker, that cannot be solved by a simple calculator. They require a great compromise. A historic settlement is needed in our country that ensures that no region feels diminished. And, sir, even though one of the BJP speakers had criticized me for making some suggestions from international examples, let me say there is no harm in looking to international examples where diverse unions have grappled with this exact tension. In 1787, the American framers, for example, faced a deadlock between large and small states. And so they led to what was called the Connecticut Compromise, where their solution was a bicameral legislature, a House of Representatives based on population, and a Senate where every state, regardless of size, has exactly 2 seats. So you may be a tiny state like Goa or Sikkim, and you might be a gigantic state like UP, you'd have the same number of seats in the upper house. That's one idea. I'm not saying we should adopt it, but we should discuss it. Another idea, say the European Parliament. They use a system of principle of digressive proportionality, where larger seats do have more seats than smaller ones. So larger states will have more MPs. But smaller states are given more seats than a strict population ratio would justify. So it is true that in Europe, in the European Parliament, a Maltese MP will represent only 80,000 people. A German MP will represent 8 lakh people. But it doesn't matter, they stay united. So we need to consider these options. We are a union of states, sir. And the whole idea is we want to create a formula in a serious delimitation discussion where the smallest members of our country and our polity still have a voice loud enough to be heard. These models teach us that in a complex union, the principle of one person, one vote, one value, which has been cited by the ruling party, must be balanced with the principle of one state, one equal partner, one value in a country like ours. As India approaches a new delimitation exercise, sir, the constitutional question is whether the spirit of cooperative federalism can be preserved through a model that respects demographic reality while preventing structural domination by a few large Hindi-speaking states. Digressive proportionality would not violate constitutional democracy. It would operationalize the Constitution's deeper commitment to the Indian principle of balancing unity with diversity. Sir, सीमांकन से जुड़े मुद्दों पर सभी हितधारकों, सभी राज्य सरकारों, सभी राजनीतिक दलों और नागरिक समाज के साथ व्यापक परामर्श की आवश्यकता है, सर। इस प्रक्रिया को जल्दबाजी में नहीं किया जा सकता और ना ही इसे महिलाओं के प्रतिनिधित्व को लागू करने के बहाने के रूप में इस्तेमाल किया जाना चाहिए। सरकार देश के निर्वाचन मानचित्र को पर्याप्त विचार विमर्श और व्यापक परामर्श के बिना क्यों पुनर्निर्धारित करना चाहेगी, ये मुझे समझ में नहीं आ रहा, सर। I urge the government, therefore, to decouple these issues. Pass the Women's Reservation Bill today, we will support it. The Prime Minister spoke with passion about Nari Shakti. Let it take effect already in the next general election, using our current seat count. Show the women of India that your commitment is not a mere rhetorical flourish. As for delimitation, sir, let us defer it. let us constitute a formal mechanism, perhaps a JPC, sir, to debate a new federal settlement that protects the interests of all states. Let us ensure that a march towards a new India does not give us a disunited India. Let us not leave our most successful states behind. Bharatiya Ekta ke liye hame kaam karna chahiye, sir. Let us give women their due now. Mahilaon ko Nari Shakti hi de de. Or give our nation, our union of states, the time it needs to solve its demographic challenges with wisdom and not just arithmetic. बस मैं यही कहना चाहता था संक्षिप्त में, sir. Thank you very much for listening to me. It's a plea to the government. Please be sensible about the larger interests of the country and not the short-term interests of the ruling party. Jai Hind, sir.
Very good. Shri P.V. Mithun Reddy.
Take it. Good. Apart from 1 to 4,
Thank you, ma'am. Yesterday we heard the Home Minister speak in the evening. He was saying about, he spoke about a proper.
Senior leaders of the Congress party and Lok Sabha MP from Thiruvananthapuram there, Shashi Tharoor. Also, we have these, we've heard from the Prime Minister as well in the House. The discussion is regarding the passage of the Women's Reservation Bill. Viewers, the discussion is going to continue until the time there is voting that happens at 4 today. Before that, we also expect an intervention from the leader of the opposition in Lok Sabha.
So we demand that it be, whatever commitment was given yesterday evening be incorporated in the bill. Yes. I will tell you a reason also. One of the amendment passed by Sri OYCG carries the same content. If that amendment is accepted, the same thing, whatever the Honorable Home Minister has promised in the floor of the House, will be incorporated into the bill. So we demand that it be put, whatever promise was given.
While ago, in fact, a few moments ago, you did hear from Shashi Tharoor, who has praised the initiative as far as the passage of the Women's Reservation Bill is concerned, but has also underscored and vociferously so, saying that the delimitation exercise is something that has to be thought through, because there is not one but a list of disadvantages associated with this exercise, including the fact that this is going to be unmanageable, the increase in the number of members of parliament in Lok Sabha vis-a-vis no changes in Raj Sabha. There's going to be a bit of a misbalance there, as well as what the Congress MP from Thiruvananthapuram said there. Tharoor, of course, like I mentioned, viewers, did speak of the Prime Minister's Nari Shakti pitch in Parliament, praising him. Prime Minister spoke with passion on the women's bill, is what he said. However, he's also spoken about the fact that the delimitation exercise has to be thought through, listing the various disadvantages of the same. Even as we speak, the session is underway and we're expecting an intervention from the leader of the opposition at 3 and also voting at 4 today. It's time for a quick commercial break here. News continues on the other side.
Are watching India Today.
जिंदगी में आगे बढ़ना है तो खुद से आगे निकलना होगा। जब दिल में हो जज्बा तो रास्तों की क्या जुर्रत जो हमारी उड़ान को रोक सके। BKT Tires. Their long tire life, exceptional road grip or unmatched comfort. BKT Tires. Elevate your drive.
Like I said before, we better hold the sins. Like I said before, we better hold the sins.
Character, the taste of success.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
எல்லாரும் பேசுவாங்க. நான் காட்டுவேன். ரராஜதீப் சர்தேசாய், இந்தியன் பொலிட்டிக்கல் லீக். மைண்ட் இட்.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Panasonic AC, India का कैप्टन कूल.
Good afternoon and thank you for tuning in to India Today. You're watching Lunch Break. I'm Suesha Samant and we continue to get you live proceedings from the Parliament where key discussions are underway on the Women's Representation Bill and the Delimitation Bill. Remember, voting that is to happen at 4 p.m. this afternoon after late night discussions that were witnessed in the Parliament. Shashi Tharoor, who just concluded his share of arguments and also went on to say that the Women's Representation Bill is being held hostage due to delimitation. While he praised Prime Minister Narendra Modi's Nari Shakti pitch in Parliament, he also went on to say that Prime Minister spoke with passion on the Women's Bill. Shashi Tharoor, who said that we must consult all parties on delimitation. Those were the key arguments that he made while he supported, in all those words, the Women's Reservation Bill. He also went on to say that it should be passed first with the Delimitation Bill, that should be held back, it should be looked into. He argued that it cannot be rushed into and it requires wider deliberation. He also cited the European model of digressive proportionality for delimitation, where most populous states have greater representation but smaller states receive relatively higher representation per capita. Listen in to some of the excerpts of what he said.
I urge the government, therefore, to decouple these issues. Pass the Women's Reservation Bill today, we will support it. The Prime Minister spoke with passion about Nari Shakti. Let it take effect already in the next general election, using our current seat count. Show the women of India that your commitment is not a mere rhetorical flourish. As for delimitation, sir, let us defer it. Let us constitute a formal mechanism, perhaps a JPC, sir, to debate a new federal settlement that protects the interests of all states.
Shashi Tharoor, who kept his point of view, and in every sentence, as he also went on to greatly support the Women's Reservation Bill, but he drew fault lines when it came to the Delimitation Bill. He said that we must be candid about the implications of delimitation that requires greater deliberation. He said that there are major fault lines, three major fault lines: the balance between small and big states, then the balance between states like Tamil Nadu and Kerala, which have implemented national goals or population goals, and states in the north, which have not. In delimitation, states which have failed to control population will be rewarded with greater political weight, and we must ask if this is the message we want to send out. Third, the balance between the states that have been the engines of our economy, that those are net recipients of central funds, are the three quote-unquote fault lines that were drawn by Shashi Tharoor in his arguments on the Delimitation Bill, as he fully came out in support of the Women's Representation Bill. He also went on to support the Prime Minister's Nari Shakti pitch, and he said that the Prime Minister spoke with a lot of passion on the Women's Bill. However, he did point fingers at the Delimitation Bill, as he said that it requires greater deliberation. He also went on to say that delimitation is a political demonetization, exactly how he termed it. He said that delimitation is a form of political demonetization, adding that it alters the balance of the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha, and that the women's quota has been held hostage due to the issues of delimitation. He further said that the women's reservation should not be linked to the delimitation exercise. Remember, this will become a big issue when it comes to the passage of these key bills as part of the special parliament session that is underway for 3 days. And remember, at 4 p.m. is when both houses of the parliament are to vote for it, because even if there is a scenario where the women's representation bill is passed but the delimitation bill that sees its fair share in the shortage of numbers, then in that scenario the implementation of women's quota does become a contentious point. And we got across to more breaking news coming in. Union Home Minister Amit Shah, BJP President Nitin Nabeen, Shivraj Singh Chauhan and Piyush Goyal, who are all holding a very important meeting regarding the Women's Reservation Bill. This is something that is just coming in. Details of how a key meeting is being held, on how the BJP is now strategizing towards ensuring that the support of the opposition, that does remain key when it comes to cobbling up the numbers. And as part of this meeting, Union Home Minister Amit Shah, BJP President Nitin Nabeen, Shivraj Singh Chauhan and Piyush Goyal, who are all part of this important meeting regarding the Women's Reservation Bill, where they continue to point out that the Women's Reservation Bill will not be properly implemented unless and until the exercise of census and delimitation is carried out. But the opposition that continues to harp on how the centre is rushing through this. There are several fault lines that need greater deliberation and something that they must look into. Exactly what Shashi Tharoor also pointed out a short while ago, that states, especially in the south, that have managed to control population in the right manner will not get the right message if they do not get due representation owing to the increasing number of seats. So what really are the finer details is what the opposition continues to ask, as the arguments very much continue on these two key bills. Remember, 4 p.m. is when both houses are to vote, and Rahul Gandhi, who will be leading the charge at 3 p.m. That is when he is expected to speak. But for the moment, we are also getting you these latest details as proceedings are underway in the upper house and the lower house. A key meeting that is being held by BJP bigwigs. Part of this meeting are Union Home Minister Amit Shah, BJP President Nitin Nabeen, Shivraj Singh Chauhan and Piyush Goyal, who are holding this very important meeting, discussing the finer details, discussing on how to possibly get the opposition on board when it comes to cobbling up the numbers during voting at 4 p.m. this afternoon. Aishwarya Paliwal joining us live on the broadcast with further details. Aishwarya, with regards to this particular meeting that is underway, what's the key agenda? What is being discussed?
Well, one of the things that the government, Swesha, has been very keenly looking at is the numbers. Because, see, if you just take a glance at it, you do understand that the numbers are not stacked in the favor of the BJP. But let me tell you, over the past 48 hours, the only one thing that we are hearing from the BJP is that they will make sure that this bill gets passed. All the eyes, in fact, let me tell you, are on the opposition parties at the moment. Will there be some parties that will abstain? Because if they do abstain, then we will see the overall number of the House coming down, and that will make it a little easier for the BJP. On the other side, we are also seeing how BJP is also making sure that all their MPs are in place, all the MPs of their allies, that is the TDP, in fact, the JDU, all of them also are firmly in the parliament. So it's a numbers game at the moment, and we are seeing this last-minute huddle which is being done. We also, from what we understand, is that Home Minister Amit Shah will be replying at about 3:30 p.m. He will be speaking at about 3:30 p.m. So what are the points that he will also be speaking about? That is also something which is being looked at in this meeting.
Oh yes, absolutely. Aishwarya, I request you to stay on with us as you continue to get us updates from the Parliament. In the meanwhile, more responses coming in. Let's listen in. But before, it is a big boost to the centre. Ahead of crucial voting on women's reservation and delimitation bills in Parliament, YSRCP has announced that it will support the government on the issue. YS Jagan Mohan Reddy's party has 4 MPs in the Lok Sabha. With YSRCP's support, the NDA's tally has now reached the 297 mark, with the present strength of the lower house standing at 540. The government needs a 2/3 majority to be able to pass these bills. Meanwhile, Prime Minister, in a post on X, said that Nari Shakti is a hallmark of a strong India and is enhancing Bharat Varsha's pride in every sector. Narendra Modi also called Nari Shakti the pride of India. On Thursday, Home Minister Amit Shah came down heavily on the opposition over the bills, accusing them of spreading rumours. Home Minister Amit Shah will present a complete breakdown of calculations in the Parliament today. The lower house will vote on the women's reservation and delimitation bills, which is set to happen at 4 p.m. this afternoon.
अगर हम सब साथ में जाते हैं तो इतिहास गवाह है कि किसी एक के राजनीतिक पक्ष में नहीं जाएगा। ये देश के लोकतंत्र के पक्ष में जाएगा, देश के सामूहिक निर्णय शक्ति के पक्ष में जाएगा और हम सब उसके यश के हकदार होंगे। न ट्रेजरी बैंक उसका हकदार रहेगा, न मोदी उसका हकदार रहेगा, यहां बैठे हुए सब हकदार रहेंगे। और इसलिए जिन लोगों को इसमें राजनीति की बू आ रही है, मैं चाहूंगा कि वो खुद के परिणामों को पिछले 30 साल में देख ले। फायदा उनका भी इसी में रास्ता दिखा रहा हूं, इसी में फायदा है कि जो नुकसान हो रहा है उससे बच जाओगे। और इसलिए मैं समझता हूं कि इसको राजनीतिक रंग देने की जरूरत नहीं है कि जब हम अकेले मिलते हैं तब मानते हैं हाँ यार, लेकिन जब सामूहिक रूप से मिलते हैं, मुझे याद है कि जिस इसकी प्रक्रिया चली थी, सभी दलों से मिलना हुआ है, एक दल को छोड़ करके जिन जिन से मिलना हुआ है, हर एक ने सैद्धांतिक विरोध नहीं किया है। बाद में जाकर के जो कुछ भी हुआ होगा, राजनीतिक दिशा पकड़ी जा रही है, लेकिन जो राजनीतिक दिशा में ही सोचते हैं, मैं उनको भी एडवाइज करना चाहूंगा, एक मित्र के रूप में एडवाइज करता हूं और सबको काम आएगी। हमारे देश में जब से विमेन रिजर्वेशन को लेकर के चर्चा हुई है और उसके बाद जब जब चुनाव आया है, हर चुनाव में महिलाओं को मिलने वाले इस अधिकार का जिसने विरोध किया है, जिसने विरोध किया है, देश की महिलाओं ने उन्हें माफ नहीं किया है।
ये बिल पारित होने के बाद, संविधान संशोधन होने के बाद कर्नाटक की संख्या हो जाएगी 28 से बढ़कर 42 और प्रतिशत लोकसभा में 816 में हो जाएगा 5.14। तो जरा भी नुकसान कर्नाटक को नहीं होगा। दूसरा राज्य है आंध्र प्रदेश, इनकी अभी 25 सीटें हैं आंध्र प्रदेश की, अब इसमें भी 50% लगभग वृद्धि होगी, तो सीटें हो जाएगी 38 और 4.60 की जगह 4.65% उनकी शक्ति हो जाएगी। तेलंगाना में 17 सीटें हैं अभी और उनकी शक्ति 543 के सदन में प्रतिशत 3.13 है। अब उसमें 50% की वृद्धि होगी और सीटें हो जाएगी 26 और 3.13 की जगह 3.18% उनकी क्षमता होगी। तमिलनाडु की जनता को भी आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूं कि आपकी शक्ति कम नहीं होगी, बढ़ रही है।
इन्हीं 543 लोकसभा क्षेत्रों में से महिलाओं को 33% आरक्षण क्यों नहीं दिया जाता? अगर पद खोने का डर नहीं है तो कुछ लोग अपना पद खोलें। इसी में से SC ST का जो दर्जा है, SC ST में महिलाओं का आरक्षण 33% हो जाए, 1/3 आरक्षण हो जाए, OBC का भी उचित आरक्षण हो जाए, आज पारित हो सकता है, शुभ काम भी हो जाएगा, बेवजह प्रक्रियाहीन परसीमन से देश का नुकसान भी नहीं होगा और काला टीका भी काम आ जाएगा।
And there you heard the many responses that have come in since yesterday as the debate continues. Remember, yesterday and today, yesterday of course late night in Parliament, and today is when 4 p.m. the voting will happen in both houses of the Parliament. This is very critical because as we understand, both the centre and the opposition are very much in favour of the women's quota bill, but when it comes to delimitation is where the opposition is raising questions. Let me take this back to my colleague Aishwarya Paliwal, who continues to join us from outside the Parliament to take us through the details of how today is panned out. The numbers game is certainly tricky for the centre to really ensure the passage of these bills. But with regards to the opposition, time and again raising questions on delimitation, like Shashi Tharoor just a short while ago said that what about raising the number of seats in Rajya Sabha if you're doing that in Lok Sabha? So the void that is being, or the gaps to per se are that being pointed out by the opposition. Will we continue to see answers to all of those, especially when Amit Shah is slated to speak in Parliament today?
Well, definitely. Swesha, we also heard the Prime Minister when he was speaking yesterday. He in fact turned towards Home Minister Amit Shah and said that there are certain legal points that the opposition has been raising. All those points will be answered. And Home Minister Amit Shah, in fact, has also been preparing for this. All the questions that they have, the legal nuances that the opposition party has been looking at, all those will be answered. Yes, as we speak, Swesha, at this very moment also, it is tricky because the government obviously knows that getting a two-third majority is something which is not possible. But, let me tell you, the nuance in this, the catch in this entire situation is that two-thirds of the people present in the House. So will we see some kind of a walkout? That was a question, let me tell you, that was posed in a lighter vein by Home Minister Amit Shah. Also, he was actually asking the Congress leadership in the front row. K.C. Venugopal and Rahul Gandhi were sitting, and Home Minister said that I hope when I reply tomorrow, all of you are sitting here and there is no walkout. To which the Congress party, in fact, nodded and said that the Congress will be present in full strength. A three-line whip, in fact, let me tell you, for 3 days also has been issued by Congress party. A similar whip has also been issued by the Samajwadi party. So, all the opposition parties making it very sure that their MPs are present and also have been extremely vocal about the fact that this is a bill that they will not be giving their nod for. How will the government get the numbers? This is something which we all at the moment are waiting for. The opposition and the ruling party, the ruling alliance, both of them, let me tell you, equally confident. The BJP confident that they will be able to make sure that the bill gets passed. On the other side, the opposition is also confident that the numbers are stacked in their favor. Suisha.
All right, Aishwarya, I request you to stay on with us as we continue to tell our viewers how the opposition is now harping upon the delimitation bill, because voting on all three bills in the Lok Sabha that is aimed at amending the Women's Reservation Law and establishing a delimitation commission will be held in the Lok Sabha soon. DMK MP Kanimoi, who led the charge for the opposition and branded the bill an assault on the federal structure of the country. Other opposition MPs were also wearing black to register their protest. Kanimoi also called it an attempt to weaken the voice of Tamil Nadu and asked the centre to explain the haste of introducing the bills amid the Tamil Nadu polls. Kanimoi also called it an attempt to weaken the voice of Tamil Nadu. Meanwhile, Shashi Tharoor, the sole aim of the bill, he said, was reducing the parliament sitting and called delimitation a contentious exercise. Tharoor also cautioned that delimitation will reduce the weightage of states.
Now, I want to say the 50% formula that suddenly the Home Minister came and presented to us yesterday regarding the delimitation exercise, promising that no state will lose its current number of seats, total House strength will increase by 50%. This remains a precarious political assurance and not a legislative certainty, because the pledge is fundamentally contradicted by the existing text of the legislation itself, which gives total freedom to the Delimitation Commission appointed by the government, whose decisions cannot be challenged in a court of law. Since this formula, what Shri Amit Shah said, is not codified as an immutable constitutional or legislative safeguard, it could be easily discarded or altered by a simple parliamentary majority, offering no guarantee that it will survive beyond the very short term. Furthermore, expanding the Lok Sabha to an 850-member House would create the legislature that is by far the largest in any democracy in the world, resulting in a body that will be unwieldy and unworkable. This is especially true, sir, in an era where the government has been systematically reducing the duration of parliament sittings. Whereas the first and second Lok Sabhas met for an average of 125 days a year, the 16th and 17th Lok Sabhas saw that figure plummet to just below 60 days, sir. In such a constrained schedule, what will your job be, sir? An 850-member chamber would require at least a doubling of the time currently allotted to question hour, 0 hour for a majority of MPs.
मेरे कार्यकाल में होगा तो सबको मौका दे दूंगा।
Sir, for a majority.
देर रात कल भी इसी महिला संशोधन बिल पर रात को 1:25 तक सभी महिला सदस्यों को मौका दिया, सबको।
देखिए, लेकिन ये भी आपके बारे में भी चिंता है सर। और for a majority of MPs to have any chance of meaningful participation, you'll have to double the time allotted to question hour and 0 hour, failing which a majority of representatives would be effectively silenced, sir. How will you manage to give 850 MPs a chance to speak? As it is with 543, many of us don't get questions. Another concern is while the size of the Lok Sabha is being expanded in the government's proposal, there is no corresponding proposal to increase the strength of the Rajya Sabha. Raises a serious structural concern, sir. This alters the relative balance between the two houses. In the event of a joint sitting, the significantly larger Lok Sabha would dominate the voting process, and the imbalance would also extend to the elections of president and vice president, where each MP casts an equal vote. So we are amplifying our own house and our own weight without, unfortunately, giving any heed to our colleagues in the upper house. And you can imagine, if the upper house is the chamber of states, then you can understand the concern of states that their weightage is not being respected, sir. I urge the government, therefore, to decouple these issues. Pass the Women's Reservation Bill today, we will support it. The Prime Minister spoke with passion about Nari Shakti. Let it take effect already in the next general election, using our current seat count. Show the women of India that your commitment is not a mere rhetorical flourish. As for delimitation, sir, let us defer it. Let us constitute a formal mechanism, perhaps a JPC, sir, to debate a new federal settlement that protects the interests of all states. Let us ensure that a march towards a new India does not give us a disunited India. Let us not leave our most successful states behind. Bharatiya Ekta ke liye hame kaam karna chahiye, sir. Let us give women their due now. Mahilaon ko Nari Shakti hi de de. Or give our nation, our union of states, the time it needs to solve its demographic challenges with wisdom and not just arithmetic.
The Home Minister said 50% increase across the state. I want to know what happens when the Delimitation Commission does not agree to the Home Minister's suggestion. Are you going to bulldoze the Delimitation Commission also, like what you are usually used to doing? Or will the government then challenge the orders of the Delimitation Commission? Because the clause 10(2) of the Delimitation Bill 2026 says, after the publication of the orders by the Delimitation Commission, these orders cannot be questioned in any court. Where should we go seeking for fair delimitation in such a situation? Where is our guarantee? The Constitution in Article 368 says that amendments affecting the representation of states in Parliament must be ratified by at least half the state legislatures. Not just passed by Parliament, ratified by the states. If this government is so confident that the delimitation bill is fair, why don't you place these bills before the Tamil Nadu legislature, before the Kerala legislature, before the Karnataka, or before any legislature? If the government truly believed in cooperative federalism, the slogan they've used 1,000 times on different stages, why are you running away from the state legislatures? Have you even called for a meeting? Have you even consulted with the chief ministers? Have you even spoken to the states? Have you bothered? The Constitution Bill says that the delimitation will be based on such census as Parliament may by law determine. This is vague and leaves everything open. This literally means that whichever party has a majority in Parliament gets to decide which census it is used to draw the electoral map of this country. Today, you might choose 2011. Tomorrow, you can choose 31. And day after, it can be 1991. This shows a non-application of mind or a mind determined to push its own agenda on this country. Second, the Delimitation Commission will be chaired by a retired Supreme Court judge, appointed entirely by the Union government, with no consultation with the Chief Justice of India, no consultation with any state government, and no parliamentary confirmation. As per Clause 4(5) of the Delimitation Bill, the states get so-called associate members, 5 MPs and 5 MLAs, who are not allowed to vote, who are not allowed to sign the Commission's decisions, not allowed to do anything except sit and watch from the wings. Why do we have to increase the seats now to 850? On what basis? The statement of the objective says that there is a change in demographic profile. Yet you are using a 15-year-old 2011 census data to conduct delimitation. You are contradicting yourselves. And 850 seats, most of the MPs, after making the seats 850, might not even get a chance to speak in this parliament for 5 years.
What is there in the delimitation bill is not what they say. They say it's going to be proportionate increase to all seats. But that's not mentioned in the bill. What is mentioned in the bill is it's going to be on the basis of 2011 census. And there is going to be reorganization of seats even even among states. Which means some states will lose seats, some states will gain small amount of seats, some states will increase a lot of seats. So this is a total snake oil insurance salesman activities which is going on. Nothing is transparent.
In fact, India Today's Maria Shakil, who interacted with Congress MP Karti Chidambaram a short while ago as he spoke on the gaps when it comes to delimitation. Listen into what he said.
You have just put out a tweet in which you are saying that the delimitation is a sales pitch by the government. Is like that of an insurance salesman. They say one thing and the fine print says something else. What is in it? What have you read in the fine print is what the government is not saying, according to you?
First of all, we have to de-link the two issues. One is women's reservation, the other is delimitation. But the government is now mixing up both, exactly like insurance salesmen who sell you a mutual fund investment plan along with an insurance policy. So that's what they do. And further, what they say on the floor of the House or through their press leaks and through their press statements is one thing, and what is there in the fine print is something else. Our position is that, yes, we are for women's reservation. Let's do it right away within the strength of the House of 543. We have serious objections to increasing the strength of the House. When they say that, we are only going to increase the strength of the House proportionately for everybody, but that's not what the bill says. The bill says that there's going to be a delimitation and a reorganization of seats even among states based on the 2011 population. Means the population of India at that time was 121 crores. If you have to allot the 850 parliamentary seats, it's about 14 lakhs per parliamentary seat. And if you redraw that, there are certain states who will have a big spike. Some states will remain flat. Some states will have a very marginal increase. So that's not fair. We believe that's not fair and even the equal proportionate increase is also not fair because while the ratios remain the same, the absolute numbers become different. And we are in the first past the post or a halfway mark majority government. So that delta becomes even greater to reach the halfway mark.
Then
So,
how will it be implemented, Mr. Chidambaram? My question is...
just implement it as it is. Just have 543 members. See, the United States Congress has remained at 400 odd for almost centuries now, maybe more than 100 years, even though the population of America has increased. You see, increasing the number of MPs doesn't make governance better. People are confusing. MPs are not administrative heads of their constituencies. We are only here, only in the legislature. And if you make a house of 850 people, there will hardly be any meaningful debate. I mean, the speaker hardly gives us time with the house of 543. I mean, he can't remember most people's names. With 850 people, it'll just become a big, like a big convention hall. There won't be any meaningful debate. There won't be any time. A larger house does not mean a more effective house. More MPs does not mean better governance. I think we are fine with 543. We need to cap it at that. And we are absolutely fine in allocating 1/3 of the seats as it stands today to women. I mean, on whatever, maybe on a three-term rotational basis or whatever formula they want to come up with. I'm fine with that. But increasing the seats will be tremendously unfair to many, many states, particularly to Tamil Nadu.
And we continue to get you more and more voices as proceedings in the Parliament are ongoing. At the moment, a short commercial break. We'll be back on the other side with the very latest. Do stay tuned to India Today.
Like I said before, we better hold the sins. Like I said before, we better hold the sins.
Character, the taste of success.
जिंदगी में आगे बढ़ना है तो खुद से आगे निकलना होगा। जब दिल में हो जज्बा तो रास्तों की क्या जुर्रत जो हमारी उड़ान को रोक सके। BKT Tires, their long tire life, exceptional road grip और unmatched comfort. BKT Tires, elevate your drive.
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
If you want to scale the media heights, we will teach you the ropes. There is no peak in journalism that our mentors haven't scaled. So look no further. Join our postgraduate diploma programs and gain guaranteed internship and proven placement record with top media houses and companies. For more information, visit indiatodayMediaInstitute.in or call 95600 65465.
Across Bengal, from winding lanes to sweeping landscapes, from the voices that echo to the ones that remain unheard. On the ground, there's never just one story. This is Election Dispatch.
Staying with India Today, I'm Suesha Samanth. We cut across to more breaking news coming in. There is no relief for Pawan Khera from the Supreme Court. And the latest that is just coming in, the Supreme Court has refused to extend his transit anticipatory bail till Tuesday. Pawan Khera had sought bail that it must be extended till Tuesday so he could move to a competent court in Assam. Pawan Khera had argued that the court in Assam is closed. The Supreme Court has said that Pawan Khera can move an anticipatory bail application before the Assam court immediately. Supreme Court has also clarified that the court will not be influenced by Supreme Court's observations in its earlier order. In fact, Supreme Court has also said that as far as Assam court is concerned, there is to decide Pawan Khera's application based on material placed and on its own merit. Let me take this to my colleague Shrishti Oja, who's joining us with all the details of what happened in the top court, and most importantly, how can Pawan Khera's legal counsel now combat this legality?
Well, Suesha, as we remember, the Telangana High Court had granted relief to Pawan Khera, where 1 week transit anticipatory bail was granted to him on 10th of April, 7 days. After that, the state of Assam challenged that before Supreme Court, which had granted a stay on that particular order, which was a major setback for Pawan Khera. Now, what we saw happen yesterday was Pawan Khera moving the top court again, seeking that stay order on the relief order be removed. And also what Pawan Khera's counsel requested the court today was that he's basically seeking extension of that relief till Tuesday to enable him, to give him enough time to apply for bail before, to apply for anticipatory bail before a competent court in Assam, because the courts there are closed right now. Basically, which is why he's not been able to move the local court there, the trial court there yet. The court, however, was not very convinced with the submissions made. However, the court did agree to give some few clarifications in his favor, where the court has clarified that the observations made by SC will not come in his way when he moves the trial court. The trial court will have to decide the case based on the materials placed before it, based on the evidence before it, and also once again clarified that Pawan Khera is at liberty to move for anticipatory bail before a competent court in Assam. The court will decide the matter and will take up the case, will decide the matter without being influenced by any observations which have been made by the Supreme Court in its earlier order, where it had stayed the order. Now that matter, the main matter, is already pending before Supreme Court, where notice was issued to Pawan Khera on the last occasion. Now, what will be important to see now is how the legal team decides to proceed further, whether or not the local court, the trial court, or the high court, if they move the high court, where the court in Assam decides to grant him anticipatory bail or not. Back to you.
All right, Shrishti, many thanks for getting us the latest. Of course, we wait and watch what happens next. Moving on, in a chilling revelation following the Delhi Red Fort blast, a detailed charge sheet that has now exposed what appears to be a wide and deeply entrenched terror network. The State Investigation Agency has filed a comprehensive charge sheet busting the so-called quote-unquote doctors module, the very network that was linked to the Red Fort blast that happened on the 10th of November 2025, but the trail of this conspiracy that goes back even further to October 2025, when proactive posters had first surfaced in Jammu and Kashmir. The charge sheet that names 10 accused, the probe is now zeroing in on the radical network behind the module, with a sharp focus on how institutions were allegedly misused to enable these activities. Investigators maintain that the probe is still underway, with more revelations expected. Those early warning signs that came in the form of proactive and threatening posters seen across parts of Jammu and Kashmir on the 19th of October 2025, bearing the name of banned terror outfit Jaish-e-Mohammed. The posters were aimed at spreading fear and directly challenging India's sovereignty. But the probe reveals these posters were just a cover. What is perhaps more alarming, that this was not an isolated attack. The charge sheet reveals that the doctors module executing the Delhi blast was part of a wider coordinated network with multiple attack plans in motion, many of which investigators say have now been successfully foiled. Let me take this to my colleague Mir Farid, now joining us on the broadcast. Mir Farid, do take us through the objective parts of what the charge sheet reveals. Pooja Shali also joining us, and Pooja, I'll come to you shortly. But Mir, if you could share further details of what the charge sheet states.
The NIA is investigating this case. We know that. But parallelly, the state investigative agency, which is Jammu and Kashmir Police, is one of the arms of the JRKP, which dedicatedly takes care of terror cases, investigations, etc. And they were investigating it. And now we know a comprehensive charge sheet they have filed in the designated court and against 10 accused, against whom now there is clear evidence in the form of be it digital or be it people who have in fact given evidence against them, and on the basis of which there is a watertight charge sheet that has been filed. Now, interestingly, there are quite a few important things that the charge sheet mentions. Now, also, as far as the explosives are concerned, triacetone triperoxide. Now, this was a new kind of chemical explosives that they were planning to use for the kind of the amount, in fact, close to 3,000 kgs. So the SIA charge sheet says that this chemical they had chosen because one, it was readily available, and number two, it was out of suspicion. Normally, you have clear explosives like RDX, ammonium nitrate in this case, but also this TATP, which internationally has been found to be used by various terror outfits. So they were procuring it in massive quantity. The intent and the big plan was for going for multiple blasts, but we know the posters that were found was the first lead that the police got into this, and then initially they thought that was a localized case of terror propaganda, but as they went deep in, they investigated, it was a massive terror plot that they unearthed, and it was not just localized. There were international connections, there were handlers all across, and there was this highly radicalized bunch of people, including doctors. We know they in the charge sheet is mentioned that they were using their spaces, the institutional spaces, because they were doctors, they were respected, so they were using that cover. They were highly radicalized, and the plan was to carry out multiple blasts in the capital and other parts of the country, but it was in fact exposed, and since this investigation went on now, comprehensive charge sheet, ample evidence that the police, the SIA has got against them, and it has been, the charge sheet has been filed in the designated court. Back to you.
Stay on as I also bring in Pooja Shali into this. Pooja, exactly what Mir said, the doctors module that had shocked the entire nation, because this time around it was doctors who were carrying out such terror activities and many more that were planned. But we know of 10 accused who've been named in this charge sheet. Fact is that the network was much bigger, several handlers, sleeper cells, and many more who are part of this network. As the investigation continues, what more do we know of at this point in terms of unearthing that network?
All right, so here's what had happened. Basically, so I've spoken to senior officers in the State Investigation Agency of Kashmir, and what they told us was an extensive investigation has taken place in the past few months, especially since the November Red Fort blast case that happened in 2025. Just before that, few weeks before that, there were posters in Naugam area of Jaish-e-Mohammed, or as it appeared to be. Investigation started first with that. That is when the police realized that it's not only, and it's not Jaish-e-Mohammed. The cover was another new outfit that they were trying to revive, and that was the Ansar Ghazwatul Hind AGUH outfit. When they were investigating this case, they did get leads then and there that something is happening and there is possible involvement of doctors in it vis-a-vis the material, the explosive material that is being procured and the radicalizing agenda that's being circulated. That is when by then the November blast had taken place at the Red Fort. Interestingly, out of these 10 accused mentioned in the charge sheet, the last accused, 4 are doctors out of 10. The last one is Dr. Umarun Nabi. He's the one from Pulwama who was killed in the Red Fort suicide attack, because one of those, when the procurement of large scale, we're talking about over 300 kilogram of explosives, that some of it was used eventually by the suicide bomber that happened in the operation of Red Fort. Otherwise, what the police, and this was joint operation for the Red Fort, but for SI, the State Investigation Agency Kashmir, they unearthed that many of these were doctors from Kashmir. They were residents of Kashmir, and they were employed even in Al-Falah University. That name cropped up during the investigation of the blast, that they were misusing the university premises to radicalize, to recruit, to keep explosives, to procure explosives. It's a disturbing news, because doctors are someone you trust without blinking an eye. And for involvement of doctors in such a network, and remember, not in Kashmir, this is in Haryana, in Uttar Pradesh, in Delhi, in nearby areas. That is what the SI is also mentioned, according to our sources in the SI, the charge sheet mentions very clearly about the catastrophe potential that was there. If the nexus had succeeded, it is because it has been pinned in the bud. Many of these accused have been taken in custody. One has died, killed in the suicide op. But otherwise, if they had been successful, this could have been a larger conspiracy and a large-scale explosions could have taken place. Suyesha.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Pooja, I want to thank you for getting us all those details, and we continue to keep our viewers on the top of the story, even as more and more details of the investigation come in. For the moment, we shift our focus. And breaking news just coming in as Nashik Police SIT has now reached Bhiwandi to look for Nida Khan. In the latest that we are just learning, Nida Khan, who was the TCS BPO Nashik executive, her lawyer is saying that she's pregnant and she is in Mumbai. He has also said that Nida Khan is staying with her family in Mumbai, also stating that she's not on the run and has moved court seeking anticipatory bail. The application could come up for hearing in Nashik court. Devesh Singh joining us live with further details on Nida Khan, what the lawyer is stating and how the police is on the lookout for Nida Khan now.
Well, the lawyer has said that till 2 days back, he was in touch with Nida Khan's family, and that Nida Khan is pregnant. They are going to apply for anticipatory bail in the Nashik court. She has been booked in out of the 9 cases that have been registered from the TCS BPO Nashik conversion and sexual harassment case. The first crime case was registered in that Nida Khan has been accused of hurting religious sentiments. Remember, the complainant in the case had said that Nida Khan had made statements regarding their gods, regarding Hindu gods and goddesses. She would also tell her on how to dress, on how to wear a hijab, how to offer namaz, how to offer prayer. That is what has been revealed by the complainant in the complaint copy, which has been accessed by India Today. India Today also accessed the details of the statement where the complainant has named Nida Khan as one of the accused, and that is why she is one of the wanted persons in the Nashik BPO case.
All right, Divyesh, many thanks for getting us the latest. Twists and turns that continue as the probe into the alleged conversion ring at a TCS BPO in Nashik that continues to gather pace. The male complainant, who has made a series of serious allegations while speaking to India Today, has submitted a video to support his claims. In the footage, one of the accused, Tausif Akhtar, is seen placing a skull cap on the complainant's head. The complainant alleges that during Eid in 2023, he had visited Tausif's residence where he was asked to wear the skull cap. He further claims that an image from that occasion was shared on an office group and that he was also forced to offer namaz at the residence. However, the families of the accused have dismissed the allegations as baseless. The mother of Danish Sheikh, one of the main accused, maintains that her son is innocent and did not attempt to convert anyone. Another accused, Shafi Sheikh, has alleged that he was assaulted by inmates inside Nashik Road Central Jail. Meanwhile, lawyer of one of the main accused, Nida Khan, claimed that she was not absconding and was in Mumbai. The lawyer also claimed that her client was pregnant and has applied for an anticipatory bail.
तबस्सुम जी, ये बताइए, दानिश पर बहुत से इल्ज़ाम लगे हैं, उसे 2-3 FIR में उसका नाम दिया गया है. ये कहा जा रहा है कि वो लोगों का धर्म परिवर्तन करने की कोशिश कर रहा था, वो एक महिला पे अत्याचार कर रहा था, अन्य महिलाओं पे भी आपत्तिजनक उनके धर्म के बारे में टिप्पणियां किया करता था. आपका क्या कहना है?
मेरा ये कहना है कि मेरा बच्चा बेकसूर है और ये ऐसा बोल ही नहीं सकता कोई दूसरे धर्म के बारे में. वो सही बोले तो हमारे धर्म में ऐसा भी नहीं सिखाते कि किसी के धर्म पे उंगली उठाओ या कुछ बोलो. हमारा धर्म ऐसा बोलता कि भाई जो जिसके धर्म में है वैसा ही काम करो. तो मेरा बच्चा वैसा तो नहीं कर सकता. और वो जो लड़की ने आरोप दिए वो भी गलत है कि मेरा बच्चा इतना शरीफ है, क्या बोलेंगे अभी हम. और स्कूल में, कॉलेज में मेरा बच्चे का ऐसा रिकॉर्ड भी ख़राब नहीं है कि बाबा ऐसा कर सकता. वो
ऑफिस में बोल रहे हैं कि तौसीफ और शाहरुख और रज़ा, ये सब लोगों के साथ मिलके इन्होंने गैंग बनाया था और गैंग के तरह ऑपरेट कर रहे थे और लोगों को टारगेट कर रहे थे.
नहीं बाबा, वो भी बच्चे इतने अच्छे हैं, वो तौसीफ तो इतना अच्छा है, क्या बोलेंगे, वो बेचारे पे भी इतना आरोप दिए लड़कियां ने। तौसीफ भी वैसा नहीं है, ना शाहरुख ना रजा, सब अच्छे बच्चे थे।
घर में क्या परिस्थिति है अभी?
बाबा घर में तो ऐसी परिस्थिति है, मैं अकेली एक तो, और मेरे पीछे कोई भी नहीं भागा दौड़ी करने। मैं अकेली है, मेरे पीछे कोई नहीं है, ना मेरा बच्चा उतना एक ही कमाने वाला था।
अभी जिस तरीके से कॉर्पोरेट ऑफिस में हमारी बच्चियां बहुत गरीब होती हैं, छोटे परिवार से होती हैं, डिग्रियां हाथ में लेते हैं, बहुत कष्ट करके संघर्ष करके उनके पेरेंट्स उनको पढ़ाते हैं, डिग्री मिलती है, फिर वो एक आधे ऑफिस में जहाँ पे अपॉर्चुनिटी दिखती है वहाँ पे वो जाते हैं। और वैसे ही नासिक में कई लड़कियां, हमारी बच्चियां वहाँ पे गई, जॉब मिली, जॉब जहाँ पे गई उन्हें ये नहीं मालूम था कि ये बॉस की कुर्सी पे जो बैठे हैं वो हैवान बैठे हैं, क्योंकि जबरन उनको कलमा पढ़ाना, जबरन उनको बीफ खिलाना, जबरन उनको बुर्का पहनाने के लिए मजबूर करना, जबरन उनको बिंदी नहीं लगा के आना, ये जो तरीके का प्रकरण वहां पर हुआ नासिक में, जो भी आरोपी उनको पकड़ी गई है, हमारे महाराष्ट्र की पुलिस बहुत मजबूती से काम कर रही है।
And a dress code controversy that is now spiraling into a full-blown debate on faith and fairness. Lenskart is under the fire after an internal document triggered allegations of selective restrictions on religious symbols. While the company calls it outdated and denies any such policy, the outrage online refuses to die down. We are now getting you a report on how a corporate guideline turned into a national flashpoint.
A dress code or a fault line on faith. Lenskart finds itself in the eye of a storm. An internal document triggering a national debate on identity, belief and corporate control. The flashpoint, an internal document from February 2026 that surfaced online. What it allegedly laid out has now ignited outrage. Sindoor, if worn, must be minimal. Bindi and religious tika not allowed. Religious threats barred. Wedding bangles or churas permitted only for 3 months. Only black hijab and turban allowed. Specific guidelines on coverage and even a ban on burqa inside stores. The reaction was instant and explosive. Hashtag boycott Lenskart began trending as outrage spilled across social media. Accusations of selective enforcement of double standards grew louder by the hour. What began as a policy debate quickly snowballed into a larger confrontation over religious expression at the workplace. Amid the mounting heat, Lenskart CEO Piyush Bansal stepped in, calling the document outdated, not official HR policy, admitting the line on bindi and tilak was wrong and should never have existed, saying that the document does not reflect our values or practices, saying it was taken down back in February, taking full responsibility for the lapse, promising tighter internal checks going forward, and asserting that Lenskart does not restrict respectful religious expression in any form. For Lenskart, this has moved beyond a policy now. It is now a question of credibility. An outdated document defense is facing tough scrutiny as allegations of selective rules persist. In a diverse workplace, perception matters as much as policy. And right now, Lenskart finds itself at the center of a very uncomfortable spotlight. Bureau Report, India Today.
On that note, it is time for us to slip into a very sharp commercial break. On the other side is our special segment, So South. Do stay tuned to India Today.
Hi,
I'm Sana. Here's your weather update. Delhi maximum 40 and minimum 29 degrees. Mumbai maximum 32 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata maximum 37 and minimum 26 degrees. Bengaluru maximum 36 and minimum 25 degrees. Chennai maximum 33 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad maximum 40 and minimum 26 degrees.
Well, how many times have you simply picked up an eye drop over the counter without even thinking twice about what could possibly be going into it? So why am I asking you this question? Well, there is a reason. The government has issued a warning. Unapproved eye drops for dry eyes could be putting your eyes at risk instead of giving you relief. Well, the government, through Delhi's All India Institute of Medical Sciences, has asked states to stop selling certain eye drops that contain sodium hyaluronate. The government says it may not have the correct regulatory approval. So what exactly is sodium hyaluronate? And what then is the problem here? Officials say these drops, eye drops, fall under the category of a new drug, which means they must be cleared before being sold. Without approval, their safety and effectiveness remain unverified. Experts are advising people to use only doctor-prescribed eye drops and to buy medicines only from trusted sources. The fact is, even simple dry eye drops can be risky if unapproved. They may worsen irritation, increase dryness and raise infection risk. Doctors are advising that one must check a label. Consult your doctor before use.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Vanakkam, Namaskara, good afternoon and a big welcome to India Today So South, where we get you all the news that dominates the southern part of India. While the last 3 days has been about the delimitation, about in fact delimitation that the south is worrying about. If the union government passes this bill, what would happen to the southern strength in parliament? Will their voices be eroded, or like the BJP is saying, it would be proportional increase in seats? All this over the next 30 minutes as well. And joining me right now is Pramod Madhav, Apurva Jayachandran and Anaga Keshav to get us all the latest updates. And remember, Tamil Nadu will go to polls in the next few days, and this delimitation is a hot cake right now in Chennai and Tamil Nadu as well. Let's kickstart the bulletin with news from Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin and the DMK Chief Mr. Stalin has given a big warning to the BJP and the union government and saying that withdraw the delimitation bill or face consequences. That the Tamil Nadu will hit back at the BJP and the union government if the bill is bulldozed in the parliament as well. Stalin has told the central government to withdraw the bill and he doesn't trust in any verbal assurances, even though the Prime Minister and the Home Minister spoke in the parliament and assured all the opposition parties that the South India will not lose out on the seats, be it in parliament and elsewhere. DMK is now saying that they have no trust in the verbal assurances given by the union government, and it calls a deception by the BJP party. And this bill is giving absolute powers to the Delimitation Commission, is what the DMK is now saying. Stalin calls delimitation a conspiracy as well as a black law and demands a complete withdrawal of the present delimitation bill. He's asking the union government not to bulldoze the bill, rather take the consensus of the opposition before anything is done. It's a big point of contention in Chennai right now as the elections are approaching, and hence Stalin has warned the union government of not pushing this law through in the parliament. Pramod Madhav is joining me right now. Pramod, we saw over the last 24 hours DMK hoisting black flag in the party headquarters and also asking volunteers to put up black flags in their balconies, in their terraces, to ensure that they are against this whole delimitation bill. And now Stalin has warned the central government, saying, listen to the voice of Tamil Nadu and don't bulldoze this bill.
Well, Nagarjun, one thing we have to very clearly make is that we don't even have a week for the elections over here, and you can also see that the attire of the Chief Minister has also completely changed. No longer a white shirt. He is wearing black shirt to show that DMK is going to completely oppose this bill, and they are also ready for war. In fact, yesterday while speaking at Perambalur, what M.K. Stalin, the Chief Minister, did is that he actually went ahead and sung a song called as Acham Yenbadu Madamediya. It's almost like a 1960s song, which is about the Dravidian pride. He says, Arilim Savu, Nurilim Savu, Tayagam Kapadu Kadameda. It means that it is the duty of everybody to protect the motherland. So very clearly, DMK has been prepared for war right now, and that's why he calls this as a final warning from Tamil Nadu. This is election season, so definitely DMK is not going to let go of this very easily, Nagarjun.
In fact, within few hours from now, the bill would be put to vote and the fate of the bill would be decided. But the war of words has continued in the parliament, and in fact, leading the war of words is Kanimoi's DMK in the parliament. In fact, she has said that this bill is a blot on the federal structure if passed in the present form. And she, unlike others, also wore black in the parliament. DMK Netas, Chief Minister Stalin, have been wearing black shirt to ensure that they put out a message that they're against this whole delimitation bill, but not the women reservation. So the delimitation, if passed, they're feeling that the southern states' voices would be eroded in the parliament, and hence they want a clear assurance from the government on paper, not just in verbal assurance, that the voices of the south will not be eroded. Not just Kanimoi, but starting from Tharur, Thiruvananthapuram MP from the Congress party also claimed that the sole aim of this bill was reducing the parliament sitting and called the delimitation a contentious exercise. Remember, he also said that 850 MPs in parliament, the 0 hour will have to be extended, the question hours will have to be extended. People right now only cannot voice out their concerns about their constituency in this present format. So more thought needs to be put in. If this house becomes to 850, increased to 10 to 850 is what Mr. Tharoor also claimed. Kanimoyo also called it an attempt to weaken the voice of Tamil Nadu and asked the centre to explain in the haste of introducing this bill amidst the Tamil Nadu polls. She also called this attempt to weaken the voice of Tamil Nadu. Listening to who said what on the floor of the House.
Expanding the Lok Sabha to an 850-member House would create the legislature that is by far the largest in any democracy in the world, resulting in a body that will be unwieldy and unworkable. This is especially true, sir, in an era where the government has been systematically reducing the duration of parliament sittings. Whereas the first and second Lok Sabhas met for an average of 125 days a year, the 16th and 17th Lok Sabhas saw that figure plummet to just below 60 days, sir. In such a constrained schedule, what will your job be, sir? An 850-member chamber would require at least a doubling of the time currently allotted to question hour, 0 hour, for a majority of MPs to have any chance of meaningful participation, you'll have to double the time allotted to question hour and 0 hour, failing which a majority of representatives would be effectively silenced, sir. How will you manage to give 850 MPs a chance to speak? As it is with 543, many of us don't get questions. Another concern is while the size of the Lok Sabha is being expanded in the government's proposal, there is no corresponding proposal to increase the strength of the Rajya Sabha. Raises a serious structural concern, sir.
The Home Minister said 50% increase across the state. I want to know what happens when the Delimitation Commission does not agree to the Home Minister's suggestion. Are you going to bulldoze the Delimitation Commission also, like what you are usually used to doing? Or will the government then challenge the orders of the Delimitation Commission? Because the clause 10(2) of the Delimitation Bill 2026 says, after the publication of the orders by the Delimitation Commission, these orders cannot be questioned in any court. Where should we go seeking for fair delimitation in such a situation? Where is our guarantee? The Constitution in Article 368 says that amendments affecting the representation of states in Parliament must be ratified by at least half the state legislatures, not just passed by Parliament, ratified by the states. If this government is so confident that the delimitation bill is fair, why don't you place these bills before the Tamil Nadu legislature, before the Kerala legislature, before the Karnataka, or before any legislature? If the government truly believed in cooperative federalism, the slogan they've used 1,000 times on different stages, why are you running away from the state legislatures? Have you even called for a meeting? Have you even consulted with the chief ministers? Have you even spoken to the states? Have you bothered?
You have just put out a tweet in which you are saying that the delimitation is a sales pitch by the government. Is like that of an insurance salesman. They say one thing and the fine print says something else. What is in it? What have you read in the fine print is what the government is not saying, according to you?
First of all, we have to de-link the two issues. One is women's reservation, the other is delimitation. But the government is now mixing up both, exactly like insurance salesmen who sell you a mutual fund investment plan along with an insurance policy. So that's what they do. And further, what they say on the floor of the House or through their press leaks and through their press statements is one thing, and what is there in the fine print is something else. Our position is that, yes, we are for women's reservation. Let's do it right away within the strength of the House of 543. We have serious objections to increasing the strength of the House. When they say that, we are only going to increase the strength of the House proportionately for everybody, but that's not what the bill says. The bill says that there's going to be a delimitation and a reorganization of seats even among states based on the 2011 population. Means the population of India at that time was 121 crores. If you have to allot 850 parliamentary seats, it's about 14 lakhs per parliamentary seat. And if you redraw that, there are certain states who will have a big spike. Some states will remain flat. Some states will have a very marginal increase. So that's not fair. We believe that's not fair.
In fact, the big question was, when would Rahul Gandhi start his full-fledged campaign in Tamil Nadu? Seems like the answer is here. He's going to arrive in Tamil Nadu tomorrow and will have campaign in the northern part of Tamil Nadu as well as in Delta region. But the big question is, would there be a joint campaign of Chief Minister Stalin and Rahul Gandhi? But these two leaders are campaigning separately over the next few days in Tamil Nadu. Sources in the Congress are telling us that this is because of the tight schedule of both the leaders. But however, they would not be campaigning together. So Stalin would be in a different location while Rahul Gandhi tomorrow would be in Ponneri as well as near Tirchi in Delta region as well. So both Chief Minister Stalin and Leader of Opposition Mr. Rahul Gandhi would not be campaigning together in Tamil Nadu, as we have just days left for the elections in here in Tamil Nadu as well. And Anaga Keshav is joining me live. Anaga, has the DMK or Congress spelled out what are the reasons why these two netas, the faces of these elections, are not coming together for a joint campaign?
Yeah.
Well, in fact, the DMK says that the Chief Minister has about 30-40 more constituencies remaining to campaign, and we're just 6 days away from elections, and the Chief Minister's schedule is already very, very tight. And besides, the reason is Rahul Gandhi is only here for 1 day, and it's not really possible for the Chief Minister to break away from his already decided schedule and then come all the way to Poneri and then to Trichy to sort of campaign together with Rahul Gandhi. So since everything is already pre-planned, changing of schedule in the last minute is not really possible. Is what Chief Minister Stalin's team has conveyed, and thereby Rahul Gandhi and Chief Minister Stalin will not be seen together. It's also a very important development given the fact that things between the DMK and the Congress was not all too well before the alliance seat share talks happened, and now that we at least expected that we would see the two leaders together, call each other as brothers and then show like a joint show of strength. But it looks like the two leaders will be campaigning separately. Rahul Gandhi will be in Poneri, which is near Sholingur, and then subsequently he will go to Delta region, like you pointed out, to in Trichy specifically, and then he'll fly back to Delhi. Meanwhile, what we're also learning from our sources is that it's quite likely that on April 19th, AICC Chief Mallikarjun Kharge and Chief Minister Stalin might share a stage in Hosur. However, the schedule is tentative and we're still waiting for more information on this matter.
Well, understandably that it's few days left for the elections, and there's because of time constraints, both leaders cannot campaign together, but they should have held a joint campaign is what many in the Congress also feel, so that it can send a strong message because of the delimitation. That's also the point of contention here back in Chennai. Now let's cut across to some breaking news coming in. TVK's Neta Sengotian has hit out at Edapadi Palaniswamy, the leader of opposition and the face of the AIDMK right now. In fact, Sengotian has put out some serious acquisition saying that EPS set conditions for the BJP, and the first condition was EPS wanted K. Annamalai to be out of the party as well as removed from his post of the president as the BJP Tamil Nadu. Sengotian said that EPS wanted Annamalai to be removed, and what sin did Annamalai do? So Sengotian is showing sympathies towards Annamalai, saying EPS only agenda was to remove Annamalai as the sitting president of the BJP, and that's the reason why he had to negotiate with the BJP. And now Sengotian has asked making personal attacks on EPS and calls him Karupan, which sparked a wide row within the election campaign in Tamil Nadu. Listen to what Sengotian had to say.
இங்கே பிரேமலதா விஜயகாந்த் ராஜ்யசபா கொடுக்கிறார், அவையில் காலி பண்ணிட்டார். ஆனா என்ன பாவம் பண்ண அண்ணாமலை? இந்த அண்ணாமலை எங்கன்னா ஐபிஎஸ் ஆபீசர் பிஜேபி இருக்கார், அவர் நீக்கினா தான் நான் வருவேங்கிறான். என்னையா உலகம்? எப்படியுமே தமிழ்நாட்டில் இருக்கூடாது. இவர் கொள்ளையடிக்கிறதுக்கு 50 லட்சம் கோடி கொள்ளையடிச்சிட்டு பார்த்தா இன்னும் 50 லட்சம் கோடி வேணுங்கிறார். நீங்க பார்த்தீங்கன்னா தெரியும். அவன் பையனை இறக்கி விட்டு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா எப்படி இருக்கு, களத்தை பார்த்தா தெரியும். இப்படி இருக்கு, எல்லாம் கொழுத்து போய் இருக்கிறாங்க. இந்த கருப்பன் மட்டும் மீண்டும் ஜெயிச்சா என்ன, இந்த நாளே அழிஞ்சு போயிடும் பொலிஷன்ல.
Apurva Jayachandran is joining me live on this. Apurva, big charges made by Sengotian saying EPS 1-point agenda was remove Annamalai as the state president.
Well, that's right. In fact, we are already seeing that there had been drifts between the AIADMK and the NDA alliance, even when, they had rejoined again. 2024, remember, AIADMK was not in the alliance of NDA, and in fact, EPS had also given a clear statement back then that AIADMK will not have any future alliance with BJP, and that's the statement that Sengotian is going ahead and reiterating. In fact, Sengotian was also the stalwart leader of AIADMK, and remember, he's also made allegations on the charges that there was also a time when he was among the strong men of J. Jayalalitha, the late supremo of AIADMK. And right now, he's also targeting EPS, saying that there had been a lot of insecurities that Edapadi K. Palaniswamy had, namely when it came to what happens in the alliance talks. And he talks about how EPS wanted to sideline K. Annamalai, who was back then the BJP state president. He says EPS was insecure about Annamalai's reach with the public, which is why he wanted Annamalai to be removed from the position that he had held. And later on, he talks about the DMDK chief there, Premlata Vijaykanth, and when the AIADMK was in talks with DMDK regarding the seat sharing talks as well, and that EPS had also conveyed to his close confidence that, if Premlata Vijaykanth was given a Rajya Sabha seat, then that will become a problem. All of these are nothing but internal talks that now EPS, now Sengotian, the TVK leader, is finally spilling beans on what went wrong in the alliance talks between the AIADMK with the BJP and the DMDK and several others as well. Recently, just a couple of weeks back, we also saw Premlata Vijaykanth holding the affidavit that had been signed by Edeppadi K. Palaniswamy and Premlata, Vijaykanth herself regarding the seat sharing talks and the promises that EPS had failed to, adhere to. And all of these insecurities, Sengotian says, is what makes EPS, Edeppadi K. Palaniswamy, a weak leader. And these were nothing but a stronghold attempt by Edeppadi K. Palaniswamy to gain control and sideline capable leaders like K. Annamalai and Premlata.
In fact, talking about DMDK, seems like not everything is fine within the DMK alliance. DMK Supremo Premlata, during a rally, had made a comment about the women's safety in Tamil Nadu, and now that comment seemed to have backfired. And TVK Neta Adav Arjun has picked it up and called Premlata as the Dhurandhar within the DMK alliance and latched on to the point about women's safety that Premlata made, and now he's saying that DMDK is like a spy within the DMK alliance, calling them Dhurandhar within the Social Progressive Alliance or the DMK alliance. Now what Premlata had said about women's safety has backfired. Listening to what both Premlata had to say and then TVK saying Premlata is a spy within the DMK alliance.
நடுராத்திரியிலும் போராளோ அன்னைக்கு தான் ஒரு உண்மையான சுதந்திரம்னு சொன்னவர் நமது தந்தை காந்தியடிகள். இன்னைக்கு அது போல தமிழ்நாடு முழுக்க ஒரே ஒரு குற்றச்சாட்டு தான் அண்ணன் மேல இருக்கு. அதுவும் இந்த பெண்கள் கூட்டத்துல நான் சொல்றேன், எங்க பார்த்தாலும் பாலியல் வன்கொடுமை, போதை கலாச்சாரம் இருக்கு.
அம்மா பிரேமலதா வாயாலே சொல்லிட்டாங்க, பெண் பாதுகாப்பு இல்ல, ட்ரக்ஸ் செல்ஸ் அதிகமா இருக்கு. இதுக்கு மேல என்ன ஒரு தமிழ்நாடு அவங்களை வச்சுக்கிட்டே தன்னுடைய சொந்த கட்சி தலைவரை விமர்சிக்கணும்? இதுல தானே ஒரு பெண்கள் பாதுகாப்பு, ஒரு பெண்ணா இருக்கக்கூடிய பிரேமலதா அம்மா இது நடந்துகிட்டு இருக்கு. இதுக்கு மேல தமிழ்நாடு என்ன நடக்குன்னு நானே திருப்பி சொல்றேன். பிரேமலதா அம்மா யாருமே இல்லாம 12 மணிக்கு ஆர்கே நகர் நடந்து போயிட முடியுமா? நான் கேக்குறேன். இதுக்கு மேல ஓபன் ஸ்டேட்மெண்ட். எனக்கு தெரிஞ்சு அந்த கூட்டணிக்கு போன ஒரு படம் வந்து, என்ன படம் பாது, ஹிந்தி படம், பாகிஸ்தான்ல போய் ஒரு உளவாளியா செயல்படுவாங்க, துரேந்தர். நான் பாக்குறது இல்ல. எனக்கு தெரிஞ்சு திமுக இருக்கக்கூடிய துரேந்தர் அவங்க நினைக்கிறேன்.
Pramod Madhav is live with me. Pramod, in fact, Adav Arjun is calling Premlata the Dhurandhar or a spy within the DMK alliance because the comment has been backfired, and Adav also challenged Premlata if she can walk safely at 12 in the night anywhere in Tamil Nadu.
Nagarjun, it was definitely a bit confusing because this was an event that was conducted by DMK to show their women power, the strength they have, and that occurred in the Salem where the Chief Minister actually led a rally where close to 30,000 women participated, and Premlata was actually invited along with Kamal Hassan over there. Premlata had a lot of things to speak, but she goes ahead and she says that there is nothing else to talk about DMK because everything is fine except women's security and drug abuse. Is this the way to speak? We are not exactly sure, but this has been exactly picked up by the opposition, just as we thought, because this is absolutely fodder. And this is where Adav Arjun now comes and claims that imagine if an alliance party leader, keeping the leader of the alliance in the same stage, goes ahead and speaks like that. What else do we have to say? And Adav Arjun also says that can Premlata walk at RK Nagar by 12 a.m. in night? This itself is a testimony, and he then very clearly laughs on this and says this is nothing but a concept of Dhurandhar. Now he claims that Premlata has become the spy within the DMK alliance, Nagarjun.
Absolutely. In fact, the bad timing of Premlata's comment has become a debate topic within the opposition parties here in Tamil Nadu. Now, breaking news, in fact, coming in. Let's move to the next story. On-screen rivals now seem to be fighting it in real also. Prakash Raj, renowned actor, is now criticizing actor Vijay and actor turned Neta Vijay for his stand in this Tamil Nadu politics. Vijay as well as Prakash Raj have acted in several movies together as hero and villain as well. As recently as Jananayakan, Prakash Raj, now while campaigning for DMK in Tamil Nadu, has hit out at TVK's Vijay, saying that becoming a chief minister is not a one-day transition and being in real is completely different, is what Prakash Raj is saying. Cinema, which people admire you for your cinema, cannot be the realistic way of looking at politics as well. So Prakash Raj, while campaigning for DMK, has hit out at Neta Vijay, saying that he has to be more realistic, that he cannot become a chief minister in one-day transition. And in fact, he also said that Vijay's political experience and consistency is quite questionable because of what has happened over the last 3 months or 4 months. And these two actors have been long-time co-stars and now have been fighting it out on the stages while speaking out against each other. Listen to what Prakash Raj had to say.
ஒரே சினிமால காசு சம்பாதிச்சிடலாம்ப்பா, பெரிய ஹீரோ ஆயிடலாம், ஸ்டார் ஆயிடலாம். சினிமால ஓகே. ஒரு சினிமாக்குள்ள நீ டாக்டர் ஆகலாம், இன்ஜினியர் ஆகலாம், முதல்வர் கூட ஆகலாம். அரசியல் அப்படியே முதல்வர் ஆயிடுங்க நீ. யாரு அரசியல் பேசணும்? என் அளவுக்கு அரசியல் பேசிருக்கியாப்பா நீ? நீ இத்தனை வருடங்கள்ல தமிழ்நாட்டுக்கோ மக்களுக்கோ மொழிக்கோ தன்மானத்துக்கோ பிரச்சனை வந்திருக்கும் போது வந்து நின்று இருக்கியா? உங்களுடைய உங்க மேல மக்கள் வச்சிருக்கிற நட்பு, அன்பு, திறமைக்கு அரசியல் இல்லை. அதை பயன்படுத்துறீங்க நீங்க.
Anaga Keshav is live with me on this. Anaga, in fact, both the actors are quite renowned. As recently as Jananayakan, both of them work together. Now, Prakash Raj has hit out at actor turned Neta Vijay, saying that it's not an easy task to become chief minister. And if at all you think your consistency and your policies and your statements can be questioned, is what Prakash Raj is saying on Vijay.
Absolutely. In fact, both these actors go back a long way back in time with regards to their film careers. Until now, we've not seen many actors come out and openly talk about Vijay. They've almost taken like a neutral stance. Now Prakash Raj has always been a very vocal critic about politics. He's very clear about his ideology. And now, despite the fact that he has a long-standing equation and a relationship with Vijay, has not hesitated, has not held back in hitting out at Vijay. He says that Vijay is somebody who has converted his fandom into a political cadre. He says that people love you for your talent, people love you for the actor that you are. Don't convert that, don't misuse that to your political gains, is a sort of very strong statement that Prakash Raj has made. In fact, he was campaigning for the DMK in Dindigal's Palani yesterday night when he made this kind of strong statement coming in. It has actually surprised a lot of fans because both these actors go back a long way. Given the fact that there are iconic movies like Gilli and then as recently as Jananayakan, his co-star openly and publicly making a statement, taking jibes and taunting at Vijay has certainly amused a lot of fans.
Thank you, Anaga. And this delimitation has become a point of contention or the talk of the town because of elections in Tamil Nadu. Chief Minister Stalin has been mounting his attack against the central government and also blamed EPS for supporting such a contentious bill and trying to get this passed in the parliament. The DMK now has threatened that if this bill is passed, they would even think of or in fact contemplate of moving the Supreme Court against the proposed bill as well. So they are considering legal options as we speak. Opposition TVK has also mounted attack on the BJP as the union government, saying that the delimitation in the proposed form, the bill, should not be passed. But however, EPS is of an opinion that in fact he's hit back at Stalin, accusing him of playing double game because Amit Shah as well as Prime Minister Modi have already made it clear that no southern states will be affected by this proposed delimitation. However, Chief Minister Stalin has hit back at EPS, saying that the two-leaf symbol party was spineless and have not been opposing the delimitation. Chief Minister Stalin also slammed the centre, saying that the BJP was trying to mislead the South and pass this bill deliberately, holding a special session during or amidst the poll, is what Stalin is saying. Listening to what everyone had to say.
அதுக்கு ஜால்ரா போடக்கூடிய அதிமுகவும் ஏற்படுத்தி இருக்கக்கூடிய பேராபத்து தமிழ்நாட்டோடைய குரலை ஒடுக்க பாஜக போடக்கூடிய சதி திட்டம்தான் தொகுதி மறு சீரமைப்பு. அதனை வெளிப்படையாக எதிர்க்கிறதுக்கு கூட முதுகெலும் பெற்ற கூட்டம்தான் அதிமுக. தமிழ்நாட்டில் எலெக்ஷன் தேர்தல் நடக்கிற நேரத்தில் திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகத்தினுடைய எம்பிக்கள் எல்லாரும் பிரச்சாரத்தில் இருப்பாங்க. இந்த கேப்பில் ஸ்பெஷல் செக்ஷனை சிறப்பு கூட்டத்தை கூட்டி இந்த சட்டத்தை நிறைவேற்றிடலாம் என்று பாஜக நினைச்சது. மகளிர் இடஒதுக்கீடுன்னு அவங்க சொல்றது பொம்மாத்து வேலை. உண்மையிலே அதுதான் நோக்கம்னா 2023 மகளிர் இடஒதுக்கீடு மசோதாவை நிறைவேற்றின போது 2029க்கு பிறகு அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க. ஏன் அப்படி சொன்னாங்க? ஏன்னா மகளிர் முன்னேற்றம் இவங்க நோக்கம் இல்லை. இவங்க நோக்கம் RSS விரும்புகிற ஒரே நாடு ஒரே அரசு. அதுக்காகத்தான் அரசியல் சட்டத்தை காலில் மிதிச்சு இவ்வளவு அட்டுழியங்களையும் செய்கிறாங்க. இதை எப்படி தமிழ்நாடு பொறுத்துக்கொள்ள முடியும்? தமிழ்நாட்டில் இருக்கிற கடைகோடி மனிதர்களும் இன்னைக்கு எதிர்த்து பேசிக்கிட்டு இருக்கிறோம். இந்த அநீதிக்கும் ஆதரவாக பேசுகிற ஒரு மனிதர் இருக்கிறார்னா அவர்தான் அரசியலில் அவமானமாக பார்க்கப்படுகிற அடிமை சாமி. புரியுதா? அடிமை சாமி யாரும் சொல்றேன்னு.
If at all the contentious delimitation bill gets passed in the parliament today, what other options does the DMK have at this point?
If the bill get passed, certainly under the directions of our party leader, we will be approaching the Supreme Court challenging the constitutional validity of the amendment. We are having enough number of legal grounds to challenge the constitutional amendment. So that's our approach. We will be approaching the Supreme Court that this constitutional amendment is not valid because it is against the basic principles of the Constitution, namely the federalist structure.
Okay. So do you think this will stand ground in the Supreme Court, sir? Because the caveat looks like it should get passed in the Parliament and the legal options look blocked in the caveat. So do you think this will hold ground in the Supreme Court, sir?
No, I am not putting any caveat. The caveat is the bill getting passed. I don't see there is any opportunity of the bill getting passed because the union government is not enjoying the 2/3 majority which is mandate to pass the constitutional amendment.
Yeah.
So that I put the caveat if it get passed, not for the approaching the court, but the bill getting passed.
சொல்றது திரு ஸ்டாலின் அவர்களே, திரு ஸ்டாலின் தலைமையில் இருக்கின்ற கூட்டணி கட்சி தலைவர்களே, நீங்க சொல்வதெல்லாம் தவறாக இருக்கும். ஆனால் மத்திய அரசு ஏற்கனவே உறுதிமொழி கொடுக்கப்பட்டு விட்டது. இன்றைக்கு தமிழகம் மட்டுமல்ல, இந்தியாவில் இருக்கிற அனைத்து மாநிலங்களும் எந்த விதத்திலும் பாதிக்காத அளவுக்கு பாராளுமன்ற தொகுதி வரமுறை சிறப்பாக செயல்படும், மக்கள் மகிழ்ச்சி தரபடி செயல்படுத்தப்படும்.
Pramod, Apurva, Anaga are all live with me right now. Apurva, to you first. Even after Home Minister Amit Shah and Prime Minister Mr. Modi have assured verbally on the floor of the House, does the DMK still have concerns about if the strength of the southern states will be reduced in the Parliament?
Well, in fact, the AIADMK has been very strong in a sharp attack that Edappadi K. Palaniswamy is hitting out. In fact, he has assured that this Home Minister Amit Shah had gone ahead during the election campaigning at Coimbatore and had said that none of the southern states will be affected. But the question that the DMK and the alliance pose is that why should this special session be brought in right amidst the elections that are going on? Major states such as Assam, West Bengal, Tamil Nadu, all of them who have enough number of MPs there who are working on the ground for the elections there amidst this election season, amidst major elections and across the country. Why is it that the BJP at the union government has to hurriedly bring this bill and bring it into the parliament session now? Why this sudden parliament session is what MK Stalin is going ahead and saying. Not only that, he has also charged at the Union BJP as well, saying that Tamil Nadu will not stand down and it will not keep quiet. In fact, yesterday as well, when Chief Minister M.K. Stalin had called out for a massive protest in and across Tamil Nadu, several DMK cadres and the Alliance Party cadres had worn black shirts and had been waving black flags. In fact,
you also spoke to the DMK netas about if DMK would be moving the apex court to get a legal remedy as well. Are they in talks with the other alliance partners, or what's the next option left for the DMK right now?
Well, in fact, the DMK says that if at all the bill gets passed in the parliament, the DMK says that we are very confident that, that the bill won't get passed because the House needs 2/3 majority, and therefore, if at all it gets passed in the parliament, then we will knock the doors of Supreme Court, is what the legal wing of DMK has said. They will, of course, garner the support of other India bloc partners. The entire India bloc is going to stand united against the delimitation bill, and if it gets passed, then the immediate next step will be knocking the doors of Supreme Court. And the DMK is quite confident that they have enough grounds that their petition will stand in the floor of the Supreme Court. And therefore, we need to wait and watch if, when the DMK will really knock the doors of Supreme Court once, if at all it gets passed in the parliament today.
In fact, in next couple of hours, we'll have answers to this as well, if the bill would be passed or not passed as well. Pramod, Madhav, to you, has this topic become a talking point in the elections in Tamil Nadu? Have been DMK, we have heard Chief Minister speak about this in the rally. How is AIDMK countering this? And among people, has this become a point of contention?
But Nagarjun, one thing is very certain. This is no longer a talking point. It has become a war cry. In fact, be it Kanimozhi or be it M.K. Stalin, be it Udayati Stalin, now Kanimozhi also in the parliament, she went ahead and said, Tamil Nadu poradum, Tamil Nadu will win, which means Tamil Nadu will fight and Tamil Nadu will win. So definitely for this election, it has turned out to be a very big issue. DMK has picked up this issue, considering we have only 5 more days or so for the elections. However, AIDMK's Edappadi K. Palaniswamy wants to, he's still going ahead and he's trying to tell the people that delimitation or any kind of issue will not happen or will not hurt Tamil Nadu in any such manner. But for this also DMK is questioning back. What kind of proof does Edappadi K. Palaniswamy have, except for that Amit Shah has told him? What other proof does he have, for which AIDMK has not provided any kind of clear explanation? Very clearly, DMK wants to take this forward, and this is going to happen, Nagarjun.
In fact, like Pramod mentioned, DMK has taken it to the people, and this has become a war cry over the next last few days and the next few days also, that Tamil Nadu will fight and Tamil Nadu will win is what the DMK is saying. With that, we come to the end of today's episode of So South, and thanking Pramod, Anaga and Apurva for getting us all the latest updates and the exclusive that we have shown you over the last 30 minutes. We wrap up this show and all eyes on the Parliament over the next 2 hours, because this contentious bill would be put to vote. We'll see you once again on Monday 1 p.m. Until then, keep watching India Today.
Character, the taste of success.
Like I said before, we better hold the sins. Like I said before, we better hold the sins.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
The game is on. The India Today Prime Team is out in the stadium. All padded up. The ultimate newsman opens the innings. Preeti Chaudhary reading the pole pitch. Maria Shakil firing bouncers at Netas. Akshita Nandagopal with 360-degree field coverage. From power plays to death overs, India Today is hitting it out of the park. Indian political league in top gear all through this election season.
Across Bengal, from winding lanes to sweeping landscapes.
From the voices that echo to the ones that remain unheard. On the ground, there's never just one story. This is Election Dispatch.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Thank you for staying with India Today. I'm Suesha Samant, and we now get you an exclusive. Congress Chief Mallikarjun Kharge, who has slammed delimitation. Kharge has said that the Congress will continue to slam delimitation bill in Parliament. He said that the position of the Congress remains unchanged when it comes to the delimitation bill. Listen in to those exact words.
खड़गे साहब क्या होने वाला है बताया जा रहा है कि पूरा विपक्ष वोट करेगा इसके खिलाफ
वोट करेगा डिफीट करेगा
सर संख्या बल है आपके पास क्योंकि कहा जा रहा है कई सांसद हाउस में नहीं होंगे अगर आप स्टेन करते हैं या एब्सेंट होते हैं
नहीं है भाई संख्या बल है ठीक है
खड़गे साहब क्या होने वाला है बताया जा रहा है कि पूरा विपक्ष वोट करेगा इसके खिलाफ
वोट करेगा डिफीट करेगा
सर संख्या बल है आपके पास क्योंकि कहा जा रहा है कई सांसद हाउस में नहीं होंगे अगर आप स्टेन करते हैं या एब्सेंट होते हैं
नहीं है भाई संख्या बल है ठीक है
And there you heard from Mallikarjun Kharge, who continues to say that as far as the opposition is concerned, especially the Congress, that they stand against the delimitation bill and they will not support it. 4 p.m. is when the voting will take place in both houses of the Parliament. And if that really continues, and it is a scenario that the Women's Reservation Bill sees a passage, a clear passage, but it is the delimitation bill that does not manage to cobble the numbers, that even when it comes to the Women's Reservation Bill, it cannot be implemented in the manner that it should be. In fact, we are cutting across to more breaking news coming in. TMC MP Mahua Moitra, who's hit out at delimitation. Mahua Moitra has said that the TMC will oppose delimitation bill in Parliament. It is the Congress versus the government war of words in Parliament over delimitation, and the TMC speaking the same language as the Congress. Let's listen in to what she said.
हमारे साथ बातचीत के लिए जुड़ गए महुआ मोहित्रा। महुआ, आप टीएमसी से हैं, वो पार्टी जो सबसे ज्यादा महिलाओं को संसद में लेके आती है। क्या आपको ऐसा लगता है धूल झोंकने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं प्रधानमंत्री?
धूल झोंक, वो तो देखिए अभी उनका जिसका थोड़ा सा शर्म होता है वो आंखों की शर्म रहती है, इनका कोई है नहीं शर्म, और ये खुल्लम खुल्ला सब कुछ करते। तो एक आदमी जो 2023 में आके इसी सदन में वो भाषण दिया, आज 2026 में आके एक ही भाषण दे रहा है, जबकि वो बिल पास हो गया है। बिल पास हो गया है, नोटिफाई करना आप भूल गए। कल रात को 12 बजे आप नोटिफाई कर रहे हैं क्योंकि आपको पता चला है कि आज वो अमेंडमेंट होने वाला है एक बिल पे जिसका नोटिफिकेशन ही नहीं हुआ है। और व्हाट आर वी डिस्कसिंग हियर? द बिल इज पास्ड। आप 543 में आप लाइए ना, आपको महिला लाना है तो 543 का 1/3 लाइए ना, जैसे तृणमूल किया है। कोई आपको नहीं रोक रहा है। और डीलिमिटेशन आप बिना सेंसस का कैसा कर सकते हैं? और डीलिमिटेशन कमीशन अगर बैठेगा तो वो डिसाइड करेगा कितना सीट्स होगा। आप यहाँ बैठ के एग्जीक्यूटिव कैसे डिसाइड कर सकता है? और या आप ये जो सदर्न स्टेट्स के जो शेयर है 24% से 20% हो जाएगा सारी स्टेट, खाली आपका हिंदी हार्टलैंड का बढ़ेगा। तो दिस इज जस्ट एब्सोल्यूट नॉनसेंस।
आपको क्या लगता है बीजेपी क्या करने की कोशिश कर रही है? आप लोगों को डराने की
बीजेपी हम तो डरने वाले हैं नहीं, तो बीजेपी ये लोगों को समझा रहा है और बीजेपी और एक चाल खेलना चाहता है देश के लोगों को समझाने के लिए कि देखिए इन लोग सब नारी विरोध है, इन लोग सब नारी विरोध है, इनका अगेंस्ट में गया। हम लोग नारी विरोध नहीं है, हम ही ने जो है जो 37% लाए है, और जो बिल 2023 में पास हो गया हमका समर्थन से, वो डबल बार लाके अब खुद ही को बेवकूफ बनाए।
And there you heard what Mahua Moitra said, primarily voicing the same sentiment as the Congress, where the opposition is up in arms when it comes to delimitation bill, as they continue to say that it is the centre that is rushing into delimitation, and that is something that requires wider deliberation. We've been hearing voices since yesterday in the Parliament, especially when it comes to the position of the opposition. We just heard from Mallikarjun Kharge, my colleague Moshmi Singh, who spoke to him outside the Parliament, and my colleague Aishwarya, who spoke to Mahua Moitra of the TMC. And primarily, they maintain the same, that when the counting happens in both houses of the Parliament at 4 p.m., the opposition that will continue to oppose delimitation, the exercise that has been the biggest flashpoint when it comes to Women's Reservation Bill, also for the very fact that the government has been harping upon how delimitation and census is an important exercise for the clear implementation of women's reservation. But here the opposition saying that while they are completely for women's reservation, but do not agree with the centre and want the centre to answer all those questions on the gaps that do come about when it comes to delimitation exercise. Remember, Union Home Minister Amit Shah, who is expected to answer all those questions when he addresses the Parliament shortly from now. Rahul Gandhi, who is also expected to lead the charge of the Congress when he will speak at 3 p.m. 4 p.m. is when the counting will happen in both houses of the Parliament. But the flashpoint is clear. It is the government versus the opposition on delimitation, and while the centre continues to say that they will remove all those fears that the opposition continues to push when it comes to delimitation, but those fault lines the opposition says are extremely important to consider, and unless and until that is discussed in greater detail and an agreement is sought upon, the government should not go on to push for delimitation. Let's listen in to those voices again. But before that, my colleague Aishwarya Paliwal joining us on the phone line. Aishwarya, with the sort of voices that are coming in from the opposition, one thing is very clear, that this continues to remain a flashpoint. Now, while getting the numbers is certainly tricky, but women's reservation that cannot be executed in its finality and full unless and until the delimitation bill also gets a clear passage, and the opposition saying that they are not in agreement.
Well, what the opposition has been very clearly saying is that they are against the constitution, that the amendment that they want to the government wants to bring in with regards to the Women Reservation Bill, because they believe that what you want to do, the reservation 33% should be done in the 543 seats that are existing in the Lok Sabha. Let me tell you, Surisha, what's really interesting at this point of time is that we have not heard anything from the BJP so far. We are also hearing, let me tell you, that there is a possibility that there could be a withdrawal of force of this constitutional amendment that the government is looking at bringing.
All right, we may have lost that line with my colleague Aishwarya Paliwal, but that's the sentiment that is clearly being reflected when it comes to the opposition and how they are raising questions over delimitation. Let's cut across to more breaking news coming in. Meanwhile, it's a big twist in the Sukesh Chandrasekhar Jacqueline Fernandez case. The latest just coming in that the Bollywood actor who has now taken a U-turn in the money laundering case. Exactly the position that Jacqueline Fernandez has now taken when it comes to the involvement of Sukesh Chandrasekhar in the money laundering case. The ball, of course, now is in the ED's court to whether Jacqueline Fernandez will be turned into an approver or not. Jacqueline Fernandez recently told a Delhi court that she wants to turn approver in the money laundering case registered against conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar. The court informed Jacqueline that she would have to make a formal request to the ED for the same. Now, according to procedure, such a request has to be made with the federal probe agency, who would record her statement and then would decide whether to move an application before the court to make her an approver in the case. The said developments come months after Supreme Court refused to quash the criminal proceedings against the Bollywood actor in this case, who has now changed her position. And after months of questioning and how she continued to maintain distance or say that that is what it was when it came to Sukesh Chandrasekhar, has now changed her position to say that she wants to turn approver in this case. This is the latest development as Bollywood actor Jacqueline Fernandez has made a U-turn in the money laundering case, and the ball now in the ED's court to whether she would be turned an approver or not. Let me take this to my colleague Shrishti Oja, joining us live with further details of how Jacqueline has now taken a U-turn and what this means, how the ED will now decide whether she can be made approver or not.
Well, yes, definitely. It's a very, very big turn in this case, which, as we remember, when Jacqueline Fernandez was made an accused in this case, it was discussed everywhere. We also remember earlier statements which had come in from her that she had made before court, where she had clearly stated that she had no involvement, that in fact she was a victim in this entire controversy involving Sukesh Chandrasekhar. Now what we know is that she has recently told Delhi's Patiala House Court that she wants to turn an approver in the money laundering case, which also involves alleged conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar. However, the court had informed Jacqueline's legal team that according to the procedure, she would first have to make a formal request to the Enforcement Directorate, which is the investigating agency in this case. If we talk about the procedure, firstly, the request is made to the probe agency. The probe agency, if the probe agency agrees to make her an approver, they would record her statement and then decide to apply before the court. Because remember, when we talk about the concept of an approver, as we've seen in a lot of cases, often very large scale scams as well, where we see key witnesses, key accused eventually become approvers, is basically because if an accused involved in a case decides to give truthful evidence, that person can be made a prosecution witness and thereafter get pardoned. But that is also subject to court's approval. An application, if ED agrees to make Jacqueline Fernandez an approver in this case, firstly, an application would, after recording a statement, an application would have to be moved before the court. And the court, after considering everything, would have to take a call on whether she could become an approver and whether she decides she would get any whether she would get a pardon in this case or not. Important here is that this development has come months after Supreme Court last year had refused to quash the proceedings against him. Both High Court and Supreme Court had refused to grant her any relief.
The ED in this case has constantly, since the beginning, maintained that Jacqueline Fernandez was knowingly involved in both in the possession and in the use of proceeds of crimes of the alleged conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar. Not just that, we have time and again seen ED also claim before court that Jacqueline Fernandez knew everything, but she held back the truth till the date regarding the financial transactions which involved Sukesh Chandrasekhar and concealed a lot of facts from the investigating agencies until she was confronted with the evidence. So considering ED's claims till now, it will be very crucial to see if the probe agency in fact agrees and decides to make Jacqueline Fernandez an approval.
Before we let you go, what has led to the change in position? Because earlier she said that she was misled by Sukesh Chandrasekhar. She continued to maintain that for a while she was investigated. Sukesh, on the other hand, said that he was her boyfriend and he continued to express affection for her even while he was in jail. How this changed?
Well, Sasha, back in 2023, when the charge sheet was filed in this case, it was in fact a mega India Today exclusive, and we had accessed the statements that were given by Jacqueline Fernandez, where you're right, she very clearly said that Sukesh misled her. Not just that Sukesh ruined her career and her livelihood. She'd also claimed that Sukesh Chandrasekhar played with her emotions and made her life hell. These were the statements that she had given to the probe agency and were in fact submitted as part of the charge sheet before Delhi's Patiala House Court. She'd also claimed that Chandrasekhar was in fact introduced to her as a government official, and she had, however, agreed that she did feel like somebody was spoofing her. But since the beginning, it has been a constant case that she's been a victim in this case. Now, considering she's tried to get a relief in form of quashing of this entire case against her from both High Court and Supreme Court, but she has failed. If, however, in this definitely marks an important turn in this case, because when a person, an accused involved in the case, becomes an approver, the person basically gives evidence against the other accused in the case. So the agency would also, in all likelihood, only permit a person to become an approver if they think that the evidence or the truthful evidence that the person would now give as an approver would be helpful and would be more important to the ongoing investigation as far as the main offense is concerned. The main offense, the main accused in this case was Sukesh Chandrasekhar, who has extortion and money laundering charges against him. So if Enforcement Directorate in this case feels that Jacqueline Fernandez's testimony as an approver would be more beneficial to the entire case and to the entire probe, they might agree to make her an approver. She would also benefit from this in a way, but only in terms of whether or not she gets a pardon from the court.
And that is something we'll wait and watch for. Shrishti, I want to thank you for getting us all the latest details in this case. On that note, it is time for us to wrap this edition of the news. My colleague Anisha Mathur joins you on the other side with the very latest. Do stay tuned to India Today.
सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
विश्व में भी आज भारत की स्वीकृति हम सब महसूस कर रहे हैं और ये हम सबके लिए गौरव का पल है। एक समय हमारे पास आया है और इस समय को हमने एक विकसित भारत के संकल्प के साथ जोड़ा है और मैं पक्का मानता हूं कि विकसित भारत का मतलब केवल उत्तम प्रकार के रेल, रास्ते, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर या कुछ आर्थिक प्रगति के आंकड़े, सिर्फ इतने से ही विकसित भारत की सीमित कल्पना वाले हम लोग नहीं हैं। हम चाहते हैं कि विकसित भारत जिसके नीति निर्धारण में साच अर्थ में सबका साथ सबका विकास का मंत्र समाहित हो, देश की 50% जनसंख्या नीति निर्धारण का हिस्सा बने, ये समय की मांग है।
Good afternoon and welcome. You're watching India Today and I'm Anisha Mathur, and we're starting this bulletin with some breaking news that's just coming in. Prime Minister Modi's appeal ahead of Lok Sabha voting. PM Modi makes a statement on voting just before the voting is due on these key bills, who says currently a discussion is underway in Parliament regarding the amendments to the Nari Shakti Vandan Adhiniyam. The debate continued late into the night yesterday, lasting till 1 a.m. Logical and reasoned responses have been provided to dispel the misconceptions that were being propagated. Every apprehension has been addressed, and any information that was previously lacking has now been furnished to every member. Furthermore, any grounds for objection that may have existed in anyone's mind have also been resolved. For 4 decades, the issue of women's reservation has been subjected to excessive politicking within the country. Now the time has come for the country's female population, constituting half the total population, to unequivocally receive their rightful entitlement. The statement goes on to say that it is simply unacceptable that even after so many decades of independence, Indian women continue to have such meager representation in the decision-making processes. Voting is set to take place in the Lok Sabha very shortly. I urge and indeed appeal to all political parties, please deliberate thoughtfully and act with utmost sensitivity. Cast your vote in favor of women's reservation. On behalf of the nation's Nari Shakti, I also implore all members, please refrain from any action that could hurt the sentiments of our women. Millions of women across the country have their eyes fixed upon us, upon our intentions and on our ultimate decision. I earnestly request you to extend your support to the amendments to the Nari Shakti Vandan Adhiniyam. Now, this is a statement that has come from the Prime Minister just hours before the Parliament is set to vote. Remember, 4 p.m. is when the vote is expected in the Lok Sabha. And Preeti Chaudhary is following all the developments in the Parliament and beyond. Over to you, Preeti Chaudhary.
Well, thank you, Anisha. Well, it's D-Day where Lok Sabha is concerned. The Parliament today standing at the cusp of history. Will women reservation will be cleared? It's an idea. That time has come, many would suggest, but there is a massive trust deficit where it continues where the opposition is concerned. Anisha was taking our viewers through on what the Prime Minister has just said right before voting today. Voting will take place after the Home Minister Amit Shah elucidates the various facets of the bills that need to be cleared, constitutional amendments that need to be cleared before women reservation becomes a reality. The opposition, though, has dug in its heels. They seem to charge that this is not representation that the government wants, but it's a clear eye on politics because of delimitation. Latest that is also, of course, coming in right now is taking our viewers through that. All right, so the latest right now, Prime Minister Modi has just tweeted out a short while ago, appealing to voters. Currently, a discussion is underway in Parliament regarding the amendments to the Nari Shakti Vandan Adhiniyam. The debate continued late into the night yesterday, lasting until 1 a.m. Having said that, today in Parliament, the opposition and the government continued to lock horns over delimitation. DMK MP Kanni Modi Karunanidhi led the charge for the opposition and branded the bill an assault on the federal structure of the country. She, along with DMK MPs, wore black clothes as a mark of protest. Shashi Tharoor as well slammed the government, saying the sole aim of the bill was to reduce parliament sittings and called delimitation a contentious exercise. NDM members countered the opposition and accused them of spreading rumours. The Home Minister will now present a complete breakdown of the calculations in Parliament today. The lower house will vote on the Women Reservation Bill and Delimitation Bill at 4 p.m. Meanwhile, what could be a boost for the government and the Treasury benches, the YSRCP has announced that it will support the government on the issue. Having said that, even BJD has pledged support, but to make a constitutional amendment, you need two-thirds majority. So does the government really have the numbers? I want to cut across to my colleague Aishwarya, who's joining us for Parliament with the very latest. Aishwarya, will you take us through on what does, the numbers look like? While enough politicking in terms of posturing, the trust deficit clearly visible. 2 p.m. anytime now, I believe Rahul Gandhi will also take to the floor where the Congress's stand has been clear that they support women reservation, but they don't agree with the amendments that are being brought in, which also somewhere down the line links a representation with delimitation.
Right, Preeti, let me tell you, there are two things at play at the moment. Both, in fact, let me tell you, the opposition as well as the ruling party, they are confident that they will be able to make sure that they get their way. The ruling party has been very, very confident that they will be able to sway the votes in their favor. And the opposition believes, and that's the reason why you have seen how all the opposition parties, the Samajwadi Party, they have issued a whip, and Dharmendra Yadav, in fact, has been made in charge, making sure that all the MPs are present in the House when the voting takes place. When we speak about the Congress, in fact, 2 days back issued a whip for the next 3 days, 16th, 17th and 18th, and top leadership like Manikam Tagore, K.C. Venugopal, all of them have been made in charge to make sure that the MPs are in the House. From the TMC, it was Mamata Banerjee who gave out an order saying that 21 MPs should be present in the House. The opposition is making sure that the numbers are there. The government, however, at the moment, Preeti, let me tell you, is also mulling. There is a possibility that we could see only the delimitation bill being presented because it needs a simple 50% majority. That is something that the government already has. The constitutional amendment bill, we could see the government actually tweaking it or withdrawing it. That's a possibility we are looking at the moment.
All right, so what we're looking at is, Aishwarya, 3 bills that will be tabled. You're saying on suggesting that possibly the delimitation bill would be cleared because the government has the numbers, the Treasury benches have the numbers, but the others which require constitutional amendments need two-thirds majority. And that might not be possible. That's what we're looking at, correct?
Right, because Preeti, you look at it this way or you look at it that way. The fact of the matter is that the government does not have the support of the two-third majority. However, top leadership of the BJP over the past 48 hours in a subtle way has been conveying to us that this bill will get passed. But yes, we are seeing how the opposition also is stacking the numbers in their favor. A simple 50% majority is cakewalk for the government. But yes, two-thirds majority is something which will be difficult until and unless, Preeti, let me tell you, see, we have, if you remember the vice presidential elections, that time also the opposition said that they do have the numbers in their favor, but when it came down to the wire, when the voting happened, the result was something different. So that is what we should be anticipating. There is a possibility that that could also happen today. So we'll have to keep a hawk's eye on what exactly is happening. Let me tell you, the power corridors in the Parliament are abuzz. A lot of activities taking place. Home Minister Amit Shah is at the center of all of this. He's been having constant meetings with Ashwini Vaishnav, with Piyush Goyal, with the Law Minister Arjun Ram Meghwal. So hectic parleys are taking place in the Parliament also.
Aishwarya, continue to stay on with me because I believe the Prime Minister has just tweeted a short while back, viewers, because one thing is very clear. India today is standing on the cusp of history. There might be contentions to everything, especially that the opposition has come in suggesting why the trust deficit running deep, why that the special session has been called right in the middle of elections, number one, with delimitations being linked to representation. and also concerns that have been raised by southern parties where they say that they might not get proportional representation, even though that clarity was given by the Home Minister yesterday, where he did intervene, and there is an annexure to the bill as well which gives proportional representation to southern state. Having said that, the Prime Minister has tweeted a short while ago, taking our viewers through that. Currently, PM on voting of key bills, Prime Minister's appeal right ahead of Lok Sabha voting. Currently, a discussion is underway in Parliament regarding the amendment to the Nari Shakti Vandan Adhiniyam. The debate continued late last night until 1 a.m. Logical and reasoned responses have been provided to dispel the misconception that were being propagated. Every apprehension has been addressed, and any information that was previously lacking has now been furnished to every member. Furthermore, any grounds for objections that may have existed in anyone's mind have been resolved. For 4 decades, the issue of women's reservation has been subjected to excessive politicking within the country. Now the time has come for the country's female population, constituting half the total population, to unequivocally receive their rightful entitlement. It is simply unacceptable that even after so many decades of independence, Indian women continue to have such meager representation in the decision-making process. All right, I want to cut across right now back to Aishwarya. Aishwarya, the Prime Minister, right before voting, making an appeal to the opposition as well to come on board and be what many would suggest on the right side of history. All right, we don't seem to have Aishwarya. We're going to try and connect to her in a short while from now. But more coming in. The Prime Minister also saying that would say, this is the Prime Minister who's tweeted out in his appeal, suggesting, would say to all the members of Parliament, keeping in mind the memory of your mother, sister, daughter, wife in your home, listen to your conscience. This is great opportunity to serve the women power of the country, to honor them. Do not deprive them of new opportunities. The amendment will be passed by consensus, and the women power of the country will become even more empowered. The democracy of the country will become even more empowered. Come, let us together create history. Give the women of India, the country's half population, their rightful due. Well, this is the Prime Minister's appeal right before voting, primarily to the opposition, saying that discussions went on to late last night and every possible apprehension has been laid to rest. And once again, what I was saying, viewers, that many are looking at this because the idea of women reservation has, its time has come. And on the other hand, it's been in the making for decades. It's been one of the most contentious bills and exercises that the Parliament has carried out, never quite reaching fruition. After so many decades, we're standing at the cusp of history. Having said that, while the Prime Minister will and should take credit for the fact that if this bill or if reservation is cleared, it's happened under his watch. But there is a deep-seated distrust of the government by the opposition, and it's been made clear on many accounts by various opposition parties, representatives, parliamentarians who've spoken through the course of the last few days. Number one is that why is this entire 3-day historic session taking place right in the middle of elections? West Bengal is going to vote, Tamil Nadu is going to vote. And why is it taking place right in the middle of elections? Why is representation tied to delimitation? Why can't it happen on the current incumbent strength of the House? And number two, of course, there have been apprehensions that have been made by the southern states. All right, let's cut across to our guest this evening, Adwaita Kala, screenwriter, author, Aarti Jairat, senior journalist. Both of them join us this afternoon. We're going to cut across to them. What we will also hear very soon is Rahul Gandhi would be taking to the floor and speaking in Parliament. Multiple facets to the conversations that are taking place around what many would say is possible history that could be created. Numbers-wise, the government doesn't quite have the numbers where a constitutional amendment needs to be cleared. But Neerja Chowdhury, to bring you in, we had All right, before we cut across to our guests, let's listen in to all the reactions that are coming in.
Women's reservation is ready for harvest. खेत की फसल काटने के लिए तैयार है दोस्तों. It can and should be implemented immediately based on our existing parliamentary strength. To link it to delimitation is to hold the aspirations of Indian women hostage to one of the most contentious and complex administrative exercises in our nation's history. Delimitation is not a mere bureaucratic rearranging of maps. It is a profound shift in political power that is intended. Linking women's reservation to it effectively holds the aspirations of Indian women hostage to one of the most contentious political exercises in our history. Such an exercise, sir, carries risks that could strain the very fabric of our federalism. A delimitation based purely on population would further marginalize the voices of those states that provide the lion's share of resources that keeps our union afloat. We risk creating a tyranny of the demographic majority, where a handful of large, poor states could theoretically determine the fate of the entire country, leaving smaller states and those with distinct linguistic and cultural identities and economic contributions feeling like bystanders in their own country. Conversely, states with high population growth but lower economic productivity could gain outsized political power without corresponding fiscal responsibility.
The Home Minister said 50% increase across the state. I want to know what happens when the Delimitation Commission does not agree to the Home Minister's suggestion. Are you going to bulldoze the Delimitation Commission also, like what you are usually used to doing? Or will the government then challenge the orders of the Delimitation Commission, because the clause 10(2) of the Delimitation Bill 2026 says, after the publication of the orders by the Delimitation Commission, these orders cannot be questioned in any court. Where should we go seeking for fair delimitation in such a case situation? Where is our guarantee? The Constitution in Article 368 says that amendments affecting the representation of states in Parliament must be ratified by at least half the state legislatures, not just passed by Parliament, ratified by the states. If this government is so confident that the delimitation bill is fair, why don't you place these bills before the Tamil Nadu legislature, before the Kerala legislature, before the Karnataka, or before any legislature? If the government truly believed in cooperative federalism, the slogan they've used 1,000 times on different stages, why are you running away from the state legislatures? Have you even called for a meeting? Have you even consulted with the chief ministers? Have you even spoken to the states? Have you bothered?
All right, DMK MPs actually wore black to the parliament. This is also a political statement. Tamil Nadu is in the thick of elections, so is West Bengal. And I can actually tell you, viewers, I've been traversing through West Bengal, and it is being used by the local leaders there that this is all a diversionary tactics, where you have the government that is using central agencies, central forces, and now trying to divert attention by bringing in and bulldozing a bill through in the middle of elections. Why couldn't they wait 10 days? So that's the political narrative that at least the TMC is playing. On the contrary to that, you have the BJP leaders on ground, especially in the urban pockets, seeming to suggest that the TMC is coming in the way of Nari Shakti, women empowerment. And mind you, where West Bengal is concerned, the woman vote bank is crucial. Till now has been behind Mamata Banerjee. The 4th of May will tell if it is still rock solid there. I want to cut across to our guest this afternoon, Adwaita Kala, who is with us, as well as Arti Jairat, a senior journalist. Adwaita Kala, screenwriter and author. Adwaita, you know, many would suggest that this is history in the making. If this is passed, then decades on of the tumultuous passage of the idea of women reservation will finally reach fruition. But numbers don't seem to be with the government, especially where a constitutional amendment is in question.
Yes, and it's exceedingly tragic because we seem so close and yet so far. And yet again, we're standing at the cusp of something that we deserve, that women of this country deserve. For so long, we've been told to participate in democracy, but never ever given the opportunities to lead. For the first time now since independence, this is an opportunity for women to lead and not just be participants. And we've participated vociferously, be it with our numbers and coming out to vote in large numbers, influencing voting patterns. Women have proved themselves as voters. It's time we had that opportunity to lead now, and to get this close and then to see it held hostage, as I think Dr. Shashi Tharoor rightly said so, the politics aside, is going to be tragic. And I think there is merit, there is a nuance to the debate around this bill, but you cannot hold it back because of those factors. It just won't work with the women of this country anymore.
You know, I want to bring in Aarti Jairath. Aarti Jairath, you've seen many seasons of the Parliament, and possibly right from Rajiv Gandhi's time, where this bill was women's reservation was conceptualized to now, where really no party wanted to sign off on it, and where we are standing today. You know, that's we've come so far and yet not far enough. Having said that, Aarti Jairath, the question is, yes, there is intention. Yes, we are standing at the precipice of history, but also there is such deep-rooted distrust, because you have the opposition which says, why hold this special session in the middle of elections? Why is representation of women tied to delimitation? The southern parties are saying, why is proportional representation not a part of the bill but an annexure, even though you have the Home Minister who clarified on that account? Then, because if it is delimitation, Aarti Jairath, in the Delimitation Commission, even though you'll have opposition members, you will also have, in all probability, the Chief Election Commissioner. And Mr. Gyanesh Kumar is really not very popular with the opposition, and there is already a deep-seated distrust of the CEC on that account.
I'd just like to say that, look, we stood on the cusp of history in 2023 when the bill was passed unanimously. After more than 3 decades of fighting for it, we saw some very ugly scenes in Parliament where, male MPs just tore up the bill and, pushed the minister aside when he was trying to move it. So we've come a long way. But that we stood at the cusp of history in 2023. What I cannot understand is that when the bill was passed unanimously in 2023, why were orders not given for immediate implementation from the 2024 elections? Then we would have said that, yes, something has actually been done for women. At that time, if you remember, they had, postponed it, left a very vague timeline, said we have to wait for the census, and only after census and delimitation and so on and so forth, only then. And so we didn't know whether it was going to be implemented. And now suddenly, after 3 years, the government has called this special session in the middle of elections and said that, women's reservation will be delinked from the census, but will be linked to delimitation. So you first pass delimitation, and then we will pass the Women's Reservation Bill. So you're basically, what I can understand from everything that has been said, that you are disguising delimitation. You are getting it passed in the guise, in the garb of women's reservation, Nari Shakti. And this is a subterfuge. It's not honest. It is playing games with women once again. And, I mean, as a woman, I feel really outraged because in 2020, when the bill was passed unanimously, we had the opportunity to have it implemented immediately, instead of which it got delayed and now more games are being played. It just gives the impression that men don't want to make way for women in Parliament. So they've come up with this formula that you increase the number of seats by 33%, and those seats will be given to women. So men's strength remains the same. I mean, the point is that men have to make way for women. right? And we were told all along that, men will never give up seats for women. That's why we have to increase the number of seats so that women can get in. That's not what I understand by women's empowerment. What I understand by women's empowerment is that men must understand that women have as much right to be in parliament as them. It should actually be equal to their population, which is roughly 50%. But anyway, for the moment, we'll settle for 33%.
Right.
Because it happened through the door. So, now again, they're just making a mockery of the whole thing. And, the sufferers are going to be women, because I don't know when this reservation will actually happen.
Okay. All right, okay. I'm going to get into a quick break and come right back. But Adwaita and Aarti Jairath, stay on with me. There are other deliberations as well, because there is a train of thought that if possibly there was communication, there was deliberation, there was discussion between the opposition and the government, then it could have continued, and possibly in the monsoon session, the same exercise could have taken place, where possibly the trust of the opposition could have been gained and a solution could have been come to. Because right now it does seem all that we see in Parliament is both the Treasury benches and the opposition locking horns. 4 p.m. is waiting, counting down to that, stepping into a quick break. Stay with us.
जिंदगी में आगे बढ़ना है तो खुद से आगे निकलना होगा। जब दिल में हो जज्बा तो रास्तों की क्या जुर्रत जो हमारी उड़ान को रोक सके। BKT टायर्स, a long tire life, exceptional road grip और unmatched comfort. BKT टायर्स, elevate your drive.
Like I said before, we better hold the sins.
Character, the taste of success.
எல்லாரும் பேசுவாங்க, நான் காட்டுவேன். ரராஜதீப் சர்தேசாய், இந்தியன் பொலிட்டிக்கல் லீக். மைண்ட் இட்.
As West Bengal takes the field, this isn't just a match, it's a high-stakes showdown. Different teams, different formations. Who's controlling the midfield? Who's making the decisive pass? From the ground, reading every move, decoding the game that decides it all. Election News Track, only on India Today.
राजनीति के तराजू से न तोलें। हम जब भी कुछ निर्णय करने जा रहे हैं तो देश के इतने बड़े देश का आधा जिम्मा जो उठा रहे हैं, उनका भी कोई हक बनता है यहाँ आने का। हमें रोकना नहीं चाहिए। और दूसरा, संख्या के संबंध में भी एक मत पहले से बनता आया था, चर्चा थी कि साहब ये जो है इनका कम मत करो, अधिक कर दो तो जल्दी हो जाएगा। वो अधिक वाला विषय वो आया है कि चलो भाई पैसे जो संख्या थी 33% और बढ़ा दो, ताकि किसी को ऐसा न लगे कि मेरा हक चला गया। एक नई शक्ति जुड़ेगी, अतिरिक्त शक्ति जुड़ेगी। और अब सदन की रचना भी तो अब पहले से हमने सोच कर रखा है, जगह तो बना ली है। और आदरणीय अध्यक्ष जी, मैं लाइटर में मैं जरूर कहना चाहूंगा, हर एक के अपने राजनीतिक कारण होते हैं और पराजय का डर जरा हैरान करने वाला होता है, लेकिन अपने यहाँ जब कोई भी शुभ काम होता है उसको नजर न लग जाए, इसलिए काला टीका लगाने की परंपरा है। मैं आपका धन्यवाद करता हूं काला टीका लगाने के लिए।
Okay, my first guest then on the big debate today on women's reservation and delimitation is the former Women's and Child Development Minister, also BJP leader, Smriti Irani joins us. Good to have you on the show, Ms. Irani. The big question, the government is saying this is a moment this is an idea whose time has come. The opposition is saying the government is using women's reservation to actually push through delimitation and redraw the political map of the country to their advantage. This is not about women's reservation. This is about redrawing the political map of the country and undermining democracy. Your view?
The question is, when was representation, which is to be assured by Parliament to women of this country, divorced from the reality of delimitation?
In 2023. In 2023, when you
Not
were
at all.
Women and
Even
Child
then, the
Development, you all
government's
decided
position
to link women's reservation to the next delimitation after the census, which was to take place in 2026.
In 2023, Mr. Sardesai, even then the question was, when will it be implemented? The government's position was post-census, post-delimitation.
Yes.
Today, when the opposition was up in arms in 2023, insisting that it get implemented in 29 and wanted an assurance from the government to implement it in 2029, why is it that now the opposition wants to walk away from that position? The government is and ensuring that it is indeed implemented in 2029, and hence to cede to the demand of the opposition to ensure the speedy implementation of 33% reservation for women, it is essential that the government's constitutional position today be supported by the opposition.
But didn't you know it in 2023 that the census and the delimitation exercise could take a very long time and not meet the 2029 target? Suddenly, for 3 years of doing nothing, then 5 days before Tamil Nadu and West Bengal are going to the polls, government decides a special session. So there are questions whether this is politically timed to take electoral advantage. Again, it's not about women's reservation, it's about political advantage.
Firstly, Mr. Sardesai, you insult the intelligence of the Indian voter, especially in the states that you have mentioned, that they can be so swayed. Secondly, there isn't a month in our country where we do not celebrate our democracy or do not have some form or the other of an election. Can you please tell me in the next forthcoming 5 to 10 years, which one quarter of our country will never have an election?
You could have done it in the monsoon session of Parliament after the election, monsoon session of Parliament, after discussion and consultation.
Which election
what was
is
the
around the
hurry, the
corner,
urgency that we've got to have a special session
which
on the
election is
17th and
around the
16th to
corner,
18th of
Mr.
April?
Sardesai?
This could easily be done in the monsoon session.
Which election is post which? How many elections are around the corner, Mr. Sardesai?
Next year in February.
How many other elections are around the corner?
Next year in February is the next round of elections.
What is the guarantee? What is the guarantee? Then the opposition does not stand up and say, let this election go through. Can you give me guarantees on behalf of the opposition?
I can
What
give
is
you
the
no
guarantee that
guarantees.
the
All I'm
opposition-
questioning is the timing
That's
and the
why.
intent.
Since
That's
you
what the
cannot-
opposition is
firstly,
questioning.
allow me-
Timing
allow
and
me-
intent.
Allow me, sir. What is the guarantee? What is the guarantee that once the census which is underway is completed, this very opposition will accept the data that comes forth and will not cast aspersions on the data? Can you please guarantee me?
Ma'am, you make the point that that can the opposition give any guarantees? Let me flip that. You're actually raising a point which is important: the mistrust between the opposition and the government. So here's a simple solution. Tomorrow morning, government says, forget delimitation, forget census, 543 member parliament, 181 seats are being reserved for women, and it will be done on
Mr.
2029.
Sardesai,
Easiest way. Why is the government reluctant to do that now?
Mr. Sardesai, your position is, hence the government should absolutely reject constitutional provisions. Your position is the government should reject constitutional procedures. Your position is that the government should reject the Maryada of the Constitution and take the Rajdeep Sardesai formula and help it implement.
No, this is not a Rajdeep Sardesai formula. This is the same formula which in 2010 was used. 543 seats, it was passed in the Rajya Sabha, one-third will be for women. I'm saying tomorrow morning it will end all the mistrust on both sides.
How will you redraw constituencies without delimitation?
You can do it without delimitation.
And allow women to have. That's exactly why, Mr. Sardesai, since you do not respect constitutional positions and procedures, thank God you're not the Prime Minister of India.
No, I'm not, but I'm asking you a simple question.
There is a process.
Instead of 850 seats and increasing parliament, in the present parliament itself, what happens if one-third are reserved for women? That's the commitment that both sides should show.
Either I can answer or you can pontificate.
No, please go ahead.
The question is this. Is there a procedure under which the 33% reservation for women is to be implemented? Yes. Are constituencies to be redrawn through delimitation? Yes. Is there a data subset that a government needs to depend on? Yes. Is that data available to the government? Yes. Is that data being proffered by this government or is the legacy of the UPA led by the Congress party? So if this government is showing faith in a census which was undertaken by a Congress-led government, I do not know why then the opposition hankers so.
The fear is not the census of 2011. The real fear I sense is delimitation. Redrawing of maps. You've already seen the southern states saying they will lose out.
My second
and the fear
question,
is of gerrymandering, that constituencies will be redrawn to favor the government of the day.
My second question is this. Not at all. You have the Prime Minister and the Home Minister giving assurances on the floor of the House. And their word has been upheld on the floor of the House, assuring that no state, no community will be disenfranchised. That is a position the government has clearly taken.
The opposition says, look at Assam and Jammu and Kashmir, the constituencies have been redrawn to favor the government. Their fear is you want to redraw, I repeat, the political map of the country under the guise of women reservation.
Mr. Sardesai, their fear is that they are already unpopular. There will be opportunities for them to be unpopular even more.
Can I ask you this, ma'am? As someone
not the position of the government. Sir,
yeah, go ahead.
Allow me to finish. From what I've heard, it is not the position of the government that any political party is constrained from fighting from any seat in the country. So is the opposition of the position that the delimited status of constituencies today has historically favored the opposition? Is the opposition's position today that when they were in power, they redrew constituencies so that it politically favors them and hence is fearful that others will follow suit?
Smriti Irani, the point, ma'am, Smriti Irani, is, I come back to it, because of the level of mistrust, you need an alternative formula. Now, there are two alternatives. I'm saying existing 543, reserve one-third. You're saying that's not possible, that's constitutionally not possible. But it's very easy. It's a very easy, that's the easiest thing to do. You'll agree with that? Do you agree that's the easiest thing to do?
Democracy and the constitutional processions that the government has to serve is not easy. It has to be thoughtful and purposeful and work within the confines of what is the government's constitutional responsibility. You talk, Mr. Sardesai, about mistrust between the government and the opposition. As a citizen, let's answer. How can you trust an opposition that wanted the government to implement 33% reservation in 2020, in 2023, but reverses its position in 2026?
No, but both sides have gone and reversed it. You've also said earlier you had agreed that it would be the census and delimitation of 2026. Now you're going back to 2011. So it's not as if only one side is reversing its position. Let's be very honest about that. The fact is that it seems almost as if the government wants a quick fix formula.
Answer this one question of mine. Answer this one question of mine.
Yes.
Has the government taken a position it will not depend on census? No. Has the government changed its position that will not depend on delimitation? No. And thus, my request to you, get me a guarantee from the opposition that this census, which is position, and they will not cast aspersions on any data, on any intent of any constitutional body.
Ma'am,
can you give me that guarantee, sir?
Ma'am, I am no one to give any guarantees. That is for the leaders of political parties to give guarantees. But let me...
Sir, the only guarantee today I have as a female citizen...
Go ahead.
Is that there is a bill before both the government and the opposition in the Parliament of India.
Yes.
And it is the responsibility of every political party to ensure that political equity is given to women of this country.
Yes, so I mean, there are various ways in which you can give political equity without necessarily having to redraw the political map of the country.
Sir, but only way this will get done.
Yes.
Sir, please allow me, Mr. Sardesai, the only way this will get done is through the constitutional way so that it can never be challenged in the Supreme Court. You're offering formulas so that there is such a disassociation constitutionally so that some Tom, Dick and political Harry will get up tomorrow and challenge that methodology in the Supreme Court. What the government is doing today is constitutionally proven procedures.
You know, you're saying that that is the constitutionally proven procedure. I took you back to 2010 when the bill was passed in the Rajya Sabha, 1/3 of 543 were to be reserved for women. But let me for a moment...
Sir, since you want me to go back to 2010, firstly tell your viewers that without the BJP, it could have never passed the Rajya Sabha. Second, I can never have a government implement a bill that is only passed in Rajya Sabha. Bills which passed in both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha are implementable, sir.
So I'm saying, why don't you want to go back to 2010? It's the easiest formula. That's all I'm saying.
Please don't be so doughy-eyed. It would only have been practical to implement such a proposal if it had passed both houses of parliament. So now my question is this. Why didn't then the Congress-led UPA pass it in Lok Sabha where it had the strength? When it knew that BJP and opposition is supporting it in Rajya Sabha? If this was genuinely the intent of the opposition.
Okay, can I Good question, which the Congress should answer. But can I therefore ask you one final question? As one of the leading women politicians, I was looking at the numbers of the last Lok Sabha 2024. Your party gave 16% of the seats to women, 69 seats. The Congress gave 13%. Most parties gave single-digit percentages. Do you believe that the real problem is that we have a male-dominated political system that simply still will do all it can to resist genuine women's empowerment?
My answer to that is this, that it is a male president of the Bharatiya Janata Party that passed 33% reservation for women within the BJP. While a party, one of the oldest political organizations in the country with a female president, could not manage it.
Well, they passed 33% reservation for panchayats when Rajiv Gandhi was Prime Minister. So they could say they started this process.
In that case, sir, let me say this. They had an historical 6-decade opportunity. Why is it that they denied women of this country political equity for 6 decades? My other position is this, sir. It is a male prime minister today who is pushing for this legislation so that it's implementable in 2029. While we've had a UPA chairperson who was female in gender, who had the historic opportunity of passing it in Lok Sabha and did not.
Okay. Smriti Irani, combative as ever. Good to see you. And thank you very much for joining me.
Thank you, sir.
जिंदगी में आगे बढ़ना है तो खुद से आगे निकलना होगा। जब दिल में हो जज्बा तो रास्तों की क्या जुर्रत जो हमारी उड़ान को रोक सके। बीकेटी टायर्स, दे लॉन्ग टायर लाइफ, एक्सेप्शनल रोड ग्रिप और अनमैच्ड कंफर्ट। बीकेटी टायर्स।
has been influenced, taught, learned a lot from women in their lives. Mothers, sisters, wives. As Rijuji said, of course, Prime Minister and myself don't have that wife issue. So we don't get that input, but we have our mothers and our sisters. Yesterday, I was watching my sister achieve something that, in 5 minutes, achieve something that I have not been able to do in maybe 20 years of my political career, which was to make Mr. Amit Shah ji smile. There's something that I also need to practice and learn, and I was feeling very proud as an older brother as she was doing that, delivering the speech in a way that is different than mine, of course. I remember when I was a little boy, I used to be very scared of the darkness. And we used to have this huge dog who used to attack my sister and me all the time. So we were very scared of going out into the garden at night. We were scared of the dog. And one day my grandmother somehow found out about this. And I'm saying this because this was one of the most powerful lessons taught to me in my life by a woman, a grandmother. And my parents had gone out for dinner. And she came, she caught my hand, I still remember, and she took me out into the garden. Dark garden at night, no lights. No, government houses have big gardens, quite a big garden. And she took me there, and she left me. She said, now you stay here, don't move. And she left. And I watched my grandmother. I remember she was wearing a yellowish sari. I watched her go away. और मेरी मतलब हवा निकल गई कि मतलब आज तो मैं गया. I didn't have the courage to tell my grandmother that, you know, I don't want to stay here, so I stayed. And she went away. She went away probably for 1 or 2 minutes. But for me, it was like 2-3 hours. I was imagining the dog coming to bite me. I was imagining ghosts. I was imagining snakes. I was imagining everything. And then after some time, I remember my legs were even shaking a little bit, and then I saw my grandmother come. And she came, and she asked me, so, what are you scared of? So I said, you know, Dadi, I'm scared of that dog. I don't know that he might come and bite me. I'm scared of somebody being in the garden that I don't know. I'm scared of bats, I'm scared of snakes, I'm scared of things I can't see. And she says, no, Rahul, you're not scared of all those things. You're not scared of the darkness. You're not scared of the dog. You're not scared of the bats. You're only scared of your mind. You're only scared of your imagination and what you are thinking. And then she said that, you know, you should not be scared of the darkness, because the truth most often is in the darkness. And if you do not have the courage to face your fear, you do not have the courage to go into darkness, you will not be able to understand the truth. You will not be able to fight for the truth. This is one of the biggest lessons in my life. I use it, it's a political lesson. I didn't realize then. Now as I get older, I realize it was not only a political lesson, more fundamentally it was a religious lesson. I didn't understand then, and what she was saying to me was that Satyam Shivam Sundaram. That's what she'll say. She said that I want you to be able to go into the darkness. I want you to be able to go where you're scared. And I want you to see what the truth looks like. And later I realized, my God, by taking me into the garden, she was explaining Shiva to me. She was explaining the central tenet of our religion. She was explaining Satya to me, and in many ways she was explaining Ahimsa to me. And she said to me, I remember that, listen, truth is painful sometimes. Don't worry about it. Deal with it. And there are some truths that need to be told here today in this house. The first truth is that this is not a women's bill. This is nothing to do with the empowerment of women. There is a women's bill. It was passed in 2023 in this house itself. And my friends and teachers in the BJP said that it will be implemented in 10 years' time. That is the women's bill. This is an attempt to change the electoral map of India. Using and hiding behind India's women. And actually it is a shameful act. Because instead of giving them women's reservation, which is very easy to do, and every single opposition person will support it right now, bring that old bill back right now, and we will help you pass it for implementation from this second. Now, that is the women's bill. This is something else. And the truth needs to be told about what this is. There is a central truth in India's history, in India's past and present. And I have become more and more and more aware of this truth. And that is the brutal, cruel, unforgiving treatment of the OBC community, of the Dalit community, and other communities, minorities and women. And this is a historical fact. This need not be argued here. Everybody knows how Indian society treated OBCs, treated Dalits, what was done to them, what was done to their women, what they were allowed to do, what they were not allowed to do, how they were blinded when they read certain documents, how metal was poured into their ears when they heard certain verses. This is a fact. Now, what is being attempted here is a bypass of the caste census. What they are trying to do is they are trying to avoid giving power, giving representation to my OBC brothers and sisters and to take away power from them. This is the agenda over here. That's the first agenda. Manuvad over Samvidhan. Amit Shah ji says that the caste census has begun. And he repeated twice yesterday, trying to be clever, saying that houses don't have castes. The point is not whether houses have castes or don't have castes. The point is whether the caste census is going to be used for representation in Parliament, Vidhan Sabha, Lok Sabha. And what you're trying to do now is trying to make sure that caste census has nothing to do with representation for the next 10 years, 15 years, so that you can kick the ball down the street. That's the first thing that is being done. Second thing that is being done, equally bad thing, but a very dangerous thing. What you're doing, because you're scared of what is happening in the politics of this country, you're scared of the erosion of your strength, you're trying to rejig the Indian political map. You have done it in Assam, you've done it in Jammu and Kashmir, and now you're imagining that you can do it in India. And you need a constitutional amendment to do that. Now let me explain what you are doing. You are telling the South Indian states, you are telling the northeastern states, you are telling small states in India that in order for the BJP to remain in power, we are going to take away representation from you. This is nothing short of an anti-national act. This is what you are doing. And under no circumstances are we going to allow you to do it. Yes. So I am telling you very clearly right now that the entire opposition is going to defeat this attempt of yours to attack the nation state and deprive OBCs and Dalits of their rightful place in society. I want to ask, corporate India, entire financial structure of India, where are the Dalits? Where are the OBCs? Where are the Adivasis? Top bureaucracy of this country. आपका गलती है. Where are they? Judiciary, private sector, private hospital sector, healthcare sector, education sector. Earlier, there used to be something called the public sector. Public sector provided space for Dalits, OBCs. You've removed it, demolished it, handed it over to your friends. Yes. So you call OBCs Hindus, you call Dalits Hindus, but you do not give them any space in the power structure of this country. And you can ask this to any Dalit, you can ask it to any OBC. This is a fact. You call them Hindus, but you do not give them any place in this country. Yes, be cool. Be cool. And you are... सच्चाई अच्छी नहीं लगती आपको. After you can reply. You can reply. I am not yielding. I am not yielding. I'm not yielding. I'm asking you. Don't ask. I'm not yielding. You have made a wrong, misleading statement. I have to make clarification. Speaker, sir, I'm not yielding. But, sir, Sri Rahul Gandhi ji is talking about reservation in assemblies and parliament for OBC and for religious minorities. That is not permissible. When Congress ruled this country for more than 60 years, why did not Congress party provide that constitutional reservation for OBC? Congress has to answer. Rajiv Gandhi ji ne on record OBC reservation का विरोध किया था. राजीव गांधी जी ने जब प्रधानमंत्री थे और जब प्रधानमंत्री नहीं थे तभी उन्होंने OBC का रिजर्वेशन अपोज उस समय का प्रधानमंत्री राजीव गांधी जी ने किया था. राहुल गांधी जी उसका जवाब दे सकते हैं कि राजीव गांधी जी ने क्यों अपोज किया था ओबीसी रिजर्वेशन. So I want to assure my friends, brothers and sisters across the country, southern states, smaller states, northeastern states, that do not worry, we are not going to allow them. We are not going to allow them to attack the Union of India. You are equal participants in the Union of India. They will not dare to touch your representation in the Union of India. Speaker, sir, this same question was faced by Indira Gandhi ji and also by Mr. Vajpayee. Both of them faced this question. They understood the dangers and they did not take the action the Prime Minister is taking. You can check. It was done by Indira Gandhi ji and it was done by Mr. Vajpayee. I am going to explain later in the speech why Mr. Modi is doing it. Then you can have your answer. Wait. It's coming. Now, it's loading. Exactly. Now let me go back again to my childhood. much bigger, sir. We had once a famous magician who came to do a magic show. And a lot of children went to that show. 300-400 children. I was there, my sister was also there, she's smiling. 300-400 people went to see that show. Fantastic magic show.
राहुल जी, आप जादू पूरा उसकी जगह आप बिल पे बोल लो, अच्छा रहेगा।
सर, अच्छा है जादू। सर, मैं पेंटिंग बना रहा हूँ सर। सर, मैं आपको समझाता हूँ सर। मैं चित्र बनाता हूँ सर। मैं आर्टिस्ट हूँ। मजा लीजिए सर।
आप बिल पे बोले।
सर, अंत में पूरा फिट होगा सर। आपको बहुत अच्छा लगेगा। पूरा अंत में पजल जैसे फिट हो जाएगा। तो
ऐसे नहीं चलता संसद है।
सुनिए सर, मजा आएगा आप।
पार्लियामेंट मर्यादा से चले, ये मेरी जिम्मेदारी है, इसलिए मैं कहता हूँ।
जादू का शो था और वहां पे 300 बच्चे बैठे सर। गार्डन में था, जादूगर था सर, लाल रंग का कैप पहना हुआ था। उसके सामने 2-3 मेज़ें, टेबल्स, एक पे वो टोपी, एक पे 2-3 बॉल थी, उसके इम्प्लीमेंट्स थे। उसने शुरू किया सर। पहले उसने पहले टोपी उठाई और टोपी में से उसने खरगोश निकाला ऐसे। बच्चे देख सर, सुनिए सर, कनेक्टेड है टोटली। उसने खरगोश निकाला सर, बच्चों को बहुत मजा आया, हम देख रहे थे। उसके बाद सर वो जगलिंग शुरू की सर। वो 6 बॉल थी, उसमें बीच में गायब कर दी। बच्चे बिल्कुल हैरान, हम तालियां बजा रहे हैं, हंस के तालियां बजा रहे हैं सर। उसके बाद क्या हुआ सर, वो मेज थी सर, वो मेज पे खड़ा हुआ ऐसे, और उसके असिस्टेंट्स आए और उसने उस पे चेन बांध दी, 3-4 चेन, और असिस्टेंट्स आए, वो ताले लिए, उन्होंने ताले लगा दिए और सब ऐसे खड़े हो गए। चेन लग गई सब जगह और उसके ऊपर उन्होंने वो कैप सा लगा दिया काला।
आप
सर, आर्टिस्टिक फ्रीडम।
मैं इसलिए कह रहा हूँ
सर, उसको ऐसे किया।
आप प्रतिपक्ष
सर, आज मैं कर रहा हूँ सर।
प्रतिपक्ष के नेता, ये पुराने समय की जादू की नो, ये ठीक नहीं है।
नॉट फेयर।
ये
सर, मुझे बोलने दीजिए सर।
अब मैं बोलने दे रहा हूँ आपको।
सर, 15 सेकंड में ये खत्म कर दूंगा। सर, तो ऐसे खड़ा हुआ और उस पे वो लगा दिया कैप और स्टॉपवॉच शुरू कर दी। 1 मिनट 3 मिनट का टाइम दिया सर। 3 मिनट वो ऐसे अंदर कर रहा था उसके। सर, 3 मिनट बाद क्या हुआ, उसने अपने असिस्टेंट बुलाने शुरू कर दिए। कहा कि भैया इधर आओ, इधर आओ, इधर आओ। वो आए, उन्होंने कैप उतारा, उसके ताले वहीं के वहीं, वो फंसा पड़ा। हम हंस के मर गए सर। ये हो क्या रहा है? 300 बच्चे सर हंसना शुरू कर दिया।
क्या था
सर? अब हुआ क्या, मैं आपको बताता हूँ। इस कनेक्टेड है सर। सर, हुआ क्या,
मैं राहुल गांधी जी,
उसके बाद सर बोलने दीजिए सर।
मैंने किसी को बोलने से टोका क्या?
सर, बोलने तो दीजिए।
बस सदन की मर्यादा तो बनाए रखनी पड़ेगी ना। ये देश का सर्वोच्च संस्था है, आप प्रतिपक्ष के नेता हैं, आप चेयर को एड्रेस कर लें।
सर, उसके बाद क्या हुआ सर? उसके बाद बड़ी इंटरेस्टिंग बात हुई। हो गया सर, खत्म।
हम सब समझ रहे हैं।
सर, उसके बाद क्या हुआ
प्लीज बैठिए।
सर, सदन की मर्यादा वहां से भंग हो रही है सर। सदन की मर्यादा वहां से भंग हो रही है। वो मर्यादा
वहां भी टोक रहे हैं। प्लीज।
हमारे यहाँ से सर मेरा अनुरोध है कि आपने बार बार कहा, हम भी चाहते हैं कि हमारे यहाँ से डिस्टर्ब ना करें और आपके यहाँ से भी ना करें। बस नेता प्रतिपक्ष से इतना रिक्वेस्ट है कि आप लीडर ऑफ अपोजिशन है, आपका टाइम हम रेस्ट्रिक्ट नहीं कर सकते। चेयरमैन साहब को टाइम दिया, मगर आप पृष्ठभूमि ज्यादा लंबा मत बनाइए और हमारे यहाँ भी हम डिस्टर्ब नहीं करने के लिए हम कहते हैं।
स्पीकर सर, हुआ क्या सर? अब खत्म हो गई कहानी सर, जादू वाली कहानी खत्म। सर उसमें हुआ क्या, वो जैसे ही वो फंस गया और वो उसके ऊपर से वो उतारा और उसकी चेन हिली नहीं, हटी नहीं थी, तो उसके बाद बच्चे हंसने लग गए। अब वो कुछ भी करे, मतलब उसने 2-3 और ट्रिक्स ट्राई की, बॉल वाली ट्रिक ट्राई की, बच्चे हंसे, फिर उसने फिर से मतलब कुछ और खरगोश के साथ कोशिश की, सारे हंसने लगे। ऐसा हुआ कि बेचारा मतलब कोई भी ट्रिक करे उसके बाद बच्चे बस हंसते ही गए, हंसते ही गए, हंसते ही गए। मतलब जो उसका जो पूरा जो जादू का ढांचा था ना, वो भड़ाक से खत्म हो गया। सर हुआ क्या? अब इंटरेस्टिंग बात थी सर, उस टाइम तो मैं बहुत हंसा, सब हंसे सर, मगर उसके बाद मुझे पता लगा कि हुआ क्या था। सीरियस बात हुई थी। वो जो जादूगर था उसको बीमारी थी और वो बहुत टेंशन में था और वो दबाव में आ गया और उसने एक मैजिक ट्रिक गलत कर दी, वो निकल नहीं पाया, वहीं खत्म हो गया सर। सर हंस लीजिए सर, प्लीज सर।
तरीका है क्या? आप सदन में इसी तरीके की चर्चा करना चाहते हैं क्या?
सर
क्या
खत्म सर,
तो इतने बड़ा दल है आपका, आप विधेयक पर बोले हैं।
ओके सर, कंक्लूड करते हैं सर। तो सर हुआ क्या, वो टेंशन में आया, एक गलती की उसने और उसके बाद उसका जादू नहीं चला और शायद उसके बाद वो जादू कर ही नहीं पाया, मुझे लगता है। सर मैं आपको वापस गार्डन ले जाना चाहता हूं। मेरी दादी ने उस टाइम एक और बात बोली थी मुझसे। दादी ने गार्डन में मुझे एक और बात समझाई थी जो मैंने पहले नहीं बोली। उन्होंने कहा था, स्पीकर सर बोलूं?
मैं आपको पहले भी आग्रह किया है, मैं कभी किसी
सर मुझे दादी ने उस टाइम एक और बात बोली थी। She said to me that listen Rahul, I want you to be able to see in the dark.
Yes, yes.
I want you to be able to see in the dark. Like the central idea of Shiva. Central idea of Shiva, I will explain to my brothers and sisters, is to see in the dark. See what others cannot see. See your fears. Go close to your fears. That is the central idea of Shiva. She was telling me that and she said, I want you to see in the dark. I said, Dadi, why? She said, because Rahul, real strength always hides in the dark. Real power, real strength hides in the darkness. Fantastic political lesson. First, look for your truth, stick by it, and second, real power, real strength always hides, it never shows itself. जो असली ताकत होती है वो छुप के काम करती है, वो अपने आप को दिखाती कभी नहीं है। अब मैं ये आपको बता क्यों रहा हूं? Because there is, everybody knows, a partnership between our friend, the magician, the businessman.
ये तो तरीका ठीक नहीं है।
नाम नहीं लिया सर, सर मैजिशियन बोला है सर। I've said magician.
No.
Sir, I've said magician. I didn't even say PM.
माननीय आप प्रतिपक्ष के नेता हैं।
बोलने दीजिए सर।
मैं आपको संसद की गरिमा से बोलने देने का अधिकार है, लेकिन संसद की गरिमा बनाए रखना भी मेरी जिम्मेदारी है।
Sir, the problem is
नहीं, ये उचित नहीं है।
Sir, I'll finish, sir.
नहीं, अनपार्लियामेंट नहीं है, पर ये संसद है। ऐसा नहीं है कि आप जो चौराहे पे बोलो संसद में बोलोगे। संसद की अपनी मर्यादा गरिमा होती है।
Sir, let me. I'll finish. Speaker, sir, what has happened? There is a partnership, and then there is a hidden power. Massive, extremely strong, but completely hidden. Okay? And that power, that force, that does not show itself, but is there, knows the entire history of the magician. It knows every single detail about the magician from when he first came into politics till when he arrived as Prime Minister. And it is using that information.
No.
It is using the information to shape.
No. देखिए, मैं आपको फिर कह रहा हूँ राहुल गांधी जी।
क्या बोल रहा हूँ सर?
आप वेणुगोपाल जी, ये उचित नहीं है। मैं आपको बताऊं, होम मिनिस्टर साहब भी बोलते हैं, विधेयक पे बोलते हैं, जो भी बोलता है विधेयक पे बोलता है। आप भी बोले हमने किसी को टोका नहीं, प्रियंका जी बोला हमने कोई टोका किसी को, लेकिन सदन की गरिमा मर्यादा बनाने की जिम्मेदारी तो अध्यक्ष की है ना। नो, विधेयक में
बोलने तो दीजिए सर।
बोलने दे रहा हूँ ना मैं आपको।
नहीं बोलने दे रहे सर। दिस एक्शन, ओके स्पीकर सर, I'll वो उधर जाऊंगा नहीं सर। So this action, please understand what has happened here. It is important that everyone understands. The BJP knew, they knew very clearly that this bill actually cannot be passed. They knew it. They are not stupid. They knew every opposition person would oppose it. This bill cannot be passed. This was a panic reaction. This was a panic reaction because the Prime Minister at any cost needed to send two messages. Number one, he needed to change the electoral map of India. And number two, he needed to send a message again that he is pro-women. Why he is doing that, I will leave to your imagination. I will leave it to your imagination, but the powers that be know exactly why he's doing it. Sir, the truth is the magician has been caught. The magician of Balakot, the magician of demonetization, the magician of Sindhur has suddenly got caught. Why? Because he was...
ये तरीका बिल्कुल भी नहीं है।
होने के नाते
बिल्कुल नहीं।
बोलिए, मगर नियम से बोलिए।
करूंगा मैं।
और ये इस देश का 140 करोड़ का चुना हुआ प्रधानमंत्री को ये अनाप शराब बात करके क्या साबित करना चाहते हैं? आज जो भाषा इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं, स्पीकर साहब ने बार-बार कहा कि वो बोल सकते हैं मगर नियम के तहत। ऐसा नहीं चलता है।
ऐसे तो नहीं बोल सकते।
हम लोग एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं कि राहुल गांधी मैच्योर हो गए। अफसोस की बात है, नेता प्रतिपक्ष क्या भाषा इस्तेमाल करते हैं। कोई तरीका होता है। देश का प्रधानमंत्री 140 करोड़ लोगों ने मिलकर प्रधानमंत्री बनाया है। आप इस तरह से अलग से बातें करते हैं, आपको शोभा नहीं देते हैं। क्या बात करते हैं? नेता प्रतिपक्ष इस तरह का भाषा इस्तेमाल करते हैं, ये कोई तरीका नहीं होता है। मैं इतना कहना चाहता हूँ सर, रक्षा मंत्री जी कुछ
अध्यक्ष महोदय, इस देश के प्रधानमंत्री के संबंध में जिस प्रकार के शब्दों का प्रयोग नेता प्रतिपक्ष के द्वारा किया जा रहा है, मैं समझता हूं यह बेहद दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है और इसकी जितनी भी निंदा की जाए वह कम है। इस देश की जनता ने उन्हें प्रधानमंत्री बनाया है। हमारे दल को इतनी स्ट्रेंथ दी है जिससे स्ट्रेंथ के कारण वह प्रधानमंत्री बने। या किसी व्यक्ति का यह अपमान नहीं कर रहे हैं बार बार मैजिशियन कहकर, देश की जनता का अपमान कर रहे हैं अध्यक्ष महोदय। और मैं आपसे अनुरोध करना चाहता हूं, जिन शब्दों का इन्होंने प्रयोग किया उसे सदन की कार्रवाई से बाहर निकाला जाना चाहिए और राहुल गांधी को क्षमा मांगनी चाहिए देशवासियों।
नहीं, गांधी जी का भाषण देने में हम आपत्ति नहीं करना चाहते थे, हम पूरा सुनना चाहते थे। तो राहुल गांधी जी ने जैसे ऑपरेशन सिंदूर को जादू किया है बोलता है, बालाकोट स्ट्राइक हमारे वीर जवानों ने जो कार्रवाई किया उसको मजाक उड़ा रहे हैं। 140 करोड़ भारतीयों ने प्रधानमंत्री बनाया, उसका वो जादू कहते हैं। ये कोई तरीका है? और वैसे सर रक्षा मंत्री जी ने भी कहा है, हम भी कह रहे हैं, आपने कई बार डायरेक्शन दिया है कि आप भाषण कीजिए मगर नियम के तहत भाषण कीजिए। हम शांति से सुन रहे थे, आप बार बार प्रधानमंत्री को जिस नाम से लेकर के आप मजाक उड़ा रहे हैं, ये देश का मजाक है। प्रधानमंत्री देश का होता है, प्रधानमंत्री सिर्फ आपका मेरा नहीं है। इसलिए कार्रवाई से आपका आपत्तिजनक शब्दों को हटा दिया जाए और स्पीकर के डायरेक्शन को आप मानना चाहिए। और हम लोग सब आज विशेष बिल को लेकर के चर्चा कर रहे हैं, उस पर आप बोलिए, हम उसको रोकने का हमारे अधिकार नहीं है, मगर तरीका से भाषण होना चाहिए। और आप तो नेता प्रतिपक्ष है, आपसे लोग सीखना चाहिए। आपके पार्टी में नए नए एमपी आए हैं, वो क्या सीखेंगे? वो नेता ही ऐसा व्यवहार करेंगे तो।
देखिए माननीय राहुल गांधी जी, मेरी इसमें आपत्ति, मैंने ऐसी सब चीजें रिकॉर्ड से निकाल दी है, मेरी इसमें घोर आपत्ति है। मैं सदन के आसन से भी बोल रहा हूं कि आप जो विधेयक है उस विधेयक पर बोले, आप विधेयक पर बोले, विधेयक इधर उधर नहीं बोले।
I mean, come on, I need to go. I need to go.
आप ऐसे नहीं करें।
Speaker, sir. Sir, there is a central confusion in the mind of the BJP.
अरे सर कितने बार उठेंगे सर?
ये सदन का बेनिफिट के लिए सर, ये सदन का बेनिफिट के लिए मैं बता रहा हूँ, ये रूल्स में जो कीवर्ड्स एंड एक्सप्रेशन जो अनपार्लियामेंट्री है, इवन मैजिशियन रेफर टू द मिनिस्टर इज ऑल्सो अनपार्लियामेंट्री। ये रूल है और रूल को तो मानना पड़ेगा। मैं आपको रूल का किताब भेज देता हूँ, आप भी देख लीजिए।
लिखा भी हुआ है।
अनपार्लियामेंट्री एक्सप्रेशंस ये हमने नहीं बनाया, ये अनपार्लियामेंट्री एक्सप्रेशन आपके समय का किताब है और आप उसको मानते नहीं है क्या?
पढ़ते नहीं है? नहीं, आप एक मिनट राहुल जी, आप बैठिए, एक मिनट बैठिए, आप एक मिनट बैठिए, एक मिनट बैठिए आप। मैं कभी सदन में किसी मान्य विषय को, माननीय सदस्य चाहे किसी भी दल का हो, कभी भी मैंने आपत्ति नहीं करता, लेकिन मेरा सदन के सभी सदस्यों से आग्रह है, सब माननीय सदस्य चाहे एक भी दल का सदस्य वह भी सम्मानीय है। हमारी भाषा संयमित होनी चाहिए, मर्यादित होनी चाहिए, आचरणपूर्ण होनी चाहिए।
Speaker sir, there is a central confusion and I have to put this right. There is a central fundamental confusion in the minds of the BJP and its leadership. And the confusion is that they think they are the people of India. You are not the people of India. The people of India are something else. They also think that they are the armed forces. You are not the armed forces. The armed forces are something else. You are a political organization. You are not India and you are not the armed forces of India. We are not attacking the people of India. We are not attacking the armed forces of India. We are attacking you. Do not hide behind the people of India or behind the armed forces. So stop hiding like cowards behind the armed forces and behind the people. Come out and talk to us and have a discussion with us. Now, going back to my speech, Speaker sir. As I said, the magician has been caught.
Please, no. मैं ऐसे शब्दों का उपयोग इस सदन में नहीं करने दूंगा, चाहे सत्ता पक्ष सहमत हो। वो नहीं बोल रहे सत्ता पक्ष वाले, पर मैं उपयोग नहीं करने दूंगा। ठीक है, आप अगर नहीं मानते हैं तो मैं ऐसे शब्दों का उपयोग, ऐसी भाषा का अलाउ नहीं करूंगा। नो, आप दादा कैसी भाषा का उपयोग करना चाहते हैं यहाँ पर? आप कौन सी भाषा का उपयोग करना चाहते हैं? ये दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी संसद है, सर्वोच्च संस्था है, इसकी भाषा संयमित होना ही चाहिए ना। आप बोलिए, अगर आप
मैं बोलता हूँ मैं बोलता हूँ
विषय पे बोलेंगे
म्यूजिशियन नहीं
तो मैं
बोलूंगा,
आपको अलाउ करूंगा।
सर मैजिशियन नहीं बोलूंगा।
आप विषय पे बोलेंगे तो मैं अलाउ करूंगा।
मैं जादूगर नहीं बोलूंगा सर।
आप विषय पे,
सर जादूगर शब्द नहीं यूज करूंगा। Sir, the individual in my story, sir, what happened was, the last session of Parliament completely destroyed the structure because a deal was signed with the United States that under no circumstances would have been signed by any prime minister of this country unless he was compromised. So, क्या सर?
ये विधेयक का विषय है क्या? नो, अगर मैं सीट में बैठा हूं तो कुमार स्वामी जी हो या कोई भी हो, मैं विधेयक के पास बोलने दें। नो, मैं सीट में बैठूंगा तो विधेयक पर ही बात होगी। हाँ, विधेयक पर ही बात होगी। हाँ, मैं जब आसन पे हूं तो विधेयक पर ही चर्चा होगी। विधेयक के विषय पर आप बोले, मैंने रोका नहीं। विधेयक के विषय पर मैंने कभी नहीं टोका न रोका। विषय पे मैंने कभी नहीं रोका। आपको रोका गया, किसी को रोका के विषय पर? नो, सब पे अलाउ है, लेकिन उस बिल के संदर्भ में ही।
ठीक है सर, तो मैं एक सवाल पूछना चाहता हूँ। आप एक
सवाल नहीं पूछ सकते।
नहीं, क्योंकि मैं आप इंस्ट्रक्शन चाहता हूँ।
हाँ, इंस्ट्रक्शन में
तो आपका कहना है कि मुझे यूएस डील पे कुछ नहीं बोलना?
बिल्कुल, महिला विधेयक पे बोलना।
ठीक है सर, ठीक है, मैं नहीं बोलूंगा सर। So what happened was very obvious to everybody. Now what you're attempting is taking away the constitutional right and snatching that from the people of India. We are not going to allow you. You will see we will defeat this bill right here in the next, whatever, half an hour, 45 minutes. Now, I want to conclude with an idea. And I want to give you a sense, because you have to understand something. I know more than I'm saying. You have to understand that I know much more than I'm saying in this house. So I'm going to give you and everybody else a nice puzzle. And the people of India can try and see if they can solve this puzzle. Yesterday I was watching the Prime Minister speak. Low energy, broken, nothing transmitting. And I suddenly noticed that yesterday was the 16th of April. No, listen please, I was sitting here and he was talking and he was not able to engage. He was not able to engage because clearly trying to pass this bill was a mistake, because everybody knew there wasn't going to pass. Panic reaction, as I said. So I was watching him and I noticed on my phone 16th of April. And I was like, my God, how crazy. That's the number. 16. This 16 number. This is the number. The whole answer to the riddle is in the number 16. Everything is in the number 16. Now, if anybody understands what I'm saying, please send me a message. And on Twitter, you can tell what it is. But the answer to your problems, and you're going to find out very soon, is in the number 16. Thank you, sir.
श्री निशिकांत दुबे,
धन्यवाद अध्यक्ष महोदय। पिछले 2 दिन से अध्यक्ष महोदय इस पार्लियामेंट में
सुन के जाओ,
लगातार बैठकर
बड़ा भाग गया।
किस नियम में? किस नियम में? किस नियम में?
सर ये नियम कहता है कि जिस व्यक्ति ने अपना भाषण समाप्त किया हो, अगले भाषण तक उसको सदन में रुकना है। बार बार राहुल गांधी जी भाषण देते हैं और यहाँ से भाग लेते हैं और सुनने के लिए कभी तैयार नहीं रहते। सर ये असत्य बोल के यहाँ पे जाते हैं और उसके बाद यहाँ से भाग खड़े होते हैं।
श्री निशिकांत दुबे जी, भैया जी बोलो। निशिकांत जी कृपया
सभापति महोदय,
एक मिनट मैं सभी से रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा, सुप्रिया जी सभी से रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि आप सब लोग बैठ जाएं। अगर किसी को बाहर जाना चले जाएं, बट आई थिंक सो हाउस मस्ट बी इन ऑर्डर। तो जस्ट आई रिक्वेस्ट टू एवरीबडी, प्लीज काइंडली जस्ट ऑक्यूपाई योर सीट, काइंडली टेक योर सीट, खड़े मत रहिए। धन्यवाद। श्री
सभापति महोदय, पिछले 2 दिन से लगातार हमारी पूरी पार्टी माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में माताओं को अधिकार देने के लिए, बहनों को अधिकार देने के लिए, दलित, शोषित, वंचित, पिछड़ों को अधिकार देने के लिए 33% रिजर्वेशन के लिए चिंतित है। रात 1:30 बजे तक पूरे संसद के सदस्य और खासकर भारतीय जनता पार्टी और एनडीए के सदस्य यहाँ लगातार जमे हुए थे और मैं जब आज यहाँ आया तो मुझे लगा कि कांग्रेस के जो लीडर ऑफ द अपोजिशन है उनसे जो है माताओं और बहनों के लिए कुछ सुनने को मिलेगा। उन्होंने जब भाषण शुरू किया और जब खत्म किया सर, तो मुझे लगा कि मैंने पीसी सरकार का जादू शो देख लिया या माइकल जैक्सन का मैंने डांस देख लिया। मैं कंफ्यूज हूं सर कि वो पीसी सरकार थे या माइकल जैक्सन थे। लेकिन फिर मुझे याद आया सर कि आज कौन सा तारीख है? आज 17 अप्रैल है और पूरे सदन के लिए और पूरे देश के लिए आज 17 अप्रैल को दो घटना हुई सर। 17 अप्रैल 1987 को पहली बार राजीव गांधी जी के ऊपर बोफोर्स के कमीशन खोरी का आरोप लगा और यहां के फ्रंट पेज पर चला। 17 अप्रैल वो दिन था सर, 17 अप्रैल 1998 वो दिन था जिस ओबीसी की ये बात कर रहे हैं, सीताराम केसरी का धोती खोलकर सोनिया गांधी जी कांग्रेस की अध्यक्ष हो गए। और 17 अप्रैल 1999 वो दिन था जिस दिन कि अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी की सरकार को जबरदस्ती क्रिश्चियन लॉबी के दबाव में गिरधर गमांग को वोट दिलाकर यही इस्तीफा दिला के दिया गया। यह 17 अप्रैल है सर, और इसीलिए उनका पीसी सरकार और माइकल जैक्सन होना लाजमी है। दूसरा सर, 543 की बहुत बात हो रही है, ये संविधान से चलता है ये देश सर। सबसे पहले मैं कास्ट सेंसस पर आ जाऊं। आजकल रोज कह रहे हैं सर कि कौन दलित है, कौन पिछड़ा है, कौन आदिवासी है। सर इस देश में सबसे यदि मजबूत कोई बिजनेसमैन है जिसकी की बहुत इज्जत है तो वो टाटा परिवार है। और राहुल गांधी जी को यही नहीं पता कि टाटा माइनॉरिटी है। वेदांता के मालिक अनिल अग्रवाल जी ओबीसी हैं। सुजलान के मालिक तुलसी ताती शेड्यूल कास्ट। और मैं आपको बता दूं सर कि बहुत बड़ा ग्रुप है माइकल सेन, उसका जो सीईओ है वो अरुण उरांव आदिवासी। जिसको जो अपॉर्चुनिटी मिली इस अपॉर्चुनिटी में काम किया। लेकिन आपने क्या किया? कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंट असेंबली में आपने अभी बात की है, ओबीसी रिजर्वेशन की बात हो रही है ना, रिजर्वेशन विद इन रिजर्वेशन। ओबीसी को संवैधानिक अधिकार हमारे प्रधानमंत्री ने दिया। आप मांग रहे हो, आपका डिमांड क्या है? सारे अपोजिशन के लोगों ने, अखिलेश यादव जी से लेकर सारे लोगों ने कहा कि ओबीसी महिलाओं को रिजर्वेशन चाहिए। इसी ओबीसी रिजर्वेशन के लिए 2010 में जब राज्यसभा में ये कानून पास हो रहा था तो जो सदन के नेता थे प्रणब मुखर्जी साहब और जो उस वक्त के तत्कालीन प्रधानमंत्री थे मनमोहन सिंह जी, उनका स्टेटमेंट लेकर आया हूं मैं। उन्होंने कहा कि मरते दम तक कांग्रेस किसी ओबीसी में महिला को रिजर्वेशन नहीं दे सकती। इसी शेड्यूल कास्ट शेड्यूल ट्राइब के प्रमोशन के रिजर्वेशन के लिए जब इसी लोकसभा में कानून आया तो समाजवादी पार्टी के, सुनिएगा अखिलेश जी, आपके सांसद यशवीर सिंह जो शेड्यूल कास्ट थे उनको इसी वेल में मैडम सोनिया गांधी ने पीटा। आप आदिवासी की बात करते हो, शेड्यूल कास्ट की बात करते हो, किस तरह की बात कर रहे हो? और 2011 में जब जातिगत जनगणना के आधार पर, ठीक है बोलिए अखिलेश जी।
ये अध्यक्ष महोदय, सभापति महोदय, समाजवादी पार्टी का हमेशा पक्ष रहा है कि महिला आरक्षण के हम पक्ष में, पहली बात। दूसरा, हम पार्टी के अनुसार चाहते हैं आरक्षण। तीसरा, हम जाति जनगणना चाहते हैं। आप इस सदन में कहिए कि जाति जनगणना करेंगे और कब तक करेंगे, और क्या ओबीसी महिलाओं को आप शामिल करोगे कि नहीं करोगे?
किरण
सभापति महोदय,
अखिलेश एक अभी तो भाषण चल रहा है, आपको क्लैरिफिकेशन मांगना है होम मिनिस्टर साहब का, जब प्रॉपर रिप्लाई होगा तब आ जाएंगे, अभी भाषण होने दीजिए।
सभापति महोदय,
मेरा निवेदन है कि बहुत ज्यादा इतिहास के पन्ने ना पलटें।
ये तो वो बता रहे हैं जो आपने सांसद के साथ हुआ।
हम जिस
भूल गए थे, याद तो दिलाना पड़ेगा।
हम जिस संस्कार को मानने वाले लोग हैं वो एक मंत्र पढ़ते हैं, ओम सहना भवतु सहना भुनक्तु सहवीर्यं करवावहै तेजस्विनामधित मस्तु माद विद्विषावहै। हमारे लिए शेड्यूल कास्ट, शेड्यूल ट्राइब, ओबीसी, फॉरवर्ड, बैकवर्ड सब बराबर है। हम उसके सबके कल्याण के लिए काम करते हैं। मैं सभापति महोदय बताना चाह रहा था, इसी 2011 में जब जनगणना स्टार्ट हुई, जिसका कि ये बेस ईयर है, उसके लिए मुलायम सिंह यादव जी, अखिलेश जी मुख्यमंत्री बनकर चले गए थे। लालू प्रसाद जी, मुलायम सिंह यादव जी और हमारे पार्टी से गोपीनाथ मुंडे जी, हम लगातार जातिगत जनगणना की बात करते रहे, लगातार इस पार्लियामेंट को ठप करते रहे, और उसमें सोनिया गांधी जी का बयान है, प्रणब मुखर्जी जी का बयान है, मनमोहन सिंह जी का बयान है, चिदम्बरम जी का बयान है। ये 4 बयान लेकर मैं आया हूं, और उन चारों ने कहा कि ये जातिगत जनगणना की।
अच्छा एक मिनट, अखिलेश जी क्या कह रहे हैं?
ये जो
निशिकांत जी, अखिलेश जी,
सभापति महोदय जो श्लोक पढ़ रहे हैं, नहीं बात सुनिए,
लोग बैठ जाए और लोग बिठा दिए, सबको बिठाइए तब मैं आपको अलाउ करूंगा ना। आप सब लोग बैठ जाएं, मैं आपको अलाउ कर रहा हूं, उनको मैंने बिठा दिया। आप लोग बैठ जाएं तब मैं आपके नेता को अलाउ करूंगा। अगर आप नहीं बैठेंगे तो मैं निशिकांत जी को खड़ा करूंगा, आपको अलाउ करूंगा, लेकिन बैठ जाइए। अवधेश जी आप बैठ जाइए, आप सभी, बीरेन जी आप बैठ जाइए, बीरेन जी बैठ जाइए, सभी लोग बैठ जाइए, सरोज जी बैठ जाइए। मैं आपको समय दे रहा हूँ, नहीं मैं आपको समय दे रहा हूँ। एक मिनट, हाउस को इन ऑर्डर कर लीजिए।
महोदय, मैंने उनका श्लोक सुना, श्लोक पे मैं कहना चाहता हूँ।
बोलिए।
सभापति महोदय, विवाद की बात नहीं है, संवाद की बात हो रही है। कोई बात माननीय सदस्य ने कहा, मैंने जवाब दिया, माननीय सदस्य ने श्लोक पढ़ा। उस श्लोक पे मैं एक बात पूछना चाहता हूँ। मैं अपने संसदीय क्षेत्र में कन्नौज में एक मंदिर में गया था, लेकिन मेरे बाद वो मंदिर गंगा जल से धुलवाया गया था। आप बताइए क्यों धुलवाया गया?
जिसने भी गंगा जल से धुलवाया उसने गलत काम किया, और वो सभी अपराधी हैं, और उनके ऊपर अपराध की सजा चलनी चाहिए, कानून के हिसाब से उनका न्याय होना चाहिए।
अब आपकी बात आ गई।
मैं ये कह रहा था सभापति महोदय, आप कान पकड़कर हमसे माफी मांगोगे, मैं कान पकड़कर भी माफी मांग लूंगा। मैंने तो गंगा जल से नहीं धुलवाया है, जिसने भी गंगा जल से धुलवाया उसने गलत काम किया है। हमारा इससे क्या संबंध है? अपराधी है, चाहे किसी भी जाति, धर्म, वर्ग, संप्रदाय का व्यक्ति यदि अपराधी है तो अपराधी है, और उसको कानून के हिसाब से सजा मिलनी चाहिए।
Nothing will go on record except only
सर, मैं सभापति महोदय, देखिए मेरा समय ये लोग बहुत खा रहे सर। जातिगत जनगणना की बात कर रहा था। सोनिया गांधी जी ने कहा कि जातिगत जनगणना संविधान के दायरे में नहीं है, हम इसका विरोध करते हैं। चिदम्बरम साहब ने कहा, मैं 2011 की बात कर रहा हूं, चिदम्बरम साहब ने कहा कि जातिगत जनगणना जो है इस देश को डिवाइड करेगी। प्रणब मुखर्जी जी लीडर थे, उन्होंने कहा कि जातिगत जनगणना 1931 के बाद से नहीं हुई है, किसी कीमत पर नहीं होगा। और अंत में मनमोहन सिंह जी ने तो और भी रिकॉर्ड तोड़ दिया सर। उन्होंने कहा कि हमारी सरकार रहे या जाए, इसी सदन हम जातिगत जनगणना नहीं करेंगे। लेकिन गोपीनाथ मुंडे, लालू प्रसाद यादव जी और नेताजी मुलायम सिंह यादव जी का मैं बधाई और धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं कि जिनके प्रयास से उस वक्त की कांग्रेस सरकार को झुकना पड़ा और जातिगत गणना जो है हुई, जिसका कि डाटा कई एक गलतफहमियों के कारण जो है अभी तक नहीं रिलीज हुआ, और जातिगत गणना हमारी सरकार करा रही है और 2027-29 में वो आ जाएगा।
अरे बैठ जाओ भाई।
अब क्या है सर?
ये फैक्ट है, ये फैक्ट है जो
अब इस अमेंडमेंट पे मैं ये कह रहा हूं कि चूंकि सर्वसम्मति से सभी लोगों ने कहा सर कि सर्वसम्मति से हमने महिला रिजर्वेशन को पास किया। कल्याण बनर्जी साहब का भी आज भाषण सुना मैंने, मनीष तिवारी जी का भी सुना। ये लोग बड़े विद्वान हैं सर। हमारे यहाँ पीपी चौधरी साहब ने भी बयान दिया। ये भारत का संविधान है जो बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर का, और हमने 2023 के एक्ट के बाद आर्टिकल 334A बनाया, और 334 ये कहता है सर कि डिलिमिटेशन जो है वो जब लिया जाएगा तो रिलीवेंट फिगर होगा फर्स्ट सेंसस टेकन आफ्टर कमेंसमेंट ऑफ द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन 106th अमेंडमेंट एक्ट 2023। पॉपुलेशन को क्राइटेरिया बनाया जाएगा। ये हम आप सबों ने पास किया सर। अब पॉपुलेशन को यदि क्राइटेरिया मानेंगे, यदि आप ही की बात सही, और सबों ने पास किया है, इसमें भारतीय जनता पार्टी, कांग्रेस, टीएमसी, डीएमके, समाजवादी पार्टी, जितना पार्टी है सब इसके दोषी हैं। उनके हिसाब से लिख लीजिए मेरी बात, क्योंकि आप अमेंडमेंट तो नहीं कर रहे हो, आप कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में चेंज तो नहीं करने दे रहे हो, आप तो विरोध कर रहे हो। यूपी में सीट होगी 87, जो पॉपुलेशन है, जो 2011 का सेंसस है,
निशिकांत जी,
जो आपने पेश किया,
हमको एड्रेस करिए
सभापति महोदय, जो इन्होंने पेश किया, और आज जो 2011 का सेंसस है, मैंने तो 2026 का सेंसस लिया ही नहीं है, मैं 2011 के सेंसस के आधार पर कह रहा हूं। यूपी में सीट होगी 87, बिहार में सीट होगी 47, महाराष्ट्र में सीट होगी 49, वेस्ट बंगाल में सीट होगी केवल 38, मध्य प्रदेश में सीट होगी 34, राजस्थान में सीट होगी 32, तमिलनाडु में सीट होगी, जो इतना हंगामा कर रहे हैं काला कपड़ा पहन के, केवल और केवल 29, गुजरात में होगी 28, कर्नाटक में होगी 26, आंध्र प्रदेश में होगी 20, उड़ीसा में 18, झारखंड मेरे राज्य में होगी 16। मैं एक ऐसा भागा राज्य का सांसद हूं जिसमें कि 2000 में बंटवारा होने के बाद, झारखंड बंटवारा होने के बाद डिलिमिटेशन हुआ ही नहीं। और क्यों नहीं डिलिमिटेशन हुआ? इस यूपीए ने क्यों नहीं डिलिमिटेशन होने दिया? भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कारण नहीं हुआ, क्योंकि बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठियों के कारण आदिवासियों की संख्या घट गई। एक आदिवासी की लोकसभा की सीट और 3 विधानसभा की आदिवासी की सीट घट रही थी डिलिमिटेशन में। भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने कहा कि हमको नहीं चाहिए डिलिमिटेशन। आप देश चलाने की बात करते हो, आप लोकतंत्र की बात करते हो। आपने तो बांग्लादेशी वोट को बनाने के लिए हमारे राज्य को तहस-नहस कर दिया। हम बिना हमारी जो कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी है 350 किलोमीटर लंबी है, 3 जिले में विभक्त है। वो क्या बात कर रहे हो आप डिलिमिटेशन की बात कर रहे हो। और यदि साउथ और नॉर्थ का, यदि ये 2023 का जो कि नोटिफाई कर दिया है भारत सरकार ने, यदि ये एक्ट लागू हो गया तो साउथ इंडिया में जो केरल में सीट घटेगी, केरल की सीट 20 से केवल 14 हो जाएगी, तमिलनाडु की 39 से केवल 29 हो जाएगी। कौन साउथ इंडिया का जिम्मेवार होगा? हम कल रिजर्वेशन लागू करने को तैयार है, होगा 543 में ही होगा, लेकिन वो पॉपुलेशन के आधार पर होगा और साउथ इंडिया की सीट घटेगी और कांग्रेस के राहुल गांधी इसके जिम्मेवार होंगे। अब ये एक्ट की बात कर रहे हैं सर। अभी इन्होंने कहा, अभी बहुत लोगों ने कहा सर कि आपने 815 का फिगर कहां से ले आए, 816 का फिगर कैसे ले आए। सर मैं 31 से जो है ये रिजर्वेशन को, सीट बढ़ाने को बहुत मुझे लगता है जुड़ाव सर। संविधान का 31वां संशोधन हुआ 1972-73 में, और आज हम लोग 131वें संशोधन पर बात कर रहे हैं सर। ये 1973 का, जिसको कि अभी बड़ी लंबी चौड़ी भाषण देके गए कि इंदिरा जी ने जो है देश के लिए बहुत बड़ा काम कर दिया और उन्होंने फ्रीज कर दिया। 525 से 550 हो रहा था सीट सर। डिलिमिटेशन आयोग 1971 में बन गया। डिलिमिटेशन आयोग ने कहा, और उसके पहले की एक और कहानी है सर कि 1952 में जब डिलिमिटेशन आयोग बना तो डिलिमिटेशन आयोग ने कहा कि इस तरह से हम किसी भी एरिया का परिसीमन नहीं कर सकते। आपको पता है कि डिलिमिटेशन आयोग के रिकमेंडेशन के आधार पर कांग्रेस ने सारे फेडरल स्ट्रक्चर को तार पर तार रख दिया, पूरा संविधान संशोधन कर दिया और 1956 का स्टेट रीऑर्गेनाइजेशन एक्ट डिलिमिटेशन एक्ट के आधार पर बना। बंगाल की कुछ जगह बिहार में आ गई और बिहार की कुछ जगह बंगाल में चली गई, आंध्र की कुछ जगह केरल में चली गई, केरल की कुछ जगह आंध्र में चली आई, तमिलनाडु की कुछ जगह जो है बेंगलोर में चली आई, कर्नाटक में चली आई और कर्नाटक की कुछ जगह वहां चली गई और आज भी महाराष्ट्र जो है बेलगांव की लड़ाई लड़ रहा है। यह डिलिमिटेशन आयोग के कारण हुआ और उन्होंने तय कर दिया कि टोटल जो हमारे एमपी होंगे 489 होंगे। डिलिमिटेशन आयोग का यदि रिपोर्ट प्रेमचंद्रन जी आप पढ़ लीजिएगा तो उन्होंने कहा कि 526 लोग होने चाहिए, लेकिन इंदिरा जी ने, नेहरू जी ने यह तय कर दिया कि न 489 होगा। उन्हीं की बेटी इंदिरा जी ने यह 1973 का 31वां संविधान संशोधन विधेयक लेकर आया हूं। डिलिमिटेशन आयोग 1971 में बन गया। डिलिमिटेशन आयोग ने कहा कि टोटल सीटें जो है 603 होनी चाहिए। उन्होंने कहा तुम कौन तय करने वाले थे? अभी बड़ा एकदम ट्रांसपेरेंसी की बात कर रहे थे कि आप तो अपना जज बना लेंगे, आप अपना एमपी बना लेंगे। मुझे लगता है कि 1952 से लेके ये जो है पूरा लीडर ऑफ द अपोजिशन से पूछकर जो है अपना आयोग बनाते रहे। उन्होंने कहा संविधान संशोधन करके कि नहीं, 525 से 585 सीट होगा और उन्होंने तय कर दिया कि उत्तर प्रदेश में कितनी सीट होगी, मध्य प्रदेश में कितनी सीट होगी, गुजरात में कितनी सीट होगी, महाराष्ट्र में कितनी सीट होगी। सर ये तय कर दिया। आज आप हमको भाषण देने की बात कर रहे हो। दूसरी बात सर, ये जो झूठ की दुकान है, दोनों बहन भाई को मैंने बहुत पढ़ा। मैं आपको बताऊं कि ये 44वां संशोधन लेकर मैं आया हूं 1976 में, जब पूरे सारे नेताओं को जेल में भेज दिया कांग्रेस ने, तो 76वां संशोधन 1976 में 44वां संशोधन हुआ। संशोधन क्या हुआ? लोकसभा 6 साल के लिए और प्रेएम्बल में, संविधान बस 2 मिनट में खत्म कर रहा हूं, और प्रेएम्बल में सेकुलर शब्द और सोशलिस्ट शब्द जोड़ दिया उन्होंने। उसका भाषण देते हुए श्रीमती गांधी ने कहा कि माइनॉरिटी के लिए हम 1920-21 से लड़ रहे हैं और जिस मोतीलाल नेहरू कमेटी की रिपोर्ट उन्होंने कही 1929 की, 1930 की जो रिपोर्ट है, उसको इसमें जो है खूब उन्होंने कोट किया सर। उन्होंने कहा कि मोतीलाल नेहरू ने मुसलमानों को प्रोटेक्शन देने के लिए फंडामेंटल ड्यूटीज एंड फंडामेंटल राइट्स जो है कांग्रेस वर्किंग कमेटी में 1929 में, 1930 में, 1931 में, 1932 में पास किया। और हमारा जो बेस है वो बेस ये है कि हमको मुसलमान के आधार पर राजनीति करनी है, मुसलमानों को संरक्षण देना है, मुसलमानों को रिजर्वेशन देना है, उनके रिप्रेजेंटेशन को बढ़ाना है। और इसी कारण से डिलिमिटेशन आयोग के, केवल 1 मिनट सर, जब डिलिमिटेशन आयोग का रिपोर्ट आया 1976 में, उसको भी काट पीट करके इसी पार्लियामेंट में 8 सीटें मुसलमानों के लिए जबरदस्ती इसी कांग्रेस सरकार ने बढ़ाई। इसीलिए मेरा आपके माध्यम से इस सारे अपोजिशन से आग्रह है कि साउथ इंडिया के साथ अन्याय नहीं करिए, महिलाओं के साथ अन्याय नहीं करिए। इस देश में इस पार्लियामेंट की जो भूमिका।
All right, heated debates on the floor of the Parliament, Lok Sabha. You heard Rahul Gandhi a short while ago. Rahul Gandhi charged at the government that the real intention of the government is delimitation, change the political boundaries of the country at the back of women reservation as an excuse. He said they did it in Assam, they've done it in Jammu and Kashmir, they're looking at doing it across the country with using women reservation as an excuse. He also said if you want to do it, conduct a caste census, do it on the basis of caste. And of course, post that, there was a fair amount of chaos in Parliament where the entire women rights issue and reservation completely got forgotten, eroded in the treasury benches and the opposition butting heads on Rahul Gandhi's speech, where Rahul Gandhi also went back in childhood, spoke about his personal experiences, which the Speaker, Om Birla, didn't take very kindly to, including the likes of Kiran Rijiju as well as the Defence Minister interjecting. We're going to continue to get you the latest right here in just about 15 minutes from now. The amendments will be put to vote. As of now, in terms of numbers, the government doesn't quite have the numbers for the constitutional amendment. What will be the scenarios that could play out? Well, in the next 45 minutes, you'll have a better understanding. Stay tuned to India Today.
the taste of success.
जिंदगी में आगे बढ़ना है तो खुद से आगे निकलना होगा। जब दिल में हो जज्बा तो रास्तों की क्या जुर्रत जो हमारी उड़ान को रोक सके। BKT टायर्स, दे लॉन्ग टायर लाइफ, एक्सेप्शनल रोड ग्रिप और अनमैच्ड कंफर्ट। BKT टायर्स, एलिवेट योर ड्राइव।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
Bengal is at a political crossroads, and I'm here on the ground as it unfolds. Promises, power plays, and the people caught in between. Every election has a story beneath the story, and I am in Bengal to find it.
Maria Shakil, bringing Bengal as it unfolds.
Across Bengal, from winding lanes to sweeping landscapes, from the voices that echo to the ones that remain unheard. On the ground, there's never just one story. This is Election Dispatch.
विश्व में भी आज भारत की स्वीकृति हम सब महसूस कर रहे हैं और ये हम सबके लिए गौरव का पल है। एक समय हमारे पास आया है और इस समय को हमने एक विकसित भारत के संकल्प के साथ जोड़ा है और मैं पक्का मानता हूं कि विकसित भारत का मतलब केवल उत्तम प्रकार के रेल, रास्ते, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर या कुछ आर्थिक प्रगति के आंकड़े सिर्फ इतने से ही विकसित भारत की सीमित कल्पना वाले हम लोग नहीं हैं। हम चाहते हैं कि विकसित भारत जिसके नीति निर्धारण में साच अर्थ में सबका साथ सबका विकास का मंत्र समाहित हो, देश की 50% जनसंख्या नीति निर्धारण का हिस्सा बने, ये समय की मांग है।
Hi, I'm Sana. Here's your weather update. Delhi maximum 40 and minimum 29 degrees. Mumbai maximum 32 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata maximum 37 and minimum 26 degrees. Bengaluru maximum 36 and minimum 25 degrees. Chennai maximum 33 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad maximum 40 and minimum 26 degrees.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Are your loved ones, senior citizens around you taking too many medicines? This could be really risky. A study has found that polypharmacy, which is the habit of taking many medicines, 5 or 10 or even more medicines every single day, is horrible. And worse, it's actually very common. The findings have been published in BMC Geriatrics based on studies of frail elderly patients with dementia or limited life expectancy. Mixing too many drugs can cause side effects, dizziness, even falls. It can lead to confusion and memory problems. Experts also caution families against assuming that more medications mean better care. In reality, each additional drug increases the risk of harmful interactions. What you must definitely do is ask your doctor about de-prescribing. Doctors can safely reduce unnecessary medicines. This approach takes into account the patient's overall health, level of frailty, and life expectancy. Medicines are tapered carefully with close monitoring. Only your doctor can do it. Stopping these medications suddenly is not safe. Remember, review it regularly. Consult your doctor. Stay safe.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Pooja Shali. Thank you for tuning in to the 4 p.m. bulletin on India Today television. Let's begin first with the headlines. What's happening in the Parliament today? It's the D-Day for Delimitation Bill in the Parliament after Rahul Gandhi's big magician of Operation Sindoor jive. Central government seeking an apology. Meanwhile, voting on 3 bills today in just a short while.
The magician of Balakot the magician of demonetization, the magician of Sindoor, has suddenly got caught. Why? Because he was
Opposition upping the ante against government at the centre, saying government version does not match the fine print. Dravida Munnetra Karagam to move the top court if the delimitation bill is passed. Government rejecting fear-mongering by the opposition parties. In other news, it's the TCS alleged conversion racket case has exploded. The complainant has released a disturbing video, forcing to wear the skull cap in the video, saying forced to offer the namaz prayers as well. So remember that out of 9 FIRs filed, 1 was filed by a man. US President Donald Trump claims that America struck the nuke deal with Iran, saying Iran gave strong statement that they will not have nuke weapons even after 20 years. Says may travel to Pakistan for a final truce.
We have a statement, very powerful statement, that they will not have, beyond 20 years, that they will not have nuclear weapons. That's beyond. There's no 20-year limit.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's big message to the opposition MPs ahead of the voting that's in just a short while on the Women Reservation Amendment Bill and the Delimitation Bill 2026. The Prime Minister has taken to social media site X and has said, I quote it here, all apprehensions have been addressed. The time has come for women to receive their rights. The Prime Minister also adding and asking the members of Parliament to listen to their conscience, urging them not to block opportunities for women hereon. Now, Leader of Opposition Rahul Gandhi, meanwhile, took on Prime Minister Modi with a jibe, saying the bill has nothing to do with women empowerment. It's basically a bid, he's alleging, to snatch power from the OBC community. Rahul Gandhi also took a magician jibe, saying that this bill is a bid to distract by the Prime Minister, to distract from other real issues on the ground. Home Minister Amit Shah addressing the House at 5 p.m. So stay tuned. In the next 1 hour, I'm going to tell you exactly what happened in the Parliament vis-a-vis PM Modi's speech, what did Rahul Gandhi say, and what kind of a commotion is happening and why over the Women Reservation Amendment Bill.
Sir, the truth is the magician has been caught. The magician of Balakot, the magician of demonetization, the magician of Sindoor has suddenly got caught. Why? Because he was The BJP knew. They knew very clearly that this bill actually cannot be passed. They knew it. They're not stupid. They knew every opposition person would oppose it. This bill cannot be passed. This was a panic reaction. This was a panic reaction because the Prime Minister at any cost needed to send 2 messages. Number 1, he needed to change the electoral map of India. And number 2, he needed to send a message again that he is pro-women. Why he is doing that, I will leave to your imagination. But I will leave it to your imagination, but the powers that be know exactly why he's doing it. And there are some truths that need to be told here today in this house. The first truth is that this is not a women's bill. This is nothing to do with the empowerment of women. There is a women's bill. It was passed in 2023 in this house itself. And my friends and teachers in the BJP said that it will be implemented in 10 years' time. That is the women's bill. This is an attempt to change the electoral map of India. Using and hiding behind India's women. And actually it is a shameful act. Because instead of giving them women's reservation, which is very easy to do, and every single opposition person will support it right now, bring that old bill back right now, and we will help you pass it for implementation from this second. Now, that is the women's bill. This is something else. And the truth needs to be told about what this is.
बोल दूंगा यही है आपके भाषण के किया गया सर
और बिल गिरने वाला है राहुल जी बिल गिरने वाला है क्या है सही
वो तो है पजल है थोड़ी बताऊंगा कितना सोल्यूशन है मिलेगा तो मैं बोल दूंगा यही है आपके भाषण के किया गया सर
और बिल गिरने वाला है राहुल जी बिल गिरने वाला है क्या है सही
वो तो है पजल है थोड़ी बताऊंगा कितना सोल्यूशन है मिलेगा तो मैं बोल दूंगा यही है आपके भाषण के किया गया सर
और बिल गिरने वाला है राहुल जी
So that's Rahul Gandhi, leader of opposition, speaking after his address in the parliament, basically interacting with the reporters. The suspense is still on. Suspense primarily vis-a-vis, while the discussion has been on over the bill, eventually about the united opposition stand on it. Let's listen in again. Leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi speaking.
सोल्यूशन है मिलेगा तो मैं बोल दूंगा यही है आपके भाषण के किया गया सर
और बिल गिरने वाला है राहुल जी बिल गिरने वाला है क्या है सही
वो तो है पजल है थोड़ी बताऊंगा कितना सोल्यूशन है मिलेगा तो मैं बोल दूंगा यही है आपके भाषण के किया गया सर
और बिल गिरने वाला है राहुल जी बिल गिरने वाला है क्या है सही
वो तो है पजल है थोड़ी बताऊंगा कितना
In India today's Rahul Gautam, he's been tracking all the latest from the parliament. Rahul, tell us more about this 16 suspense. What is it and when did he say, when he said that puzzle hai main thodi na bataunga, I don't want to reveal the cards right now. What is he referring to? What do you think is the strategy? Why is the Congress party especially is not immediately revealing what their strategy is, what they're going to do?
Well, unlike speech of Priyanka Gandhi that was full of barbs and swipes, Rahul Gandhi launched a full throttle attack on BJP, on NDA, saying that they want to change the political landscape of the country. They want to reject the entire electoral map of the country that actually going to suit their narrative or they're going to benefit them. Now, as far as that 16 number is concerned, sources are indicating to us that he might be referring to Epstein files. 16 Epstein files are said to have been deleted now. Again, that was something that Rahul Gandhi didn't, put it on record. The relevance of number 16. However, sources are suggesting to us that this might be linked to Epstein files. Not once he mentioned, about these files, but we have to really understand that, unlike, the other speakers, we heard Rahul Gandhi. Rahul Gandhi didn't mince any words. He categorically said that the government is trying to, not just change the political landscape of the country, but in fact they are doing this essentially just to, make sure that they'll win the upcoming Lok Sabha elections. He also accused the government of, bringing this bill in the disguise of Women Reservation Bill, saying that the real intent is only delimitation, and that's to, doing or making constituencies in such a manner that is actually going to help BJP in the longer run. So as far as Rahul Gandhi is concerned,
he added that, in fact, he said on record, like you're mentioning, this is not a women's bill.
He started with
the women's bill is only a mask for the delimitation. Rahul, what I do want to know, because he was interacting this time with the reporters as well, not staying silent and saying that I will not reveal it right away.
Yes.
What do you think is Congress's stand at this juncture? They've very categorically said, in fact Rahul Gandhi said on the floor of the House, that the bill was passed in this House itself, and that was in 2023, and yet they cannot be seen opposing this bill right now. So how do you think the Congress is going to go about it? You don't want to be seen anti-women bill, but you also cannot completely support it.
Well, that's the main battle, Pooja. on one hand, you have BJP, who's essentially painting you as anti-women, saying that you are actually opposing Women Reservation Bill. On the other hand, there's opposition bloc who's trying to create this narrative that we stand together as far as women empowerment is concerned. And in fact, we had supported you back in 2023 when you had, when you had brought in this Women Reservation Bill, and we have already passed it. Yesterday only, it was actually notified also. Now, what you are doing, this is what the allegation of the opposition bloc, that what you are doing, you are essentially, you have packaged this bill, calling it Women Reservation Bill, but the real intent is only delimitation, and I'm sure you must have heard this term, gerrymandering, which is essentially, a term to create, political constituencies in such a manner that actually going to benefit or suit your own narrative. Now,
and that is why some of those southern states especially have risen against it, saying that this would be a bid that could hurt them, because often delimitation is also based on population density, and therefore would there be any sort of issues with the southern states? Prime Minister Modi and the BJP leaders have maintained, the government ministers as well, that there will be no injustice be done. Rahul, I want you to please stay on, because there was one jibe Rahul Gandhi took about Prime Minister Modi low on energy. What did he mean? Let's listen in.
Yesterday I was watching the Prime Minister speak. Low energy, broken, nothing transmitting. And I suddenly noticed that yesterday was the 16th of April. No, I was, listen please, I was watching, I was sitting here and he was talking and he was not able to engage. He was not able to engage because clearly trying to pass this bill was a mistake, because everybody knew there wasn't going to pass. Panic reaction, as I said.
So that there was no connect that basically Prime Minister Modi's speech made, and that he was low on energy. He's trying to, of course, elaborate on what did he believe he got from the body language and the speech. But stay on. I have a big news coming in on the Congress party, and we'll go across to my colleague on the ground for that. I'm quoting from the sources within the Congress party. The 16 puzzle Rahul Gandhi is referring to is likely to be the reference to 16 Epstein files that have been deleted. And at least 16 files, and I'm giving you a context about it, at least 16 files believed to have disappeared from the DOJ site for Epstein documents, including one that allegedly had Donald Trump's photograph. So Rahul Gautam is tracking all the latest on that. Rahul, then why do you think when we're talking about Women's Reservation Amendment Bill, we're talking about delimitation, Union Territories Amendment Bill, then comes in a 16 mention? It's in no way connected to what's happening and unfolding within the parliament. Why do you think then Rahul Gandhi made a mention of it?
Well, that's Rahul Gandhi, Pooja. He would often touch upon a subject and then, leave much of the work for people like you and me to interpret or decode, things. And in that same manner now, while he was speaking, on these bills, while he was attacking government, while he was accusing government of, of doing injustice to southern India, at that same time he said that, when Prime Minister was speaking yesterday, he was low on energy and he was not able to speak on many subjects. Now that's what many believe. This is what sources are suggesting to us, that this might be linked to the 16 Epstein files, which have said to be now disappeared from the many declassified files of Department of Justice US. And now many believe that one of those files also contained a picture of Donald Trump. There might be some sensitive information, and he was only trying to connect the dots, in a way, saying that that and this is an allegation that he has been leveling against Prime Minister, that he is compromised and that he's working under pressure from the foreign regimes now. Yes, absolutely. And that's why he was trying to draw these, conclusions. However, not once he mentioned, Epstein files or Donald Trump or things like that. But again, he has left, much of the work for...
And we are quoting from what our friends like Rahul and others who closely track the Congress party. what sources are telling them, what we believe he's referring to, which is 16. He could have been more direct about it, but this is also as much a strategy. So there is a word that was used, and we can listen to that bite again, a soundbite that Rahul Gandhi had given right outside the parliament about the 16 puzzle. What was it? It appears he's referring to the 16 deleted files in the Epstein documents. And yet, my question is, why would he even mention it at this juncture when the debate is about the amendment bills, about women reservation and delimitation in the parliament, perhaps to counter the government, and how? All right, more news now coming in as Rahul Gandhi keeps the 16 suspense going after the speech. Parliamentary Minister Kiren Rijiju also is now ensuring that there will be a certain unanimous stand that will be taken by the ones representing the government in the Lok Sabha. Parliament Minister Kiren Rijiju meeting Prime Minister Modi ahead of the voting in just a short while, ladies and gentlemen. Stay tuned. Voting on all three bills likely will happen one by one. It will be the Women Reservation Amendment Bill 2026, then of course the Delimitation Bill 2026 and the Union Territories laws as well. Voting in Delimitation and Women's Bill, of course, will be the highlight. Now, Women's Bill may see a passage. It is the Delimitation. That is where all eyes will be. Does the opposition have the numbers? Have they been able to get the numbers to be able to counter the government on delimitation? Rahul Gautam continues to be with us. We have the visuals also in just a short while about Kiren Rijiju, who I can confirm to you as information is coming, is currently meeting the Prime Minister ahead of the voting of all the three bills. So it's been commotion, but I must also add that this is a healthy debate that did take place in the Parliament. Rather than constant adjournments, there was a discussion of our parliamentarians, opposition and those of the government, to be able to have a perspective on what do they believe and why does the government believe that these are not only important bills in history of the country, but there will be no injustice done to any state, that no state will have reduced number of seats. So we'll go across in just a short while to the details coming in from the Parliament. But this is going to be important because the voting will, remember, the focus is not as much on the Women Reservation Bill, which is a part of it, which is the main issue that we are discussing and debating here. However, the fact that India is set to have a reservation for women, but that also may be connected and linked to delimitation that's happening. Prime Minister Modi has already appealed to all MPs to vote for the reservation bill, adding that this is not any favour that is being done to women of this country, but it's their right that finally is coming to them. The opposition maintains that this women's bill is only a mask to get the delimitation done, where the southern states specifically, or non-BJP governed states, are likely to suffer, especially vis-a-vis the population. So we are going to bring you the numbers also. So think of your mother, sister, daughter and wife. Prime Minister Modi had made this appeal on the women quota bill. But what about the numbers? How do the numbers stack up? What does it look like for the government at the centre? And why is the opposition so guns blazing over this issue? I want to bring in India Today's Sneha Mordani from the newsroom to tell us more. Sneha, go ahead.
You know, Pooja, as far as numbers are concerned in Lok Sabha, it doesn't really look very good. And that's why speculation that the BJP-led government may not be in a position to get those numbers intact to ensure the passage of the same. And that's the reason why questions are being asked about the timing of it as well. When you don't have the support, then why bring it at this stage? At 540, the ND government has 297. So the BJP-led NDA has 297. However, the government needs two-thirds majority, which is 360 members of parliament, for the smooth passage of this bill. But does it have it? The answer clearly is a big no. The India bloc MPs at 234, unless there's something that happens right here and numbers in a way move to this side in support of this bill in the lower house in Lok Sabha, then there can be any magic there working for the Bharatiya Janata Party-led government, or else no. Clearly short of numbers as far as the lower house is concerned. Let's talk about the House of Elders here. Rajya Sabha at 200. 245. Again, the government needs a two-third majority at 163 MPs. Right now at 141, clearly short when you look at 163. The India bloc at 74 MPs, others at 30 MPs. So again, if there is something that works out on this front, either from the India bloc or the other fence-sitters at this point in time that decide to move in, or else even in the upper house, the passage of the bill is extremely difficult at this point in time. Numbers clearly have stacked up not in favor of the NDA as far as the passage of this bill is concerned. Pooja.
So presently the strength of the Lok Sabha is 543 members of parliament. Why is it that the government believes that they don't have complete numbers with them, and who possibly from the opposition will need that convincing? Prime Minister Modi had said, numbers ka game samay tay karega. Time will decide the numbers. Is there a certain confidence backed by a reason that Prime Minister Modi made this statement? I want to bring in India Today's Maushmi Singh for the latest on this. Maushmi, you've been speaking to all the senior Congress leaders. They appear to have a united strategy. Do you think that's enough? What about the numbers? What makes you think, why is the opposition so confident, Maushmi?
Simply, as Sneha explained, that the numbers work in the favor of the opposition. And importantly, it's not a bill with a lot of grey area, Pooja. We have to understand that in the middle of this entire contention, now the opposition feels is the delimitation. And the delimitation perhaps could benefit or, be up to the disadvantage of any political party, and the opposition parties feel that the ruling party will benefit with the kind of delimitation commission that the delimitation commission that is being created. It's like a powerhouse where the Modi government will demarcate territories according to its own advantage, and that's one reason why we've seen such a lot of unity as far as the opposition saying that we'll vote against the bill. Remember, they're not saying that we'll walk out. Normally, bills are passed or fail to pass because some parties abstain, some parties are absent, and that actually works well for the government, has worked well for the government many a times. But this time round, even the BJD was there in the opposition meeting. Chandrasekhar to Hanuman Beniwal, perhaps Owaisi would also go against the bill. So the numbers, apart from TMC, DMK, Samajwadi Party, and the Congress, there are other fence-sitters, unlike the YSRCP, who are joining the bandwagon. And the question really is that, was the government aware that the bill would meet such a fate? Did the government have an inkling? Because surely the government, who's known to work its arithmetic really well, seems to be really falling on this one, because the
let's just go by theoretically, and I understand voting will decide eventually, as Prime Minister said, numbers ka game samay tay karega. But do you think there could be a decision by the opposition parties to vote for the Women Reservation Bill, because they've let it pass also earlier in 2023, but for the delimitation, there will be a no, a unanimous no, and how then that decides how the bills will go ahead?
It's a very valid question, Pooja, because there's a lot of speculation going on that delimitation bill will be passed. It doesn't need a two-third majority, and so it needs a simple majority, and that's the number that the government has. Let me tell you right now, that doesn't seem very feasible, and it is also not possible, because if you have a delimitation bill that is passed, then it doesn't link it to the increase in the number of seats.
Correct.
And that can only happen with the constitutional amendment, and the constitutional amendment with that UT bill is also connected to the constitutional amendment. So two bills are bound to fail, and delimitation bill in itself holds no weightage. It really fails the entire purpose, because the delimitation bill, that would mean that the government wants delimitation on the current seats, which clearly the government's plan was not that, and clearly the government doesn't want that. Why would it axe its own leg? पैर पे कुल्हाड़ी क्यों मारेगी सरकार अपने वो delimitation bill लाके? अब one has to see, Pooja, whether they can connect it and try and get the women's constitutional amendment after 2 months. Then again, the fate of that, the constitutional amendment that increases the seats to 850, remains the same. It doesn't change in 2 months.
Technically,
So
the three bills appear to be connected also, yet they are individual bills. So it will be very interesting to see how the voting goes. Maushmi, thank you for that. I want to now play out your interaction with the Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge. Here's what Mr. Kharge said.
खड़गे साहब, क्या होने वाला है? बताया जा रहा है कि पूरा विपक्ष वोट करेगा इसके खिलाफ।
वोट करेगा, डिफीट करेगा।
सर, संख्या बल है आपके पास, क्योंकि कहा जा रहा है कई सांसद हाउस में नहीं होंगे अगर एब्सटेन करते हैं या एब्सेंट होते हैं।
नहीं है भाई, संख्या बल है, ठीक है।
भारतीय जनता पार्टी के फैसलों को समझना बहुत मुश्किल है। अब महिला आरक्षण के बहाने ये अपने मन मर्जी डिलिमिटेशन कर करके लोकसभाएं बनाना चाहते हैं, जिससे कभी हारे नहीं। ये जनता देख रही है। जब कभी भी ये मतदान के लिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी जाएगी, बुरी तरह भारतीय जनता पार्टी हारेगी। हम लोग महिलाओं के खिलाफ नहीं हैं, महिला आरक्षण के पक्ष में हैं, लेकिन उनके सहारे ये लोकतंत्र को और हमारे संविधान की जो धज्जियां उड़ा रहे हैं, ये डिलिमिटेशन क्या करना चाहते हैं?
हमारे साथ बातचीत के लिए जुड़ गए महुआ मोहित्रा। महुआ, आप टीएमसी से हैं, वो पार्टी जो सबसे ज्यादा महिलाओं को संसद में लेके आती है। क्या आपको ऐसा लगता है धूल झोंकने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं प्रधानमंत्री?
धूल झोंक, वो तो देखिए, अभी उनका जिसका थोड़ा सा शर्म होता है वो आंखों की शर्म रहती है, इनका कोई है नहीं शर्म, और ये खुल्लम खुल्ला सब कुछ करते। तो एक आदमी जो 2023 में आके इसी सदन में वो भाषण दिया, आज 2026 में आके एक ही भाषण दे रहा है, जबकि वो बिल पास हो गया है। बिल पास हो गया है, नोटिफाई करना आप भूल गए। कल रात को 12 बजे आप नोटिफाई कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि आपको पता चला है कि आज वो अमेंडमेंट होने वाला है एक बिल पे जिसका नोटिफिकेशन ही नहीं हुआ है। और व्हाट आर वी डिस्कसिंग हियर? द बिल इज पास्ड। आप 543 में आप लाइए ना, आपको महिला लाना है तो 543 का 1/3 लाइए ना, जैसे तृणमूल किया है। कोई आपको नहीं रोक रहा है। और डिलिमिटेशन आप बिना सेंसस का कैसा कर सकते हैं? और डिलिमिटेशन कमीशन अगर बैठेगा तो वो डिसाइड करेगा कितना सीट्स होगा। आप यहाँ बैठ के एग्जीक्यूटिव कैसे डिसाइड कर सकता है? और या आप ये जो सदर्न स्टेट्स के जो शेयर है 24% से 20% हो जाएगा सारी इसका, खाली आपका हिंदी हार्टलैंड का बढ़ेगा। तो दिस इज जस्ट एब्सोल्यूट नॉनसेंस।
आपको क्या लगता है बीजेपी क्या करने की कोशिश कर रही है? आप लोगों को डराने की
बीजेपी हम तो डरने वाले हैं नहीं। तो बीजेपी ये लोगों को समझा रहा है, और बीजेपी और एक चाल खेलना चाहता है देश के लोगों को समझाने के लिए कि देखिए इन लोग सब नारी विरोध है, इन लोग सब नारी विरोध है, इनका अगेंस्ट में गया। हम लोग नारी विरोध नहीं है, हम ही ने जो है जो 37% लाए है, और जो बिल 2023 में पास हो गया है हमका समर्थन से, वो डबल बार लाके आप खुद ही को बेवकूफ बना रहे।
लोकसभा में आपकी स्पीच हो गई है, लेकिन सवाल वही बना हुआ है कि जब वोटिंग की बारी आएगी, अकाली दल इस बिल के समर्थन में है, विरोध में?
देखिए, हम क्लियर हैं। जब तक जो अश्योरेंसेस वर्बली दी गई हैं, जे तो उनको आप बिल में आप उसको बिल में लिखते हैं, जे लिखत में होएगा तो हम सपोर्ट करने को तैयार हैं कि विमेन रिजर्वेशन बिल जिस तरीके से पास हुआ था उसी तरीके से लागू भी होएगा। आप कह रहे हैं कि सेंसस की जरूरत नहीं, सीधे डिलिमिटेशन आप वो अमेंडमेंट लेके आए। डिलिमिटेशन कैसे होएगी जब डिलिमिटेशन सेंसस के बाद कमीशन तय करती है भी कितनी सीटें बढ़नी है। मेरी मांग ये है कि ये सेलेक्ट कमेटी या जेपीसी को दी जाए जहां ये सारी चीजें थ्रैश आउट हो, और वुमेन रिजर्वेशन बिल का 33% ऑलरेडी पास हो चुका है। सरकार अपनी नियत ना बदले और उसको 2029 में, आपने 24 में नहीं किया जब आप कर सकते थे, और अब आप 29 में आप करिए, नहीं तो आपकी नियत को देश देख रहा है।
प्रधानमंत्री ने जो असंभव को संभव बना दिया है, 30 सालों से अटके हुए बिल को जो है वो पारित किया है। तो महिलाएं अब लीडरशिप के रोल में पूरे देश का भविष्य अब जो है तय करने के वुमेन्स डेवलपमेंट से वुमेन लेड डेवलपमेंट की तरफ जो है भारतवर्ष जा रहा है।
I don't know why they are so hurried. Congress party is committed for this, and we want proper discussion, deliberation within the system, and without clarity, only to take the political advantage, BJP and the ADA is trying to do this. It is unfair, but we are here to help the women of this country. That is what Sonia Gandhi had moved a bill and we passed it. And why I think they feel insecure, I think.
Tamil Nadu is also opposing the delimitation.
Yes. There is no need of such type of delimitation.
As the debate and discussion continues in the Parliament and the voting is set to take place in just a short while, I want to bring in India Today's Preeti Chaudhary with a special guest. Preeti, over to you.
Well, thanks, Pooja. Joining me right now is Ms. Margaret Alva, 5 times parliamentarian. She's been a cabinet minister, a governor. She's with us live, but today in the capacity of someone who chaired in 1987 the Alva Committee, at the back of which 33% reservation took place in panchayats. But thank you, Ms. Alva, for joining us this afternoon. But one quick question, ma'am. Today, everybody is looking at the Congress. You chaired the Alva Committee. At the back, there was reservation where panchayats were concerned. So many years, decades later, we are standing at the precipice of creating history where we could have women reservation in parliament and legislatures. And strangely, the Congress, some would suggest, is not standing by the side of history, the right side of history.
I'm sorry. I don't think that's a fair assessment to make at all. The Congress pioneered the whole issue of quotas and 33% reservation for women. It was these opposition parties that blocked it at every stage. And finally, the Rajya Sabha, which had the numbers, voted it. But the Lok Sabha could not do it. Though Modi's government had the majority. Today, when we are literally waiting for this bill to be implemented, it was passed in 23. All parties have supported it. Today, you want to tie it up with delimitation, you want to tie it up with this national census. Okay, now you're saying you'll go back to 2011 census. When the parties said this, not to wait for the next census, they were determined to wait for the next census. Now what has happened? Cold feet. Or is it that they just want to show the women of West Bengal and Tamil Nadu that they are the great champions of women's reservation? I mean, what is this political game? The entire process has been completed in 23. At that time, we said, don't put it off. Immediately implement it. Let the next elections that are taking place get the women in, 33% women in. They didn't agree. And now, when the code of conduct is on, when two crucial states are fighting assembly elections, you want those leaders, those MPs to come and sit in parliament. You are tying it up with other bills which should have no connection to the women's reservation bill. What is this sinister game the government is trying to play? The women of India can't be fooled like this. We know what they are up to. They want to take political advantage in these two state elections. But they are totally mistaken. The women of Bengal and the women of Tamil Nadu are quite aware of what is happening, of their rights and of the government's game.
Ms. Alba, I hear you where you speak of the distrust and why the distrust is there from the opposition and the timing of, the introduction of the special session. I hear you on all of those accounts. But go back in history, Ms. Alba. If you actually look at it, I've just gone through ever since, where you have Lok Sabha by Lok Sabha, assembly by assembly, it's never quite surpassed 15% where women representation is concerned. There has been a complete lack of political will, and you've seen it yourself in Parliament as well, where you yourself elucidated that one house passed it and it was difficult in the other. Today, now, there might be apprehensions. There has to be some middle ground because we are practically standing at the precipice of history. If we miss this chance, then it could be another 10 years in the making.
No, I'm sorry. This legislation is already passed in 23. It can't be undone. The question is that of implementation. We asked for immediate implementation.
Correct.
Which they refused in 23. They said no. It will come after the census. It will come after the delimitation. Today what happened? Suddenly they had a bad dream. Mr. Modi had some other plan in his mind. What was it? When the assembly elections are on, when the code of conduct is on, you are trying to change a law which you passed, tying it up to the next census and to the delimitation, taking it back to 2011, the last census, and trying to increase seats, deny seats to some states which have progressed, and give them to states which are still lagging behind. I mean, what kind of politics is this? Do you think we in the South are going to keep quiet? For all the work that our governments have done, limiting population, development, and all the positive factors, you are today punishing us, and you are trying to rush through these bills at a time when MPs of the two crucial states should be on the ground campaigning? Are you afraid that you are losing to these two states and so have to divert attention? What is it? What is behind this game plan of the Modi-Shah duel? Nobody knows.
Fair point. I understand the apprehensions. I hear you. I hear you on the apprehensions that the opposition has raised. But Ms. Alva, for a moment, I'd like you to just take a step back from being a part of the Congress and maybe look at it from the lens of not just being a woman, but also being a woman who chaired the Alva committee, at the back of which there was reservation at the panchayat level. And when you look at things from that lens, there has never been political will. I'm not just look at the Congress where is representation? Even in your CWC, it's an abomination that there are no representatives of women. The same thing is with the BJP as well. I'm not saying BJP is better than the Congress, but there has never really been political will. How many tickets do we really give to women, which is across parties? They're all quite the same.
Listen, I'm sorry. Don't try to divert the basic issue today. Parliament is on. The bill has been passed into law in 23. It's already 2 years, more than 2 years. Implement it immediately. Who's stopping you? Congress is saying implement it today. Everywhere. You don't want to do that, but you want to tie it up with issues which are so controversial that the whole impact of this legislation is lost in controversy. Yes, from 75 onwards, from Mexico, we have fought this battle. We have fought at every level. And the Congress has always pioneered this legislation for 33% reservations. We have never turned back. I'm not talking as a congresswoman today. All parties have supported it. All parties have stood together to pass the bill. After it is passed, why this controversy? Why are you going back to 2011 when you yourself said it will only be after the next census? We had objected to it, but you didn't listen. Then what happened? You had a bad dream that 29 wouldn't be good. What are you trying to prove today by tying up the women's bill with controversial political issues on which parties are divided? Definitely. You're trying to divide the parties.
Fair point.
On the women's bill by bringing in controversial other legislation like delimitation and the last census, and creating confusion. Was it needed? In the middle of elections,
Thank you.
when the code of conduct is on, you're coming up with legislation which is going to, you believe, influence the elections in your favor. That's my point.
Thank you, Ms. Alva, for joining us this afternoon. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am, for joining us. We're going to get into a quick break. Thank you.
You are watching India Today.
Character, the taste of success.
Like I said before, we better own the sins. Like I said before, we better own the sins.
जिंदगी में आगे बढ़ना है तो खुद से आगे निकलना होगा। जब दिल में हो जज्बा तो रास्तों की क्या जुर्रत जो हमारी उड़ान को रोक सके। BKT टायर्स, दे लॉन्ग टायर लाइफ, एक्सेप्शनल रोड ग्रिप और अनमैच्ड कंफर्ट। BKT टायर्स, एलिवेट योर ड्राइव।
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
எல்லாரும் பேசுவாங்க, நான் காட்டுவேன். ரராஜதீப் சர்தேசாய், இந்தியன் பொலிட்டிக்கல் லீக். மைண்ட் இட்.
The game is on. The India Today Prime Team is out in the stadium, all padded up. The ultimate newsman opens the innings. Preeti Chaudhary reading the pole pitch. Maria Shakil firing bouncers at Netas. Akshita Nandagopal with 360-degree field coverage. From power plays to death overs, India Today is hitting it out of the park. Indian political league in top gear all through this election season.
West Bengal votes. What's at stake? The outcome could position Mamata as India's tallest opposition leader or give the BJP its most coveted prize in the East. Read it in the latest issue of India Today, Making Sense of India, now available for speed delivery on Amazon and Blinkit. Subscribe now at subscriptions.intoday.in.
are watching India Today.
One of the women parliamentarians from the Bharatiya Janata Party, actor-turned-neta Kangana Ranaut, taking a dig at Rahul Gandhi. Rahul Gandhi gave a speech in the parliament, also spoke to reporters outside the premises. Kangana Ranaut says, I quote her here first, listening to Rahul Gandhi gives her a headache. Rahul Gandhi has childhood trauma. Kangana Ranaut adds, Rahul Gandhi is a nuisance for everyone. Let's listen in to what did the BJP MP say.
It was such a headache to listen to him. He was going through his childhood traumas, and then he took us through the magic show जो उन्होंने बचपन में देखा था, एक मैजिशियन के टेबल पे, और उसको उन्होंने जंजीरों से बांधा था और उनको रात को थरथरा के कंपन होते थे और दादी कहानियां सुनाती थी, एंड इट वाज अ न्यूसेंस. इट वाज सच अ हेडेक टू लिसन टू हिम. ही वाज गोइंग थ्रू हिज चाइल्डहुड ट्रॉमास एंड देन ही टुक अस थ्रू द मैजिक शो, जो उन्होंने बचपन में देखा था, एक मैजिशियन के टेबल पे, और उसको उन्होंने जंजीरों से बांधा था और उनको रात को थरथरा के कंपन होते थे और दादी कहानियां सुनाती थी, एंड इट वाज अ न्यूसेंस.
These are strong, scathing terms used by the BJP MP against Rahul Gandhi. And must I add, as a storyteller, as an actor herself and director too, she's penned the words describing it in detail when referring to the magician jibe he took against Prime Minister Modi over Operation Sindoor and other events that took place in the country. He said that it's like a magician that he pulled this off. In a negative sense, of course, that's what Rahul Gandhi referred to Prime Minister Modi, to which here's what Kangana Ranaut said.
Such a headache to listen to him. He was going through his childhood traumas and then he took us through the magic show, जो उन्होंने बचपन में देखा था, एक मैजिशियन के टेबल पे, और उसको उन्होंने जंजीरों से बांधा था और उनको रात को थरथरा के कंपन होते थे और दादी कहानियां सुनाती थी, एंड इट वाज अ न्यूसेंस.
इस देश के प्रधानमंत्री के संबंध में जिस प्रकार के शब्दों का प्रयोग नेता प्रतिपक्ष के द्वारा किया जा रहा है, मैं समझता हूं यह बेहद दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है और इसकी जितनी भी निंदा की जाए वह कम है. इस देश की जनता ने उन्हें प्रधानमंत्री बनाया है. हमारे दल को इतनी स्ट्रेंथ दी है जिससे स्ट्रेंथ के कारण वह प्रधानमंत्री बने. या किसी व्यक्ति का यह अपमान नहीं कर रहे हैं बार बार मैजिशियन कहकर, देश की जनता का अपमान कर रहे हैं अध्यक्ष महोदय. और मैं आपसे अनुरोध करना चाहता हूं, जिन शब्दों का इन्होंने प्रयोग किया उसे सदन की कार्रवाई से बाहर निकाला जाना चाहिए और राहुल गांधी को क्षमा मांगनी चाहिए देशवासियों.
हमारी पूरी पार्टी माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में माताओं को अधिकार देने के लिए, बहनों को अधिकार देने के लिए, दलित, शोषित, वंचित, पिछड़ों को अधिकार देने के लिए 33% रिजर्वेशन के लिए चिंतित है. रात 1:30 बजे तक पूरे संसद के सदस्य और खासकर भारतीय जनता पार्टी और एनडीए के सदस्य यहां लगातार जमे हुए थे. और मैं जब आज यहां आया तो मुझे लगा कि कांग्रेस के जो लीडर ऑफ द अपोजिशन है उनसे जो है माताओं और बहनों के लिए कुछ सुनने को मिलेगा. उन्होंने जब भाषण शुरू किया और जब खत्म किया सर, तो मुझे लगा कि मैंने पीसी सरकार का जादू शो देख लिया या माइकल जैक्सन का मैंने डांस देख लिया. मैं कंफ्यूज हूं सर कि वो पीसी सरकार थे या माइकल जैक्सन थे.
I can tell you already that this clip of Kangana Ranaut is going to go viral. The manner in which strong, scathing words have been used. There is likely to be a reaction coming in from the Congress party also on this very soon. We'll be tracking more on that. But clearly one of the MPs, and this time a woman MP no less, taking this jibe against Rahul Gandhi. We'll be tracking on what our MPs have to say over the Women Reservation Bill and the other two bills as well. But voting, of course, will decide which bill gets to have its way. Heading into a very short break, signing off for now. Stay tuned, 5 p.m. special bulletin.
You are watching India Today.
Well, how many times have you simply picked up an eye drop over the counter without even thinking twice about what could possibly be going into it? So why am I asking you this question? Well, there is a reason. The government has issued a warning. Unapproved eye drops for dry eyes could be putting your eyes at risk instead of giving you relief. Well, the government, through Delhi's All India Institute of Medical Sciences, has asked states to stop selling certain eye drops that contain sodium hyaluronate. The government says it may not have the correct regulatory approval. So what exactly is sodium hyaluronate? And what then is the problem here? Officials say these drops, eye drops, fall under the category of a new drug, which means they must be cleared before being sold. Without approval, their safety and effectiveness remain unverified. Experts are advising people to use only doctor-prescribed eye drops and to buy medicines only from trusted sources. The fact is, even simple dry eye drops can be risky if unapproved. They may worsen irritation, increase dryness and raise infection risk. Doctors are advising that one must check a label. Consult your doctor before use.
Hi, I'm Sana. Here's your weather update. Delhi maximum 40 and minimum 29 degrees. Mumbai maximum 32 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata maximum 37 and minimum 26 degrees. Bengaluru maximum 36 and minimum 25 degrees. Chennai maximum 33 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad maximum 40 and minimum 26 degrees.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
LIC हर पल आपके साथ। जियो मार्ट टाइम और पैसे दोनों बचाए।
It's the D-Day for the Delimitation Bill in Parliament. And now all eyes will be on Home Minister Amit Shah's speech, which is going to begin any moment now. After Rahul Gandhi's big magician of Operation Sindoor jibe, Union ministers seek his apology. Kiran Rijiju and Defence Minister Rajnath Singh have all spoken out on the floor, voting on 3 bills shortly. The headlines. Opposition ups the ante. It is government versus the leader of opposition when he has used that jibe. Rajnath Singh seeks an apology. Home Minister will address at 6 p.m.
The magician of Balakot, the magician of demonetization, the magician of Sindoor has suddenly got caught. Why? Because he was wrong.
मैं आपसे अनुरोध करना चाहता हूं, जिन शब्दों का इन्होंने प्रयोग किया उसे सदन की कार्रवाई से बाहर निकाला जाना चाहिए और राहुल गांधी को क्षमा मांगनी चाहिए देशवासियों।
Opposition ups the ante against the government, says government version doesn't really match the fine print. The DMK will move top court if delimitation bill is passed. Government rejects fear-mongering by opposition. The TCS conversion case explodes. Complainant releases disturbing video. Was forced to wear skull cap, he says, and was forced to offer namaz. Donald Trump claims US struck nuke deal with Iran, says Iran gave strong statement that they won't have nuke weapons even beyond 20 years, says may travel to Pakistan for Iran truce.
We have a statement, very powerful statement, that they will not have beyond 20 years. That they will not have nuclear weapons. That's beyond. There's no 20-year limit.
And news is coming in that the Congress party, which was led by Rahul Gandhi today in the Lok Sabha, with Rahul Gandhi essentially saying that Congress drops Epstein hint over Rahul Gandhi's 16 puzzle. In fact, Congress says 16 sounds a lot like Epstein. Rahul Gandhi keeps 16. That is the word that he had used, the alphabet, or number, should I say, used by the Congress leader and leader of opposition. He had used that suspense going after speech. Rahul Gandhi in Lok Sabha had said Prime Minister spoke on 16th will expose the link. So what exactly is the 16 number? Let's listen into what Rahul Gandhi said.
Yesterday I was watching the Prime Minister speak. Low energy, broken, nothing transmitting. And I suddenly noticed that yesterday was the 16th of April. No, listen please, I was sitting here and he was talking and he was not able to engage. He was not able to engage because clearly trying to pass this bill was a mistake, because everybody knew that wasn't going to pass. Panic reaction, as I said.
ये क्या पजल है? आपने बोला पजल है और 16 का नंबर एक पजल है, देश सॉल्व करे। क्या है 16?
वो तो है पजल है, थोड़ी बताऊंगा इसका आंसर ऐसे। सॉल्यूशन है, मिलेगा तो मैं बोल दूंगा यही है।
ये क्या पजल है? आपने बोला पजल है और 16 का नंबर एक पजल है, देश सॉल्व करे। क्या है 16?
वो तो है पजल है, थोड़ी बताऊंगा इसका आंसर ऐसे। सॉल्यूशन है, मिलेगा तो मैं बोल दूंगा यही है।
Maushmi is joining us. She spoke to Rahul Gandhi just a few minutes ago. Maushmi, to your question, क्या puzzle है? And Rahul Gandhi there saying मैं उसका जवाब नहीं दूंगा. So what exactly is this number 16?
So, Maria, there was a lot of suspense when Rahul Gandhi said it there. We could see the faces of all the MPs who were quizzing and asking each other what that really meant, and Shailja Kumari in fact went on to ask Rahul Gandhi what he meant by 16. But we spoke to Rahul Gandhi while he was exiting the parliament, and I asked him that whether off camera but on record, and he said that it's got nothing to do with Epstein, because there was a lot of buzz about the Epstein files and the files being deleted. Perhaps Rahul Gandhi was indicating, though he really clarified that it's not got to do with Epstein. So perhaps that could be an attack that he launched on Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and with his hydrogen bombs and his exposés that have come in the recent 2-3 years, we could see another expose happening about what is this puzzle about.
Okay, so we'll wait for that puzzle to be decoded by perhaps some Congress leader. I can see Aishwarya joining us as well. But before I bring in Aishwarya, and I'll go back to Maushmi, please continue to be with us. The ladies, women journalists covering this delimitation bill very, very closely. And ahead of the delimitation and women's bill voting, opposition is showing confidence. In fact, their numbers will go up, is what sources are saying. Opposition strength likely to rise to 220. Mallikarjun Kharge has just now told Maushmi that there would be voting and the opposition will ensure that the bill is defeated. What is going to be the government strategy? Aishwarya, what is the number that the government is looking at? 360 is needed in this 540-member House.
Well, the number that the government at the moment is looking at is close to 303. But let me tell you, that is with the additional votes, because if we just speak about the NDA, that number stands at 293. 220, that, however, is what the opposition is claiming. And we are seeing, Mara, that the government has been very, very confident. In fact, there was an appeal of sorts that was made by Prime Minister Narendra Modi on the floor of the House today. The language of the tweet is also once again an appeal which is being made by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and he is asking everyone to vote, to look deep within and to make sure that, whatever decision you take, you need to look around, you need to look at your wives, your mothers, your sisters. So an emotional appeal that is being made. What's really perplexing, Maria, is the fact that, if we just look at the straight maths, 2/3 majority, that is 360, is something that the BJP does not have. The opposition very, very confident that they will be able to stall the bill. But equally confident is the Bharatiya Janata Party. They have been speaking about the fact that they believe that they will be able to get the bill passed. So we will have to see what exactly is happening. Is there some trick up the sleeve that, we do not know at the moment? So that's something that we'll have to very keenly look at. What's essential at the moment is the 6 p.m. speech that will be given by Home Minister
Amit Shah. Yes. So, Maushmi, 220 is what sources are telling you is the strength of the opposition parties. The government is also banking perhaps on certain abstentions. Let's look at the 3 big parties here. 37 is Samajwadi Party. That is their strength. 27, Mamata Banerjee's party, and 24 is the DMK. If we look at these parties, are they all voting on the floor of the House? Do they have full strength, or are some of these MPs in their respective states, Bengal and Tamil Nadu is in the middle of elections?
Maria, you're right on that count that some MPs could be missing because they are campaigning and they've taken permission, and the party leaders also understand that. But she has been formed within the opposition, has got lieutenants of every party who are manning their floor. So I am told that about 21 MPs of the TMC would be present. I just counted the figures of the Congress party. Apart from Pradyut Bardole, there'll be 2 other who's gone to the BJP. There'll be 2 other MPs who won't be there because of health reasons. Otherwise, the Congress's figure could go up to 97. So 97 and 21, that comes to around 118. So 118 is Trinamool and Congress combined. And then you have the TMC, you have the SP, that could be around 30. So if you count that, that could be 148 is the figure that we're looking at with the Samajwadi Party, and about 20 more MPs to add from the DMK. So that figure could be about 170, 180, but the opposition feels that they could add up to across 220. So 40 more is what they feel that other opposition parties, if they come together, they could score up to that.
Actually, that's the number game very well explained there by Maushmi. I'm coming back to you, Aishwarya, but before that, let's listen in to what Rahul Gandhi said. Remember, leader of opposition in the Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi, launched a scathing attack on the government during the delimitation and women's quota debate. Rahul Gandhi sparked a row after sarcastically calling Prime Minister Narendra Modi magician of Balakot, demonetization and Operation Sindoor. Speaking during the debate on the proposed amendments to the women's quota bill and the formation of the Delimitation Commission, Rahul Gandhi termed the move a panic reaction, alleging that the BJP knew that the bill will not be passed in the lower house. Rahul also said that the government's actions amount to nothing short of an anti-national act, and as expected, the magician jibe triggered sharp reactions from the BJP leaders. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh condemned the remarks as unacceptable, and he demanded an apology. BJP has even called for Rahul Gandhi's expulsion over what it termed as a personal and unparliamentary comment. Listen in.
Sir, the truth is the magician has been caught. The magician of Balakot, the magician of demonetization, the magician of Sindoor has suddenly got caught. Why? Because he was... The BJP knew. They knew very clearly that this bill actually cannot be passed. They knew it. They're not stupid. They knew every opposition person would oppose it. This bill cannot be passed. This was a panic reaction. This was a panic reaction because the Prime Minister at any cost needed to send 2 messages. Number 1, he needed to change the electoral map of India. And number 2, he needed to send a message again that he is pro-women. Why he is doing that, I will leave to your imagination. But I will leave it to your imagination, but the powers that be know exactly exactly why he's doing it. And there are some truths that need to be told here today in this house. The first truth is that this is not a women's bill. This is nothing to do with the empowerment of women. There is a women's bill. It was passed in 2023 in this house itself. And my friends and teachers in the BJP said that it will be implemented in 10 years' time. That is the women's bill. This is an attempt to change the electoral map of India. Using and hiding behind India's women. And actually it is a shameful act. Because instead of giving them women's reservation, which is very easy to do, and every single opposition person will support it right now, bring that old bill back right now, and we will help you pass it for implementation from this second. Now, that is the women's bill. This is something else. And the truth needs to be told about what this is.
इस देश के प्रधानमंत्री के संबंध में जिस प्रकार के शब्दों का प्रयोग नेता प्रतिपक्ष के द्वारा किया जा रहा है, मैं समझता हूं यह बेहद दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है और इसकी जितनी भी निंदा की जाए वह कम है। इस देश की जनता ने उन्हें प्रधानमंत्री बनाया है। हमारे दल को इतनी स्ट्रेंथ दी है जिससे स्ट्रेंथ के कारण वह प्रधानमंत्री बने। या किसी व्यक्ति का यह अपमान नहीं कर रहे हैं बार बार मैजिशियन कहकर, देश की जनता का अपमान कर रहे हैं अध्यक्ष महोदय। और मैं आपसे अनुरोध करना चाहता हूं, जिन शब्दों का इन्होंने प्रयोग किया उसे सदन की कार्रवाई से बाहर निकाला जाना चाहिए और राहुल गांधी को क्षमा मांगनी चाहिए देशवासियों।
प्रधानमंत्री को जिस नाम से लेकर के आप मजाक उड़ा रहे हैं, ये देश का मजाक है। प्रधानमंत्री देश का होता है, प्रधानमंत्री सिर्फ आपका मेरा नहीं है। इसलिए कार्रवाई से आपका आपत्तिजनक शब्दों को हटा दिया जाए और स्पीकर के डायरेक्शन को आप मानना चाहिए। और हम लोग सब आज विशेष बिल को लेकर के चर्चा कर रहे हैं, उस पर आप बोलिए, हम उसको रोकने का हमारे अधिकार नहीं है, मगर तरीका से भाषण होना चाहिए। और आप तो नेता प्रतिपक्ष है, आपसे लोग सीखना चाहिए। आपके पार्टी में नए नए एमपी आए हैं, वो क्या सीखेंगे? नेता ही ऐसा व्यवहार करेंगे तो। ये रूल्स में जो कीवर्ड्स एंड एक्सप्रेशन जो अनपार्लियामेंट्री है, even magician referred to the minister is also unparliamentary. ये रूल है।
A lot of fireworks there with Rahul Gandhi saying that Prime Minister Modi is the magician of Balakot, demonetization and others. But let's try and understand the mathematics of the strength of both the sides from Aishwarya now. Aishwarya, there is confidence on the part of the government, there's confidence on the part of opposition. Somebody certainly has misplaced confidence. I want to understand which is this side which has misplaced confidence. On the floor of the House, the government doesn't have numbers for ensuring 2/3 for this bill. It's a constitution amendment bill for raising the overall number of the strength of the House to 850.
Well, you know, Maria, I will borrow one word that Rahul Gandhi spoke today. He spoke about magic and magician. So, you know, what everyone actually is looking at is that rabbit that will be pulled out of the hat, that hat which belongs to the Bharatiya Janata Party, because there has to be some sort of magic. Yeah. Because, you know, when we look at straight numbers, Maria, 293. So that's the NDA strength. You know, even if you add 10 more to it, then you come to a rough figure of 303. Yeah. Even if 100 MPs, and that's a huge number for MPs to actually abstain, because all the parties have issued whip. Samajwadi Party has issued a whip. TMC, in fact, has said that 21 MPs will be inside, and 21, in fact, let me tell you, are inside. The Congress obviously has now issued a whip, and all those people who have been given this responsibility, all of them, let me tell you, over the past 2 hours have been frantically moving from one room to the other, be it the BJP, be it the opposition, making sure that their numbers are well stacked. So we will have to wait and watch what is that magic trick that either the opposition or the ruling party will have to pull. But yes, it is extremely perplexing because the kind of confidence that we are seeing on both sides, the opposition very, very confident. But Maria, let us not forget the vice presidential elections, because the opposition that time too was very, very confident. They did believe they have the numbers, but the result is out for everyone to see. Maria.
Yes, absolutely. I think there is something which the government is certainly getting its numbers right, or something that they have calculated which doesn't meet the eye right now, and perhaps that will become clear when Home Minister Amit Shah speaks in some time from now. Union ministers pointed attack on Rahul Gandhi. In fact, Giriraj Singh has said that Rahul Gandhi has spoken the language of Pakistan. Now he has taken a jibe and has called Rahul Gandhi a joker.
जब एलओपी बोलना शुरू किए तो मेरी समझ में नहीं आया कि एलओपी हैं या एक बचपन वो पीसी सरकार जादूगर है।
जादूगर की बात तो वो कर रहे थे, मैजिशियन
नहीं, वो खुद जादू दिखाने लगे। अब ये महिला सशक्तिकरण को एक मैदान में घुमाने लगे और उसी में रह गए और ऐसे शब्द का प्रयोग किया, बालाकोट और ऑपरेशन सिंदूर जैसे, शायद पाकिस्तान की भाषा उनकी जुबान से निकल रही थी। सदन के अंदर, सदन में बोला हुआ जो बात पाकिस्तान बोल रहा था वही बात राहुल गांधी बोल रहे थे। मुझे तो बड़ी निराशा हुई, दुख हुआ। मैं उन्हें पीसी सरकार तो बोल भी पाया हूं, लेकिन जोकर कह भी नहीं सकता। इतना बड़ा पद पे बैठा हुआ व्यक्ति सदन के अंदर भारत की सेना को, भारत के शौर्य को गाली देना, इससे बड़ा दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण और क्या हो। मूर्खता से भरी जुबान थी और मर्यादित जुबान थी। मर्यादा नाम की कोई चीज नहीं थी। अगर उनमें मर्यादा होती तो शायद ऐसे शब्दों का प्रयोग नहीं करते।
खड़गे साहब, क्या होने वाला है? बताया जा रहा है कि पूरा विपक्ष वोट करेगा इसके खिलाफ।
वोट करेगा, डिफीट करेगा।
सर, संख्या बल है आपके पास, क्योंकि कहा जा रहा है कई सांसद हाउस में नहीं होंगे अगर एब्सटेन करते हैं या एब्सेंट होते हैं।
नहीं, है भाई, संख्या बल है, ठीक है।
हमारे साथ बातचीत के लिए जुड़ गए महुआ मोहित्रा। महुआ, आप टीएमसी से हैं, वो पार्टी जो सबसे ज्यादा महिलाओं को संसद में लेके आती है। क्या आपको ऐसा लगता है धूल झोंकने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं प्रधानमंत्री?
धूल झोंक, वो तो देखिए, अभी उनका जिसका थोड़ा सा शर्म होता है वो आंखों की शर्म रहती है, इनका कोई है नहीं शर्म, और ये खुल्लम खुल्ला सब कुछ करते। तो एक आदमी जो 2023 में आके इसी सदन में वो भाषण दिया, आज 2026 में आके एक ही भाषण दे रहा है, जबकि वो बिल पास हो गया है। बिल पास हो गया है, नोटिफाई करना आप भूल गए। कल रात को 12 बजे आप नोटिफाई कर रहे हैं क्योंकि आपको पता चला है कि आज वो अमेंडमेंट होने वाला है एक बिल पे जिसका नोटिफिकेशन ही नहीं हुआ है। और व्हाट आर वी डिस्कसिंग हियर? द बिल इज पास्ड। आप 543 में आप लाइए ना, आपको महिला लाना है तो 543 का 1/3 लाइए ना, जैसे तृणमूल किया है। कोई आपको नहीं रोक रहा है। और डीलिमिटेशन आप बिना सेंसर का कैसा कर सकते हैं? और डीलिमिटेशन कमीशन अगर बैठेगा तो वो डिसाइड करेगा कितना सीट्स होगा। आप यहाँ बैठ के एग्जीक्यूटिव कैसे डिसाइड कर सकता है? और या आप ये जो सदर्न स्टेट्स के जो शेयर है 24% से 20% हो जाएगा सारी, खाली आपका हिंदी हार्टलैंड का बढ़ेगा। तो दिस इज जस्ट एब्सोल्यूट नॉनसेंस।
आपको क्या लगता है बीजेपी क्या करने की कोशिश कर रही है? आप लोगों को डराने की
बीजेपी हम तो डरने वाले हैं नहीं, तो बीजेपी ये लोगों को समझा रहा है। और बीजेपी और एक चाल खेलना चाहता है देश के लोगों को समझाने के लिए कि देखिए इन लोग सब नारी विरोध है, इन लोग सब नारी विरोध है, इनका अगेंस्ट में गया। हम लोग नारी विरोध नहीं है, हम ही ने जो 37% लाए है, और जो बिल 2023 में पास हो गया हमका समर्थन से, वो डबल बार लाके अब खुद ही को बेवकूफ बना रहे।
लोकसभा में आपकी स्पीच हो गई है, लेकिन सवाल वही बना हुआ है कि जब वोटिंग की बारी आएगी, अकाली दल इस बिल के समर्थन में है, विरोध में?
देखिए, हम क्लियर हैं, जब तक जो अश्योरेंसेस वर्बली दी गई हैं, जे तो उनको आप बिल में लिखते हैं, जे लिखत में होएगा तो हम सपोर्ट करने को तैयार हैं कि विमेन रिजर्वेशन बिल जिस तरीके से पास हुआ था उसी तरीके से लागू भी होएगा। आप कह रहे हैं कि सेंसस की जरूरत नहीं, सीधे डिलिमिटेशन आप वो अमेंडमेंट लेके आए। डिलिमिटेशन कैसे होएगी जब डिलिमिटेशन सेंसस के बाद कमीशन तय करती है भी कितनी सीटें बढ़नी है। मेरी मांग ये है कि ये सेलेक्ट कमेटी या जेपीसी को दी जाए जहां ये सारी चीजें थ्रैश आउट हो, और वुमेन रिजर्वेशन बिल का 33% ऑलरेडी पास हो चुका है। सरकार अपनी नियत ना बदले और उसको 2029 में, आपने 24 में नहीं किया जब आप कर सकते थे, और अब आप 29 में आप करिए, नहीं तो आपकी नियत को देश देख रहा है।
मैम देखिए, विपक्ष का ये कहना है कि कहीं ना कहीं नंबर बदलने की कोशिश है और भारतीय जनता पार्टी सत्ता लेने के लिए सिर्फ ये कर रही है।
नंबर कैसे बदल जाएगा? मतलब आप कह रही हैं 816, तो 816 तो सभी राज्यों में एक फॉर्मूला है कि 50% एग्जिस्टिंग सीट्स का 50% इंक्रीज होगा, कहीं पे भी किसी को नुकसान नहीं है। केरला में 20 है, वहाँ 30 हो जाएंगी, वैसे ही उसी अनुपात से डिफरेंस वही होगा जो अब है बड़ी स्टेट से। इनफैक्ट बड़ी स्टेट में ज्यादा वोट वाली लोकसभा होगी और वहाँ छोटे वो सेम लोकसभा, तो इनको कहीं पे भी नुकसान नहीं है। ये केवल एक बहाना ढूंढ रहे हैं बिल ना पास करने का, लेकिन ये भी कल तक पास करेंगे। और मैं इनसे आपके जरिए रिक्वेस्ट भी करूंगी कि अब आप इसका रोड़ा ना बने, नहीं तो जनता आपको खुद हटा देगी।
क्या आपको ऐसा लगता है कि वाकई में महिलाओं की अपेक्षा और जो एक एम्बिशन है जो बीजेपी समझी है, वो विपक्षी पार्टियां और खासतौर से कांग्रेस समझ ही नहीं पाई इतने साल सत्ता में रहने के बाद?
बिल्कुल नहीं समझ पाई, तभी तो 30 साल लगे इसको आने में। अगर समझ पाती तो वो अपनी साथी पार्टियों को मना लेती ना, जब राज्यसभा में पास हुआ था तो लोकसभा में भी पास करा लेती। अब मुझे लगता है समय आ गया है कि वो समझें, अपनी गलतियों को सुधारें और मौका दें महिलाओं को पार्लियामेंट में आने।
हमारी पूरी पार्टी माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में माताओं को अधिकार देने के लिए, बहनों को अधिकार देने के लिए, दलित, शोषित, वंचित, पिछड़ों को अधिकार देने के लिए 33% रिजर्वेशन के लिए चिंतित है। रात 1:30 बजे तक पूरे संसद के सदस्य और खासकर भारतीय जनता पार्टी और एनडीए के सदस्य यहां लगातार जमे हुए थे, और मैं जब आज यहां आया तो मुझे लगा कि कांग्रेस के जो लीडर ऑफ द अपोजिशन है उनसे जो है माताओं और बहनों के लिए कुछ सुनने को मिलेगा। उन्होंने जब भाषण शुरू किया और जब खत्म किया सर, तो मुझे लगा कि मैंने पीसी सरकार का जादू शो देख लिया या माइकल जैक्सन का मैंने डांस देख लिया। मैं कंफ्यूज हूं सर कि वो पीसी सरकार थे या माइकल जैक्सन थे।
It was such a headache to listen to him. He was going through his childhood traumas, and then he took us through the magic show जो उन्होंने बचपन में देखा था, एक मैजिशियन के टेबल पे, और उसको उन्होंने जंजीरों से बांधा था और उनको रात को थरथरा के कंपन होते थे और दादी कहानियां सुनाती थी, एंड इट वाज अ न्यू सेंस।
भाजपा की स्थिति क्लियर समझ में नहीं आती है कि अब पिछला कानून बना, सर्वसम्मति से बना, महिला आरक्षण हुआ, लेकिन आपने ना आरक्षण शुरू करने की कोई प्रक्रिया लागू की, आपने उसकी शुरुआत ही नहीं की। वरना जो 543 है उसके आधार पर आप कभी भी कर सकते थे, आपने नहीं किया। तो आप तो छुपाते ज़्यादा हैं, सामने रखते कुछ कम है। और ये भी बात छिपाई गई कि आपने इसको नोटिफाई नहीं किया, पिछले जो महिला आरक्षण का कानून बना उसको आपने नोटिफाई तक नहीं किया। तो ये आप छिपा रहे थे या आपको लेजिस्लेटिव कॉम्पिटेंसी नहीं है, आपको समझ ही नहीं है कि क्या होना चाहिए। तो किसने किसको धोखे में रखा, जब दुनिया के सामने आ गई है बात, आपकी नॉन सीरियसनेस है या राजनीति इतनी बड़ी आप खेलना चाहते हैं, ये तो पता चल गया, सब बात एक्सपोज हो गई है।
Piece of breaking news coming in now that an FIR has been filed against Congress leader Rahul Gandhi in the dual citizenship case. In fact, Lucknow High Court has issued the order. Petition has been filed to file an FIR against Rahul Gandhi. Rahul Gandhi's dual citizenship was challenged when he was elected as a member of parliament from Raebareli. BJP leader Vignesh Shishir had filed this petition. So now what we can tell that an FIR has been filed against Rahul Gandhi. Samar Srivastava is joining us on the phone line. Samar, give us a quick recap of this case.
Exactly, an FIR has been filed against Rahul Gandhi over the citizenship case. In the dual citizenship case, the Justice Subhash bench in the Lucknow High Court issued this particular order. We know that the matter was on since months, and even Rahul Gandhi visited Sultanpur for this particular hearing as well. But as we are getting from the information, the Rahul Gandhi's dual citizenship was challenged after he was elected as an MP from Raebareli, and a petition has been filed to file an FIR against Rahul Gandhi. BJP leader Vignesh Shishir filed this particular petition, and I must tell you that Vignesh Shishir also took to the Twitter platform, and clearly he says that it's a big relief for him as well because the petition was on, and he clearly says that in a landmark and historic judgment, the Honorable High Court at Lucknow bench has allowed his petition and ordered and directed the Kotwali police station of Raebareli, Uttar Pradesh, to register a first information report against Rahul Gandhi, member of Parliament, Lok Sabha. He further thanks Honorable Allahabad High Court for the same. We know that the matter was on since months, and Rahul Gandhi even visited the Lucknow bench a few times, and also sometimes in the Sultanpur district. But this is a landmark decision which has come for that particular Vignesh who was in this particular matter for long, and the correct update coming is that the FIR has been filed against Congress leader Rahul Gandhi in the dual citizenship case. Back to you.
All right, thank you so much for joining us. Home Minister Amit Shah speaks in 30 minutes from now. That will be our top focus. Remember, he did issue a clarification on the floor of the House, trying to allay fears of the southern states. He did say that as far as the proportional increase of southern states in Parliament is concerned, when if the Constitution Amendment Bill is passed, it will go up to 850. The proportional representation of various political parties of the states will not change. That will be the big speech in 30 minutes from now. That's our top focus. A quick break and then we return.
सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने। मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
Character, the taste of success.
Like I said before, we better own the sin.
जिंदगी में आगे बढ़ना है तो खुद से आगे निकलना होगा। जब दिल में हो जज्बा तो रास्तों की क्या जुर्रत जो हमारी उड़ान को रोक सके। BKT टायर्स, दे लॉन्ग टायर लाइफ, एक्सेप्शनल रोड ग्रिप और अनमैच्ड कंफर्ट। BKT टायर्स, एलिवेट योर ड्राइव।
To death overs, India today is hitting it out of the park. Indian political league in top gear all through this election season.
Presented by Parul University, यहाँ possible है। Co-powered by Panasonic AC, India का Captain Cool।
Across Bengal, from winding lanes to sweeping landscapes, from the voices that echo to the ones that remain unheard. On the ground, there's never just one story. This is Election Dispatch.
As West Bengal takes the field, this isn't just a match, it's a high-stakes showdown. Different teams, different formations. Who's controlling the midfield? Who's making the decisive pass? From the ground, reading every move, decoding the game that decides it all.
हम महिला आरक्षण के साथ हैं, पर उस भाजपाई चालबाजी के खिलाफ हैं जो एक साजिश के तहत की जा रही है। भाजपाई और उनके संगी साथी देश की सबसे बड़ी आबादी के वर्ग मतलब पिछड़े वर्ग की महिलाओं के बारे में चुप्पी साधे बैठे हैं। ये बात अध्यक्ष जी समझ में नहीं आ रहा है, क्योंकि जब हम लोग प्रधानमंत्री जी को सुनते थे तो वो ये कहते थे कि हम पिछड़े वर्ग से आते हैं, हम आप जैसे ही हैं, पिछड़े हैं। लेकिन जब आरक्षण की बात हो रही है तो पिछड़ों की संख्या इसमें कितनी है, हमें उम्मीद है कि सरकार इस पर जरूर बात अपनी रखेगी। ये संशोधन के नाम पर जो जल्दीबाजी दिखा रहे हैं, दरअसल उसके पीछे भाजपाइयों की मंशा है कि जनगणना न करनी पड़े, क्योंकि अगर जनगणना करनी पड़ेगी तो जातिवार आंकड़े भी देने पड़ेंगे और जातिवार आरक्षण भी। ये भाजपा का एक बहुत बड़ा षड्यंत्र है जिसमें जनगणना आधारित परसीमन को नकार कर पिछड़ों का अधिकार लूटा जा रहा है। ये लोकतंत्र के खिलाफ खुफिया लोगों की गुप्त योजना है जो अब तक स्वीकार नहीं, जब तक प्रक्रिया के साथ हम लोग स्वीकार कभी नहीं कर सकते जब तक इसका लागू करने का तरीका ठीक न हो।
And BJP forming up its strategy ahead of the voting which will take place in a couple of hours from now. There's a key meeting which is happening of the BJP leaders, BJP MPs. This meeting is being chaired by BJP Chief Nitin Nabeen. Leaders include Vinod Tawade, Tarun Chugh, Mansukh Mandavia, Union Minister Tejasvi Surya, Raksha Khatse, among others. Deliberations are on for the future strategy regarding the women's reservation. Remember, women's reservation is now the law of the land. Let's be clear. What is there before the parliament, even as we speak, is essentially delimitation for the implementation of the women's reservation. Women's reservation, as of today, is the law of the land. It is waiting implementation. Now, the process has to be decided whether it will be implemented with the strength of the House at 543 or whether it will be at 850. So this strategy meeting is being chaired by BJP President Nitin Nabeen. Aishwarya Paliwal is joining us. So Aishwarya, BJP is confident that it has managed to navigate and get other parties to perhaps abstain or vote in its favor. And this meeting is certainly in that context. But there was another meeting, I believe, which happened between Kiran Rijiju and other union ministers.
Well, Mario, what we have seen at the moment is the fact that most of the top leadership of the Bharatiya Janata Party, in fact, they are making sure that they speak with the top leadership. In fact, if you also seen the video in which we have seen the Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju, in fact, walking up to Akhilesh Yadav while he was seated in Lok Sabha, the two exchanged a brief conversation. The conversation, in fact, lasted for almost 10 minutes. What to do next? How to make sure that everything is in order, and how to make sure that the voting goes glitch-free. That is something that the Bharatiya Janata Party at the moment very keenly is looking at. While on one side, we are seeing how the top leadership of the BJP over the past 48 hours has been in intense trouble. Let me tell you, Home Minister Amit Shah left the Parliament at 1:30 last night. There was a spate of meetings that were taking place. The top leadership of the BJP, including Ashwini Vaishnav, and we've also seen Piyush Goyal. We've seen the Law Minister Abhinandan Megwal, all of them standing, sitting with Home Minister Amit Shah, and detailed conversations have taken place with regards to what to do next. And what to do next is a very crucial question that every party at the moment is looking at. The smaller parties also have now aligned themselves. They're either with the Bharatiya Janata Party or they have firmly joined the opposition bloc. So that's also something that's happening. And just minutes before Home Minister Amit Shah is also set to speak, we are doing this very crucial meeting which is taking place. And in fact, after Rahul Gandhi spoke, it was also a brief meeting that took place between Kiran Rijiju and the Prime Minister. What exactly happened on the floor of the Parliament, those details were being told by Kiran Rijiju, who's the Parliamentary Party Affairs Minister, to Prime Minister Nadu Modi. Mara.
All right, Aishwarya, thank you for joining us. Meeta Chakravarti, spokesperson of the Congress Party, joins us. Kasturi Shankar, BJP spokesperson, joins me. I'm going to begin with you, Kasturi. What is giving BJP confidence? It certainly doesn't have the numbers to ensure that the Constitution Amendment Bill is passed.
First of all, nobody in the parliament, nobody, opposition or BJP or its ruling alliance, nobody is opposing the Women's Reservation Bill. Everybody is for promulgating the Women's Reservation Bill, 33%. So I don't think there's going to be an issue at all there. The issue and all doubts raised are about the delimitation and its nitty-gritties. So as far as the details of that are concerned, it's not, Rome was not built in a day. Delimitation exercise is not going to be started like right away. So I think the challenge is only in giving the opposition parties the confidence that this is not going to be anti-state or anti-federalism. It is going to be something that reflects the true nature of the country vis-a-vis its diversity, vis-a-vis its federalism, as well as its population. I think it is going to be an empowering move either way, and therefore, I believe that states that believe in the power and the unity of the nation will definitely vote for this bill as is.
Okay. Meeta Chakravarti? You are putting a number at 222 MPs. Mallikarjun Kharge, Congress chief and leader of opposition in the Rajya Sabha, says that the bill will be voted and defeated. That the opposition will vote to defeat the bill. How does it really help your cause?
Is that for me? Because the audio was disturbed.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead, Meeta.
Okay. So first of all, the Women Reservation Bill has already been passed in 2023.
Yes.
Women in this country are looking for equal representation. They are not looking for a symbolic piece of legislation. They need immediate implementation of the Women Reservation Bill. Bear in mind that it was Rajiv Gandhi, our late Prime Minister, who had introduced this concept, who has got 33% reservation done at the panchayat level. Then it was in 2010 during Manmohan Singh's UPA 2 government that this bill was passed in Rajya Sabha. And even in Lok Sabha, this bill has already been passed. It's already a law of the land. What we need is an immediate implementation and not some ambiguous promise of this being implemented at some point in the future. Secondly, we have been asking for a caste census. We have been asking for OBC quota, a sub-quota within this quota for OBC women. And thirdly, this entire this entire projection that this has to be done after delimitation, and hence there has to be delimitation decision has to be taken by the delimitation commission. How can it be taken by the executives here? So when you need, and you do need 2/3 numbers, we do not have that number.
So Meeta, the bill says that there will be a delimitation commission which will be formed. The redrawing of various constituencies will be done by the delimitation commission. Rahul Gandhi, DMK spokesperson, also joins us. So what really is the concern here? You want it to be implemented at the earliest. The BJP wants it to be implemented at the earliest. So this is the meeting of minds.
Who is stopping them from implementing it straight away? All the parties, we support gender equality. We support Women Reservation Bill. It was something that we have worked on over decades. We have a proven track record to prove our support. What is stopping them from implementing it today, the way it is?
Okay, Kasturi, implement it in the present House, 543 members present. Is the strength of the Lok Sabha, implement it in the present numbers, is the point that has been made by most India bloc leaders.
I would like to ask the respected Congress spokesperson, what stopped them? She was so lucid about saying it was passed in 2003 and subsequently ratified. What stopped them from going ahead with it when they were in power? To come now and bring up, they have brought, even in this debate itself, you heard them, they have brought up so many obstacles to it. Not least of all, they have brought up the angle of religion. They've brought up the angle of caste. What does caste census have to do with women, madam? Women is itself a category, and it is an overriding category. Where is the need to micromanage it? Let me tell you, you know as well as I do, that caste is not an obstacle when you're a woman. A woman is beyond caste. Patriarchy, it descends beyond caste. So let's first empower the women. Let's not sit here and say we need extra,
so perhaps
extra details taken care
Gandhi,
of.
when HM Shah speaks in 20 minutes from now, a lot of questions that the parties from southern part of India are asking will be answered. Do you think there'll be a reconsideration after the assurances that are made? Or you want everything written in letter and spirit?
First of all, what is the assurance made by the Honorable Home Minister? As Rahul Gandhi spoke today, where is the Women's Reservation Bill? Today's subject is with respect to two bills. One is delimitation, that is to increase the number of constituencies from 543 to 815, and the other one is Constitutional Delimitation Commission. Where comes the Women's Reservation Bill, number one? Secondly, if at all, if it is with respect to women's reservation, in 2023, the government came up with a bill for women's reservation, wherein the government very clearly stated that the women's reservation will happen after the delimitation of census in 2027. Now, they are changing their goalpost, and now they are saying that this delimitation has to happen immediately based on the 2011 census. What made them to change their stand? If they think the women's reservation has to be given immediately, why couldn't they pass this earlier women's reservation in 2023, saying that delimitation has to be on the basis of 2011 census? And then that particular special session which was conducted in 2023 itself has gone completely waste. So these are the double standards of the government. The government is not serious about any women's reservation. If they are very serious about women's reservation, when Mr. Modi became the Prime Minister, he could have cleared.
Let me bring in Kasturi on this. Kasturi, respond to this. That if you want to implement it, it can be implemented immediately.
Sure, absolutely. If you want to implement it, we can implement it immediately. But who should want it? The opposition parties should cooperate. How can you implement it immediately without the bill actually being passed? And Mr. Rahul Gandhi said, we have changed, the BJP is arbitrarily changing the census date. It was supposed to be in 2027. Sir, let me remind you, that was not frozen in stone. That was, again, a time-wasting tactic implemented by you and your alliances. You and your ally partners.
Madam, 2026
delimitation
deadline was
exercise
fixed by
has been
Vajpayee.
constantly postponed.
2026 deadline
Thanks to
was
the
fixed by
rabble-rousing
Vajpayee
of the
through
opposition.
84th Amendment. Please let me answer this question.
Yes.
The 2026 census was fixed by Vajpayee through 84th Amendment in the year 2001. Not by Congress, not by DMK, not by any opposition party. Please understand that. Point number one. Point number two, if your leader, the 56-inch Prime Minister, is so serious about implementing women's reservation, what prevented him from implementing the women's reservation from 2014? He is in power from 2014. And what prevented the Prime Minister from coming up with the women's reservation bill in 2023, basing the census at 2011? Why a special session
this
then?
kind of whataboutery.
What is whataboutery? You please answer.
It's very tiring,
your
sir.
Prime Minister and your Home Minister your Prime Minister and your Home Minister is changing goalposts here and there.
You said
For
the
the
PM
special
is
session,
power.
special
From
session of the
2014,
Parliament does not have
what?
any relevance. As far as they are concerned, it is like having a cup of chai. That's it. Today they will have a special session. Tomorrow they will have another special session saying that the census should be on the basis of 2011. The day after tomorrow they will say the census should be in the year from the year 1971. What sanctity the special session has, or what is the value of the words of the Honorable Prime Minister and the Home Minister?
At least they are standing by their words.
They haven't changed.
What words? Why can't they give the women's reservation today? Why can't they just dump the delimitation? Why can't they just dump the delimitation bill and just bring a pure women's reservation bill? And
Okay, let me give the last word to Kasturi, because it's 2 versus 1 here. Kasturi, quickly respond.
Yes. Number one, there are almost 305 seats being added, and all of them are going to women. That's the underlying logic of expanding the parliament seats, which is a long due reform, as well as saying, earmarking, when we expand the parliament, 1/3 is going to women. Mr. Gandhi keeps asking, why didn't Mr. Modi implement it earlier? I asked him, because you guys took your own time when you were in power and you wanted to put the blame on Modi ji. There have been so many things that we have seen Corona, we have seen Pahalgam, we have seen Pulwama. You think Modi ji was sitting here doing nothing?
All this happened during your tenure.
This time
Rahul Gandhi and Meeta Chakravarti, really appreciate your time. Remember, one of the criticisms which has come in from the opposition is that the bill doesn't really explain in details what is being said by the government on the floor of the House. In fact, Congress MP from Tamil Nadu, Karti Chidambaram, has said that this is almost like an insurance policy, someone who's a salesman of an insurance policy, who promises something and something it actually turns out to be. I had spoken to him earlier today. Listen in. You have just put out a tweet in which you are saying that the delimitation is a sales pitch by the government. Is like that of an insurance salesman. They say one thing and the fine print says something else. What is in it? What have you read in the fine print is what the government is not saying, according to you?
First of all, we have to, de-link the two issues. One is women's reservation, the other is delimitation. But the government is now mixing up both, exactly like insurance salesmen who sell you a mutual fund investment plan along with an insurance policy. So that's what they do. And further, what they say on the floor of the House or through their, press leaks and through their press statements is one thing, and what is there in the fine print is something else. Our position is that, yes, we are for women's reservation. Let's do it right away within the strength of the House of 543. We have serious objections to increasing the strength of the House. When they say that, we are only going to increase the strength of the House proportionately for everybody, but that's not what the bill says. The bill says that there's going to be a delimitation and a reorganization of seats even among states based on the 2011 population. Means the population of India at that time was 121 crores. If you are going to allot 850 parliamentary seats, it's about 14 lakhs per parliamentary seat. And if you redraw that, there are certain states who will have a big spike Some states will remain flat. Some states will have a very marginal increase. So that's not fair. We believe that's not fair because, and even the equal proportionate increase is also not fair because while the ratios remain the same, the absolute numbers become different. And we are in the first past the post or a halfway mark majority government. So that delta becomes even greater to reach the halfway mark.
Then
So,
how will it be implemented, Mr. Chidambaram? My question is...
Just implement it as it is. Just have 543 members. See, the United States Congress has remained at 400 odd for almost centuries now, maybe more than 100 years, even though the population of America has increased. You see, increasing the number of MPs doesn't make governance better. People are confusing. MPs are not administrative heads of their constituencies. We are only here, only in the legislature. And if you make a house of 850 people, there will hardly be any meaningful debate. I mean, the speaker hardly gives us time with a house of 543. I mean, he can't remember most people's names. With 850 people, it'll just become a big, like a big convention hall. There won't be any meaningful debate. There won't be any time. A larger house does not mean a more effective house. More MPs does not mean better governance. I think we are fine with 543. We need to cap it at that. And we are absolutely fine in allocating 1/3 of the seats as it stands today to women. I mean, on whatever, maybe on a three-term rotational basis or whatever formula they want to come up with. I'm fine with that. But increasing the seats will be tremendously unfair to many, many states, particularly to Tamil Nadu.
Today Media Institute could not have been founded on a firmer footing. The India Today Group's strength in understanding and delivering high-quality content is the very foundation of ITMI. We take pride in training our students to be exceptionally professional. So register now at www.indiatodaymediainstitute.in or call us on 95 600 65465.
As West Bengal takes the field, this isn't just a match, it's a high-stakes showdown. Different teams, different formations. Who's controlling the midfield? Who's making the decisive pass? From the ground, reading every move, decoding the game that decides it all. Election News Track, only on India Today.
इलेक्शन में हार जाएगा तो चलो, गेम को रूल जो है उसको चेंज कर दो, और चेंज करने के लिए रूल गेम को यही लिया है. It's a political gimmick, nothing more than that. The present bills are under discussion are product of such thoughts. Madam, the ploy of reservation of the women, what they are saying, women, this is a ploy. Original plan is something different. That is delimitation. That is seat adjustment. That is the original plan. थोड़ा सेंटीमेंट लगा दो भाई, थोड़ा सेंटीमेंट वोमेन का लगा दो. इस वोमेन का सेंटीमेंट लेके हमको तो डिलिमिटेशन पास करना होगा.
Hi, I'm Sana. Here's your weather update. Delhi maximum 40 and minimum 29 degrees. Mumbai maximum 32 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata maximum 37 and minimum 26 degrees. Bengaluru maximum 36 and minimum 25 degrees. Chennai maximum 33 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad maximum 40 and minimum 26 degrees.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं आपका धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं। आज मुझे एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण समय पे मुझे बोलने का मौका मिल रहा है। अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं अभी भारतीय जनता पार्टी के माननीय सदस्य को भी सुन रहा था, उनके वरिष्ठ सदस्यों को भी और माननीय मंत्री जी को मैंने सुना है, और इस महत्वपूर्ण विषय पे उन्होंने अपनी बात रखी है। समाजवादी पार्टी महिला आरक्षण के पक्ष में है और समाजवादी पार्टी का इतिहास रहा है कि हम लोगों ने हमेशा महिलाओं को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए काम किया है। हमारे नेता जिनकी विचारधारा पे हम लोग आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, डॉक्टर राम मनोहर लोहिया, उन्होंने हमेशा जेंडर जस्टिस और सोशल जस्टिस की बात की है। हम समाजवादी लोग जेंडर जस्टिस और सोशल जस्टिस के पक्ष में हैं और महिलाओं का आरक्षण 33% हो उसके भी पक्ष में हम लोग बोल रहे हैं। अब भारतीय जनता पार्टी नारी को नारा बनाने की कोशिश कर रही है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी इस आरक्षण को लेकर के भाजपा अपना नारी का नारा बनाना चाहती है और बदलने की कोशिश कर रही है। जिन्होंने नारी को अपने संगठन में नहीं रखा, उनके मान सम्मान के लिए कैसे रखेंगे? और अगर ये बात गलत है, अध्यक्ष महोदय, जिस पेरेंटल संगठन से आप निकले हैं उसमें मान सम्मान के लिए संगठन में कितनी नारी हैं ये बता दें आप।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Good evening. You're watching Super 6 here on India Today. I'm Akshata Nandagopal back in the studios, back in Delhi. Why? Because we've been seeing a heated debate over women's reservation and over delimitation. I'm going to be running you through all of those updates. Remember, we're standing by for Home Minister Amit Shah to speak. He'll be speaking right after which the crucial voting will be taking place. The government needs 2/3 majority. Right now, the numbers aren't on their side. Will that change? Can they get the support that they need? And who will it come from? We'll break down all of those details for you. We begin first with the headlines. It's D-Day for the delimitation bill in Parliament after Rahul Gandhi's big magician of Op Sindoor jibe. Centre seeks apology, voting on 3 bills shortly.
The magician of Balakot, the magician of demonetization, the magician of Sindhur has suddenly got caught. Why?
Yeah.
Because he was...
मैं आपसे अनुरोध करना चाहता हूं, जिन शब्दों का इन्होंने प्रयोग किया उसे सदन की कार्रवाई से बाहर निकाला जाना चाहिए और राहुल गांधी को क्षमा मांगनी चाहिए।
Rahul Gandhi hints at a 16 puzzle in Parliament, linking 16 to the date that Prime Minister Modi spoke yesterday, April 16th. Congress drops Epstein hint, claims the number 16 is linked to 16 deleted files in the Epstein case.
This 16 number, this is the number. The whole answer to the riddle is in the number 16. Everything is in the number 16.
Opposition ups the ante against government, says government version doesn't match the fine print. Questions if the Prime Minister and Home Minister can speak about the reservation based on delimitation. Why isn't there in the bill copy? DMK to move top court of delimitation bill is passed. Government rejects fear-mongering. And the other stories of the day. TCS conversion case explodes. Complainant releases disturbing video. Forced to wear skull cap in video, says forced to offer namaz. Trump claims US struck nuke deal with Iran, says Iran gave strong statement that they won't have nuke weapons even beyond 20 years, says may travel to Pakistan too for the Iran truce talks.
We have a statement, very powerful statement, that they will not have beyond 20 years. That they will not have nuclear weapons. That's beyond. There's no 20-year limit.
All right, let's begin with the latest updates coming in from Parliament. As we speak, there is a marathon debate that's underway on the delimitation bill and women's reservation. And while we've seen both sides, both points coming to the fore, we're standing by for Home Minister Amit Shah to speak anytime now. Once the Home Minister concludes his address, that's when the voting will kick off. So it is essentially a last-ditch attempt by the government to kind of reach out to the opposition to seek their support. And as the government says, to stop fear-mongering by the opposition. What's the government's contention here? To all of the questions being asked by parties, by the southern states about delimitation, changing the amount of representation of the southern states in Parliament, the government, Home Minister Amit Shah, Prime Minister Modi has maintained nothing changes, that number representation doesn't change, that southern states very much have their quota in place and it doesn't change. But you've got several parties questioning that, saying why isn't it mentioned in the fine print of the bill as well. I'll bring in Piyush Mishra for details of what's playing out right now. Piyush, what's the government strategy? They don't have the numbers right now. What changes?
Well, no doubt about this, Akshita, that the government doesn't have number. If you talk about the numbers, on the present strength, you need two-third majority. And if you talk about the present strength, it is 540. You need 360 to get this amendment passed. And the government knows this very well, that this bill, it will be very difficult to get it passed. And we have also seen as to how various opposition parties have come on record and saying that they are going to vote against this. Now, what is government doing? Government is in touch with various independents. It is also in touch with various MPs of the other opposition political parties in their individual capacity and trying its best to ensure that this bill gets passed. Remember that...
Now, from your sources, are there any chances of any of the parties who are right now in the opposition's camp switching over? Are we expecting any sort of big surprise when the voting happens?
One thing is clear that the government has, one thing is clear that various opposition parties have issued whips. And if any political party or in opposition in India Alliance, if they post the whip, then they can face consequences. So as of now, surprises cannot be expected, but government is doing fact channel talks. It is also strategizing further as to how to reach out to opposition. Remember that PM Narendra Modi, Akshita, has also put out a huge post requesting every political party to support this, because Prime Minister's intention is to ensure women's reservation is implemented, and it is a credit which needs to be given to women, and they have been asking for this for so long. We'll have to wait and watch how things are further going to pan out. In few minutes from now, Akshita, as we are speaking, Home Minister Amit Shah will be in Lok Sabha and he is going to make his final speech on this entire debate, and then
I think by for that particular image of Home Minister Amit Shah in Lok Sabha, because once he speaks, the voting kicks off right after that. And that is the moment that seals essentially the fate of these bills. You know, as far as the Prime Minister's post is concerned, he put out a detailed post today appealing to the opposition, saying that crores of women are watching you. Go ahead and vote in favour of this bill. So if it doesn't pass, that will be a narrative that the government will put forth, saying, look, we tried our hardest to ensure that women's reservation becomes a reality. The opposition stalled it, the opposition blocked it. And so the stage set irrespective of which way this goes for a political showdown. Piyush, I'll request you to stay with me. We'll get all of our other reporters up as well. We cut across to more breaking news coming in. Now, there will be an NDA meeting that will take place soon after the voting in Lok Sabha. This is a strategy huddle, clearly. The BJP looking at seeing really what kind of support they have among allies, perhaps figuring out what should be their strategy going forward. We're also hearing at this point that there could be the possibility of Prime Minister Modi attending that NDA meet. Now, as far as the NDA is concerned, they don't have the numbers in the Lok Sabha to ensure a two-third majority for the passage of these bills. They're constitutional amendments, which means that you need two-thirds majority in the Lok Sabha. As the numbers stand, it doesn't look like it, especially with the opposition expressing confidence that they have 220 plus support on their side of that 543 strong Lok Sabha. So we'll have to see how really the NDA kind of ensures they have the support. There's a strategy meet that's been planned right after the voting takes place. Rahul Gautam is joining us with more details on this. Rahul, you've been tracking the opposition strategy very, very closely. How confident are they, Rahul, that there will be no cross-voting? Because previously, while, you know, we've heard in many instances that the opposition says there's no way this bill will go through, there will be one surprise or the other cross-voting resulting in the bill going through. This time, what's different?
Well, you know, it is unlikely to happen that we're going to see some surprises or you know, a massive cross-voting, and because there are reasons for that. You know, you have elections happening at least in two important states, that's West Bengal and Tamil Nadu. Now, TMC would not like to be seen with the BJP on the floor of the House. They would not either be abstaining or would be voting in the favor of the bill. At the same time, we all know that how DMK you know, is making you know, these bills as a major election plank in Tamil Nadu. So obviously, they would also not be you know, favoring the incumbent government. So clearly, it seems that because of the fact that four, you know, principal opposition parties, there's Congress, Samajwadi Party, DMK and TMC, given the fact that these, you know, four parties are not in favor of these bills, so clearly, in all likelihood, we can say that you know, this delimitation bill will be defeated on the floor of the House, as Rahul Gandhi himself said that we're going to ensure that this bill is defeated on the floor of the House. Also, I must tell our viewers,
to come back to you for all the details on the opposition strategy, but as Rahul tells us, the opposition right now is confident that they've got the numbers on their side, that there's no question of the government actually passing this test of the bills being passed in the Lok Sabha. Why is that? What do the numbers look like right now? Let me break down the number game for you in the Lok Sabha. 540 is the Lok Sabha strength. We're keeping out the nominated members. Of that, two-third majority is the requirement because, as I mentioned earlier, these are constitutional amendment bills. Does the government have two-thirds majority? Not really, because if you break down 540 into two-third majority, it's about 360 MPs. The NDA stands at 293. So you see a gap of about 67 right now. That's a large number, a big gap, and a tall ask for the NDA to be able to get that kind of support. The India bloc is 234. And the India bloc is confident that if anything, they'll have 220 plus. So that'll give or take about 14, 15. Still not enough for the NDA to ensure two-third majority, which is where the biggest challenge is right now for the BJP. That even as they've called a special session, it looks extremely hard, extremely challenging for them to be able to cross that two-third majority mark. Now, similarly, if you look at Rajya Sabha, and this is, of course, only if the bill passes the Lok Sabha test and it goes to the Rajya Sabha, there also it's difficult for the NDA. It's a similar challenge, uphill task. The strength of the Rajya Sabha, 245. The government needs two-third majority. You do the math, that's a 163. What's the NDA strength? 134. And so again, they're short by about 30. India bloc has 74, others at 37. Now, if it comes to the Rajya Sabha, the others, there's a big question over that. And that will have to move into the numbers of the NDA for them to stand a chance. But like I said, the Rajya Sabha test comes up only if they pass the Lok Sabha test, which itself looks incredibly hard right now with the numbers that we're highlighting on our screens. I'll bring back our reporters, both Rahul Gautam and Piyush Mishra, on this. If you look at those numbers, Rahul, I just want to understand from you if there are any parties right now who are fence sitters, who the NDA will be looking at kind of dragging on to their side.
Well, as you rightly pointed out, that there are 293 NDA MPs. Then you've got India bloc, which has got 240, and then there are 12, which can be aptly described as fence sitters. Now, out of these 12, four MPs, that's YSRCP party, have already pledged their support for these bills. So, and then there are some independent, MPs like Hanuman Beniwal, Chandrasekhar Azad. So clearly, we have to understand, Akshita, it is because the timing, it is very unlikely to happen. Then massive cross-voting we're going to witness. TMC would not want to be seen with BJP, supporting these bills as they have two-phase elections coming up ahead. Then obviously DMK would not be, either abstaining.
The other parties from the south, Rahul, yes, the likes of DMK, impossible that they will switch over. YSRCP, BRS doesn't have Lok Sabha MPs, but there are some of the other parties. There's a big question mark over on whether they can switch over. YSRCP, I think, has offered its support already.
Absolutely, they've already pledged support for these bills, and we have to understand that Rahul Gandhi himself
We're
has
cutting across live. Rahul,
people.
request you to stay with me. Amit Shah speaking live in Lok Sabha.
का धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं कि आपने इस विषय पर सरकार की ओर से मेरा पक्ष रखने का मुझे मौका दिया है। इसके साथ साथ मैं इसलिए भी धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं कि आप इस सदन के अभिभावक हैं। आपकी ही निसरा में सदन की कार्यवाही, सदन के नियम और संविधान के हिसाब से चलती है। ये महत्वपूर्ण संविधान संशोधन बिल पर आपने करीब 130 सदस्यों को बोलने का मौका दिया है और ऐसे जैसे अभी आपने बताया, इसमें से 56 सदस्य महिलाएं हैं। वो एक प्रकार से बहुत बड़ा रिकॉर्ड शायद बनेगा, ऐसा मुझे लगता है।
संविधान संशोधन 33 का है, संविधान संशोधन 33 का, लेकिन 75% को मौका दिया है।
मान्यवर, इस चर्चा को अगर बारीकी से कोई शब्दों में ही सुनेगा तो महिला आरक्षण के लिए जो संविधान संशोधन है, इसका किसी ने विरोध नहीं किया है। सबने बोलने के लिए तो बोला है कि हम महिला आरक्षण के पक्ष में है। ये संविधान संशोधन जो आया है उसका हम स्वागत करते हैं, मगर उसको बारीकी से देखें तो इंडी अलायंस के सभी सदस्यों ने अगर मगर किंतु परंतु इसका उपयोग कर स्पष्ट रूप से महिला आरक्षण का विरोध किया है। और मान्यवर, कई जगह पे ऐसा दिखाई पड़ा, कि विरोध हमारे दृष्टिकोण की जगह हमारे इम्प्लीमेंटेशन के तरीके पर है। परंतु मैं इस सदन के माध्यम से देश की जनता के सामने स्पष्ट करना चाहता हूं कि ये जो विरोध है वो इम्प्लीमेंटेशन का नहीं है। ये विरोध केवल और केवल महिला आरक्षण का ही विरोध किया। और मान्यवर, मैं ये बात को जब बोलता हूं तब मेरी जिम्मेदारी बनती है कि सदन को इस बात से मैं कन्विंस करूं कि तरीकों का विरोध नहीं है, बिल के तत्व का, महिलाओं के आरक्षण का विरोध है। मान्यवर, ये 3 विधेयकों में अरे धैर्य रखो भैया, धैर्य रखो, अखिलेश जी समझाओ जरा। मान्यवर, ये 3 बिलों में इसका उद्देश्य मैं स्पष्ट करना चाहता हूं। पहला उद्देश्य है सरकार का और हमारे नेता नरेंद्र मोदी जी का कि महिला सशक्तिकरण करने वाले इस संविधान सुधार को समयबद्ध तरीके से लागू कर 29 का चुनाव महिला आरक्षण के साथ कराया जाए। इसका दूसरा उद्देश्य है एक व्यक्ति, एक वोट और एक मूल्य, ये सिद्धांत हमारे लोकतंत्र की नींव में जो हमारी संविधान सभा ने तय किया था, वो सिद्धांत के स्पिरिट को यहां पर लागू किया गया। मान्यवर, ये पूरे सदन में 543 सदस्य बैठते हैं। किसी की सीट में वोटर्स की संख्या 39 लाख है, किसी की 60,000 और ढेर सारी सीटें ऐसी हैं जो 70 के दशक में फ्रीज हो गए, तब से लेकर आज तक इतनी बड़ी हो गई है कि सांसद अपने मतदाता को अपना मुंह भी नहीं दिखा सकता, क्योंकि इतनी बड़ी आबादी को वो कैसे संभाल पाए। मान्यवर, जो मतदाता है उसकी अपेक्षाएं होती है, उनकी समस्याएं होती है और समस्याओं के निराकरण के लिए वो सांसद के पास भी जाना चाहता है, मिलना भी चाहता है। क्या इस सदन में जो विरोध करते हैं उसमें से कोई मुझे समझा सकता है कि जिस सांसद के कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी में 39 लाख वोटर हो, वो किस प्रकार से अपनी सांसद की जिम्मेदारी का निर्वहन करेगा। और इसी विषय को दृष्टिगत रखते हुए हमारे संविधान में समय समय पर परिसीमन का प्रावधान किया गया है और परिसीमन के प्रावधान से ही एससी और एसटी जो जिसकी संख्या बढ़ती है उसकी सीटें भी बढ़ने का प्रावधान है। तो एक प्रकार से जो परिसीमन का विरोध कर रहे हैं वो एससी और एसटी सीटों की बढ़ोतरी का विरोध कर रहा है, वो ध्यान में रखें। मान्यवर, संतुलित, समावेशी और व्यवहारिक लोकतांत्रिक ढांचा ये तैयार करना, इसकी जिम्मेदारी संविधान ने सरकार जो अधिकार में होती है उसको दी। तो अभी ये जिम्मेदारी नरेंद्र मोदी जी की सरकार को दी गई है। उनको पसंद नहीं है, मगर ये तो देश की जनता निर्णय करती है। वो वंश परंपरागत नहीं होता है, वो लोग चुनकर भेजते हैं। संघीय संतुलन बनाने रखना, लोकसभा में जनसंख्या के अनुरूप प्रतिनिधित्व आना और राज्यों की शक्तियों के बीच में भी संतुलन बनाना, ये परिसीमन के उद्देश्य संविधान सभा की चर्चा और हमारे संविधान में परिसीमन का जो जिक्र है उसमें कहे। इसके साथ साथ नए भूगोल, प्रशासनिक वास्तविकताओं और शहरीकरण और रोड, रास्ते, रेल से बढ़ी हुई कनेक्टिविटी और नए जिले, ये सबका संज्ञान परिसीमन में लेना होता है, क्योंकि ये सारी चीजें सांसद को अपनी ड्यूटी का निर्वहन करने के लिए बहुत जरूरी है। मान्यवर, संविधान के अनुच्छेद 81, 82 और 170 इसके अंदर ये सारे सिद्धांतों को समाहित किया गया है और उसी के निर्वहन के लिए नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में सरकार ये संवैधानिक सुधार लेकर आई। महिला सशक्तिकरण, समान प्रतिनिधित्व और संतुलित संघीय ढांचे का निर्माण करने की जिम्मेदारी के निर्वहन से ही आए। मान्यवर, कई सारे सदस्यों ने अनेक प्रकार की आशंकाएं व्यक्त की। उन्होंने ये कहा कि अभी क्यों लाए, तो मैं ये बताना चाहता हूं कि जो नारी शक्ति वंदन अधिनियम आया उसमें जिक्र है कि 2026 के बाद होने वाली जनगणना के बाद जो परिसीमन होगा उसमें महिलाओं के लिए आरक्षण सुनिश्चित करेगा। अब ये पूछते हैं तो उस वक्त काफी सदस्यों ने पूछा है कि बिल लाते वक्त आपने जिक्र क्यों किया 26 के बाद की जनगणना। मान्यवर, हमने नहीं किया है। 71 में इनकी सरकार थी, इंदिरा जी की सरकार थी, तब इसको फ्रीज कर गई थी और वो फ्रीज के कारण हमें इसका जिक्र करना पड़ा। वो फ्रीज की हुई सीटों की संख्या उठाते हैं तभी ये नारी शक्ति वंदन अधिनियम का इम्प्लीमेंटेशन होता है, इसलिए हम लेकर आए। और 71 से अब तक सीटों की संख्या फ्रीज रही और चलते मैं कुछ सीटों का नाम बोलना चाहता हूं माननीय। मलकाजगिरी, तेलंगाना 48 लाख संख्या मतदाताओं की, बेंगलुरु उत्तर 29 लाख संख्या, बेंगलुरु दक्षिण 29 लाख संख्या, गाजियाबाद जहां से कभी रक्षा मंत्री जी भी सांसद रहे 28 लाख संख्या, उत्तर पश्चिम दिल्ली 27 लाख संख्या। 127 सीटें ऐसी है मान्यवर जिसमें 20 लाख से ज्यादा वोटर्स है, 20 लाख से ज्यादा। अब मुझे कोई बताए भला, जहां 48 लाख वोटर है वो सांसद कैसे 48 लाख मतदाताओं की अपेक्षाओं के साथ अपने आप को मैच करता है? इसकी पूर्ति अरे अखिलेश भाई, एक लेवल की बात चल रही है यार, कहाँ केंद्रीय विद्यालय कर रहे हो अभी? इसका समय आएगा। मान्यवर, इनकी बात कहने दो तो जरा स्तर मालूम पड़े।
अध्यक्ष महोदय, जो आंकड़े बता रहे हैं माननीय मंत्री जी, हम केवल ये जानना चाहते हैं किस सेंसस के आधार पर ये जो आंकड़े बता रहे हैं, क्योंकि जो गाजियाबाद का आंकड़ा बताया जा रहा है वो बहुत कम बताया जा रहा है। आज की परिस्थिति में हो सकता है वो दुगना हो।
मैं यही कह रहा हूं, ये पुराना है, मैं यही कह रहा हूं। अगर डिलिमिटेशन करने दोगे तो नया आ जाएगा और एक की जगह दो सीटें बन जाएगी। मान्यवर, उनको ये भी पता नहीं है कि वो अपने स्टैंड के पक्ष में आर्ग्यूमेंट दे रहे हैं या विपक्ष में दे रहे हैं। मान्यवर, 127 सीटें ऐसी है जहां 20 लाख से ज्यादा वोटर है। अब इसमें एक व्यक्ति, एक मत और एक मूल्य, इस सिद्धांत का पूर्णतया उल्लंघन होता है। कहीं पर तो 45 लाख मतदाताओं के समूह को एक प्रतिनिधि मिला है, और कहीं पर 6 लाख मतदाताओं के समूह को एक प्रतिनिधि मिला है। तो मत का मूल्य जो एक होना चाहिए वो नहीं हुआ है मान्यवर। और मैं विश्वास दिलाता हूं कि डिलिमिटेशन के लिए ये लोग सहयोग कर दे, हमें भरोसा करें और डिलिमिटेशन करने दे तो ये मूल्य एक समान हो जाए। मान्यवर, मैं इसके इतिहास में भी जाना चाहता हूं। सबसे पहले 1972 में तत्कालीन प्रधानमंत्री इंदिरा गांधी जी की सरकार ने परिसीमन विधेयक लाकर सीटों को 525 से बढ़ाकर 545 की और फिर इसको फ्रीज कर दिया। 76 में सत्ता बचाने के लिए इमरजेंसी के काल में 42वें संशोधन द्वारा परिसीमन पर रोक लगा दी। अब इंदिरा जी तो प्रधानमंत्री थी, कानून लाकर रोक लगाई परिसीमन पर। और ये देखिए साहब कितने शक्तिशाली है, विपक्ष में बैठकर परिसीमन पर रोक लगाना चाहते हैं। मगर उस वक्त भी कांग्रेस पार्टी ने ही परिसीमन से देश की जनता को वंचित रखा था और आज भी कांग्रेस पार्टी ही परिसीमन से वंचित रख रही है। मान्यवर, 2001 में 84वां संशोधन हुआ और 2026 तक सीटों की संख्या को फ्रीज कर दिया गया। तो ये जो कह रहे हैं कि नारी शक्ति वंदन अधिनियम में 2026 कहां से आया, तो वो बताता हूं एक सेकंड। मान्यवर, ये कह रहे हैं वाजपेयी जी थे, वाजपेयी जी बड़े विद्वान पुरुष थे, ये इनको जानते थे, तो इन्होंने प्रयास ही नहीं किया, बेचारे ने आगे बढ़ा दिया इंदिरा जी का। मगर हम तो समझते थे कि आप हमें सपोर्ट करोगे, तो हम तो बिल लेकर आ गए, अब आप गिराना चाहते हो भाई। तो वाजपेयी जी ये बात की कल्पना कर सकते थे। कांग्रेस पार्टी को हम लोगों से वाजपेयी जी बहुत अच्छे से जानते थे, क्योंकि 19 महीना जेल में रहे थे मान्यवर, वो बहुत अच्छे से पहचानते थे। और 84वां संशोधन इसने 26 तक फ्रीज कर दिया और 50 वर्षों तक 1976 से लेकर 2026 तक क्या रिकॉर्ड से हटाना है? प्लीज अध्यक्ष जी, प्लीज, अरे बैठ जाओ, मैं बता देता। तय करने दो, आप मत करें, प्लीज बैठिए। मैं इनकी इज्जत करते हैं, इसका सम्मान करता हूं माननीय अध्यक्ष जी। अभी से लेकर अंत तक अगर फ्लो के कारण कोई असंसदीय शब्द निकल जाता है तो आप स्वयं इसको हटा देना, इनको बोलने का मौका मत देना। मान्यवर, 50 वर्षों तक 1976 से लेकर 2026 तक देश की जनता को जनसंख्या के अनुपात में प्रतिनिधित्व नहीं मिला। 26 में ये सीमा समाप्त हो। अब 26 में सीमा समाप्त होने के बाद अगर डिलिमिटेशन करते हैं तो डिलिमिटेशन 29 के पहले समाप्त नहीं हो सकता, क्योंकि परिसीमन आयोग का एक नियम है कि हर कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी में जाकर पब्लिक हियरिंग देना होता है। तो 543 कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी का पब्लिक हियरिंग 26 के मध्य से लेकर 29 तक हो नहीं सकता और 27 तक जनगणना के आंकड़े नहीं आ सकते। तो स्वाभाविक है अगर हम 29 का चुनाव नारी शक्ति वंदन अधिनियम के स्पिरिट के साथ कराना चाहते हैं, इस देश के 50% मतदाताओं को इस महान सदन में 33% आरक्षण देना चाहते हैं तो अभी ही ये लाना पड़ेगा। ये जो पूछ रहे थे क्यों अभी आ रहा है, इसके लिए मैं पूरी बात समझा रहा हूं। वैसे मैं मानता हूं ये समझे हुए, मगर मान्यवर कहावत है ना, सोता है उसको जगा सकते हैं, जो जागता ही पड़ा हो उसको कोई उठा नहीं सकता। ये सब समझते हैं मगर एक भ्रांति खड़ी करना चाहते हैं। मान्यवर 76 में इस देश की आबादी थी 54.79 करोड़ और आज 140 करोड़। तो 54.79 करोड़ आबादी में जितने सांसद थे उतने ही 140 करोड़ की आबादी के बाद रखना, ये इनका मानना है। मान्यवर आर्ग्यूमेंट क्या दिए गए कि सबको बोलने का कम मिलेगा, 0 ओवर में मौका नहीं मिलेगा। मान्यवर सरकार का दायित्व है कि सदन के सदस्यों की संख्या बढ़ेगी तो सरकार सदन के दिनों की संख्या भी बढ़ाएगी। और मान्यवर आप तो बड़े दयालु हो, रात को 12-12 बजे तक सबको 0 ओवर का मौका देते हैं। और एक तीसरा भी तरीका है साहब, तीसरा भी तरीका है कि अभी जो समय राहुल गांधी जी के अप्रोच के कारण जाया जाता है वो राहुल जी भी बंद कर दे तो अपने आप बोलने का सबको टाइम मिल जाएगा। ये विरोध कर स्थगन करा कर जो समय बेकार कर देते हैं वो अगर वो भी बंद कर दे तो कुछ सरकार बढ़ाएगी, कुछ राहुल जी बढ़ाएंगे और कुछ आप बढ़ा लोगे, तो समय की चिंता किसी को करने की जरूरत नहीं है। मान्यवर परिसीमन आयोग वो एक प्रकार से संवैधानिक अधिकार हर मतदाता को अपना प्रतिनिधित्व समान रूप से प्राप्त करने का, और 120% की वृद्धि होने के बाद ये कभी हो नहीं सकता कि एक समान हो। मैं तमिलनाडु का ही उदाहरण देना चाहता हूं। मान्यवर तमिलनाडु में 39 सीटें हैं अभी। अगर डीएमके का मानकर हम इसी 543 सीट में आरक्षण करते हैं तो 13 सीटें महिलाओं के लिए आरक्षित हो जाएगी और 26 सीटें ओपन रहेगी। अगर 2011 की जनगणना के आधार पर करते हैं तो तमिलनाडु की सीटें 6 कम हो जाएगी, परंतु हम वो नहीं कर रहे। हम 50% वृद्धि हर राज्य की कर रहे हैं जिससे किसी का प्रोरेटा नहीं। तो अब क्या होगा, 59% सीटों में 20 सीटें बढ़ेगी और 39 सीटें महिला ओपन रहेगी और 20 सीटें महिलाओं के लिए आरक्षित रहेगी। मान्यवर अभी कहाँ समाप्त हुआ है भाई, आप भी राहुल जी के तरह मेरे बोलने का क्रम आप तय करो। नहीं तो कोई आपत्ति नहीं है, मैं दूंगा ना, इससे भी अच्छी दरखास्त दूंगा, चिंता मत करो। और मान्यवर कुछ सदस्यों ने सवाल उठाया कि जनगणना क्यों समय पर नहीं हुई। मान्यवर सबको मालूम है कि 21 में जनगणना होनी थी और 21 में इस सदी की सबसे बड़ी महामारी आई, कोविड का संकट आया और कोविड के संकट के कारण जनगणना संभव नहीं हो पाई। कोविड का संकट समाप्त होने के बाद देश को काफी समय लगा इसमें से उभरने में, और जब 24 में जनगणना की शुरुआत हुई तब कुछ दलों ने उचित ही मांग करी कि भाई जाति के आधार पर जनगणना करनी चाहिए। सरकार ने अनेक दलों के साथ चर्चा की, अनेक जाति समूहों के साथ चर्चा की, कई सारे सामाजिक ग्रुपों के साथ चर्चा की, कुछ सरकारों से भी चर्चा करी, राज्य सरकारों से, और बाद में निर्णय करा 25 में कि हम जाति जनगणना कराएंगे। मान्यवर, और ये निर्णय होने के बाद अब जो जनगणना हो रही है उसमें जब व्यक्तियों की गणना होगी तब जाति का कॉलम आने वाला है और जाति की गणना भी होगी, ये सुनिश्चित है। मान्यवर, मैं पहले भी जो जनगणना हुई है कांग्रेस पार्टी के समय में, इसके भी प्रश्नोत्तरी को स्टडी किया हूं। जब बिल्डिंग की जनगणना होती है उस वक्त जाति जनगणना तो ये करते ही नहीं थे, परंतु धर्म भी नहीं पूछा जाता था और कुछ नहीं पूछा जाता था। मगर जब व्यक्ति की जनगणना होती है तब ये सारे सवाल आते हैं, कितना पढ़े लिखे हो, कब जन्म हुआ था, धर्म क्या है। अब यह भी पूछेंगे कि जाति क्या है। इसमें किसी को संशय करने की जरूरत नहीं है। नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने दूरदर्शिता के साथ आपको पहचान कर कैबिनेट प्रस्ताव में जनगणना की जाति के साथ होगी वो प्रस्ताव पारित किया। तो इसमें कोई भी कंफ्यूजन रखने की। पीयूष भाई क्या अपेक्षा रख रहे हो? ये जाति जनगणना की डिमांड नहीं कर रहे हैं, हमें उलझाना चाहते हैं। अब पीयूष भाई बेचारे भूले हैं, वो कहते हैं कि जाति जनगणना की घोषणा कर रहे, ताली बजाओ। हम कर रहे हैं तो ये ताली नहीं बजाएंगे। उनको जाति जनगणना से कोई लेन देन नहीं है, उनको यहाँ बैठने से लेन देन है जो नहीं होने वाला है भैया। अभी मान्यवर, मैं फिर से एक बार 140 करोड़ की जनता के मन में किसी की भी प्रकार का भ्रांति, कंफ्यूजन न हो, इसलिए स्पष्ट करना चाहता हूं कि नरेंद्र मोदी जी की कैबिनेट ने जाति जनगणना का जो निर्णय किया है वो कैबिनेट प्रस्ताव में 26 की जनगणना जाति के साथ कराने का निर्णय किया है। और मान्यवर, अब ये बिल जब से आया है तब से विपक्ष ने कुछ भ्रांतियां फैलाना शुरू की। सबसे पहली भ्रांति फैलाना शुरू की कि जाति जनगणना को टालने के लिए ये कर रहे हैं। जाति जनगणना को टालने के लिए हम ये संविधान संशोधन लेकर आए हैं। मैं इनको बताना चाहता हूं मान्यवर, 3 माह पहले जाति जनगणना का पूरा टाइम टेबल हम घोषित कर चुके हैं, टालने का सवाल ही नहीं है। जातिवार जनगणना की शुरुआत हो गई है, उसका पहला चरण जो है वो अभी चल रहा है। फिर आए कि दक्षिण को अन्याय हो जाएगा। कल मुझे थोड़ा भय लगा कि उत्तर बनाम दक्षिण का नैरेटिव एक रात के लिए भी दक्षिण के राज्यों में नहीं होना चाहिए। मैं फिर से स्पष्ट कर देता हूं, दक्षिण का राज्यों का इस सदन पर इतना ही अधिकार है जितना उत्तर के राज्यों का अधिकार है। अरे दक्षिण छोड़िए, छोटी सी यूटी लक्षद्वीप का भी इतना अधिकार है जितना उत्तर प्रदेश, गुजरात और बिहार का। ये देश को इस तरह के नैरेटिव से, उत्तर दक्षिण के नैरेटिव से टुकड़े टुकड़े नहीं करना चाहिए। इससे ऊपर उठना चाहिए। ये क्या कहना चाहते हैं कि ये सदन में जो व्यक्ति बैठता है वो ये सोचता है कि किस राज्य से मैं आ रहा हूं। मान्यवर, हम शपथ लेते हैं तो मन से लेते हैं। जो संविधान हाथ में लेकर शपथ लिए हैं वो उत्तर दक्षिण का भेद कराना चाहते हैं, हम नहीं होने देंगे। मान्यवर, जो भी सदस्य यहाँ शपथ लेता है वो भारत को अक्षुण्ण रखने की शपथ रहता है, पूरे भारत के कल्याण की शपथ लेता है। वो अपनी कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी, अपना राज्य, अपना धर्म, अपनी जाति की शपथ नहीं लेता है। और ये क्या नैरेटिव फैलाया, और ये मानते हैं कि ये नैरेटिव से हमारी पॉपुलैरिटी हो जाएगी, बाल सफेद हो जाएंगे, या नहीं बैठ पाओगे। नहीं हो पाए। देश के अंदर विभाजन कर कर कोई सत्ता प्राप्त नहीं कर सकता। मान्यवर, बैठ जाओ।
गुस्सा क्यों खा रहे हो? इतना गुस्सा मत खाओ, प्लीज प्लीज। इतना सदन में, मारन जी, सदन में इतना गुस्सा नहीं करते हैं, शांत।
मान्यवर, मान्यवर, जोर से बोलने से, बोलना है आपको, मैं बैठ जाता हूं, बोलो चलो। नहीं, उनको बोलने दीजिए ना,
प्लीज। नो नो,
मान्यवर, मान्यवर, माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, झूठ को जोर से बोलने से सच नहीं होता, सच सच होता। मैं बड़ी शांति से समझा रहा हूं कि ये परिसीमन आयोग और संवैधानिक सुधार के लिए ये नैरेटिव फैलाया जा रहा है। आज भी सभी लोग बोले हैं कि इससे दक्षिण के राज्यों का प्रतिनिधित्व की दृष्टि से नुकसान होगा। मैं ये बात कर रहा हूँ, वो हकीकत नहीं है। अब जब मैं हकीकत नहीं है कहता हूँ तो कल मैंने डिटेल बताया था, मगर फिर भी भाषण पढ़े जाते हैं फ्यूचर में। ये नैरेटिव तोड़ने के लिए जरूरी है कि मैं एक लाइन में समझाऊंगा। कर्नाटक, आंध्र प्रदेश, तेलंगाना, तमिलनाडु और केरला, 4-5 राज्यों का जो काल्पनिक एक दक्षिण उत्तर करा है, इसके 5 राज्य है, उसकी 543 सीटों में अभी स्ट्रेंथ है 129। अब ये 129 जो स्ट्रेंथ है 543 के प्रतिशत निकालते हैं तो 23.76% होती है। अब 50% वृद्धि कर जब ये 5 राज्यों की सीटों का हम आवंटन करते हैं तो 129 से बढ़कर 195 होती है। 129 के बढ़कर सीटें 195 होगी, जिसका 816 में प्रतिशत भार निकालते हैं तो 23.87 आएगा। तो पहले 23.76 था और अब थोड़ा सा बढ़कर 23.87 होगा। इसलिए मैं कह रहा हूं किसी का नुकसान नहीं। मान्यवर, कुछ सदस्यों ने
मान्यवर, आप पारित कराने की सहमति दो, अभी पेश करा देंगे। हाँ, 1 घंटा रुक जाएंगे, चलो। माननीय गृह मंत्री बता दो इनको, 1 घंटा रुक जाएंगे कि तैयार है? 50% का बिल 1 घंटा रुक जाएंगे, पेश तैयार हो तो कर दें इनको।
1 सेकंड बैठ जाओ,
बैठो।
राजा जी एक मिनट मुझे सुनो,
बता दो इनको।
अगर इस बिल का विरोध करने का कारण 50% लिखित में चाहिए तो 1 घंटा सदन बंद कर दिए, मैं ऑफिशियल अमेंडमेंट लेकर आता हूं मान्यवर, मगर बिल पारित करने का वो वादा करते हैं। अब वेणुगोपाल जी बताए क्या बिल पारित करेंगे?
चलिए सहमत हो, सदन में बात कर लेते, सहमत हो, अभी अमेंडमेंट लाएंगे। चलो
सर
शुरू करते हैं आगे।
सर last minute, sir, last minute, yesterday onwards, when the bill introduced itself, entire opposition demanding we want this to be in the legislation. Number 2, the constitutional protection of the delimitation to the states, number of the seats in the state should be protected. We are asking the Home Minister whether are you ready to dealing the delimitation process along with the women reservation, number 1. Number 2, if you are ready to include the number of seats in each state by legislation by 50%, these 2 things, are you ready?
सर अब बैठ जाओ, हो गए भाई, तेरा नेता बोल लिया। मान्यवर वेणुगोपाल जी ने 2 शार्प क्वेश्चन पूछे। अरे बैठ जाओ गोगोई साहब, 5 तारीख को काउंटिंग है यार, बैठ जाओ अभी। अरे 4 तारीख को काउंटिंग है, बैठ जाओ। मान्यवर साहब, मैं इनका जवाब देता हूं, इनको बिठा दीजिए थोड़ा माइक पे प्लीज।
अखिलेश जी से पूछ लेना।
मान्यवर, मुझे लगता है कि आपके नसीब में यश लिखा है, एक बिल पारित हो जाएगा शायद। मान्यवर वेणुगोपाल जी ने 2 चीजें करी कि एक तो 50% आरक्षण और 50% सीटें बढ़ाई जाएगी, उसको बिल में शामिल करने के लिए ऑफिशियल अमेंडमेंट लाने के लिए तैयार हो? हाँ जी, मैं तैयार हूं। एक सेकंड, अब नहीं होता भाई, बैठ जाओ, दूसरा भी बताता हूं। मान्यवर 1 घंटा आप सदन स्थगित कर दीजिए, 1 घंटे में मैं मेरा ऑफिशियल अमेंडमेंट मेरे पास में तैयार है, जेरोक्स कराकर सभी सदस्यों को सर्कुलेट कर दूंगा, क्योंकि हमें 50% सीट बढ़ानी है, हमें कुछ छिपाना नहीं है, हमें कोई चोरी करनी नहीं है, तो हम कर देंगे। और दूसरा उन्होंने कहा कि डिलिमिटेशन 26 की जनगणना का, ये झांसे में मैं नहीं आऊंगा, क्योंकि ये इसके माध्यम से अरे बैठ जाओ ना, बैठ जाओ।
क्या कई बार है ना, सदन में भी फैसले हो जाते हैं, इसलिए सदन में फैसला कर लो।
माइक ही नहीं। अध्यक्ष महोदय, क्योंकि आपने कहा और माननीय मंत्री जी कुछ बात रख रहे हैं और हमारी तरफ से कोई बात आई है, अभी तक 11 साल का जो अनुभव है लगभग, अध्यक्ष महोदय, अगर भारतीय जनता पार्टी ये लिख करके दे देगी कि हम महिला प्रधानमंत्री बनाएंगे, तब भी हम इन पर भरोसा नहीं करेंगे।
मान्यवर,
इसलिए ऑफिशियल अमेंडमेंट
मैं बाद में इसका जवाब देता हूं। मान्यवर, मैं इस देश की मातृशक्ति को कहना चाहता हूं कि राहुल गांधी जी की अनुपस्थिति में कांग्रेस पार्टी ने जो प्रस्ताव रखा है वो एक बहुत सुहाना जाल है
महिला आरक्षण को फिर से एक बार 29 के पहले नहीं होने देंगे। इसलिए मान्यवर, ये जो कहते हैं कि हमारे राज्यों का समान भार होना चाहिए, मैं सहमत हूं। महिला आरक्षण 29 के पहले ही करना चाहिए। 29 के बाद ले जाने के लिए इनका षड्यंत्र सफल हम नहीं होने देंगे। मान्यवर, मैं समझ रहा हूं कि ये वोट नहीं देंगे तो महिला आरक्षण का बिल गिर जाएगा, मगर इस देश की महिलाएं देख रही है, उनके रास्ते का रोड़ा कौन है वो देख रहे हैं। मान्यवर, मान्यवर, यहाँ पर तो शोर शराबा कर बच जाओगे, मगर माताओं बहनों का जो आक्रोश आपके खिलाफ है ना, जब मैदान में जाओगे तब मालूम पड़ेगा। भागते हुए रास्ता नहीं मिलेगा। चुनाव में जब जाएंगे तब मालूम पड़ेगा, मातृशक्ति हिसाब मांगेगी। मान्यवर, यहाँ कुछ सदस्यों ने मैं बताता हूं भाई साहब, मान्यवर, यहाँ पर कुछ सदस्यों ने दूसरी भ्रांति फैलाई कि मुस्लिम महिलाओं को भी आरक्षण मिले। अरे आता हूं भाई, आता हूं। पहले अखिलेश बैठे हैं तो पहले उनकी बात करूं ना। पहली बेंच पर बैठे देखो। मान्यवर, मैं यहां सरकार की, संविधान की और भारतीय जनता पार्टी की नीतियों की पॉलिसी के बारे में स्पष्ट करना चाहता हूं। भारतीय संविधान धर्म के आधार पर आरक्षण को स्वीकार नहीं करता है। मान्यवर, इसके दो कारण हैं। पप्पू सुन लिया ना? अब शांति रखो, ठंड रखो यार, चलो। मान्यवर, आरक्षण पाने की योग्यता पहला कारण है। आरक्षण पाने की योग्यता ऐसी नहीं होनी चाहिए जिसको कोई प्राप्त कर सके। ये संविधान की बात मैं कर रहा हूं। अगर आज कोई अन्य धर्म का व्यक्ति है जिसको आरक्षण मिलता है, यहां नहीं मिलता है, और अगर वो मुस्लिम बन जाता है तो उसको आरक्षण मिलेगा। तो आरक्षण जन्म से ही मिलता है मान्यवर, किसी प्रकार से प्राप्त नहीं किया, इसलिए वहां पर उसको सील किया है। और दूसरा, ओवैसी जी ध्यान से सुनना, दूसरा अनुच्छेद 15(4) के अनुसार आरक्षण उन लोगों के है, उन लोगों के लिए है जो सामाजिक और शैक्षिक रूप से पिछड़े वर्ग में आते हैं या अनुसूचित जाति और अनुसूचित जनजाति में पैदा हुए हैं। अनुच्छेद 16(4) इसके तहत आरक्षण पिछड़े वर्ग को, नागरिकों को दिया जाता है। अब संविधान में कहीं पर भी धर्म के आधार पर आरक्षण देने की मान्यता नहीं है। ये इंडी अलायंस वालों ने अपनी तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति के कारण इस देश में मुस्लिम आरक्षण की डिमांड खड़ी करना चाहते हैं और इस संविधान की बात करते हैं। कोई भी संविधान पढ़कर बता दे मुझे संविधान के किस आर्टिकल से धर्म के आधार पर आप आरक्षण करोगे? कोई बता दे मुझे। एक भी आर्टिकल में कोई प्रोविजन नहीं। मान्यवर, इसलिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी, हमारी सरकार, दोनों का नीति स्पष्ट है। जो संविधान सम्मत नहीं है वो धर्म के आधार पर आरक्षण हम ना भी देंगे, ना कभी किसी को देने देंगे। मान्यवर, अब मैं ओबीसी की बात करता हूं। सुनो ना, सीट बदल देनी पड़ेगी पप्पू जी। मान्यवर, इस देश में ओबीसी का सबसे बड़ा कोई विरोधी पार्टी है तो मैं बिल्कुल कंफ्यूजन के बगैर कह सकता हूं कांग्रेस पार्टी। इन्होंने चौधरी चरण सिंह और सीताराम केसरी का अध्यक्ष का दोनों को काल पूरा नहीं कर रहे। 1957 में, ध्यान से सुनना, अखिलेश जी कहां बैठे हो आपको मालूम होना चाहिए। 1957 में काका साहेब कालेलकर समिति के सुझाव आए जो ओबीसी को आरक्षण देते थे। उन्होंने काका साहब कालेलकर समिति के पूरे सुझावों को ठंडे बस्ते में डाल दिया। 1980 में, ये जवाहरलाल जी थे, 1980 में इंदिरा जी आई, मंडल आयोग का सुझाव आया और मंडल आयोग के सुझाव को इंदिरा जी ने ठंडे बस्ते में डाल दिया। 90 में जब बीपी सिंह आए तब वो मंडल आयोग का इम्प्लीमेंटेशन लेकर आए और उस वक्त मान्यवर विपक्ष के नेता राजीव गांधी थे। तो नेहरू जी, इंदिरा जी और अब राजीव गांधी, उन्होंने यहां पर अपने जीवन का सबसे लंबा भाषण मंडल आयोग का विरोध करने में किया, अपने जीवन का सबसे। और कांग्रेस ने 51 और 71 दोनों में जाति जनगणना का भी विरोध किया। मान्यवर, अब क्योंकि अब मेल नहीं खा रहा है, 15-20 बार चुनाव हार गए, तो अब ये ओबीसी के हितैषी बनने आए हैं। मान्यवर, मैं आज आपके सामने कहना चाहता हूं, कांग्रेस पार्टी ने अब तक एक भी ओबीसी का प्रधानमंत्री नहीं दिया। भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने नरेंद्र मोदी और अति पिछड़ा समाज के व्यक्ति को प्रधानमंत्री बनाया। मान्यवर, इन्होंने काका साहेब कालेलकर समिति में विरोध किया। मंडल आयोग के रिपोर्ट को इंदिरा जी ने ठंडे बस्ते में डाला और जब लागू होता था राजीव गांधी जी ने भी विरोध किया। मान्यवर, मैं आज बताना चाहता हूं कि नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार में 27 मंत्री ओबीसी समुदाय में है, जो 40% होता है। मान्यवर, नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार ने ओबीसी कमीशन को संवैधानिक मान्यता दी। नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार ने ओबीसी की सूचियों को संशोधित करने का अधिकार राज्यों को देकर एम्पावरमेंट करा और 14 से 18 के बीच में 16 जातियों को ओबीसी जनजाति में क्या है। अरे मेरा हो जाने के बाद पूछिए ना।
माननीय गृह मंत्री जी,
क्या कह रहे हैं?
बाद में you can ask later.
मान्यवर, जाति जनगणना चल रही है, जाति जनगणना का रिपोर्ट भी जाति के साथ ही आएगा। इस पर सदन विचार करेगा और जब विचार करेगा जो सामूहिक मन बनेगा, भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार इसके साथ आगे बढ़ेगी, इसमें किसी को संशय रखने। मान्यवर, उनके लिए चुनाव जितना सर्वोपरि है, हमारे लिए राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि है और राष्ट्र की जनता सर्वोपरि। राष्ट्र की जनता का प्रतिनिधित्व और इसकी भागीदारी का हित सबसे जरूरी है और संविधान को लागू करने के लिए जवाबदेही, पारदर्शिता और समान अवसर और न्याय की रक्षा, ये हमारे लिए बेहद जरूरी है मान्यवर। इसलिए मैं इन लोगों को कहता हूं, कांग्रेस के मित्रों को विशेष कर कि सिर्फ भाषण में नारे लगाने से इस देश का पिछड़ा वर्ग आपको हितैषी नहीं मानेगा। 1947 से लेकर 2014 तक आप ओबीसी का विरोध करते रहे। जब ओबीसी के बगैर सत्ता नहीं मिलेगी, इसका परिचय आ गया। प्रधानमंत्री भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने ओबीसी बनाया, तब आप ओबीसी की माला जप रहे हो। मान्यवर, ये दिखावटी प्रेम जो है वो इसका पिछड़ा भी जानता है और पूरे देश की जनता भी जानती है और आज से देश की महिला भी जानेगी कि हमारा अधिकार कांग्रेस पार्टी ने छीना। मान्यवर, अब मैं महिला आरक्षण पर बताना चाहता हूं। सबसे पहले 1992 में श्री नरसिम्हा राव 72 और 73 का संविधान संशोधन लेकर आए और माताओं बहनों को 33% आरक्षण पंचायत में देने का एक स्तुत्य काम नरसिम्हा राव जी ने करा। नरसिम्हा राव जी कांग्रेस के प्रधानमंत्री थे, मगर कांग्रेस ने कभी उनको स्वीकार नहीं किया कि वो हमारे प्रधानमंत्री। वहां तक मान्यवर संस्कार में किसी को जाने नहीं दिया था। इसके बाद 96 में देवगौड़ा जी प्रधानमंत्री बने और 81वां संशोधन विधेयक सितंबर 1996 में यहां पर रखा गया। वहां कुछ पार्टियों ने विरोध किया, मैं कहना नहीं चाहता हूं, मगर सब उछल पड़ेंगे और एक कमेटी बनी, गीता मुखर्जी कमेटी। वो गीता मुखर्जी कमेटी को ये विधेयक दे दिया गया और जो आज उनकी दरखास्त है कि समिति को दे दो, और गीता मुखर्जी समिति की रिपोर्ट आई, तब तक 11वीं लोकसभा का विघटन हो गया और बिल लैप्स हो गया। फिर 98 में 84वां संशोधन आया। कुछ पार्टियों ने फिर से, पार्टियां बदली नहीं है, वही पार्टियां विरोध करती रही। वो विरोध किया, बिल को सदन में प्रस्तुत करने की जैसी स्थिति भी नहीं रही और 12वीं लोकसभा के विघटन पर वो बिल लैप्स हो गया। मान्यवर, 99 से 2003 में 85वां संविधान संशोधन विधेयक आया, फिर से उसी पार्टियों ने विरोध किया और बिल लैप्स हो गया। 8 से 14 में 108 का संविधान संशोधन विधेयक मनमोहन सिंह जी लेकर आए और राज्यसभा में प्रस्तुत किया। राज्यसभा में बिल पारित भी हुआ, मगर लोकसभा का दरवाजा कभी वो बिल ने देखा नहीं। मान्यवर, और किसने विरोध किया? उसी लोगों ने विरोध किया। मान्यवर, मैं रिकॉर्ड क्लियर करना चाहता हूं, भले माइक के बगैर बोले हैं, बीजेपी ने इस बिल का कभी विरोध नहीं किया। ये रिकॉर्ड में क्लियर करना चाहता हूं। मान्यवर, जब ये लोकसभा में आया तब सरकार को समर्थन देने वाली पार्टियों ने इसका विरोध किया। ये मानो अभी कांग्रेस पार्टी कर रही तो हम नहीं समझा सकते, मगर भला लल्लन सिंह जी कैसे विरोध करेंगे? ये तो हमारे साथ है, ये तो बिल का समर्थन करेंगे। मान्यवर, कांग्रेस पार्टी के समर्थक पार्टियों ने मनमोहन सिंह सरकार का ये बिल का विरोध किया, इसका स्पष्ट अर्थ है कि सरकार के इशारे पर सरकार के हिस्सा बनी हुई पार्टियों ने लोकसभा में ये बिल को पेश नहीं किया। और 2023 में मोदी जी जानबूझकर 2023 में विधेयक लाए। उनको मालूम था कि 24 में चुनाव है, कितने भी मनसा हो कांग्रेस पार्टी विरोध नहीं कर पाएगी, तो कांग्रेस पार्टी के समर्थन से सर्वानुमत से यही सदन जब नवाब बना, सबसे पहला नारी शक्ति वंदन अधिनियम पारित हो और राज्यसभा में भी होगा। तो मान्यवर, हम तो मानते थे कि अब हो गया, मगर जब इम्प्लीमेंटेशन कराने में आए तो किंतु परंतु मगर अगर ये सारी चीजें छोड़कर आज फिर से विरोध कर रहे हैं। 5वीं बार इंडिया अलायंस की पार्टियां विरोध कर रही है। मान्यवर, ये देश की महिलाएं कभी नहीं भूलेंगी। जब ये चुनाव में जाएंगे, महिलाओं का आक्रोश उनको सामना करना पड़ेगा और रास्ता नहीं मिलेगा। मान्यवर, ये बदलाव की जरूरत क्या है? पहली लोकसभा में 22 महिला सदस्य चुनकर आए, छठी में 19 आए, 8वीं में 44 आए, 14वीं में 51 आए, 17वीं में रिकॉर्ड 78 महिला सदस्य चुनकर आए और 18वीं में 75 महिला सदस्य चुनकर आए। मान्यवर, ये आंकड़े जो है वो हमारी माताओं बहनों की राजनीति में हिस्सेदारी लेने की उत्सुकता को प्रदर्शित करते हैं। यहाँ पर महिला सांसदों ने, आपने कई बार मौका भी दिया, आज भी दिया, बहुत अच्छा प्रदर्शन किया। बिल के विषय पर बोलकर, जो विषय पर चर्चा हो इस पर बोलकर बहुत अच्छा प्रदर्शन किया है। मान्यवर, हमने लेटर एंड स्पिरिट में ये महिला आरक्षण का, विमेन लेड डेवलपमेंट का हमने अनुसरण किया है। प्रधानमंत्री जी के पहले मंत्रिमंडल में 10 महिलाएं थी और ये कह रहे थे अखिलेश जी कि आपने सिर्फ एक ही मुख्यमंत्री दिया है। हमारे यहाँ सुषमा स्वराज जी दिल्ली की पहली मुख्यमंत्री बनी, उमा भारती जी मध्य प्रदेश की पहली मुख्यमंत्री बनी, वसुंधरा राजे जी राजस्थान की पहली मुख्यमंत्री बनी, आनंदीबेन पटेल गुजरात की पहली मुख्यमंत्री। मान्यवर, एक बात पर मैं ध्यान दिलाना चाहता हूँ, ये सब जगह भाजपा की महिला नेत्रियां पहली, हाँ अभी है, मगर ये तो पहली बार बनी। ये पहली बार बनी, इसका मतलब क्या है? 70 साल में कांग्रेस ने कभी उन राज्यों में महिला मुख्यमंत्री को जगह नहीं दी, इसलिए हमारा नंबर लगा। और आज भी रेखा गुप्ता जी पहली मुख्यमंत्री नहीं है, तीसरी मुख्यमंत्री के। अरे मैं बोल रहा हूं भाई, पहली मुख्यमंत्री नहीं है ऐसा बोल रहा हूं। अरे सुनो भाई, पहली मुख्यमंत्री नहीं है ऐसा बोल रहा हूं, तीसरी मुख्यमंत्री है। और मान्यवर, हमने इस देश की पहली आदिवासी महिला को द्रौपदी मुर्मू से महामहिम द्रौपदी मुर्मू बना दिया। मान्यवर, हमने 3 दशकों से जो बिल चर्चा में आता था और नूरा कुश्ती वाले प्यार और अभाव से रिजेक्ट हो जाता था, हम इसको लेकर आए। मगर मुझे दुख है कि पहले भी जिस बिल को जिन्होंने पारित नहीं करने दिया, वो ही आज इसका किंतु परंतु अगर मगर से विरोध करने के लिए खड़े हो गए। मान्यवर, आज 14 लाख महिलाएं अब तक जनप्रतिनिधि के रूप में देश में पंचायत में काम कर चुकी है। मान्यवर, क्या बोल रहे हैं? अरे ज्योतिमणि जी मार्क कट जाएंगे, नरसिम्हा राव जी लाए थे, टिकट कट जाएगी, नरसिम्हा राव का नाम बोलोगी तो। मान्यवर, इस 11 साल में सिर्फ महिला प्रतिनिधित्व की बात नहीं, इस देश की माताओं बहनों का, मातृशक्ति का, महिलाओं का जीवन सुचारू रूप से चले, इसलिए ये 11 साल में 15 करोड़ घरों में नल से पानी पहुंचा है। मान्यवर, नल से पानी पहुंचता है तो सबसे ज्यादा फायदा माताओं बहनों को। 10 करोड़ महिलाओं को उज्ज्वला दिया गया, 12 करोड़ शौचालय बनाए गए, 7 करोड़ 26 लाख सुरक्षित मातृत्व दिया गया, 52 करोड़ पीएम मुद्रा योजना की महिला साहसिक बनाई गई, 4 करोड़ में से 75% माताओं बहनों को घर देने का काम नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने किया। और मान्यवर, जेंडर बजटिंग में 97,000 करोड़ का बजट था, नरसिम्हा राव जी ने, निर्मला जी 5 लाख करोड़ का बजट इस देश की महिलाओं के लिए। मान्यवर, हमारे लिए ये कोई मायने नहीं रखता है कि महिलाओं को प्रस्थापित करने के लिए, उनका संबल बनाने, उनके प्रतिनिधित्व देने के लिए और विधायी संस्थाओं में उनकी हिस्सेदारी देने के लिए जिसका भी विरोध का सामना करना पड़े, हम करेंगे, लड़ेंगे और महिलाओं को आरक्षण देकर रहेंगे। मान्यवर, आज मुझे एक पत्रकार का फोन आया कि भाई कल की स्पष्टता के बाद विरोध का तो कोई कारण ही नहीं बनता है, क्यों विरोध करें? मैंने बोला भाई ये रॉन्ग नंबर है, आपको राहुल जी को पूछना चाहिए, मुझे क्यों पूछ रहे हो भाई? मगर उसने कहा आपको क्या लगता है? मैं कोई ऐसा नहीं है कि सब सिर्फ महिला आरक्षण विधेयक का विरोध हो रहा है। हमने 370 समाप्त की साहब, उन्होंने विरोध किया, राम मंदिर बनाया, विरोध किया, सीए लाए, विरोध किया, ट्रिपल तलाक समाप्त किया, विरोध किया, जीएसटी लाए, विरोध किया, आयुष्मान भारत बनाया, विरोध किया, नया संसद भवन बनाया, विरोध किया, मत्स्य पालन सहकारिता मंत्रालय बनाया, विरोध किया, सीडीएस बनाया, विरोध किया, 3 तलाक खत्म किया, विरोध किया, नक्सलवाद खत्म किया, विरोध किया, आतंकवाद को सत्ते में डाला, विरोध किया, सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक, विरोध किया, एयर स्ट्राइक, विरोध किया, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर, विरोध किया। मान्यवर, इन्होंने अच्छे बुरे सोचे बगैर नरेंद्र मोदी जी जो कर रहे हैं इसका विरोध करने का ठान लिया। मुझे तो था आज देश की माताओं बहनों के लिए, मान्यवर, मुझे था देश की माताओं बहनों के लिए आरक्षण आ रहा है, ये विरोध आज नहीं होगा, मगर आज भी विरोध कर रहे हैं। मान्यवर, मैं बिल के
नारेबाजी मत करिए प्लीज, प्लीज। समझदारों को इशारे में कहा जाता है।
मान्यवर, मान्यवर, बिल के
ये कन्विंसिंग करें। सुरेश जी, सुरेश जी,
अरे यार छोड़ो,
सुरेश जी, कन्विंसिंग मत करो, वोट डरने वाले।
मान्यवर,
कन्विंसिंग मत।
ये जो बिल मेरे साथी अर्जुन मेघवाल जी लेकर आए हैं, इसमें अनुच्छेद 81/1 में संशोधन प्रस्तावित है। इससे 550 से लोकसभा के सदस्यों की संख्या 850 तक की जाएगी। मान्यवर, अनुच्छेद 81(2)(b) उसको भी कोई बदलाव के बगैर हम कह रहे हैं, इसका जिक्र मैं बाद में करूंगा। अनुच्छेद 81(3) में जनसंख्या को नवीन जनगणना के अनुसार परिभाषित करने का जो है, उसमें हम प्रोविजो क्लॉज लगाते हैं और इसको समाप्त करते हैं। इसके साथ 170A जो राज्य विधानसभाओं की न्यूनतम और अधिकतम सीटों को निर्धारित करता है, उसको जस का तस रखते हैं। 170(2) समानता के सिद्धांत राज्य विधानसभा निर्वाचन क्षेत्रों में जो है, इसके अंदर हम बदलाव करते हैं और ये सारे बदलावों का मूल उद्देश्य है कि 50% सीटें हर विधानमंडल और संसद में बढ़ाकर माताओं बहनों को 33% आरक्षण दिया जाएगा। मान्यवर, मैं अभी बताया कि 2023 में सर्वसम्मति से ये बिल पारित हुआ है, मगर आज किंतु परंतु अगर मगर से कांग्रेस पार्टी पीछे हो रही है। मान्यवर, इसके मुझे दो ही कारण दिख रहे हैं कि ये बिल नरेंद्र मोदी जी ला रहे हैं। अगर ये महिला आरक्षण होता है तो देश की माताओं बहनों में मोदी जी को यश मिलेगा। मान्यवर, मोदी जी ने बड़ा हृदय कर एडवर्टाइज देकर उनको यश देने का कह दिया, फिर भी ये नहीं मानते हैं। मान्यवर, उनको लगता है कि महिलाएं ज्यादा मोदी जी को वोट देती है, उनको क्यों भला रिजर्वेशन दे। तो मैं बताता हूं कि आप रोक नहीं पाए। आज 23 में इस सदन में से देश की महिलाओं को जो वादा किया था 23 में 33% आरक्षण का, इरिस्पेक्टिव ऑफ पार्टी, इरिस्पेक्टिव ऑफ मेंबर, पूरे सदन ने वादा किया था, इससे पीछे हट रहे। मान्यवर, ये पहली बार नहीं हो रहा, ये साहबानों में भी पीछे हट गए, ट्रिपल तलाक में भी पीछे हटे, और अब तक जितनी बार महिला आरक्षण आया वो पीछे हटे। मान्यवर, मैं अभी भी, हमारे नेता ने तो कहा कि भाई अंतरात्मा की आवाज से वोट करिए। ये अंतरात्मा की आवाज का नारा नरेंद्र मोदी जी का नहीं है, इंदिरा गांधी जी का है, मगर मोदी जी को थोड़ा समझ फेर हो गया। उस वक्त विरोध पक्ष में अटल जी, अडवाणी जी थे। यहाँ आत्मा ही नदारद है, अंतरात्मा कहां से लाना। मान्यवर, ये रूथलेस पॉलिटिक्स करते। महिलाओं को आरक्षण मिलेगा, इसका यश किसको मिलेगा, इसके लिए आप महिलाओं का आरक्षण हटका रहे हो। चुनाव में जहां जहां जाओगे, इस देश की महिलाओं का आक्रोश आपको सहन करना पड़ेगा, फेस करना पड़ेगा और रास्ता भी लेगा। मान्यवर, मैं, आप इस सदन के कस्टोडियन हो, अभिभावक हो। मैं टीवी पर विपक्ष के नेता का भाषण सुन रहा था। आपकी जिम्मेदारी है कि ये सदन की गरिमा पूरे देश में और विश्व में बनी रहे। मान्यवर, ये जो भाषा है सदन की मर्यादा तोड़ने वाली, आप क्या भाषा उपयोग कर, कायर है, आप सरेंडर कर रहे हो, आप मुझसे डरते हो, अपशब्दों का प्रयोग होता है, असंसदीय शब्दों की भरमार लग जाती है। सदन में कोई आंख मारता है, कोई मुस्कुराकर बैठता है। मान्यवर, सदन के रास्ते पर चाय पकोड़े खाते हैं। सदन के रास्ते पर ये किस प्रकार का विपक्ष के नेता का बिहेवियर किस प्रकार की भाषा है, क्या वो समझते हैं कि ये भाषा को देश नहीं सुन रहा है? ये भाषा को देश सुन रहा है। आपकी और आपकी पार्टी दोनों का परिचय देश को हो रहा है। मान्यवर, संवैधानिक संस्थाओं का अपमान करते हैं, फ्लाइंग किस कर देते हैं, धक्का मुक्की करते हैं, बाहर जाकर बयानबाजी करते हैं कि सरेंडर हो गए। स्पीकर को बार बार रोकना पड़ता है और सत्र छोड़कर विदेश चले जाते हैं। मान्यवर, मैं इतना जरूर कहता हूं कि ये भाषाओं में तीव्रता से भावनाएं व्यक्त नहीं होती है। सदन में बोलने की कला आपके बहुत सारे सीनियर लोग हैं, उनसे सीख ले, और सीनियर लोग ना हो तो प्रियंका जी ही है, उनसे थोड़ा सीख ले कि सदन में कैसे बोलना चाहिए। मान्यवर, ये कहते हैं ये क्रूर बिल है, महिलाओं को आरक्षण देने वाला बिल क्रूर बिल है। उत्तर और दक्षिण के बीच में भेदभाव कर रहे हो, दक्षिण का प्रतिनिधित्व कम हो जाएगा। इतना कल समझाने के बाद भी अगर ये स्टेटमेंट आता है मान्यवर, तो मैं मानता हूं ये जानबूझकर दिया गया स्टेटमेंट है। मान्यवर, मैं विपक्ष के नेता राहुल गांधी जी को, पूरी कांग्रेस पार्टी को और विपक्ष के उनमें को इस देश का परिचय कराना चाहता हूं कि हजारों साल पहले राम सेतु बनाने के लिए जिस गिलहरी ने योगदान दिया था, वो गिलहरी को भी आज अवध्य माना जाता है इस देश में। इतना उपकार याद करती, और हजारों साल के बाद भी हवन में हड्डियां डालने वाली ताड़का को भी याद रखा जाए। आप महिलाओं को आरक्षण देने वाला एक पवित्र यज्ञ रूपी जो बिल है, इसमें विरोध की हड्डियां डाल रहे हैं। इस देश की महिलाएं आपको माफ नहीं करेंगी। आपका समय देने के लिए धन्यवाद।
माननीय गृह मंत्री जी, अर्जुन राम मेघवाल जी के लिए करूँ। अर्जुन राम मेघवाल जी।
धन्यवाद अध्यक्ष जी। आपकी अनुमति से मैं प्रस्ताव करता हूं कि भारत के संविधान का और संशोधन करने वाले विधेयक, संविधान 131वां संशोधन विधेयक 2026 पर विचार किया जाए।
माननीय सदस्यगण, इससे पहले कि मैं विधेयक को विचार किए जाने का प्रस्ताव सभा के मतदान के लिए रखूं, मैं सभा को सूचित करना चाहता हूं कि संविधान संशोधन विधेयक होने के कारण इस पर मतदान मत विभाजन द्वारा होगा। लॉबियां खाली कर दी जाए।
All right, after the Home Minister replied to the debate on Delimitation Bill 2026, amendment to the Women Reservation Bill 2023, the bill has been put to vote. There's a constitutional amendment. The voting will happen through a division of votes. The latest that is coming in is voting is taking place. What it really does seem like, viewers, right now is numbers, because it's a constitutional amendment. The government will need 2/3 majority. If we look at a 540 Lok Sabha strength, then 360 is that figure that the government needs. It doesn't quite have it. It stands at about 297. The United Opposition Front, if it comes together, will have about 220 to 230. So clearly the government doesn't quite have the numbers, though a division of vote is taking place as I speak. The bill has been put to vote. The numbers seemingly, it seems to suggest, even though you have the Prime Minister say it, you have the Home Minister say it, that apni antar atma, vote from your conscience, you will have to answer to the women outside. But ultimately, if you just look at plain arithmetic of this House, it seems that the numbers are clearly stacked against the government. The Women Reservation and Delimitation Bill is being put to the test of vote in Lok Sabha, but will it pass is the big question, because the 2/3 majority that is needed for a constitutional amendment, right now the government doesn't quite have it. What we've been, at least with what we've picked up, and one can infer from the Home Minister's speech, that the government there, the strategy of the government is to put, the opposition in a moral quandary of sorts, understanding that possibly the bill will get defeated, taking it to vote, and if it does get defeated, then walking out as somebody who fought the good fight, the martyr card, fought the good fight, the champions of women's rights, and it was the opposition that scuttled a historic chance. Right now, what you are witnessing in Lok Sabha, viewers, is the division of votes, voting taking place. A short while ago, you had the Home Minister who tore into Rahul Gandhi as well. Rahul Gandhi's speech earlier, who had targeted the Prime Minister on multiple accounts. You had Home Minister Amit Shah respond to that. But on the other account, the Home Minister also on a multitude of levels took on the opposition on why they have failed women at every stance, primarily training the guns on the Congress itself. In the middle, there was an exchange between K.C. Venugopal and Amit Shah, where you have the Home Minister who says, if it is just about 50% reservation that's in question, give me an hour and I will come back with a new draft and we'll put it to the test. But on delimitation, because one of the main issues, the sticking point of the opposition is that representational increase for women, women quota should be delinked from delimitation, because the opposition fears boundaries of the country will be redrawn, what they fear. Okay, let's listen it.
माननीय सदस्यों का ध्यान स्वचालित मतदान रिकॉर्डिंग प्रणाली का संचालन करने से संबंधित बिंदुओं की ओर आकर्षित किया जाता है। प्रत्येक माननीय सदस्य को मत विभाजन आरंभ होने से पूर्व अपना स्थान ग्रहण करना चाहिए और इस प्रणाली का संचालन उस स्थान से ही करना चाहिए। जब माननीय अध्यक्ष अब मत विभाजन बोलेंगे तो महासचिव मतदान बटन को एक्टिवेट करेंगे और इसके साथ साथ गोंग की ध्वनि सुनाई देगी। मतदान के लिए केवल गोंग की ध्वनि के बाद ही, कृपया ध्यान दें कि केवल गोंग की ध्वनि के बाद ही माननीय सदस्य हेडफोन प्लेट पर मल्टीमीडिया डिवाइस के बाईं ओर लगे वोट सिक्योर बटन और हेडफोन प्लेट पर दाईं ओर लगे निम्नलिखित बटनों में से कोई एक बटन साथ साथ दबाएं। हाँ, हरे रंग के स्टिकर के नीचे, नहीं लाल रंग के स्टिकर के नीचे। मतदान में भाग नहीं लेना, पीले रंग के स्टिकर के नीचे। गोंग ध्वनि दूसरी बार सुनाई देने तक दोनों बटनों को दबाए रखना अनिवार्य है। माननीय सदस्य कृपया नोट करें कि उनके मत दर्ज नहीं होंगे यदि बटनों को पहली गोंग ध्वनि सुनाई देने से पहले दबा दिया जाता है या दोनों बटनों को दूसरी गोंग ध्वनि सुनाई देने तक एक साथ दबाकर नहीं रखा जाता है। माननीय सदस्य दूसरी गोंग ध्वनि के कुछ सेकंड के पश्चात अंतिम परिणाम वास्तव में देख सकते हैं। माननीय सदस्य माननीय अध्यक्ष के आसन के किसी भी तरफ संस्थापित व्यक्तिगत परिणाम डिस्प्ले बोर्डों पर, मल्टीमीडिया डिवाइस पर और हाँ नहीं मतदान में भाग नहीं लेने वाले बटन जैसा भी मामला हो पर अपने मत की जांच कर सकते हैं। मत दर्ज नहीं होने की दशा में अथवा यदि कोई सदस्य अपने मत में परिवर्तन करना चाहते हैं तो वे पर्ची के माध्यम से मतदान की मांग कर सकते हैं। अंग्रेजी में पढ़ना। Kind attention of honorable members is invited to the points in the operation of the automatic vote recording system. Before a division starts, every honorable member should occupy his or her own seat and operate the system from that seat only. When the honorable speaker says, "Now division," the Secretary General will activate the voting button and a gong sound will be heard simultaneously. For voting, only after the sound of the gong, repeat, only after the sound of the gong, honorable members may simultaneously press the vote secure button towards the left side of the multimedia device on the headphone plate and any one of the following buttons fixed on the right side of the headphone plate. For yes, below green color sticker, no, below red color sticker, abstain below yellow color sticker. It is essential to keep both the buttons pressed till another gong is heard. Honorable members may please note that their votes will not be registered if buttons are kept pressed before the first gong or both buttons are not kept simultaneously pressed till the second gong. Honorable members can actually see the final result after a gap of a few seconds after the second gong. Honorable members can check their vote on individual result display boards installed on either side of Honorable Speaker's chair, the multimedia device, and also on the yes, no, abstain button as the case may be. In case vote is not registered or if any member wishes to change their vote, they may call for voting through slips.
अब मत विभाजन।
The rules have been read out by Secretary General Utpal Kumar Singh, and now the division of votes has begun. The voting process is on. The rules were read out, the lobbies cleared, and the okay. The bill has been defeated. That's the news that we are breaking right now. The bill has been defeated in Lok Sabha. The 278 is in favor of the bill and the noes are 211. 489 have voted. It's interesting, viewers, because you've had people who've abstained as well. And with that, the bill is defeated in Lok Sabha because it's a constitutional amendment. The government needed 2/3, which was 360 votes. It doesn't have that. And the latest, the counts that have come in seem to suggest very clearly that the bill
has been defeated. So close where women reservation was concerned, yet so far. What does this really mean? Politically, it means, viewers, that you will have now the BJP, the government, go to the people as taking the moral high ground, being the champions of women rights and saying, we tried to push it through. It was the opposition that banded together to stall it yet again, putting the onus, shifting the onus on the opposition, claiming moral high ground here. But it's for the people to decide which way they will tilt, whether they agree that it was the opposition that came together to basically stall history in the making, and was it the treasury benches, the government, who tried to make it possible? The opposition had its own reasons. They've called a deep trust deficit, that they don't believe the government. There have been multiple counts that they have raised on what they wanted in the bill, and one of the biggest flashpoints was that increase in representation of women should be delinked from delimitation. There was no need to do so. But with that voting, viewers, what we can clearly say is that the bill has been defeated, and we gave you the political reasoning of it. But when you look at it from a social narrative, this has been, the idea of women reservation has been long in the coming. The idea has come, but never quite implemented. It's been decades in the making, and today defeated once again by Lok Sabha. And the numbers, to put it out there, it would be interesting to understand how the House has voted, with the strength of what we are looking at right now, of the numbers that we are getting in, the strength of 540, the government needed 360 as two-third majority, and the numbers that have come to light right now seem to suggest that it was 278 ayes in favor of the bill and noes were 211. There have been some abstinence as well, and it would be interesting to note, okay, so there have been no abstain. So zero votes which have abstained. There have been no walkouts. So 489 have voted, and the results are now out. 278 ayes, noes 211, zero abstain, voted in total 489. There have been certain walkouts as well. We're going to try and get a larger understanding from our reporters on ground on what has really happened. But sadly speaking, well, a lot of women today it could have happened if there was dialogue, if there was discussion, if trust and faith was built between the treasury benches and the opposition. Possibly we would have seen history being scripted today. But like I said, so close, yet so very far. I want to cut across to Aarti Jairath, senior journalist who is with us. Aarti Jairath, I'm sure you've seen many seasons of Parliament, right from 1987 onwards, where there was the Alwa Committee, then there was representation at the Panchayat level, reservation for women, and all the way here. Would you reckon so close yet so far? We are back to the drawing board?
Preeti, we should not forget that the Women's Quota Bill was actually passed unanimously in 2023. There was no problem if it had been implemented in the 2024 elections, or if the government had given an assurance that it would be implemented from the 2029 elections onward. There would have been no need for this today. The problem here is that the government is trying a sleight of hand by trying to introduce delimitation disguised by, women's reservation. And that is what the opposition is objecting to. They're not objecting to women's quota because that was already passed in 2023. They are objecting to this sleight of hand that the government is trying. And, very interesting, Preeti, that the government has notified the 2023 bill again so that it does not lapse. So that bill is still very much alive. What has been defeated is today's amended bill. So the old bill still is alive and it can be implemented if everybody agrees.
Ms. Jairath, I hear you on all fronts. No, I hear you on all fronts. Possibly the government and the opposition should have sat together, thrashed out differences, reached common ground, and the bill should have been tabled in the monsoon session. And then possibly we could have been, we would have had reservation. I hear you on all those fronts. But having said that, Aarti Jairath, the sad part is the opposition as well rarely bands together. And history stands testimony to it. When it comes down from women getting representation, somewhere down the line, they have always come together, where the opposition to the women bill is concerned. And you can go all the way back to the times of Rajiv Gandhi and come right now. The opposition has actually pulled over 200 votes. So the entire opposition has come together in favor of defeating this bill in Parliament. It's a tough one to crack.
No, absolutely. And Preeti, look, the government simply didn't have the numbers. But if you look at the numbers that have come in for the ayes, it's even less than the government's strength in the Lok Sabha, which clearly means that they were not able to get all their numbers in, whereas the opposition stood united. And I think this is something that has surprised the government, because the government was counting on maybe absenteeism or abstentions or some kind of crack in the unity. But the opposition actually stood united on this. And I think that this is a great learning curve for both the opposition as well as the government, that, one should not take things for granted. Everything changes according to the situation. And ultimately, Parliament has to run through consensus. It cannot run through confrontation. Consensus should be the takeaway lesson from what has happened today.
Fair point. What's also going to happen right now? Because clearly, if one had heard the speech of the Home Minister Amit Shah, and I'm now just, delinking politics from the bill there, that you had somewhere down the line Amit Shah through his whole speech, and you only look at politics and not, the morality of coming together on this bill. And if you only look at that, Aarti Jairath, through the course of his speech, the Home Minister was only building a case, knowing very well that this bill is going to get defeated, but building ground, that taking the moral high ground, that we did it. Tomorrow you're going to face the ire of women outside because you were not on the right side of history today where we could have made it.
I know. That's the narrative that the BJP is trying to build. We'll have to see how well it sells, because the next election is 3 years away. 3 years later, who knows? What happens? What comes in between? What are the kind of issues that are raised? So, this is being played a bit.
But Ms. Jairath, we are bang in the middle of two elections. So you're saying it'll be zero impact on West Bengal, where the woman vote really matters.
So
Till now, it's been behind Mamata Banerjee. There's Tamil Nadu.
Yeah. So I just want to say one thing. Firstly, I think assembly elections are fought largely on state issues. They are not fought on larger issues. This is a national issue. Secondly, Mamata Banerjee's credentials as somebody who works, who has a solid, women vote bank are clear. They are, unimpeachable. Everybody knows that in West Bengal, Mamata Banerjee works with women. Yes, there have been cases of rape and so on, but they have not damaged her credentials as somebody who works for women.
But Ms. Jairath, I've been traveling. I've been traveling through West Bengal. I don't think it's that simple anymore. But yes, you're right. The women have got Mamata Banerjee's back. We'll only know come the 4th of May. But will this be an impact? Maybe not quite right now in both states. But stay on with me. I'm going to try and cut across Ms. Jairath to our reporters on ground. But viewers, for a minute, like I said, yes, there have been issues with this bill. The timing of it. One doesn't quite understand why was it brought up bang in the middle of elections. Why was delimitation linked to increase in representation for women? Why weren't representation and of southern states in terms of the number of seats that they would get be a part of the main bill but an annexure, even though Amit Shah had clarified on that. Multiple questions that even if there was a delimitation commission, it would have somebody like a CEC, which the opposition has deep distrust of. So number of issues there. Take that all away. Today was a historic chance and we have failed at that. And That's the sad documentary of it all. We came so close. And for most journalists who've covered it, who've looked at it, it's been decades. This has been one bill which has always been so problematic, and especially with the kind of opposition that it has had, that it's sad in a way. I want to cut across right now to my colleague Rahul Gautam. We're going to come back to Aarti Jairat and our other guests this evening. But Rahul Gautam, take us through the numbers there. Clearly, the government knew they didn't have two-thirds majority, took the high moral ground, went to vote, understanding the bill will be defeated, said you'll have to face the people outside. But it does seem, Rahul Gautam, for the first time, the opposition had their floor strategy bang on. They have actually polled over 200 votes, 211 to be precise.
Absolutely, Preeti, and I can tell you that, there are several opposition leaders who have taken a sigh of relief that this time they have crossed the mark of 200, and the number they have touched almost 211. Now, this is about the electronic voting. We are still waiting for the paper slips to be counted, and there is a possibility that this number might be changing. But it was an interesting day, Preeti. At one juncture, it appeared that the both Treasury and opposition benches are coming together when K.C. Venugopal asked Home Minister that whether he is ready to include this clause that you're going to actually increase 50% seats in all across the states. To which Amit Shah said that you give me 1 hour, I'm going to go to my office, get this thing inducted into the bill, and we're going to circulate the copies. So, however, it was the second demand that was made by the opposition camp that you should also delink, Women Reservation Bill with delimitation, and also should make 2026 census as the latest criteria. Now, to this, Amit Shah said it's a trap. I'm not going to walk into it. He slammed opposition benches, saying that people are not going to like it. You have lost OBC vote bank. It is your opportunity to own women vote bank, but this time also it seems that you are not going to own it, and you're going to remain seated in opposition. So there were certain barbs that came in, but one thing is very important, that at least the floor.
All right, let's listen into Mr. Om Birla. Let's listen to the speaker.
माननीय संसदीय कार्य मंत्री जी.
Honorable Speaker, sir, besides the Constitution 131st Amendment Bill, we have two other bills, namely the Union Territories Laws Amendment Bill 26 and the Delimitation Bill 2026, which are intrinsically interrelated with the Constitution 131st Bill. So it cannot be viewed from the isolation. इस दृष्टि से माननीय सभापति महोदय, जो नतीजा आया है, ये इतना ऐतिहासिक और महत्वपूर्ण बिल पर देश का महिलाओं को अब सम्मान अधिकार देने का जो बिल है, उसको विपक्ष ने साथ नहीं दिया. बहुत खेद की बात है, और इस ऐतिहासिक पल को आप अपना एक मौका था, आपने गंवाया है. आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में महिलाओं को जो सम्मान देने का, अधिकार देने का हमारा अभियान जारी रहेगा, और हम अधिकार दे के ही रहेंगे आगे.
अब सभा की कार्रवाई
आगे दो शेष जो बिल्स है उसको आगे नहीं बढ़ाने का मैं अनुरोध करता हूं.
सभा की कार्रवाई कल दिनांक 18 अप्रैल 2026 को प्रातः 11 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है.
So as what we were discussing, what we were debating, you have Kiran Rijiju, Parliamentary Affairs Minister there, taking the high moral ground. This is what we were talking of, that the government knew very well that the bill will be defeated in Lok Sabha, but yet they went ahead with it, so they could at least shift the onus of it on the opposition, that it is because of you this bill has been defeated. The opposition, on the other hand, says that there was such deep distrust that even though the bill was passed in 2023, you could have implemented it then. Why link it to delimitation? You're trying to redraw the political boundaries of the country before 2029 to suit you. You're using the Women's Reservation Bill as a garb to carry out that exercise. All right, let's cut across to our band of reporters. Rahul Gautam with me, Maria Shakil as well with us on the phone line. Maria, so close yet so far. Bill stands defeated, government taking high moral ground and shifting the onus on the opposition that it is because of you we missed a chance at history.
Question that will be asked repeatedly is, why did the government call a special session of parliament knowing fully well that it did not really have the numbers in this house, which is needed for the passage of a constitution amendment bill, which is 2/3 of the members present and voting. If you look at the numbers, it is on expected lines. This bill was not supposed to be passed, given the strength, and that is what has happened. Government perhaps was reaching out to opposition, hoping that DMK or Trinamool Congress or even the Samajwadi Party, some of the MPs will switch over or perhaps even abstain. That would overall bring the number in the House go down. But right now, what the government can claim is martyrdom, that they had the intent that just as 2023, when the first session was held of the new parliament building, Prime Minister Modi's government ensured the passage of the women's bill. Preeti, the women's reservation is the law of the land already. It is about the implementation. Now, the challenge of implementation is something that the political class has to talk about. That is where the point is. The government, perhaps by linking delimitation with women's reservation, made the opposition suspicious, and that's where the problem was. The opposition kept on emphasizing that because you have linked it, you do not have the intent of ensuring the passage. Women's reservation is the law of the land.
Right.
It has to be
Maria,
implemented
stay with me.
today, tomorrow, whenever.
Right. Yeah, well, but that's the sad part, because it is a law of the land. It had to be implemented, and it wasn't easy coming all the way here. Look at the history. History stands testimony. It's been really, really a tough walk, but yet, like I said, so close, yet so far. But Maria, stay with me. The latest numbers have come in. I just want to give our viewers the final count, and it will actually tell you the story of how, for the first time, the opposition got its floor strategy bang on. They voted together, and it seems the numbers echo the same. 230 noes against the bill. The bill was defeated by 230 noes, 298 yes. Remember, the government needed 360 for 2/3 majority to get this bill cleared, which would have led to implementation. And right now, if you just look at the numbers, and Rahul, Gautam and Maria both with me, Rahul, the sheer fact, for the first time in Parliament, it's a rarity in these times. Maria, if I still have Maria, can I get Maria in? Maria, for someone who's covered Parliament for so many years, the sheer fact that for the first time, usually it's a rarity nowadays that the opposition gets its floor strategy bang on. We knew that the entire opposition, if it banded together, nobody abstained, it would be 230, and that is the exact count.
Yes, and Preeti, this is coming at a time when, say, in Bengal, the Trinamool Congress and the Congress are at loggerheads. Rahul Gandhi only recently has travelled and has accused the state government of Mamata Banerjee of corruption. This was something which was raised in the all-party meeting by the Trinamool Congress. But despite all the differences, the opposition did come together in sending a message that when they want, they can actually stall government's legislations. What the problem was, perhaps, was the inherent distrust which is there between the treasury benches and opposition. And that's where the problem began. Because the delimitation, the draft which was shared by the MPs, Preeti, did not really specify how and in what percentage it will be going up. The message was that it will be increasing by 50% flat.
True.
That was spoken by the Home Minister on the floor of the House. But as we know, the devil is in the details. That's what the opposition kept on emphasizing. That why is it not part of the bill? Why is it not being mentioned in the bill?
True. Well, that's what I'm saying, that the trust deficit ran so deep. But, in a way, viewers also do look at it. A lot of this is a fair amount of posturing. For Maria and I, who've covered politics first time, will tell you, look at the representation. Do the political parties actually put their money where their mouth is? Look at parliamentary representation. Women representation in Parliament has never really gone beyond 15%. Do parties actually go ahead and give tickets to women? Absolutely not. Look at the parliamentary board of the BJP. 11 members, only one a woman. You talk about the Congress, the CWC. Out of 34, only 4 are women. So do they political parties, do they really have intent? One needs to also speak of that. But having said it, Maria, this was a chance where history could have been created. And you can't really push the onus on the opposition or on the government. Both, I would reckon, are responsible. Possibly what would have happened is, or should have happened rather, is that the opposition and the government come together, thrash it through, discuss every facet of this bill, look at opposition, win their trust, and then come up with a cohesive bill that could have been tabled in the monsoon session and created history. That possibly would have been a great way of going about things, and maybe not from the government side bulldoze a bill which the opposition had deep distrust over. Listen in to Rahul Gandhi.
महिलाओं का विरोध किया, इस बात की आपके ऊपर जो है विपक्ष को क्लियरली बोला है, हमने क्लियरली बोला है कि ये महिला बिल नहीं है, ये हिंदुस्तान का राजनीतिक जो स्ट्रक्चर है, इलेक्टोरल स्ट्रक्चर है, उसको बदलने की कोशिश है। ये हमने रोक दिया है और मैं अभी कह रहा हूँ, प्रधानमंत्री से कह रहा हूँ, अगर आप महिला बिल चाहते हैं 2023 का महिला बिल निकालिए, उसको उसका इम्प्लीमेंटेशन आज से करिए और पूरा का पूरा ऑपोजिशन 100% आपको समर्थन देगा और महिला बिल हम इमीडिएट इम्प्लीमेंटेशन करा देंगे।
अपनी स्पीच में 16 का जिक्र आपने किया था, क्या है?
देखा मोदी जी का चेहरा देखा आपने? 16 का क्या मतलब है?
के आरक्षण की बात नहीं थी, ये देश के लोकतांत्रिक पेश किया, उस तरह से उसका पारित होना नामुमकिन था, क्योंकि उन्होंने ही महिला आरक्षण को परसीमन से जोड़कर और पुराने वाले जनगणना से जोड़कर उन्होंने ये जो कदम उठाया, उसकी वजह से इसे डिफीट।
संख्या काफी ज्यादा है, मैम 230 आई है। प्रियंका गांधी ये संविधान पर आक्रमण था, अरे नीचे रखो और इसको हमने हरा दिया, हमको क्यों हटाना है? तो अच्छी बात है सर, जो सरकार कह रही है कि महिलाओं का विरोध, मैं दे दूंगा।
All right, you heard Priyanka Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi saying that it was delimitation, and linking it with delimitation is the reason, the representation of women and the reservation, linking it with delimitation is the reason why the Congress opposed it. Rahul Gandhi coming and saying that if you want the bill, go back to the 2023 bill, which is already a law, implement that on the basis of not linking delimitation with the increase in representation. Well, the sad part, net viewers, is very clear that the bill has been defeated in Parliament, which practically means there will be no implementation. You're back to the drawing board. Listen in to Akhilesh Yadav.
सहमति शायद बन गई, लेकिन डीलिमिटेशन को लेके आप लोग
नहीं, डीलिमिटेशन क्योंकि अगर महिला आरक्षण तो पहले से उसका बिल पहले ही पास हो चुका है। आज डीलिमिटेशन किसी साजिश के साथ आप लाना चाहते थे, षड्यंत्र के साथ लाना चाहते थे। आप सेंसस के कौन से आंकड़े रखना चाहते हैं? जब सेंसस चल रहा है, सेंसस पूरा हो जाए, उसके बाद मैं समझता हूँ अगर इस बात को आगे बढ़ाते तो शायद सब पक्ष में होता।
क्या ये टर्निंग पॉइंट है आपको लगता है? क्योंकि शायद ही विपक्ष की ऐसी एकजुटता देखी गई है और एक बड़ा कदम था ये सरकार का, सियासत का टर्निंग पॉइंट है क्या?
विपक्ष साथ है और अच्छी बात है कि हमारे साथ जितने लोग रहे वो इधर उधर नहीं है।
शुक्रिया हमसे बात करने के लिए। तो इशारों में बहुत कुछ कह दिया कि कोई इधर उधर नहीं हुआ। अखिलेश यादव, आइए बात करते हैं अखिलेश जी से। अखिलेश जी, 230 का आंकड़ा है।
Right, okay. So the bill is defeated. Women representation reservation will not be implemented. The government clearly taking the high moral ground, playing the martyr card, saying we tried to do it. The opposition defeated it. The opposition on its side says deep distrust. You were looking at women reservation as a political tool to garb what you really wanted, which was delimitation across the country right before 2029. So you carve out constituencies politically to your gain before 2029, and we would not allow that. Well, net, the collateral in all of this, women, possibly both could have come together, discussed, thrashed out issues and tabled this bill in the monsoon session. It's taken decades in the coming, close yet so far. With that, a quick break. On the other side, Gaurav Sawant.
Thank you, Preeti. So it's 298 ayes, 230 noes. In the end, the 131st Constitutional Amendment Bill did not pass the floor test. It failed the floor test. Women will not have the reservation that they were seeking. The opposition sticking to their guns. If you notice the numbers very carefully, nobody abstained. 298 ayes, 230 noes. The women's quota bill did not pass the floor test. Massive takeaway. Two-day marathon discussion on the 131st Constitutional Amendment Bill 2026. The NDA needed two-thirds of the vote in Parliament, which meant out of 543, 360 votes were needed, but in the end 298 voted in favor, 230 voted against it. There will not be 33% reservation for women in 2029 Lok Sabha elections or assembly elections that the Narendra Modi government said they were trying to implement. Of course, Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju made it very clear. They may not have succeeded today, but their effort to give 33% reservation to Adhi Abadi or 50% population of this country, women will continue. BJP women MPs are protesting outside the Parliament. I want to play these images full frame for a moment. These are BJP women MPs who are protesting outside Parliament. Let's try and listen in. MPs have actually hit out at the opposition. While the opposition ranks, they were united. There was no break in the ranks. But Amit Shah, as he concluded his response, he made one thing very clear. He said this was a yagya. This was a yagya for 33% reservation for women. But then there were demons. And those demons will be remembered. The demons who would put bones in the Havan Kund. The same thing opposition was doing today. I want to quickly cut across to our colleague Rahul, who joins us with the latest from Parliament. So Rahul, now we have these images of BJP women MPs protesting outside Parliament against the opposition. Bring us more.
Well, Gaurav, it seems that the battle is over, but the war is not. The war for women votes. And I have with me Mr. N.K. Premchandran, who's a member of Parliament. He's just come outside from Parliament, said the bill is defeated. And it seems that opposition seems to have hold the numbers together also. You've got 230 votes. How do you view this now?
No, it is a big blow as far as defeat, as far as the BJP government. This is a big blow as far as the BJP government is concerned, because the first time in 12 years of Modi government in power, Modi government in office, a bill brought by the government is defeated badly.
They are saying, but that women will now punish you in the upcoming polls.
No, it is not the failure and the defeat of the Women's Reservation Bill. It is the defeat of the Delimitation Bill. Because Women Reservation Bill is already there. It is in force. Yesterday by 10 p.m. the government has already issued an extraordinary gazette notification by which the 2023 Act.
2 votes for the two-thirds majority they needed. That was a very significant win, and we are very, very pleased about it, because we were never voting against women's reservation. We would have voted for it even now. We were voting against the mischievous linking of that to a delimitation project that is dangerous for our democracy. So we saved our delimitation, we saved our democracy by voting against delimitation, and we voted.
You heard Shashi Tharoor there. Shashi Tharoor saying that if they were only bringing the women's reservation bill, the entire opposition would have been united. What the Congress party or the opposition found mischievous or devious was, according to the opposition, that they were trying to bring delimitation through the back door and linking it to women's reservation bill, and that is why this bill has been defeated according to the opposition. As far as the government is concerned, they say we may have lost the battle, but they will continue to fight this war, will take this to the people of this country, the people, as the Prime Minister also said, he said he leaves it to the conscience of the people. Let them decide whether the MPs did the right thing, and the women of this country will teach those who voted against the bill a lesson. The Prime Minister's focus throughout remained on the Women's Reservation Bill. The opposition says Women's Reservation Bill was the mask. The government was mischievously, according to them, trying to bring the delimitation aspect. Rahul Gautam once again with me on this. Rahul, the opposition celebrating its victory on this. What is their response to Union Home Minister Amit Shah repeatedly saying in Parliament that delimitation had to come with the Women's Reservation Bill, the manner in which it was structured to be implemented in 2029 once the number of seats went up to 815 or 850?
Well, Gaurav, I can tell you and confirm to this to our viewers that a lot of opposition leaders have taken a sigh of relief given the fact that they have been able to defeat the bill on the floor of the House. They believe that possibly for the first time, their floor coordination was better and it was up to the mark, and that's why they've been able to poll 230 votes, which is only 10 notch below their real numbers. As far as Amit Shah saying that, that delimitation is the need of the hour, and you have got, 123 constituencies wherein the population or the voters are above 25 lakhs. In fact, he listed some of the...
Okay, give me a moment, live reactions coming in. Let's listen and I'm coming back to you.
फिर गाड़ी थमी रह गई, लगता कोशिश में कुछ कमी रह गई होगी। और हम महिला आरक्षण के पक्ष में हैं। महिलाओं को आरक्षण मिले, उनको सुरक्षा मिले, उनका सम्मान बढ़े, उनको स्थान मिले, और लोकतंत्र में जो उनको स्थान मिलना चाहिए उसके पक्ष में।
सर, कहा जा रहा है कि महिला किस तरीके से खेलेंगी, खुद अभी लास्ट में बोला कि महिला विरोध एक तरीके से बात नहीं।
समाजवादी पार्टी या विपक्ष ने कोई भी महिला आरक्षण को लेकर के विरोध नहीं किया, लेकिन उसके साथ जो महिलाओं का हक अधिकार को हरण करना चाहते थे, वो लक्ष्मण रेखा ऐसी खींची विपक्ष ने, उस लक्ष्मण रेखा के बाहर नहीं आ पाए।
Across and listening to Jitendra Bahadur Singh reporting on the protest.
और आप तस्वीरों में देख रहे हैं कि किस तरीके से ये बिल जो पारित नहीं हुआ है उसके विरोध में यहाँ पर हाथों में पोस्टर बैनर लेकर के तमाम जो महिला सांसद हैं वो इस वक्त यहाँ पर प्रदर्शन कर रही हैं। मैम, आप लोग लगातार
महिलाओं का ये बिल्कुल आज नारी शक्ति के हक को मारा गया है। विपक्ष के सभी लोगों से मैं पूछना चाहती हूँ, आप नारी शक्ति की बात करते हैं और जब उनको हक देने की बात आती है तो उसके विरोध में मत देते हैं। ये पूरी कांग्रेस और विपक्ष के लोग नारी विरोधी है और हम सब खुलकर इसका विरोध कर रहे हैं। आज हमारे हक को मारा गया है।
कांग्रेस का असली चेहरा आज उजागर हुआ है। इनकी दो मुखी बातें जो होती है, एक महिलाओं के संरक्षण की, महिलाओं की बात करते हैं, लेकिन आज कांग्रेस की और उनके संयुक्त दलों ने साबित कर दिया कि महिलाओं का अपमान करते हैं। महिला विरोधी कांग्रेस पार्टी पहले भी थी, आगे भी है। आगे इस देश की महिलाएं इन पे विश्वास नहीं कर सकती और करना भी नहीं चाहिए।
आप लोग पूरे संसद परिसर में इस तरीके से प्रदर्शन किया जा रहा है, कांग्रेस पार्टी हाय हाय के नारे लगातार लगाए जा रहे हैं।
ये संसद से शुरू हुआ है, अभी गांव तक जाएगा। अब देख रहे हैं कांग्रेस वाले कैसे मुंह छुपाएंगे, कहाँ छुपाएंगे। ये गलत बात है, ऐसे नहीं होना चाहिए। महिला विरोधी है कांग्रेस।
जी, आप बताइए मैम, आप कहाँ से सांसद हैं? और
कालाहांडी से, उड़ीसा से। और बहुत दुख की बात है कि कांग्रेस ने आज समर्थन नहीं किया। बहुत शर्म की बात है कि वो महिलाओं के लिए सब कुछ कहते हैं पर करने के टाइम पे भाग जाते हैं, और आज उन्होंने वही पकड़ के फिर से दिखाया है। और ये बहुत बहुत शर्म की बात है कि आज हम इसे पास नहीं पकड़ पाए, सिर्फ और सिर्फ कांग्रेस पार्टी और उनके समर्थकों को।
राहुल गांधी से बाहर बात हो रही थी तो उन्होंने कहा कि वो समर्थन करने के लिए तैयार हैं, लेकिन जिस तरीके से वो चाहते थे कि बीजेपी की महिला सांसद
131वें संविधान संशोधन के गिरने के बाद अब मकतब द्वार के बाहर बीजेपी सांसद भारी संख्या में धरना प्रदर्शन करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। ठीक मेरे पीछे आप तस्वीरें देख सकते हैं, जैसे यहाँ पर जो महिला सांसद है बीजेपी की, खास तौर पर वो यहाँ पर धरना प्रदर्शन कर रही है। उन सबके हाथ में तख्तियां हैं जिसमें उस पर लिखा हुआ है कि महिलाओं का अपमान नहीं सहेगा हिंदुस्तान। और पीछे मेरे आप तस्वीरें देख सकते हैं कैसे यहाँ पर जो बीजेपी सांसद हैं, सभी जो खास तौर पर महिला सांसद सांसद है वो मार्च करती हुई नजर आ रही है। नारी शक्ति का ये अपमान नहीं सहेगा हिंदुस्तान, इस तरह के जो नारे हैं वो इस वक्त लगाए जा रहे हैं। संसद भवन के अंदर ये मार्च जो है वो चल रहा है। महिलाओं के हाथ में तख्तियां हैं, इस पर लिखा हुआ है कि देश की राजनीतिक दिखावे का सम्मान और महिलाओं का हक पर कांग्रेस का प्रहार करने की तरह हमारे साथ है। क्या कहेंगे आप?
आज देश की आधी आबादी के साथ महिला शक्ति से घटिया राजनीति का परिचय देते हुए हमेशा की तरह उन्होंने इस बिल के ऊपर अपना विरोध जताया और नारी शक्ति देश की जो आज बहुत सामने थी उनके साथ धोखा किया।
आज आप लोग मार्च निकाल रहे हैं, क्या मैसेज आप देना चाहते हैं मैम?
महिलाओं के साथ बात करके हमेशा उनके साथ धोखा करना कांग्रेस ने किया है और आज भी जब 2023 में ये बिल पास हो चुका था उसे लागू करने की तरफ बढ़ना था तो कांग्रेस पार्टी और उनके गठबंधन के लोगों ने इस बिल को गिराया है, इनके विपक्ष में वोटिंग करी है और 2023 के पास हुए हमारे बिल को आज इन्होंने फेल कर दिया। मोदी जी की इतनी बड़ी मेहनत और नारी के प्रति विश्वास जो उन्होंने जगाया था उसको उन्होंने आज धराशायी कर दिया, धोखा दिया है उन्होंने,
धोखा दिया। इस तरह की बातें जो है वो महिलाएं यहाँ पर पैरवी कर रही हैं और आप देखिए जो केंद्रीय मंत्री हैं, महिला विकास मंत्री अन्नपूर्णा देवी, वो भी हाथ में तख्ते लेके आगे बढ़ रही है। उनके हाथ में एक तख्ती है जिसमें वो ये कह रही है महिलाओं का अपमान नहीं सहेगा हिंदुस्तान। अन्नपूर्णा जी क्या कहेंगे आप? आज इतना बड़ा बिल आप लोग को लेके आए थे वो गिर गया है, क्या कहेंगे आप?
कांग्रेस और विपक्ष की महिला विरोधी नीति आज देश की जनता ने देख लिया है, किंतु परंतु करके हर संभव ये प्रयास उनका आज कई दशक से रहा है कि महिला आरक्षण लागू नहीं होने देना है। ये इंडी गठबंधन महिला विरोधी है, महिलाओं को उसका अधिकार नहीं देना चाहती है। महिलाएं संसद में पहुंचे, महिला विधानसभा में पहुंचे, ये कांग्रेस पार्टी और इंडी गठबंधन नहीं चाहती है और आज उन्होंने इसका विरोध करके नारी शक्ति का अपमान किया है। आने वाले समय में
बारिश हो रही है फिर भी आप लोग मार्च निकाल रहे हैं, क्या कहेंगे?
देखिए महिलाओं का दिल टूटा है, आज दिल नहीं लाया है। कांग्रेस हमेशा से महिलाओं की विरोधी, कभी देश की गाँव की बेटियों को महिलाओं को आगे बढ़ना देखना नहीं चाहती है। सबसे ज्यादा खतरनाक आज का जो हुआ है बहुत खराब। देश की महिलाएं ये कभी इनको माफ नहीं करेगी।
जी बारिश हो रही है फिर भी जो महिला सांसद हैं वो लगातार मार्च कर रही हैं। ठीक मेरे पीछे आप तस्वीरें देख सकते हैं जहाँ पर सभी जो बीजेपी की महिला सांसद हैं अपने हाथ में तख्तियां लिए जो है लगातार मार्च करती हुई नजर आ रही है। बांसुरी स्वराज जो एक वक्ता भी थी वो भी लगातार मार्च कर रही है। मैम आपने बोला पता इस पूरे मुद्दे को लेकर आपके हाथ में तख्ती भी है, क्या मांग अब आप करेंगे कि ये बिल जो सरकार लेके आई थी वो पास नहीं हो पाया?
महिलाओं के लिए एक ऐतिहासिक निर्णय था लेकिन विपक्ष ने इसे होने नहीं दिया और मुझे लगता है कि ये महिलाओं के अधिकार के प्रति जो हमेशा बोला जाता था लेकिन विपक्ष ने उसे पूरा इससे पता चलता है कि महिलाओं के प्रति विपक्ष के लोगों का कितना मान सम्मान वो करते हैं। सिर्फ बोलने की बात करें करने की बात आती है तो वो लगातार
बांसुरी मैम, I can see you are completely drenched in water. It's raining also in Parliament, but are you heard that implementation of Women Reservation cannot take place now?
जी मैं बहुत ज़्यादा आहत व्यक्तिगत तौर पर भी हूँ और मुझे लगता है कि इस देश की मातृशक्ति व्यक्तिगत तौर पर आहत है, इसलिए क्योंकि एक बजट पूर्ति का दिन था। It was a day of promise fulfillment, but it seems that political selfishness prevailed on the Congress party and the entire opposition, and they ought to be ashamed of themselves. As far they had passed this bill unanimously in 2023, but when it came to put their mouth where their money is for implementation in 2029, they made excuses and they have actually उन्होंने धोखा करा इस देश की मातृशक्ति के साथ।
प्रियंका गांधी को क्या कहना चाहिए? इस बात बोलने के लिए भी खड़ी हुई थी, कई सारी बातें उनको आज क्या मैसेज देना चाहती हैं?
देखिए प्रियंका जी से तो मैं ये कहना चाहूँगी कि आप स्वयं एक मातृशक्ति हैं और एक वक्त था जब आपकी माता श्रीमती सोनिया गांधी जी इस पर्टिकुलर विधेयक की और वुमेन रिजर्वेशन की मूवमेंट की चैंपियन बनकर उभरी थी। आज आपने उनके भी विजन को चरितार्थ करने से पाँव अपने पीछे खींचे।
तो आप देख सकते हैं कैसे संसद भवन के अंदर, परिसर के अंदर महिलाएं जो है, खासतौर पर जो महिलाएं सांसद है, वो भारी संख्या में यहाँ पर मार्च करती हुई पहुंची है। उनके हाथ में तख्तियां है और एक ही नारा है, महिला शक्ति का अपमान नहीं सहेगा हिंदुस्तान। और कांग्रेस पार्टी के खिलाफ लगातार नारेबाजी की जा रही है। दिल्ली में पीयूष मिश्रा, आज तक के लिए।
BJP making it very clear it's a historic misstep according to the BJP by the opposition, and they will take it from the parliament to the streets and to every village across the country. Multiple BJP women MPs, they said that this was a historic opportunity to provide 33% reservation to women. The Home Minister in Parliament, he said this is not the time for kintu parantu politics and that this should be implemented. Rahul Gandhi, leader of opposition, accuses the government of using unconstitutional tactics. He said the India bloc was united and it stopped the government's unconstitutional tactics, according to him. We're getting a lot of reactions. I want to also quickly bring my colleague Preeti Chaudhary into this conversation. Preeti, in the government NDA versus India bloc fight, women are the losers, but when these BJP women MPs say they will take it to every village, every city, every town, and the women voters will realize Congress and the opposition are anti-women, does that give the opposition a reason to be concerned?
Well, there are two elections in order, one in West Bengal and one in Tamil Nadu. So we'll only know that which charge sticks, whether it is the government's charge, which says that it is the opposition that has stalled history in the making to give women representation, 33%, or it is the charge of the opposition that says that this was just a garb, a political tool. Women representation, ultimate aim was delimitation to redraw the political boundaries of the country before 2029. So we'll only know there are two elections, Gaurav. It's not very far from now, West Bengal and Tamil Nadu. But yes, so close, yet so far. Possibly a better solution could have been that both the Treasury benches and the opposition thrash it out. The fears of the opposition were laid to rest. There was confidence-building measures, and maybe this bill should have been tabled in the monsoon session. And possibly we could have created history. So a missed chance at history, Gaurav, where women representation is concerned. But I'd just like to say one thing before I hand it back to you. There has to be political will where parties are concerned as well. It needs to start in their very home. Look at it, Gaurav. Our parliamentary representation has never quite exceeded 17% where women representation is concerned. Any national party hardly gives tickets to women when it comes down to elections. Number three, if you actually, look at the parliamentary board of the BJP, 11 members, 1 woman. Look at the Congress's CWC, 34 members, 4 women. So it's time they looked in as well. But yes, 100% Gaurav, this was a day where history was in the making. And sadly, it's decades in the making, Gaurav. And what I find quite amusing and disheartening is the opposition always bands together, whichever side of the divide they are. It's happened right from 1987 against women getting larger representation, irrespective of political
In fact,
divide.
the Home Minister tried to point that out, that it's the same lobby, the same group that has always opposed the Women's Reservation Bill, and he listed out instances of the same people opposing it.
But Gaurav, the JDU sits,
similar excuses.
The JDU sits right with the NDA.
Well, the leaders of the JDU that time, and you don't speak ill of those who are no more, but those in the JDU who then spoke against the bill, what they were and what they said, words to the effect of only Parkati Mahilaye will benefit, or words to that effect, and not the rural women. But the Home Minister tried to clarify that point repeatedly when he said, one, it will not create a north-south divide, which the opposition was trying to do. That there is no north-south divide.
I hear you on all of that, right? And I'm not once saying that like I said, there should have been discussion, but there are questions, Gaurav. The government knew very well that this bill would get defeated. Why bring it bang in the middle of elections? West Bengal elections is less than 6 days before West Bengal goes to vote. Tamil Nadu goes to vote. Why bring it right now? Number one. Why couldn't you do it on the basis of 2023? The bill is already a law. It's a matter of implementation.
Didn't the Home Minister clarify that point, that it had to be done in 2026 since there was a restriction on delimitation
There is also the
till
trust,
2026?
But the trust deficit runs deep. Why link delimitation to the exercise of representation, increasing representation? Because then there will be a delimitation commission. You have opposition members on it, but there will be the CEC, Chief Election Commission, Gyanesh Kumar. You know that kind of trust deficit there already is from the opposition where Gyanesh Kumar as CEC is concerned. So there are a lot of issues. De-link it from delimitation and then let's do it. It's just...
But it has to be done again in tandem, as the Home Minister tried to explain. But then, okay, politics on the subject, be that as it may. But the fact remains, one, women have lost out. Two, you are in a state that goes to polls where women voters are considered extremely, extremely important. And to a very large extent, Mamata Banerjee has been able to hold on to a large number of her women voters. Any instant reaction that you've been able to pick up? Because I'm sure women were watching whatever was happening in Parliament very closely.
Well, you know, Gaurav, I'm in the rural belt, so it's a non-issue in the rural belt where West Bengal is concerned. Maybe in the urban pockets, it could be a sticking point, but one would need to gauge the reactions of women. But no, I don't see. Personally, I do not see political repercussions in the state of West Bengal. There's a completely different political battle going on in West Bengal. There is anti-incumbency against Mamata Banerjee. Nobody is denying it, but will it be aided by what has happened in Parliament today, where her MPs have voted against the bill? I doubt. I don't think that's happening.
Okay, Preeti, stay with me for a moment. Breaking news coming in. NDA meeting underway after the Nari Shakti Vandan Adhiniyam was defeated. This is a crucial NDA meeting that is currently happening. Now, this is where the BJP and the NDA partners decide on their next course of action, their next strategy. What is to be done next is what they decide after this. Of course, those women MPs have made it very clear they intend to take it to every village. Union Home Minister Amit Shah, he's a part of this meeting. Remember, Amit Shah had steered this entire Nari Shakti Vandan Adhiniyam and of course the conversation around delimitation. I want to quickly bring in Aishwarya Paliwal for more on this. Aishwarya, and the Treasury benches disappointed by the defeat, or do they see a strategy here? They can harness this or exploit this electorally, this elections and subsequent elections, Aishwarya?
Well, you know, one of the things that the BJP at the moment was looking at is that if you just look at the straight number, and there are, in fact, let me tell you, close to 20 MPs who abstained, who were not in the House when the voting took place. So this is something that the BJP understood very well. And you know how prepared they were, Gaurav? The number of women MPs out there with the banners and the posters and pointing fingers at the opposition, especially the Congress party. This is how prepared the BJP was. What should be the next course of action? What needs to be done next? This is something which is a strategy which is now being looked at. This is a very crucial NDA meeting which is now taking place. Given the fact, Gaurav, that tomorrow the cabinet meeting is at 11:30 a.m. A lot of people still at this point of time believe that there could be a rabbit that the Bharatiya Janata Party, the ruling party, could actually bring out from the hat, something that no one at the moment is aware of. This is a very crucial meeting. Home Minister Amit Shah will be joining in, and this meeting is taking place in the Parliament. Gaurav.
Okay, Ravi Shankar Prasad speaking, reacting. Let's quickly listen in.
उसका भी विरोध, सीट बढ़ा दिया गया, 50% का कमिटमेंट भी दे दिया गया, ऑफर दिया गया, उसका भी विरोध। तो स्पष्ट है कि ये लोग नारी विकास, नारी वंदन, नारी रिप्रेजेंटेशन के पूरे मांग का विरोध करते हैं। देश की जनता और देश की माताएं बहनें उनको कभी माफ नहीं करेंगी।
जी, आज हमारे भारत के लिए ऐतिहासिक दिन हो सकता था, क्योंकि आज हमारे नरेंद्र मोदी जी जो हमारे देश के प्रधानमंत्री है, महिला सशक्तिकरण के लिए हमारे देश के संसद में और विधानसभा में महिला के लिए 33% आरक्षण देने का काम हमारे नरेंद्र मोदी जी करने वाले हैं। लेकिन विपक्ष ने आज 5वीं बार
So historic opportunity lost is what BJP and NDA partners are saying. Images that you see on your television screen are of BJP and NDA women MPs predominantly, but the ruling, the treasury benches, they are carrying out a protest inside the Parliament House complex, outside the Makar Dwar, as you see in those images, protesting the opposition's tactics to defeat Nari Shakti Vandan Abhindiyanam.
इनके हाथों में जो तख्तियां है उसमें लिखा है कि महिला शक्ति का अपमान जो है ये नहीं सहेगा हिंदुस्तान। कांग्रेस पार्टी को लेकर के इनके द्वारा सवाल खड़े किए जा रहे हैं, क्योंकि जिस तरीके से सरकार ने इस पूरे मुद्दे को लेकर के कदम बढ़ाया था और सरकार की तरफ से लगातार ये कोशिश की जा रही थी कि इस बिल को पास कराया जाए, लेकिन पूरे विपक्ष ने इसका विरोध किया और विरोध करने के बाद ये बिल जो है वो गिर गया। उसके बाद यहाँ संसद परिसर में तमाम जो बीजेपी के सांसद हैं और तमाम जो नेता हैं वो जो है महिला सांसद हैं वो सब लोग यहाँ पर प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं। यहाँ पर कुछ महिलाएं हैं जो इनसे बातचीत करते हैं कि मैम ये बताइए कि आप लोग लगातार विरोध कर रहे हैं, क्या कहेंगे?
आज महिला को कांग्रेस पार्टी का नेतृत्व में इंडिया अलायंस हराया है। देश का 65 करोड़ लोग इंतजार कर रहे थे आज महिला का बिल, ये आरक्षण का बिल पास होगा, मगर उसको हराने का काम इंडिया अलायंस ने किया है, राहुल गांधी का नेतृत्व में किया है, इसलिए हम छोड़ेंगे नहीं। पूरा देश में कांग्रेस को, इंडिया अलायंस को विरोध करने का काम हम महिला लोग करेंगे, क्योंकि कांग्रेस का पार्टी का लोग, हर एक पार्टी का महिला कार्यकर्ता लोग मांग रहे थे, पूछ रहे थे ये महिला को आरक्षण मिलना चाहिए। उसको हराने का काम आज पार्लियामेंट का अंदर किया है, ये महिला के लिए अपमान है, हम नहीं सहनेंगे।
यहाँ आप देखिए कि हाथों में जो पोस्टर और तख्तियां हैं, महिला का हक दिलाए सरकार, विपक्ष बने रुकावट, हर बार इस तरीके की बातें यहाँ कही गई हैं। मैम, आप लोग सारे जो सांसद हैं, लोकसभा, राज्यसभा, सभी लोग यहाँ पर पहुंचे। विपक्ष के कई नेताओं से हमने जब बात किया, महिला सांसद, तो उनकी तरफ से कहा गया कि परिसीमन एक रोड़ा था, लेकिन अब आप लोग लगातार इसको संसद से लेकर के सड़क तक।
अमित शाह जी लिख कर देने के लिए तैयार थे, उन्होंने कहा था कि जो आपकी कंडीशन है हम लिख कर देंगे, लेकिन ये बिल पास कीजिए। पूरा देश, पूरे देश की हर राज्य की महिला आज इंतजार कर रही थी कि एक ऐतिहासिक निर्णय होगा, लेकिन इंडिया आघाड़ी ने, कांग्रेस प्रणीत इंडिया आघाड़ी ने आज मातृशक्ति का विरोध किया है, अत्यंत निराशाजनक ऐसा प्रदर्शन किया है। मुझे लगता है इस देश की मातृशक्ति उसे कभी माफ नहीं कर सकती और इस मातृशक्ति का श्राप उनको लगने वाला है। इससे आगे कभी भी वो इस संसद का चेहरा नहीं देख पाएंगे। अगले चुनाव में बहुत बड़ा धक्का उनको लगने वाला है और मातृशक्ति उनको धक्का देकर बाहर निकालेगी, ये हमें खातरी है। महिलाओं का अधिकार जिन्होंने छीना है उनका हम धिक्कार करते हैं।
महिलाओं का अधिकार छीना है, हमारा हक छीना है। महिलाएं उनको श्राप देती हैं और जब चुनाव में वो जाएंगे तो उसका परिणाम उनको भुगतना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की लोकप्रियता को विपक्ष और कांग्रेस पार्टी पचा नहीं पा रही है, राहुल गांधी पचा नहीं पा रहा है। उन्होंने आधी आबादी को उनका हक दिया था और महिलाओं के चेहरे पर खुशी थी। सारे देश की महिलाएं प्रसन्नता पूर्वक एक उत्सव मना रही थी और उस उत्सव के माहौल में महिलाओं के अरमानों पर जो पानी फेरने का काम कांग्रेस पार्टी और राहुल गांधी ने किया है, महिलाएं कभी माफ नहीं करती, उनको बद्दुआएं देती, उनको श्राप देती है।
बिल्कुल, महिलाएं कभी नहीं माफ करेंगी। इस तरीके की बात जो है तमाम जो यहाँ पर बीजेपी के सांसद हैं इनके द्वारा यहाँ पर किया जा रहा है और ये लोग धरना प्रदर्शन लगातार इनके द्वारा संसद परिसर में किया जा रहा है और सभी सांसद जो हैं यहाँ देखिए कि हाथों में तख्ती लेकर के बैठे हुए हैं और कोशिश वो लोग ये कर रहे हैं कि इस पूरे मुद्दे को संसद से लेकर के सड़क तक ले जाया जाएगा और जिस तरीके से कांग्रेस पार्टी ने इसका विरोध किया है उसको लेकर के ये लोग आगे बढ़ेंगे। जितेंद्र सिंह, दिल्ली, आज तक।
So that's my colleague Jitendra Bahadur Singh reporting from outside the Parliament building, where NDA members, women MPs predominantly, they say that the Congress will now have to face the curse of Adhi Abadi of women voters for not permitting the Nari Shakti Vandan Adhiniyam clear the floor test. I want to bring in Rahul Gautam for more on this. Rahul, we are listening to the BJP women MPs. How is the BJP responding to the criticism? One, why was this brought right in the middle of elections if electoral gains wasn't their primary objective, Rahul?
Gaurav, what happened today inside the parliament is certainly going to have far-reaching implications as far as India's political landscape is concerned, and I'll tell you why. Now, you would often hear, BJP creating this narrative that it was India bloc, it was Congress-led opposition that actually.
230 का आंकड़ा अमित शाह ने कहा नारी शक्ति छोड़ेगी।
दरअसल महिलाओं की आड़ लेकर के सरकार जो राजनीति करना चाहती थी और जो देश के राजनीतिक नक्शे को बदलना चाहती थी परसीमन के जरिए, आज उस साजिश की हार हुई है। डॉक्टर बाबा साहब अंबेडकर अमर रहे कि उन्होंने ऐसा संविधान बनाया कि सरकार तमाम साजिशें करके भी उसे बदल नहीं पाई। आड़ महिलाओं की ली गई। दरअसल अगर महिलाओं को अधिकार देना मकसद होता तो 2023 में जिस दिन बिल पास हुआ था, पूरा विपक्ष एकजुट होकर के सरकार से कह रहा था आज से लागू करिए, लेकिन सरकार ने नहीं लागू किया था क्योंकि उनका मकसद महिलाओं को अधिकार देना नहीं है। उनकी साजिश हारी है, परसीमन हारा है।
इन्हें जब पीछे हम देख रहे हैं वहाँ पे कि पूरा विरोध हो रहा है, तमाम बीजेपी की महिला सांसद आपके ठीक पीछे यहाँ पे विरोध कर रही है।
यही मैं देश को बताना चाहूंगा, एक जानकारी देना चाहूंगा कि सरकार को पता था कि वो हारेगी, सरकार को पता था कि उसकी साजिश बेनकाब होगी, इसीलिए पहले से छपे हुए पोस्टर मौजूद थे और जैसे ही हार करके बाहर आए तो पोस्टर लेकर के नारे लगाने उन्होंने शुरू किए। इससे पता चलता है कि देश का 3 दिन समय बर्बाद किया गया विशेष सत्र बुला करके। सरकार को पता था कि सरकार के पास नंबर नहीं है, सरकार को यह भी पता था कि परसीमन की साजिश देश समझ रहा है, लेकिन पहले से छपे हुए पोस्टर लेकर के महिला सांसदों को आगे किया गया है। लेकिन देश जानता है ये महिला आरक्षण बिल नहीं था, ये देश के राजनीतिक नक्शे को बदलने वाला परसीमन का बिल था जिसकी हार हुई।
आप राहुल गांधी वाली बात कर रहे हैं कि सरकार को पहले से पता था बिल गिरने वाला।
बिल्कुल, वरना पोस्टर कैसे छपे होते? ये पोस्टर तो मेरा ख्याल है कल ही छप गए थे क्योंकि उनको पता था कि इनको हारना है। आज वही पोस्टर लेकर के खड़े, उधर हारे इधर बाहर निकले तो सरकार के हाथ में पोस्टर था। इससे पता चलता है कि सरकार को पहले से पता था, सरकार एक जबरदस्ती का नैरेटिव बनाना चाहती थी। ये सरकारी साजिश की हार है। वो जहर देता तो सबकी नजर में आ जाता, तो ये किया कि मुझे वक्त पर दवाएं न दी। महिलाओं को अधिकार देना मकसद नहीं है, मकसद कई राज्यों का हक छीनना है, जिसकी हार हुई है।
हार हुई है। पीछे आप देख रहे हैं कि तमाम महिला सांसद यहाँ पे कुछ इस तरीके से अपना विरोध जताते हुए, ये बीजेपी की महिला सांसद है और विपक्ष की नहीं है, जो बिल गिरने से यहाँ पे शर्म करो के नारे मकर द्वार पर लगा रही है। मौसमी सिंह, दिल्ली आज तक।
You all sides of that very powerful story. You're listening to BJP and NDA women MPs, and you're also listening, you just heard Imran Pratapgarhi of the Congress party, where he said this was a very mischievous, a very devious attempt of the government to use the Women Reservation Bill as a shield to bring in delimitation, or parisiman as he put it, the attempt to bring delimitation. But Union Home Minister Amit Shah also responded to that delimitation has to be done at regular intervals. There was a restriction from 71 to 2026, and that is why in 2026 they had to talk about delimitation, and he gave details of how you have some parliamentary constituencies where one MP is representing, in some instances like Ghaziabad, 28 lakh voters, in some instances, and he gave in an example of Andhra Pradesh in one constituency where almost 45 lakh voters for one MP, and then you had in some instances only 6 lakh voters in another constituency. Then he also said, when the opposition said on the aspect of bringing SC, ST reservation and seats for them, he said, once delimitation is done, you know how many SC, ST, their numbers have increased, and accordingly their seats increase. This is what the opposition, according to Union Home Minister Amit Shah, this is what they have obstructed. Now, which side is able to carry its narrative to the voters is the big question, because the image that you see on your television screen is that very powerful image of M.K. Stalin, Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, when he said the bill on fire. And that, in a way, symbolizes what the opposition is saying and thinking, and the protests on your screens, that indicates what the ruling party or the treasury benches is thinking. The numbers on your screen fell short by 54 votes. 298 in favor and 230 against. 54 short for the two-third majority. Now, M.K. Stalin has responded to the bill being defeated. He said, and I quote, a good news has come in and I want to share it with all of you. Against Tamil Nadu, they wanted to bring the delimitation bill. The resolution in that bill has been a victorious defeat and we have won. This win is just the trailer. The next win will be a victorious and magnanimous one. Unquote. So MK Stalin, in the run-up to elections, making that big point that the next victory will be even larger and magnanimous. He says, and I quote, good news has come in. I want to share it with all of you. Against Tamil Nadu, they wanted to bring the delimitation bill. Let's listen in. Let's listen in to MK Stalin. I'll get you more on that story. Coming in, the resolution in that bill has been a victorious defeat and we have won. This win is just the trailer. The next win will be a victorious and magnanimous one. It'll just take a moment. That reaction is just coming in. We shall play that out. Okay, listen in to MK Stalin. I'll get you more on that story.
ஒரு வெற்றி செய்தி வந்திருக்கிறது, நல்ல செய்தி வந்திருக்கிறது. அதை உங்களுக்கு நான் பகிர்ந்து கொடுக்கிறேன். தமிழ்நாட்டுக்கு எதிராக கருப்பு சட்டம் கொண்டு வந்தாங்களா நாடாளுமன்றத்தில், நீங்க பார்த்துருப்பீங்கல்ல. அதில் நாம கொண்டு வந்த தீர்மானம் தோற்கடிக்கப்பட்டு நாம் அதில் வெற்றி பெற்றிருக்கோம். இந்த வெற்றி சும்மா ட்ரெய்லர் தான். அடுத்து பெற இருக்கிற பாருங்க, அதான் மாபெரும் வெற்றி. தமிழ்நாடா டெல்லியான்னு கேட்டிருக்கேன் பாருங்க. தமிழ்நாடா டெல்லியா தேர்தலுக்கு இன்னும் இடையில 5 நாள் தான் இருக்கு. ஒரு பக்கம் கோடைக்கால வெப்பம். ஒரு வெற்றி செய்தி வந்திருக்கிறது, நல்ல செய்தி வந்திருக்கிறது. அதை உங்களுக்கு நான் பகிர்ந்து கொடுக்கிறேன். தமிழ்நாட்டுக்கு எதிராக கருப்பு சட்டம் கொண்டு வந்தாங்களா நாடாளுமன்றத்தில், நீங்க பார்த்துருப்பீங்கல்ல. அதில் நாம கொண்டு வந்த தீர்மானம் தோற்கடிக்கப்பட்டு நாம் அதில் வெற்றி பெற்றிருக்கோம். இந்த வெற்றி சும்மா ட்ரெய்லர் தான். அடுத்து பெற இருக்கிற பாருங்க, அதான் மாபெரும் வெற்றி. தமிழ்நாடா டெல்லியான்னு கேட்டிருக்கேன் பாருங்க. தமிழ்நாடா டெல்லியா தேர்தலுக்கு இன்னும் இடையில 5 நாள் தான் இருக்கு. ஒரு பக்கம் கோடைக்கால வெப்பம்.
A bigger victory in store, says the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister. Of course, once again in his response, Union Home Minister Amit Shah, he made it very clear. 1, there is no north-south divide. Those who attempt to create this north-south divide are doing great disservice to the nation. 2, the importance and significance of southern states will not reduce in terms of percentage points and in actual numbers. He gave out those details. If 50% number seats are going up in every state, then there is no question of the importance of southern states going down. There are many more reactions coming in from across the political spectrum. Those who are celebrating the bill failing the floor test on the House, and those who are saying there will be consequences for those who defeated 33% women coming into parliament. We'll get you all those reactions. Listen in.
पहले भी ये बात को साफ स्पष्ट रूप से रखा कि 2023 में महिला आरक्षण बिल पास हो चुका है. इसको लागू करने की जो जिम्मेदारी थी वो सरकार की थी, और सरकार जब 2024 में फिर से दोबारा रिपीट हुई, तो जहां भारतीय जनता पार्टी को ये करना चाहिए था कि वो जातिगत जनगणना कराए, क्योंकि बिल में यही स्पेसिफिकेशंस है और जो हमारे संविधान में है वो उसमें भी यही प्रावधान है कि पहले आप जातिगत जनगणना कराइए, फिर आप डिलिमिटेशन कराइए, फिर आप रिजर्वेशन दीजिए. तो सरकार ने कहीं ना कहीं देरी करी है. अब सरकार जल्दबाजी में, और बेसिकली अभी जो बिल है ये महिला आरक्षण से रिलेटेड नहीं है. ये बेसिकली डिलिमिटेशन जो सरकार है वो नहीं चाहती है कि नए सेंसस के अकॉर्डिंग डिलिमिटेशन की एक्सरसाइज पूरे देश में हो और उत्तर प्रदेश में हो, और मनमाने ढंग से वो जो सेंसस है, जातिगत जनगणना है, उसको हटा के सीधे डिलिमिटेशन को अप्लाई करना चाहती है.
We have completely supported the Women's Reservation Bill that was passed in 2023 and that has only been notified yesterday. What was defeated is an underhand method to cloak in a delimitation bill. That is what has been defeated. And we think this delimitation has been brought in surreptitiously. That was what is defeated. Our support for women's reservation remains unwavering and completely committed.
ये महिला आरक्षण विधेयक था ही नहीं, ये परिशमन विधेयक था। हम निरंतर और लगातार सरकार से पिछले 2 दिन से कहते रहे हैं कि आप 543 में से 1/3 आरक्षण 181 सीटें आरक्षित करके भारत की महिलाओं को दे दीजिए। इससे महिलाओं का और संसद का भी सशक्तिकरण होगा। सरकार की मंशा साफ नहीं थी, ये महिला आरक्षण विधेयक था ही नहीं, ये मूल रूप से परिशमन का विधेयक था।
2023 में महिला आरक्षण का जो कानून पारित हुआ सदन में और जिसको सरकार ने कल रात लागू किया नोटिफिकेशन के द्वारा, उस पर काम आगे होगा। लेकिन 2026 में महिला आरक्षण के नाम पर जो ये परिसीमन राजनीति करना चाहते थे, जो निर्वाचन केंद्रित परिसीमन करना चाहते थे, उनके भाजपा के जो उद्देश्य,
आप बताइए 2023 में जो बिल पास किया था मोदी जी ने किया था। मोदी जी ने उस बिल में लिखा था कि पहले जनगणना होगी, फिर डिलिमिटेशन होगा और 29 के बाद ये बिल लागू होगा। ये मैंने थोड़ी लिखा था। 2023 का बिल पढ़ लीजिए। तब हम लोगों ने कहा भाई 543 में 33% आरक्षण आज दे दो, 24 में चुनाव करा लो। तब नहीं माने ये। आज फिर हम दोहरा रहे हैं, कल लेके आओ स्पेशल सेशन, एक दिन का और बढ़ा दो। अभी तो है कल का सेशन। 543 में 33% आरक्षण देना हो, आज दे दो, आज दो। लेकिन आप टुकड़े टुकड़े गैंग की तरह देश के राज्यों को तोड़ने की जो कार्रवाई आप कर रहे हैं, अभी दक्षिण और उत्तर का झगड़ा कराने की कोशिश जो आप कर रहे हैं, बंगाल की सीटें आप कम कर रहे हैं, तमिलनाडु की सीटें आप कम कर रहे हैं, उड़ीसा की सीटें आप कम कर रहे हैं, ये किससे पूछ के कर रहे हैं? किस आधार पर कर रहे हैं? 2011 का सेंसस कैसे माना जाएगा? आप तो कह रहे हैं 26 में जाति जनगणना आपने शामिल किया, 11 में तो जाति जनगणना शामिल है नहीं, तो आप कैसे उस सेंसस के आधार पे कर देंगे सीटों को बढ़ाने का काम?
गिरिराज कह रहे हैं कि सड़कों पर उतरेंगे अब वो लोग।
उतरते रहे, सड़कों पे उतरे, टंकी पे नाचे, जो मन में आया करें, टंकी पे चढ़ के नाचे।
थैंक यू। And I want to bring in my colleague Mosmi Singh for more on this. Also with me is Rahul Gautam. Mosmi, some of the points that the opposition is raising right now has been answered by the Union Home Minister in Parliament when they say that this is delimitation by the back door. But the government is saying that 2026 was the time for delimitation anyways to happen for the Women's Reservation Bill to be implemented in 2029. But this is a battle which is on ideological grounds. Mosmi, you've been speaking to a number of Congress party leaders. What is their reading? How will they deal with this electorally? Will it have consequences or not at all?
Gaurav, clearly I hope you can hear me because we've been running in and out of the parliament. But clearly, you know, there is the bone of contention remain. There was a moment in the parliament when we were watching with bated breath because we thought that there could be a near consensus over some alterations in the bill. And there were two conditions that were put by the opposition. One was, all right, you mentioned that 50% hike in seats in the amendment, insert a clause. And the second one was that you delinked it with the census, the delimitation, redo that. So Amit Shah rose to answer that question. He agreed on the first count, and the second count he said that this was a way to push away women's reservation, and we can never agree to delink, to in fact link delimitation with census as of now, because that's not feasible. And that was the breaking point. We knew it from then that the voting is good.
मुझे तो पर्सनल लॉस ये महसूस होता है और आई फील सो टेरिबली बैड कि आज हमें ये इतना शर्मनाक दिन देखने को मिल रहा है। लेकिन जैसे प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने कहा कि हम ये लाकर ही रहेंगे, महिलाओं को उनका हक दिलाकर ही रहेंगे, तो हमें प्रधानमंत्री जी पर विश्वास है और हमें पक्का विश्वास है कि बेटियों को उनका हक मिलेगा।
So the opposition, of course, is
very impressed with his floor coordination, and breaking news is coming in, and I want Mosmi and Gautam to weigh in on this. Mosmi, sources are telling India Today that Rahul Gandhi has reached out to the Trinamool Congress. He's spoken to Abhishek Banerjee. Akhilesh Yadav spoke to Mamta Banerjee. Mallikarjun Kharge spoke to Derek O'Brien, and this would indicate that this wouldn't have happened had the Congress Party, TMC, Samajwadi Party, the opposition, had they not been on the same page. What does this mean for opposition unity moving ahead from this point, Mosmi?
Gaurav, interesting turn of events, and this comes right in the midst of elections. Rahul Gandhi just few days back went to Bengal and called the entire TMC a syndicate gang. So this is the boon that the government, perhaps opposition would think, has handed over to the opposition. M.K. Stalin's entire campaign has picked up in Tamil Nadu. In Bengal, the bonhomie between the ice that was frozen between TMC and Congress, this bill has managed to defrost that, and Akhilesh Yadav is playing in tandem with Rahul Gandhi. So, right before the UP elections are up on the sleeves next year. So, this is like a political slugfest now. Of course, the government will not take it lying down. We've heard it from the Prime Minister. They are going to take to the streets. Already women MPs were protesting, and it was noteworthy that they had banners already right there at the Makar Dwar. So perhaps the government preempted that this bill was not up for passage.
So stay with me. Let me bring in Rahul Gautam for more on this. Rahul, there was a crucial NDA meet that was happening immediately after the floor test. What is, and I believe Amit Shah is steering that meeting. What more do we know? What is the BJP and the NDA strategy?
Well, the idea is to deal with the situation which is now unfolding in the aftermath of, bills getting defeated on the floor of the House. See, we have to understand now that there's going to be a battle of narrative. On one hand, you would see, BJP and NDA leaders trying to create this narrative that what happened today inside the parliament was actually an anti-women move that was taken by the opposition camp. On the other hand, you would see opposition members, going out and telling people that what essentially the government was trying to do was to politically weaken southern states, was to politically weaken ST, OBC communities. They were denying quota within sub-quota. So you would see, a lot of narratives being played around, around this voting that happened today. Also, as we saw the visuals also, you had women MPs protesting inside the House. They were saying that we're going to go to our constituencies, going to tell people that how it was India Bloc that actually blocked the passage of, Nari Shakti Vandan Bill. Then you had, Imran Pratapgarhi and many other Congress leaders, opposition leaders saying that the government, from the very beginning, from the very onset, government knew that this bill is going to see, the dust and it's not going to be passed. But still, they were insisting, they were trying to push, these bills only to create a narrative that the opposition is anti-women, only to take advantage in the name of...
Is that narrative, Mosmi, a cause for concern? And you've traveled across the poll-bound states. Women voters, extremely crucial in elections, as we've seen in several elections, them coming out and voting in large numbers and almost in block. Would that be a cause for concern, let's say, for the TMC in Bengal, for the DMK in Tamil Nadu?
Gaurav, we'll have to wait and see. But look at the narrative that the TMC could actually build up. As far as women's reservation is concerned, TMC already has the maximum number of MPs in the women MPs in the Lok Sabha. They already have reservation for women as far as assembly seats are concerned. And they have 50% reservation in the panchayats, not 30%, 33%. So they already are playing the women card to the best. Mamta Banerjee is a woman icon. So there, I rested there. But in Tamil Nadu, the Dravidian identity, the pride of the South, the battle for survival has been drummed up a lot. So clearly with M.K. Stalin burning the bill in public, calling out to Rahul Gandhi, calling him and saying, we are there to support all the MPs, Gaurav, who are wearing black color attire yesterday and today. So, and they were present in full strength. Despite the elections happening in Tamil Nadu, it was 100% attendance by the DMK. 100% attendance by the Samajwadi Party. So it's
And that's a very interesting point to bring out, and let me bring in Rahul Gautam for that. These numbers tell a very interesting story, Rahul, of the 530 in Parliament, at 540 in Parliament at that point of time, 298 NDA stock was together. The opposition also had their numbers absolutely in order. Final numbers, there was initially some talk about 0 abstain, then subsequently it was said that it's being recounted, some may have abstained, but the opposition unity is one big takeaway from here, isn't it?
Well, Gaurav, this happened possibly because of the, homework that was done by some of the opposition leaders, namely Kakoli Ghosh, Manikam Tagore, Hype Heed, and all these leaders were deployed by the respective parties to ensure that the flock remains together, and the number they're going to put up on the notice board once the voting is going to conclude, remains in the favor of opposition bloc, and that's what happened. The real numbers of opposition camp was around 240, and they've been successfully polled around 230. Votes. So clearly, in a way, they've been fairly successful in keeping the flock together, and they've been able to give out this message.
Stay with me for a moment, Mosmi. Stay with me for a moment. We're getting the first reaction of Union Home Minister Amit Shah. Amit Shah has just taken to social media platform X to say a truly bizarre scene unfolded in the Lok Sabha today. The Congress, the TMC, the DMK and the Samajwadi Party prevented the passage of the crucial constitutional amendment bill required for the Nari Shakti Vandan Adhiniyam, the Women's Reservation Act, to defeat a bill aimed at granting 33% reservation to women and to subsequently celebrate and raise slogans in jubilation over its failure is truly reprehensible and defies imagination. Consequently, the women of this country will now be denied 33% reservation, not just in Lok Sabha, but also in state legislative assemblies, a right that was truly theirs. This is not the first time the Congress and its allies have acted in this manner. They have done so repeatedly. This mindset of theirs serves neither the interests of women nor those of the nation. I wish to warn them that this insult to Nari Shakti of women's power will not end here. Its repercussions will be far-reaching. The opposition will have to face the wrath of women, not merely in the 2029 Lok Sabha elections, but at every level in every election and in every corner of the country. Very, very strong words coming in from Union Home Minister Amit Shah. And perhaps was this then the strategy to take it to the people of this country? And as Amit Shah recounted in Parliament, the long history of how this bill was dealt with in the past and in past governments. There's more breaking news coming in. Before I come back to our reporters, there's more breaking news coming in. Rahul Gandhi, some of what he had said in Parliament, certain words have been expunged. Words like magician. Rahul Gandhi used the word magician, and another time when he said Prime Minister, these words stand expunged. In fact, there were protests not just by the Treasury benches, the Union Home Minister, he reacted to this. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, he reacted to it. The Speaker himself, Om Birla, responded. But I quickly want to bring in Rahul Gautam once again on this. Rahul, the Home Minister, he says there will be consequences. There will be consequences for the opposition, not just for the Congress, Samajwadi Party, TMC, not just in 2029, but even subsequently. So is that the BJP strategy? Take it to the electorate, tell the Adhi Abadi, these were the people, according to him, that blocked the Nari Shakti Vandan Adhiniyam.
Gaurav, from now onwards, you'll frequently hear, such statements from BJP and NDA leaders that what happened today, it happened at the behest of the, of parties like Congress, Samajwadi Party, TMC, DMK, and they are essentially, anti-women, parties. So obviously, this is going to happen at least for, some coming days, given the fact that it has become a major flashpoint between BJP and opposition rank, and that's why you heard, you quoted noted the statement of Amit Shah, Home Minister, and obviously the other leaders also of the NDA, speaking on the same lines. But we have to really see that how opposition is responding to these allegations. They are saying that this was never a women reservation bill. From the very onset, it was actually a delimitation bill which was brought in under the disguise of women reservation bill, because women reservation bill has already been passed by the Parliament back in 2023, which we had supported. So therefore, you are only bringing this bill only to take political advantage from it, only to change the political landscape of the country, only to politically weaken the southern states where BJP is weak. So obviously, it's a battle of narratives, of optics. We have seen the poster that has been tweeted out by Mr. M.K. Stalin, wherein he is burning the copy of delimitation bill. He had earlier, actually, if you remember, he had actually burned some of the copies of delimitation bill back in Chennai. So obviously, this would be played out very loudly in coming days as we would inch towards.
That's very interesting. In fact, as the Home Minister concluded, he actually went back to stories from the Ramayana, where he said in this country, even that little squirrel that played a role in the construction of the Sri Ram Setu, that squirrel is worshipped even today. And even Tadka, the demon princess or the demon who put bones in the Havan Kund and stopped that yagya, even Tadka is remembered today, clearly implying it's the opposition that's being the Tadka or the demon that's stopping this yagya of Nari Shakti Vandan Adhiniyam. How this pans out in elections, that's the story that we'll track very closely. Rahul and Mosmi, many thanks for joining me. That is all I have for you on India First this evening. It's a disappointing day, perhaps, for the women who were hoping to get 33% reservation in 2029 and beyond. But then the politics on this is bound to escalate, and the thermonuclear politics will remain a top focus story. A quick break. News and updates continue on India Today. Stay with us.
Character, the taste of success.
Like I said before, we better own the sins. Like I said before, we better own the sins.
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
जिंदगी में आगे बढ़ना है तो खुद से आगे निकलना होगा। जब दिल में हो जज्बा तो रास्तों की क्या जुर्रत जो हमारी उड़ान को रोक सके। BKT टायर्स, दे लॉन्ग टायर लाइफ, एक्सेप्शनल रोड ग्रिप और अनमैच्ड कंफर्ट। BKT टायर्स, एलिवेट योर ड्राइव।
Hi, I'm Sana. Here's your weather update. Delhi maximum 40 and minimum 29 degrees. Mumbai maximum 32 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata maximum 37 and minimum 26 degrees. Bengaluru maximum 36 and minimum 25 degrees. Chennai maximum 33 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad maximum 40 and minimum 26 degrees.
Presented by JK Smart Tire. Save fuel, stay safe. Co-presented by the all-new Kia Seltos. Badass forever. Knowledge partner Dayanand Sagar University, India's AI first university powered ever. Knowledge partner Dayanand Sagar University, India's AI first university powered by NVIDIA. Presented by JK Smart Tire. Save fuel, stay safe. Co-presented by the all-new Kia Seltos. Badass forever. Knowledge partner Dayanand Sagar University, India's AI first university powered by NVIDIA.
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're with the news today, your primetime destination news, newsmakers, talking points. The big talking point today, Women's Quota Amendment Bill. Amendment Bill has failed. And the big question, who has won the day, the Modi government or the opposition? Abhishek Manu Singhvi among my special guests tonight. We'll have those who'll also tell us what lies ahead for Women's Reservation. But first, as always, it's time for the 9 headlines at 9. The Modi government's bid to club delimitation with the Women's Reservation Bill fails the floor test, falls 54 short of the 2/3 majority test in the Lok Sabha. BJP MPs take to the streets in protest. Opposition says this is a victory of federal power and an abuse of power. Rahul Gandhi's jibe insinuating that Prime Minister Modi is a jadugar or a magician who conjured the illusion of Operation Sindoor, Balakot and demonetization is expunged after the government targets him. He ends with a cryptic 16 message. Congress claims that it rhymes with Epstein and that's why the government brought the bill. Big news coming from the West Asia crisis. Iranian foreign minister claims the Straits of Hormuz will now be open till the end of the ceasefire. Trump hails the move but claims the naval blockade will continue. Markets react in relief to the Hormuz announcement. Oil prices plummet to trading at around $83 a barrel. A setback for Rahul Gandhi. Lucknow bench of the Allahabad High Court directs the registration of a case against the leader of opposition in connection with allegations of dual citizenship. This after a BJP leader had moved court. After TCS sources clarified that Nida Khan was not the HR head of the Nashik office but a telecaller working for the company, the parents of the main accused in the alleged conversion and sexual harassment scandal speak to India Today, claim a conspiracy has been hatched to register a fake and politically motivated case. In a major twist in the rupees 200 crore money laundering case against alleged conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar, actor Jacqueline Fernandez informs the Delhi court she wants to turn an approver. Fresh setback for Pawan Khera after the Supreme Court refuses to lift the stay on the interim bail granted to the Congress leader in the multiple passports allegations he made against Assam Chief Minister Hemanta Biswa Sarma. And Rain brings relief from the heat wave after showers lash the national capital region. But the big breaking story at the moment, the Women's Quota Amendment Bill, the Nari Shakti Vandan Bill as it's called, has failed the Lok Sabha test. The government failed to get a two-thirds majority required to amend what was already a constitutional amendment that had been put in place in 2023. 298 votes in support, 230 against. The BJP says it will go on a nationwide protest against the bill's defeat. From tomorrow onwards, multiple protests to be organized across the country. NDA partners will also take part in the protest. Meanwhile, the government has withdrawn the subsequent delimitation and union territory bills. The Modi government claims the opposition stands exposed on women's quota. The opposition in turn has demanded that the government implement the quota on the existing 543 seats, one-third reservation. The opposition says they had already passed the 2023 Women's Reservation Constitution Amendment Bill. There was no need, therefore, to bring in a fresh amendment. Let's listen in to some of the reactions we are getting on this big day.
इस दृष्टि से माननीय सभापति महोदय, जो नतीजा आया है, ये इतना ऐतिहासिक और महत्वपूर्ण बिल पर देश का महिलाओं को अब सम्मान अधिकार देने का जो बिल है, उसको विपक्ष ने साथ नहीं दिया। बहुत खेद की बात है और इस ऐतिहासिक पल को आप अपना एक मौका था, आपने गंवाया है। आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में महिलाओं को जो सम्मान देने का, अधिकार देने का हमारा अभियान जारी रहेगा और हम अधिकार दे के ही रहेंगे आगे।
अब सभा की कार्रवाई
आगे दो शेष जो बिल्स है उसको आगे नहीं बढ़ाने का मैं अनुरोध करता हूँ।
हमने क्लियरली बोला है कि ये महिला बिल नहीं है, ये हिंदुस्तान का राजनीतिक जो स्ट्रक्चर है, इलेक्टोरल स्ट्रक्चर है, उसको बदलने की कोशिश है। ये हमने रोक दिया है और मैं अभी कह रहा हूँ, प्रधानमंत्री से कह रहा हूँ, अगर आप महिला बिल चाहते हैं, 2023 का महिला बिल निकालिए, उसका इम्प्लीमेंटेशन आज से करिए और पूरा का पूरा ऑपोजिशन 100% आपको समर्थन देगा और महिला बिल हम इमीडिएट इम्प्लीमेंटेशन करा देंगे।
Okay, two sides of the story. Aishwarya Paliwal, Maushmi Singh, who spent all day in Parliament tracking that big story. Appreciate both of you joining us. First to you, Aishwarya. The government says that they're going to now, their women MPs who we are seeing making outside Parliament also raising slogans. Is the BJP going to now make this a pan-India issue, claiming that women's reservation was blocked? Because the fact is, there was already the Nari Shakti Vandana bill which was passed and notified last night.
Correct. Rajdeep, there are two questions that you have asked. I'll answer the first one. Just let it be tomorrow morning. Just let the night pass and you will see how across the country the pan-India protest that you were speaking about is something that will become a reality, because that is the kind of background things that the Bharatiya Janata Party has done. In fact, you just look at the timing. The moment everyone stepped out, as soon as the ayes actually won, and we did see how the bill was being demolished. Most of the women MPs of the Bharatiya Janata Party, they had placards in hand, which means that this was something that the BJP, the ruling NDA party, was in fact preparing itself for. So that's the kind of preparation that we have seen right here in the Parliament, and you multiply it many folds, you will see that kind of preparation across the streets, across the cities. The BJP will now take it to the ground, especially in two states, the state of Tamil Nadu and in the state of West Bengal, and you will see the BJP saying that it's the opposition that now stands exposed. And yes, the opposition also has been saying that we did all together come together to make sure that there is 33% reservation for women in 543. That is something which you need to do now. Rashdeep.
Okay, let me get to Maushmi on what the opposition plans to do. You heard from Aishwarya, the BJP plans pan-India protests. What is the opposition? How is the opposition going to respond to this? I'm going to ask my producer to put some of those sounds down, but go ahead, Maushmi.
Rajdeep, it's very interesting. The women MPs, two pictures that spoke about the entire story that unfolded. women MPs of the BJP had banners already printed in their hands. And that was just seconds or minutes after the bill failed the test. That means BJP knew that the bill is never going to pass. And secondly, the opposition leaders, many told me that we are going to cross the 220 figure mark. And they managed to cross 230. That means that it was beyond the expectations, the support that they really got. And thereafter, Rahul Gandhi has spoken to Abhishek Banerjee, and Akhilesh Yadav, of course, has spoken to Mamta, and Kharge has thanked Derek O'Brien. So look what the government has done. There was a lot of relations had been strained between the TMC and the Congress. Rahul Gandhi had gone and slammed TMC, and here you are with a quick turn of political events. I think that the opposition is going to also drumbeat about the fact that how the government wanted to undermine the constitution, keeping the Women's Reservation Bill as in the foreground.
Okay. The opposition claiming that the government has weaponized the women's reservation, the government saying that the opposition has failed the women of the country. So clearly the narrative in a way has been set. Let me go straight to my first guest joining me on the show tonight. Okay, so the big question, of course, the Women's Reservation Amendment Bill has been defeated. What does this really mean for the political climate in the country? Joining me now is senior opposition Congress MP Rajya Sabha and jurist Dr. Abhishek Manu Singhvi. Appreciate you joining us. I want to understand from you, the Women's Amendment Bill, the Nari Shakti Vanda Bill, defeated because it didn't meet the 2/3 criteria in the Lok Sabha. But the BJP is claiming that there is victory in defeat, that they made a full attempt to ensure women's reservation and you in the opposition blocked it. That's the narrative they are running.
Rajdeep, I'll be very pointed, but there are 6 or 7 facets you need to see and your viewers need to understand. And let me start by saying, Ghalib ke kuch khayal achhe hote hain, so let them exult in what they say is a victory. Actually, they've been exposed to be a wolf in sheep's clothing. The sheep's clothing was the women's reservation phrase. The wolf was the object of delimitation in a distorted and a completely ridiculous manner. Now, let me give you those 6-7 points very quickly. Of course, first is very interesting, which most people have not noticed. This is possibly the first time in the history of Indian Parliament that a government consciously, with a full majority in 2023, gets a constitutional amendment with 100% support of everyone, including the opposition. Does nothing for 3 years, and then withdraws its own constitutional amendment by moving a second constitutional amendment in 2026. I don't think it's ever happened before. This shows the ad hocism. The second example of ad hocism is processual, which you must know before I come to the substantive, which is very serious. There are 5 or 6 major processual issues which show that this government is functioning like a sultan's, whim and caprice, ad hocism. 14th of April, 2 days ago or 3 days ago, we get the copies of this bill. Not a single all-party meeting is attempted. No standing committee, no JPC, no select committee, no nothing. A third bill, the UT bill, which you saw being defeated, is just added on 16th, maybe 15th evening. And most interesting, which people have missed out, yesterday at 10 o'clock, they notified the 2023 amendment, which they had passed, but which was not notified till now. Because somebody realized the goof up that without activating the 23 amendment, making it law, there was nothing they could amend today. So this shows that the whole thing is one big mess. It's a sultan's caprice and whim. Now let us come to the 3 or 4 substantive issues. If you want 2011 census, which is what your proclaimed stand is, I am with you. We can pass this in 1 week from today again. You talk of women's reservation. Let me tell you, Nari Shakti can be operationalized in 1 week. Take the 2011 census, apply it to 543 and implement it.
No, you're
notified.
you're actually giving what is the formula I gave last night on TV. 543 members.
No, but what
just
stops
give
you?
one
What
third.
stopped you?
No, what stops you?
For 3 years?
No, what they will argue? What stopped you for 10 years when you were in power from 2004 to 14? You passed in the Rajya Sabha. You couldn't pass it in the Lok Sabha.
1 minute. 1 minute. 1 minute. We could not pass it because large sections of the present government opposed it. They opposed it on the ground of an updated census. But now that argument is spurious because everybody supported the 23 amendment. For 3 years, apart from not notifying it, you did nothing. And today, the only fear is that you will lose seats, 1/3 to women. Well, the Congress party and the India Alliance is fully prepared to lose 1/3 seats to women.
No, hold on. Are all the India Alliance allies prepared that out of 543, 181 will be reserved for women? Is Akhilesh Yadav and the Samajwadi prepared? Are only the Congress prepared?
The answer is yes, because that is the common proclaimed press stated stand for the last 5 days. Why don't you, if you have to do it, we are for women's reservation, do it tomorrow. Call our bluff. Start it again tomorrow. Then 2 more things, Rajdeep. Till the end, till now as we speak, apart from the oral assurances of the Prime Minister and the Home Minister, where do you have a percentage equivalence of states that you had X% in the old house and you will have X% in the 850 house? If assurances of howsoever high a person would do in place of a constitutional amendment, would do in place of a written text, then you don't need all this procedure. I don't understand. I don't understand who's
take your
advising
point.
them.
Sir, I take your point. On the 50%, Amit Shah, just a minute. Sir, 1 minute. Sir, just Amit Shah, the Home Minister, in the House today said, give me 1 hour, I will bring an amendment bill that will include 50% written assurance in Parliament.
Okay, now just see, I'm very glad that you said so. I'm very glad. Please ask your viewers, what is the sincerity it depicts? The Honorable Home Minister of the country, the second most powerful person, in the middle of the debate, which has gone on for 2 days, for which you had a special session in the middle of elections, now says something which is known to everyone. That means this bill has been brought only to fail. It has been brought only for optics, for political messaging. You tell me, do you ascribe ignorance to the Honorable Prime Minister and Home Minister that 2 lines could have been put in the original draft? And does it stand to reason that they will say it 1 hour before the voting? It's nothing but a charade.
Yeah, but if Messiahs Modi Shah have lost the debate in the House in terms of the failure to get 2/3 majority, they will claim that they've got their political messaging, their optics out right till the very end.
How?
Whether it's the Parliamentary Affairs Minister, whether it's the Home Minister, they are saying the women of the country have been betrayed by the opposition.
On the contrary, Rajdeep, they stand exposed for dressing up like a sheep and pushing a wolf's agenda. Why? Because we have repeated that we are ready to go for women's reservation tomorrow. You already have an operationalized amendment of 2023 notified yesterday at 10 o'clock. We have said again and again that women's reservation requires nothing if you are going by 2011, although the correct thing would be to have a proper census. But if it's 2000, we are both swearing, 2011, we are both swearing by, then it can be done. So how is it that we are speaking for women's reservation? You are the one. And just one more thing, Rajdeep, very interesting. The standard absolute sequence for this has to be census, delimitation, women's reservation. What you have done is no census or an old census, women's reservation first, and then delimitation. Never has this kind of distortion been allowed. So it's a charade, it's a game.
So what happens now? Do you believe the entire issue in conclusion of women's reservation has once again been pushed down or simply extended for another day?
Well,
the can has been pushed down the street again?
In case the government does not do either, now I'm giving you an alternative scenario. The government does not agree to our 543 2011 reservation, census reservation. That's model 1. You are the one who's saying no, not me. Alternative model. You want 850, you can get the census which is started in 26, done by 27, 28, and then as per that, don't proclaim a figure of 850, but do it as per that. you will still possibly, with some pushing, have a women's reservation before 29.
Okay.
Now, the beauty here is you want to do neither and you want to blame the opposition. You will not do 543 on 2011.
Okay, I'm going to leave it there, Dr. Singhvi. What you're telling me is basically that even today the opposition is willing to support any legislative attempt to have 181 seats out of 543 reserved for women. It's the fastest way to ensure it before the 2029 elections.
Or even alternatively, do the census over by 28 and have the delimitation and do it on the higher number of seats.
Okay, I'm going to leave it.
You can't say no to both.
Okay, I'm going to leave it there, Dr. Singhvi. You've given us a strong perspective from the opposition at the top of the show. Thank you very much for joining me.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Okay, we've heard from Abhishek Manu Singhvi of the Congress. Let's turn to a guest from the BJP, Lalita Kumaramangalam, former chairperson of the National Commission of Women. She's also been a spokesperson in the past of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Good to have you on the show, Lalita Kumaramangalam. You might have heard Abhishek Manu Singhvi making it very clear that if the government was serious about women's reservation, they could have done it within the existing 543-member Lok Sabha, gone back to the 2011 legislation, given 1/3 of the seats to women, or they could have speeded up the entire process of census and delimitation. They've sat on it for 3 years and suddenly woken up, even notified it only late last night. So where do you stand? How do you respond to Dr. Singhvi's charge that the government was not serious about it, but was weaponizing women's reservation to actually push delimitation?
Rajdeep, I'm not going to talk today as a politician. I'm going to talk today as an Indian woman who is deeply, grievously disappointed at the patriarchal behavior of the opposition. Women in India have been waiting for reservation for more than 40 years. Two of the women who really started this struggle, Renu Chakravarti, the late Nikhil Chakravarti's wife, and Geeta Mukherjee. She also late Geeta Mukherjee. Geeta Mukherjee, by the way, was a grandaunt of mine, my mother's aunt. I have seen these two women at very close range. And I have sort of not studied, but I have been made aware of the struggle that women have had in this country to be allowed to participate in the governance of this country. I'm not talking about DEI. All of that is just word, it's just rhetoric. Finally, a PM came in who said, despite the 2023 passing, it was never brought into implementation. The bill has been passed. What's the point of it being passed if it can't be implemented? Finally, today, all of us thought across the board, and this has nothing to do with politics or political affiliation. If you meet a lot of the opposition women parliamentarians without them being on camera, they will tell you exactly what I'm saying now. That all that we want is to get our constitutional right to be able to also participate in what is called the dance of democracy.
But that's already, ma'am, 1 minute. Ma'am, that's already been given. 2023, just a minute, ma'am. Hold on.
If it was given, why do we have only 13% women parliamentarians in
1 minute, ma'am.
today?
Can I just ask you a simple question? I want to know, as you said, 2023, the Nari Shakti Vandana bill, 1 minute, was passed. It was passed, unanimously passed by Parliament. What was decided? That post-census and delimitation, the women's reservation will come into force, 33%, passed by Parliament. What stopped this government in the last 3 years from implementing it, from going ahead with the census, pushing faster with delimitation? Nothing stopped the government.
You just use the words post-delimitation, Rajdeep. Delimitation, we have 1.4 billion people.
Yes.
What the BJP government has been trying to do or tried to do today was to say that let us pass this and implement it. Delimitation, if it is not done by 2029, it means we still won't have reservation for women. We will still remain only 13 to 14% in Parliament. And isn't that a crying shame, regardless of which party has
I couldn't agree with you more. It's a crying shame. It's a crying shame. So therefore, I give you a solution. Ma'am, just a minute now.
Is that
ma'am, can I therefore turn? No, 1 minute. If you want it to be passed, just a minute now. If you want it to be passed tomorrow morning itself, go back and say 543 members of the Lok Sabha. Forget delimitation. We are giving one-third to women.
You yourself just said this to Abhishek Manu Singhvi. Isn't that exactly what Amit Shah said? That give me an hour and I'll make the amendment and bring it. Today only
Amit Shah said 50% seats will be increased across states. Amit Shah didn't refer to 543. I'm sorry. You can tomorrow bring 543 member assembly. You can give one-third tomorrow morning.
Yeah, but then what are we going to do once delimitation comes in? The same parties that said that let's link it to delimitation at one time, about a decade back, are today saying something else. Basically, this is just the most horrible form of patriarchal resistance to giving women their constitutional rights in this country, aside from politics. I don't know what party, which party, but I have worked on women's equality, and this is the most basic thing, where women also have a chance to make policy, to influence policy, to make decisions that will change the country's, facade, the country's look. It's not just women actually run families across the world. It's not just India. We ask for representation in democracy in parliament or the houses of parliament, whatever they may be called in the different countries, so that we too can be rightfully participants in democracy. We had to fight so long for the vote.
Ma'am, I take your point.
Fighting for this for 40, 45 years.
Ma'am,
Today, it was just a farce that was played out. I don't care which man is in which party, who gets offended, who doesn't. It was just a farce that was played out.
Okay, can I ask you, Deva, you're saying what happened?
Just stuck to a point where they just refused to mediate, or whatever the word you want to use is. Finally, at the point when the Home Minister said, fine, give me a little time, let's see what we can do.
Ma'am, can I just tell you?
Voting took place and it was rejected. So we are out of the cold again.
Lalita Kumaramangalam, let me ask you the question. You're saying that this was a farce. Very simple. The Home Minister of the country, please listen carefully. Home Minister of the country on the floor of the House addressed a major opposition concern about delimitation working to the disadvantage of certain states, saying it will be 50% uniform. I will bring a fresh bill. Now, this is a constitution amendment. The same thing could have been done, organize an all-party meeting. All stakeholders could have met 2 weeks ago. And instead of doing all of this on the floor of the House, the farce that you call, if you were serious in your intent, you could have had an all-party meeting. The government seemingly, according to the opposition, only brought this to create optics, political messaging, that the Prime Minister is genuine about women's empowerment. The fact is that you're saying it's a farce. Both sides, therefore, one side is saying Prime Minister has done it for optics. You're saying the other side used the occasion to block the bill. My point is there's already a law. It's already law notified last night.
Yes,
notified for 3 years. They did not even notify it. For 3 years, the government did not even notify the bill.
Because to notify it, certain other things were required, which is what they try to do today.
For 3 years, you could notify it?
Yes, because delimitation, the new census, people have been trying to implement it for the last 4 years. I know that because, I was part of it initially when there were some doubts that came up and I was called for some sort of consultation. But the point is not that. The point is that finally, when it actually could have been pushed through, it wasn't. And that is the greatest and most bitter disappointment for all in this country across the board. It is a fact that it was two leftist women, Geeta Mukherjee and Nikhil Chakraborty's wife, Renu Chakraborty, who actually initiated this idea. I have seen it when I was a young girl. Today, those two ladies must be turning in their graves.
Ma'am, but the fact is
some excuse is found, whether it's procedural, whether it's political, whether it's something else. Women across the board, and I'm not saying this for one party or the other, BJP versus Congress, nothing. Across the board, it is very obvious to women like me who have worked all their lives and waited to see at least the next generation reap the benefit of this reservation, that patriarchy in this country today has won. You may put whatever mask you want on it. Abhishek Manu Singhvi may use his beautiful English to put some mask on it. You may put something, somebody else from the other side may say something else. The truth is that the women of this country lost. And that is what makes a lot of us very sad and very bitterly sad. It could have gone through. Neither side was willing to compromise. Every side will throw brickbats at each other, but how does that help the women in this country? Even now, we are the pichra hua people in this country. If you take even a census where you take the economics of people into account, you will see that women are the poorest of the poor. No property, violence, every sort of point that comes up, we are in the back. This would have given us a good chance. I'm not saying it would have solved all problems. Problems are not solved overnight, and we are more than 75 years old, a republic. Nothing much has changed, according to me.
Lalita
At least it would have given us a fighting chance.
I've heard you. I've given you sufficient the same time I gave Dr. Singhvi. I don't discriminate between men and women on my show. In fact, I prefer women guests in general. You all are often far more articulate than most of the men that I have on the show. Let me say that. And I am one of those who believes that the more women we have in parliament and the more women we have across the board in state assemblies, India will be richer for it. But I do believe that there are processes that should be followed, and maybe a consensus could have been reached without the ad hocism that suddenly you bring in an amended, constitutionally amended bill is sought to be amended yet again. But I'll leave that for another day. Thank you very much for joining us and giving us your strong viewpoint on the show tonight. Now remember, what you saw today between my two guests was a trailer in a way, or a final act of what we saw all day in the Lok Sabha. Heated debate on the Constitution Amendment Bill. Rahul Gandhi, the leader of the opposition, accusing the government of bypassing the Constitution. Home Minister Amit Shah claiming the opposition had failed the women of the country. Listen in.
वेणुगोपाल जी ने दो चीजें करी कि एक तो 50% आरक्षण और 50% सीटें बढ़ाई जाएगी, उसको बिल में शामिल करने के लिए ऑफिशियल अमेंडमेंट लाने के लिए तैयार हो। हाँ जी, मैं तैयार हूँ। एक सेकंड, अब नहीं होता भाई, बैठ जाओ, दूसरा भी बताता हूँ। मान्यवर, 1 घंटा आप सदन स्थगित कर दीजिए। 1 घंटे में मैं मेरा ऑफिशियल अमेंडमेंट मेरे पास में तैयार है, जेरोक्स कराकर सभी सदस्यों को सर्कुलेट कर दूंगा, क्योंकि हमें 50% सीट बढ़ानी है, हमें कुछ छिपाना नहीं है, हमें कोई चोरी करनी नहीं है, तो हम कर देंगे। और दूसरा उन्होंने कहा कि डिलिमिटेशन 26 की जनगणना का ये झांसे में मैं नहीं आऊंगा, क्योंकि ये इसके माध्यम से मान्यवर, मैं इस देश की मातृशक्ति को कहना चाहता हूं कि राहुल गांधी जी की अनुपस्थिति में कांग्रेस पार्टी ने जो प्रस्ताव रखा है वो एक बहुत सुहाना जाल है। महिला आरक्षण को फिर से एक बार 29 के पहले नहीं होने देंगे। इसलिए मान्यवर, ये जो कहते हैं कि हमारे राज्यों का समान भार होना चाहिए, मैं सहमत हूं। महिला आरक्षण 29 के पहले ही करना चाहिए, 29 के बाद ले जाने के लिए इनका षड्यंत्र सफल हम नहीं होने देंगे।
You are telling the South Indian states, you are telling the northeastern states, you are telling small states in India that in order for the BJP to remain in power, we are going to take away representation from you. This is nothing short of an anti-national act. This is what you are doing. And under no circumstances are we going to allow you to do it. Yes. So I am telling you very clearly right now that the entire opposition is going to defeat this attempt of yours to attack the nation state and deprive OBCs and Dalits of their rightful place in society.
मैं फिर से स्पष्ट कर देता हूं, दक्षिण का राज्यों का इस सदन पर इतना ही अधिकार है जितना उत्तर के राज्यों का अधिकार है। अरे दक्षिण छोड़िए, छोटी सी यूटी लक्षद्वीप का भी इतना अधिकार है जितना उत्तर प्रदेश, गुजरात और बिहार का। ये देश को इस तरह के नैरेटिव से, उत्तर दक्षिण के नैरेटिव से टुकड़े टुकड़े नहीं करना चाहिए। माननीय, इससे ऊपर उठना चाहिए। ये क्या कहना चाहते हैं कि ये सदन में जो व्यक्ति बैठता है वो ये सोचता है कि किस राज्य से मैं आ रहा हूं। मान्यवर, हम शपथ लेते हैं तो मन से लेते हैं। जो संविधान हाथ में लेकर शपथ लिए हैं वो उत्तर दक्षिण का भेद कराना चाहते हैं, हम नहीं होने देंगे। मान्यवर, जो भी सदस्य यहाँ शपथ लेता है वो भारत को अक्षुण्ण रखने की शपथ रहता है, पूरे भारत के कल्याण की शपथ लेता है। वो अपनी कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी, अपना राज्य, अपना धर्म, अपनी जाति की शपथ नहीं लेता है। और ये क्या नैरेटिव फैलाया, और ये मानते हैं कि ये नैरेटिव से हमारी पॉपुलैरिटी हो जाएगी, बाल सफेद हो जाएंगे या नहीं बैठ पाओगे।
There is a central fundamental confusion in the minds of the BJP and its leadership. And the confusion is that they think they are the people of India. You are not the people of India. The people of India are something else. They also think that they are the armed forces. You are not the armed forces. The armed forces are something else. You are a political organization. You are not India and you are not the armed forces of India. We are not attacking the people of India. We are not attacking the armed forces of India. We are attacking you. Do not hide behind the people of India or behind the armed forces. So stop hiding like cowards behind the armed forces and behind the people. Come out and talk to us and have a discussion with us.
Okay, you heard two sides, fiery debate. I want to ask, though, the question that really needs to be asked. Women's reservation. How do you actually now fast track it? Because there is a consensus that you need 33% reservation. Why no quota on the existing 543 seats? Call it the Rajdeep formula, call it whatever you want. 181 out of 543 existing number. Why can't you do it tomorrow morning? Is delimitation therefore essential for women's quota as it appeared that the government seems to believe? These are some of the questions I want to raise. Joining me now is Yogendra Yadav, co-founder Swaraj India, Dr. S.Y. Qureshi is former Chief Election Commissioner, and Rajat Sethi, political analyst, joining me. I appreciate all of you joining us. I want to come to each of you and ask you, do you believe that there is a simpler way to implement women's reservation than what we've seen? Dr. Qureshi, why don't you start first? Dr. Qureshi.
Yes. One second. One second.
Yeah, go ahead. Okay, we'll try and come to you later. Let me go to Yogendra Yadav then first. Yogendra Yadav, was there a simpler way to ensure 33% reservation for women on which in 2023 there was a complete all-party consensus?
Absolutely, Rajdeep. We have, after a very, very long struggle, long dodging, finally this country agreed in 2023 that yes, we need 1/3 reservation. Unfortunately, two qualifications were put in that legislation which had actually nothing to do with women's reservation. This was made conditional on one, census. I fail to understand what does census have to do with women's reservation. Do we want to find out if this country has more than 1/3 women or what? The second condition was delimitation. I've studied elections for 20, 30 years. I cannot understand why do you need a delimitation, fresh drawing of boundaries, fresh allocation of seats for different states before you give 1/3 seat to women? So the simple answer, Rajdeep, is yes, it could have been done. It needed just a one-line amendment in Article 334A1. That is, and the amendment would simply read that the reference to delimitation and census is omitted. That's all you needed. You did not have to attach it to all other things. Sadly, just as it was done in 2023, 2 additional things were inserted. And this is exactly what has happened this time again. It has been made conditional on increase in the total number of parliament. Why? Why do we need to do that? Is it a scheme to compensate men for the loss that they would suffer? Why do you need delimitation if the government now acknowledges, as they did, that census was not necessary? So now the government wanted it to be done without census. All right, so you acknowledge half of your mistake. Why don't you acknowledge all the mistake and say you don't need it and write it honestly? And that's why I feel sad. People are celebrating and saying great victory for opposition. I, for one, feel sad that we once again came this close to operationalizing women's reservation. Mind you, it's only about operationalizing now. Nothing else remains to be done. We came this close, and sadly, because of the devious and cynical designs of this government, once again, women's reservation was linked to things that it has nothing to do with. Once again, it has been postponed. Once again, it has been done in a devious way. Once again, women have been used as a shield for a design which is a devious design for changing the very structure and the very nature of our parliamentary democracy.
Strong words there. That all we needed was actually to remove the words delimitation and census and thereby get the bill passed. Rajat Sethi, do you agree with that?
Well, Rajdeep ji, it's easier said than done. 1996, exactly 30 years back, was this simple formula of, you're calling the Rajdeep version, was floated. Why haven't the parliaments led by all kinds of parties, right from H.D. Devegowda to Atalji's time, to UPA's time, and back to Modi's time, why haven't they been able to address this core issue? There could be multiple reasons. Could there be a formula where you create a win-win scenario where no sitting member of parliament feels dejected or says that my share of representation has gone away or my claim to represent my people has gone away? Possibly somebody would have thought in the current government that let's try to formulate in a way that no sitting member of parliament feels, his or her right has been taken away. I mean, tomorrow, let me tell you, hypothetically, if we were to divide the existing 543 seats and gave away 1/3, what if Mr. Rahul Gandhi's seat would have gone away? It could have very well been the case that several, prominent leaders of Samajwadi Party would have lost their seats to women reservation, and then they will go out and cry wolf that, see, this is the reason why women reservation was brought away, and my representation has gone away from the Lok Sabha.
So what was the better solution? I'm looking now for solution. What was the better solution in your view?
My limited understanding is that where BJP's intention has always been clear, not just now, but right from 2024, when Prime Minister and Home Minister both have articulated this, that the representation of the southern states will not go down. It should have seen reflected into the bill. The problem is more legal. And I have been speaking to certain lawyers. You couldn't have put in a band that UP is going to get, say, 120 to 125 seats. Southern states, individual states will get X to Y seats, because each of these could have become ultra wires and it could have gone into and fallen flat in the Supreme Court itself. Because now you are getting into a wise 50% increase, and a proportionate representation should not be considered arbitrary. Tell me this thing, that the core basic structure of the constitution is centered around the fundamental pillar of proportional representation in Lok Sabha. Now you are taking away the basic constitutional structure which requires the Constituent Assembly to be reconstituted. At least there could have been a theoretical challenge to it. My problem here is that BJP tried to steer away with these kind of legal questions which could have ended up in the court by giving assurances. I agree with Yogendra ji repeatedly over the past 2 days. He has said that this should have been reflected in the bill. And I believe some kind of a legal way should have been found out. And there is still time. I mean, BJP being the big brother in the politics should take this bitter pill, go back to the drawing board and come up with this bill again. I take
your point, Rajat. The simple way would have been at least to call an all-party meeting, have a broad consensus. These are very contentious issues. You can't stand in the middle of parliament suddenly and say, give me 1 hour, I will now add 50% per state and bring a fresh amendment bill. It showed a certain ad hocism that seemed to unfortunately prevent this bill from becoming reality. Dr. S.Y. Qureshi, I read an article by you where you had an interesting formula of proportional representation that you were suggesting. Do you want to elaborate? How do you break this logjam? A quick answer.
Yes, yes. First of all, I agree with the Rajat that in the sense that reservation within 543 is not possible. But for the last 30 years, it has not been possible for the same reason that the men would not like to part with their seats. Therefore, we have to think of another solution. And what I had proposed was that create additional seats for which capacity in the House is now available. And Cabinet has already passed a decision that 272 new seats will be created. And I have suggested that all of them should be given to women, and that will make it 33% reservation for them. And every party...
So you're saying, how would you... No, just a minute. You're saying 543 seats of the Lok Sabha, add 272 more seats, correct?
Yes.
And give those seats exclusively for women.
Exactly. Exactly.
How would you decide? How would you decide on which state gets how many seats?
Yeah, correct. No, my formula has been that you give it to the political parties, even in the current House, on the basis of their vote share, and if vote share is not agreeable to, on the basis of seat share, which is the existing seat share. So you don't have to bother about the census to 2011 or the current census, delimitation. Why? And I have said that why hold women in the reservation hostage to controversial issues, bypass them and take a safer route.
Okay, effectively you're saying you could have had a mix of proportional representation and of course first past the post as a system, and thereby created women's reservation without any need necessarily for either delimitation or a census. Yogendra Yadav?
Yes, just one second. And I have also mentioned that even if it is considered as an interim measure, but let us try it out, because in the long run, when the Delimitation Commission is formed, these may be merged with the delimitation mandate, and territorial constituency could be created, but that is to follow. But if you want women immediately in Parliament, this is the way out, what I have suggested.
Okay, very interesting idea again. Yogendra Yadav, where, at least there's something, an attempt made to break the logjam. That 543 MPs, let's be honest, the men don't want to give up their 181 seats.
Rajdeep, I'll not get into alternative formula. The fact is that I had myself floated an alternative about 15 years ago. The fact is that I have not been a votary of geographical seat reservation. But all that is history, Rajdeep. In 2023, this country came to a consensus. The parliament of this country unanimously said, we want 1/3 seats for women. We want it based on geography. We want a rotation on it. So people like me, people like Professor Qureshi, who have had different formula, I think we should wait for some years now. The only
No, but even 2023 law is, sir, with due regard, Yogendra, 2023 bill is also linked to delimitation and census.
Yeah. So the basic mechanism was settled by the country. About whether it's geographical or something else, that I think I have at least started relaxing after that. All right, the country has made up its mind. It's not for me to suggest changes right now. The only question should be operationalization. I agree with Rajat in one thing, that no party can claim to be Doodh ka dhula hua. If you look at the time when the late Geeta Mukherjee started speaking about it, the fact is that every single party must carry some blame in not being able to do it, must carry the guilt and the sin of allowing patriarchy not to operationalize this thing. However, I disagree with one thing that Rajat is saying, that you and Mr. Qureshi also seem to agree. Oh, men will not agree. How can we do that, Rajdeep? How can that be a constraint?
No, I'm not saying it's a constraint. I'm giving the reality. Sir, Yogendra ji, I believe there should be 181 seats out of 543 reserved for women. But I'm saying the men will resist it. I've seen it happening, and therefore it's impractical.
Rajdeep, when scheduled caste reservation came, a lot of people didn't want it. They resisted it. When OBC reservation came, people resisted it. Whenever a measure of social justice is brought about, those who are in power do not like it. Rajat says, what if Rahul Gandhi's seat is reserved? All right, he should go and find another seat for himself. If Akhilesh Yadav's seat is reserved, if these people claim to be state and national leaders, they should be able to find another seat for themselves. That's that. Why should that constrain us? I'm glad that Rajat has spoken actually openly and, frankly, the fact that there was something that held the BJP back from actually incorporating what the promise was being made to the country into the bill. For 3 weeks, we heard every state will get 50% proportion. People like me were saying after the bill came, show me where is it? And the fact is it was not there. What prevented that? Rajat thinks that this would have been a constitutional issue. I beg to disagree, Rajat. If 50-year freeze of delimitation has not been a constitutional issue, has not been declared unconstitutional by the Supreme Court, and if in the present bill, the existing provision in northeastern states that whatever the new allocation, it cannot reduce the number of scheduled tribe seats. All these have been existing provisions. If that can pass muster with the judiciary, I see absolutely no reason why a reference to 1971 and maintaining the ratios could not have been put in the Constitution. Unfortunately, all this is just bad faith. I really do feel that it was a cynical move. The whole idea was to push delimitation through somehow and to use women's reservation as a shield, as always.
Okay, you made the point. Rajat, you want a quick response? Give me an idea. I hope to see women's reservation in my lifetime. So I want to know how is that going to be achieved? Give me the simpler, the idea. We've now discussed the alleged cynicism on one side, opportunism. These words can be used, but give me an idea, a big idea to do it, which will be immediately acceptable tomorrow morning.
I think being apolitical as much as I can tell you that both the parties will, both UPA or India Alliance on one side and NDA on the other side, will try and reap political benefits out of it. Let them do that. Let the dust settle and let the core promise around delimitation, some back channel conversations, because publicly speaking, I don't think southern states and the parties which are currently in power there have any incentive to agree to any formula, even with the right intention it is being tabled. Because their entire politics gets called into question, and I don't foresee the kind of political immaturity that DMK and other parties have been consistently showing. I mean, I can tell you, Rajdeep, tell me today, there is a parliamentary constituency in Bengal where representatives are 48 lakhs in one parliamentary seat. I mean, why are the people from UP, Bihar, Bengal not on the streets the way you expect southern state people to be on the streets? Even their representation is getting impacted.
But the simple way, but you can deal it, which is exactly why I say you can de-link delimitation from women's reservation. Delimitation is a hot potato. You could have de-linked it and as a first step focused on women's reservation. That's the point I keep making.
No,
delimitation has to happen, but it can happen subsequently.
See, fine. I mean, post facto, you can come up with all of these propositions. But I think what BJP's intent here was that there are a lot of issues centered around creating new seats, creating a win-win formula. You might disagree with a lot of hindsight benefit, but BJP's intention was that let us not get into dividing the pie into multiple small shreds. Let's look at increasing the size of the pie itself, and therefore go and try and address all the issues because it is already pending.
But that was already, sir, Rajat, I take your point, but that was already there, built into the 2023 bill itself. My point is fast track that. Ensure the census is over by 2027, do delimitation in a clean and transparent manner, and we could still potentially meet a 2029 deadline. I appreciate my guests joining me, Dr. Qureshi throwing up an idea, Yogendra Yadav, Rajat Sethi, appreciate you joining us. Should I give my take? All I want to say, the BJP is claiming victory in defeat by saying they have stood by women's reservation and exposed the opposition. The opposition counters it by saying that the BJP has weaponized women's reservation by using it to actually push for delimitation and alter the political map of the country to the BJP's advantage. Truth is, as someone who has tracked this issue for 30 years, including when the great late Geeta Mukherjee first moved it, none of the parties, frankly, come into this with clean hands. At various stages, different parties have taken moves to stop women actually getting that 33% reservation. So amidst all these claims and counterclaim, my simple question remains. What is it that stops the census? What is it, for example, the question that I asked last night too? What stops the Modi government from pushing for 1/3 reservation in the existing 543-member parliament by delinking reservation from delimitation? Simple. The truth is, the men don't want it. That is the truth. We are a patriarchal society. Our male MPs won't accept it. And if you wanted to link it to delimitation, and as the government chose to do it, or link it to the 2011 census, or suddenly decide that we will give a 50% uniform rise, expansion of seats across states, shouldn't the government have called an all-party meeting ahead of such a crucial parliamentary session, met with all the stakeholders to ensure that all misgivings were cleared before this special session was called? Why this last-minute ad hocism, including a notification that was moved at 10 p.m. last night to ensure that the original 2023 bill, which is already law, was notified? The lesson, my friends, at the end of the day is this. Crucial, contentious legislation cannot be bulldozed in a parliamentary democracy. It must be done with full sincerity by taking everyone along. Over the years, governments have failed to do so, which is why women's reservation has still not seen the reality. India's women, hankering for more representation, deserve better, much better. We need to end the patriarchal system that still dominates large sections of our political class. No one has really won or lost in that sense today. The women of India, they've just got to keep waiting sadly. Okay, before we go, a break and a reminder. Tomorrow night, 9 p.m., elections on my plate from Tamil Nadu. Don't miss that. 9 p.m. Saturday, Sunday, 10 a.m. and 8 p.m. For watching, thanks for watching. Stay well, stay safe. Good night, Shubhratri. Jai Hind. Namaskar.
Who has been the best chief minister Tamil Nadu has had? Women power. Crispy. Can MK Stalin do what even Kalainar could not do? I have a jigar thanda. CSK all the best in the IPL. The star syndrome in Tamil Nadu still very much exists. You are the money bags, the corruption is in your party. Is this do or die election for AIDMK?
Politics is fishy business. Served on a banana.